Magic City, a remote rented room. Jomang took his cell phone and lay on the bed watching Tiger Shark live with great interest. Or be a big brother is good. Find a beautiful female anchor, casually reward a few tens of thousands of dollars, and then mean to ask out. After seeing the big brother of the live broadcast give the anchor a reward of $5,000 for the treasure map, and then logically obtaining a pampering plus contact information from the female anchor, Jomang couldn't help but TSK. Take your foot off the gas and know that the anchor woman should be airborne in the next few days. Envious. He has two wishes. One is to be a big brother and the other is to be the owner of Carefree Media. Filled with envy, he rolled over, then simply closed this live room and continued down the refurbished anchors. When an anchor is translucent or about to be translucent, whether it's present tense or future tense, he's no longer interested. He's a man of principle. It's okay to be poor, but not to lick. In 18 years, the live broadcasting industry has gradually become hot, and more people are engaged in the live broadcasting industry. Of course, more and more platforms for live broadcasting. Tiger Shark Live is currently one of the live broadcasting platforms to carry. The number of anchors in it is still quite a lot. Within minutes, Jomang found another good-looking face anchor. Took a look at it and the name is starring Ring, Little Dove. Nice. Jomang's eyes lit up, but it looks like the beauty is on a little heavy, and the curtains in the back are a little distorted. So I don't know if it really looks good or not, but it doesn't matter. It's not like you can see it in reality anyway. It just looks good online. Seeing someone flirting with the anchor's heavy beauty face on the public screen being banned by the house manager one by one, Jomang also couldn't help but be happy and hit 3 dog heads on the public screen. But in the next moment, the input field of the live broadcast interface instantly turned into a white bar, on which was written in small black letters, "You have been banned for 24 hours. Asterisk. What the hell is wrong with this house manager? Jomang was instantly enraged. Those people in the front said that the anchor curtain's deformation and so on was banned even if he did not express any opinion. Is to send 3 dog head. This can be banned? And a ban for a day? At once, a burst of fire in his heart, Jomang did not hesitate. Directly retired the large number, boarded his own small number. Then straight away, he tweeted the house manager who had banned him, and put 3 big question marks directly on the public screen. I just sent a couple emoticons. Why did you ban me? However, what Jomang didn't expect was that not 2 seconds later, this number of his was banned again, and it was banned for 72 hours. What's wrong with just banning you? Not even a swordsman. Don't speak if you're watching live. Shame on you. Housekeeping Super Win snorted and typed directly on the public screen. Thank you Brother Fong for helping me ban these black fans. Really, not charging a penny. Just know how to talk nonsense in the live room. The little dove smiled like a flower. She is beauty turned up high. But can Big Brother like it without turning it up so high? This ID called Broken Dreams, although did not send what disgusting words, but just a civilian player. The probability is that it is a white whoring party. Banned, so what? As long as the Big Brother is happy. A few more banned also, so what? What are you polite for? The quality of people nowadays is generally low. Don't mind them. Let's play our game. How much is missing from this week's weekly Star Quests? I'll brush it up for you later. Ultra Wind was quick to pat his chest, and directly took a big rap on the public screen. I'm convinced. This anchor has a bubble in his brain. People didn't say anything. Send a dog head emoji also with a ban? And you don't look at the curtains in the back to see what kind of twisted. A man named Ancient City Hu Han San saw the chat between the two of the house manager Super Wind and the anchor Little Pigeon, and instantly became enraged as well. He was watching the entire process just now. To be honest, the two men's mouths did make him a little nauseated by the situation. What a lot of stupid beeps. Super Wind sneered and cursed on the public screen. The next moment, Jomang saw a pop-up alert. Ancient City Hu Han San has been banned for 7 days by administrator Super Wind. Brother Fong, don't care about these pop-ups. That's the kind of quality they have. Ignoring them affects your mood. Little Dove hastened to open her mouth to comfort. Well, don't worry. I'm in a good frame of mind. Brother Fong, why don't I sing you a song? Okay, it's been a while since I've heard you sing, and I'll give you a spellbook swipe if you sing well. Super Wind agreed with a grin. Jomang looked on with a face full of helplessness. He did, and so did the ancient city of Hu Han San. In the live this circle, class that is naked, rich is the big brother. No money is not even a little brother. A spellbook gift is 100 Tiger Shark coins, which totals the same amount of RMB. Big brother can enjoy the privileges of nobility, can enjoy the top worship of the anchor, and can enjoy all kinds of special treatment in the live room. Just like now, both he and this Hu Han San were both banned, and even if they wanted to reason, they simply couldn't type out the words. Forget it, don't sulk with. Let this Super Wind take a licking. It'll be fun to find out when we meet offline and find out that Skinny Black can be his aunt. Joe Meng cursed and shook his head as he exited the live broadcast. Sitting up, he was just about to get up to interview for a new job when he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Congratulations to the host for binding the superhero cashback system. Divine Magnificence system loading. System loaded successfully. The Godhawk system? After a long time, Joe Meng finally reacted. He, who had been reading novels for years, of course knew what a system was, and it seemed that what he had obtained was still a divine hero system? System scanning the host's recent habits. Congratulations to the host. The Divine Magnificent cashback system has bound the consumption object to the live broadcasting platform. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the initial consumption funds of $1 billion. The funds can be consumed within the live broadcasting platform. After consuming in the live broadcasting platform, the host can obtain 110 reality bonus. Please host active consumption. After the system upgrade, can bind a larger range of consumption objects. The Gods Deluxe system. Host, Joe Meng. Current level, 1. Current upgrade progress, 0/$1 billion. Current real assets, $4. 500, 110 rebate. Ding. Just in the next moment, a dinging message alert came from Joe Meng's cell phone. Joe Meng hastily clicked on it and took a look. Your ICBC debit card with a tail number of 8,424 is credited with 1 billion yuan and currently has a balance of 1,004,500 yuan. Your card has been upgraded to ICBC Diamond Black Card, which is entitled to enjoy all the bank's reservation-free transfer services and all kinds of privileges. For details, please visit. At the back is a series of privilege profiles, and at the end, a private contact for exclusive customer service. But none of this, Joe Meng paid too much attention to. His mind was now almost absorbed in the billion-dollar entry. My God, it's really $1 billion. Chapter 2, Spend all the billions in the opening? Joe Meng carefully studied the system interface for a while, and roughly figured out the system's functions as well. The current system was level 1, and could continue to be upgraded subsequently. And the upgrade condition was to consume all the billions that the system had just given himself. And there are requirements on where the $1 billion will be spent, with the spending limited to the live streaming industry. Any spending in the live streaming industry gives Joe Meng back 10 times the amount of money in reality. With this amount of money returned, Joe Meng could go and spend it as much as he wanted, no matter what he did. Of course, it's also possible to re-spend that money on the live streaming platform, but there won't be a tenfold cashback on that purchase. Secondly, when this money is consumed, the system is upgraded, and a second amount of targeted spending money can be obtained. And after the upgrade, the scope of consumption will be further expanded, so that it is not limited to the live broadcast industry. My God, isn't this invincible? Joe Meng took a deep breath. Although this 1 billion can only be directed to spend, but if you spend all of this 1 billion, you can realistically get 10 billion cashback rewards off, and the requirement for financial freedom is really just $200 million. In other words, the system, even if it didn't upgrade, with this $10 billion, it would allow Joe Meng to live a true tycoon's life. In reality, those who had $10 billion in cash, not to say that they could enter the circle of the pinnacle, but they were definitely at the top of the top. Developed. Joe Meng looked at the $1 billion that had just arrived in his bank card and was excited. And TM go get a shit job. How comfortable to just lay flat. Joe Meng, who had just gotten up, sat right back down again. I was doing well at my last job, but the company went straight to bankruptcy. I was planning to go for an interview today. Thinking about what had just happened in Little Dove's live room, Joe Meng couldn't help but bring up a smile at the corner of his mouth. There are 6 levels of nobility in Tiger's Hark Live. The first tier is the Swordsman, which costs $50 to open for the first time and $10 a month to renew thereafter. The second tier is the Knight, which is $300 for the first time and $50 a month for renewal. The third tier is the Lords, which is $1,000 for the first time and $200 for renewal. Duke of the fourth tier, $5,000 for the first opening, $15,000 for renewal. Fifth tier Monarchs, $20,000 for the first opening, $5,000 for renewal. Lastly, there is the most honored title within the platform, the Emperor, $200,000 for the first opening, and $58,888 for one renewal down the road. The live broadcast industry is also just getting hot, and even if Tiger Shark is one of the current head platforms, there are still not many overall nobles. Currently, there were roughly 5,000 dukes in the entire Tiger Shark platform, and far fewer monarchs, only a few hundred. As for the Emperor, because it was just too expensive, there were less than 20 in total at the moment, and a large portion of them were still guild numbers, and the Imperial title has a special permission, which is anti-banning. Neither the anchors of small guilds, nor the anchors of large guilds, including those union managers and whatnot, had any way to ban Emperor. Supertubes are fine, but supertubes belong to the platform. As long as they are not wanting to work anymore, and are not likely to actively come to offend these imperial players. As for that overwind that just banned Zhou Meng, it was really just a duke. Zhou Meng is back on the big one. Re-clicking into Little Pigeon's live room, he found Little Pigeon was playing PK with another anchor. Yoo-hoo! This anchor on the opposite side has quite a high face value. Zhou Meng's eyes lit up. Little Pigeon belonged to the Star Ring Guild, a guild Zhou Meng had never heard of and was presumably a small guild. And the anchor on the opposite side of the room, the ID was Beixia Yi. North Summer Zhou Meng had never heard of it either, and it was 80% a small guild. But there is one thing to be said for these looks. It does look a little over the top. Zhou Meng didn't see if she had her beauty face on or not, but just looking over now, she was a 95% beauty to say the least. Brother Wind, this week's Star of the Week mission is up to you. In the live broadcast room, Little Dove had blocked out Yi's side of the sound and was playing a battle song and yelling to pull in the atmosphere. Don't worry, with me, this week's Star of the Week is bound to be yours. Chao Feng laughed and directly patted his chest in assurance. The opposite side, that Yi's anchor, although he was also good looking, but after all, he was a new anchor, not much popularity, and even less big brother, so he definitely couldn't brush him off. Although this Duke title of his was nothing in the platform, he could still be considered a big brother in these small guilds. Therefore, Super Wind is very confident. Brother Feng is mighty. Little Pigeon, seeing Super Wind's big package, was all over him again. Super Wind enjoys a few snorts. Seeing the interaction between the two, Zhou Meng couldn't help but snicker. The so-called Star of the Week quests are actually gift quests issued by the platform to the Star Show channel. There are dozens of gifts for the platform, from 10-cent daboos, glow sticks, tiger food, to $1 for a fan card, $6, $60 for a vial of blood, a fondue pot, and $100 for a grimoire, among other things. For every gift, there is a weekly star list. Each anchor can choose one of the gifts from this weekly star list every Monday. For example, if there are 100 anchors who have chosen the Great Sword, then these 100 anchors, this week, will come to compete for this Great Sword Star of the Week, and out of the 100, the one with the highest gift list wins, and will be able to get the recommended position given by the platform, and gain a higher popularity. The anchors of those big guilds and whatnot, usually don't pick this kind of cheap gifts. Most of them pick gifts of $10 or more for the weekly star. This is because the smaller the gift, the smaller the resource of referrals you get after winning. Let's say you take a Grimoire Star of the Week. The recommended position is at least a Tier 1 page seal push. But if you take a Great Sword Star of the Week, it's at most just a Tier 3 page recommended position. A third-tier anchor like Little Pigeon definitely couldn't compete with the big anchors in terms of competitiveness, so she consciously chose a Glow Stick Star of the Week. And today is already the last day of the week. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weekly star list is going to be closed to rank the results. These last few hours are still more critical. Zhou Meng took a look at the current Little Pigeon's Glow Stick Star of the Week list, which totaled $11,000, or $1,100, and was ranked second. In first place, the list is over 14,000. A difference of only a few $100. You won't get a dime of referral space with me around. Zhou Meng directly clicked along the portal into the live room of the connected EE. What kind of songs do you all want to hear? I can basically sing anything by Xiaodo and Bunshi. EE similarly blocked the sound from Little Dove's side. Her live room only had a very faint piece of background music, which would be leaning on the table with one hand resting on her chin, staring at the pop-ups on the public screen with big sparkling eyes. Chapter 3, sorry, you're the civilian player. 9,420. Want to hear acceleration? Will the anchor sing just because you're so beautiful? The number of people in the live stream was small, but there were no shortage of pop-ups at all. Seeing EE who interacts frequently with the audience, it seems that this little girl doesn't have a little bit of pressure of being in the middle of a PK fight at all. Over there, Little Pigeon's PK bar has already rushed to over $100, but EE's PK bar here is only about $10. Pigeon's red PK bar had almost crushed these blue PK bar out of sight. Tell you what, I'll sing a 9420. Everyone with a balance please help me send a few more glow sticks. There's a task on the Union side too. After looking at it for a moment, Fee nodded with a smile and looked up 9420's accompaniment. A whole bunch of no problem came on the public screen at once. Many of the watermen have been sending up glow sticks. However, the VIP seats in the live broadcast room are a total of 5 or 6 people, and several are swordsmen. Civilian players even if they send, but also just send 1 or 2. The PK bar had only managed to go up a mere $2 until Ichi had tuned the backing track. Come on everyone. We can't let the opposite side press too much. A swordsman called Bright 9 Keys directly swiped 1,000 glow sticks out and directly forced over $100 on EE's PK bar. Thank you big brother for the reward. Everyone just try their best. No need to deliberately reward. I'm just PK over the next task. Thea thanked him repeatedly. She is a sophomore at the Magic City College of Art, doing live broadcasts, but also just on the side, and did not think about how much money to earn. All she gets, too, is a base salary of $3,000 a month from the union. And to be honest, the anchor on the other side called Little Pigeon was fierce at first glance, and she didn't really think she could PK it. Although she also picked Glow Stick Star of the Week, she was ranked in the 40s, so it was definitely out of the question for her to take first place. Jomang listened to the song quietly from the sidelines. I really don't say. This EE's singing is really good. Odds are she's a professional. After the song 9420 was finished, Jomang couldn't help but feel a sigh of emotion. It's nice to have a sound card in the live room, but even with a sound card, it's never a bad feat to be able to sing at this level. That's great singing by the anchor. Straight off the air, Bright 9 Keys hit several exclamation points in a row. Bright 9 Keys opened the title, Lord, in EE's live room. Congratulations to Bright 9 Keys for being promoted to the title of Lord. In the next moment, a blue pop-up instantly popped up on the live broadcast. EE was also stunned. She also didn't expect Bright 9 Keys, a swordsman, to directly open the Lord Tiger Shark platform. Big Brother opened the knighthood for the first time. The anchor is at 20% commission. For a Lord, the opening cost is $1,000, which means she can withdraw $200 from it. Then with a 60-40 split with the union side, she'd get a total of $80, which was pretty high. Thank you Bright 9 Keys. Thea quickly opened his mouth to thank him. You're welcome, you do sing well. I'll send you some glow sticks. The Bright 9 Keys laughed, then renewed his lordship for another 6 months straight away. 1 month of Lord's renewal is $200, along with $211 of golden bean coupons at a 1:1.05 giveaway ratio. For 6 months, plus the month when it was opened, the golden bean coupon was $1.470. Of course, the Bright 9 Keys actually cost $2.200 if you count the cost of turning it on. The Bright 9 Keys didn't hesitate and swiped directly on the public screen in a row. Bright 9 Keys sent out glow sticks *1314. Bright 9 Keys send out glow sticks 1314 2. Bright 9 Keys sends out glow sticks 1314 3. Bright 9 Keys sends out glow sticks 1314 12. A series of gift pop-ups directly brushed the screen in the live broadcast. *******. Big Brother 666. That's almost $1,600, isn't it? More than that. Just before the singing Big Brother swiped it. It's going to be 1,078 in total. Wow. You guys, look at EE's weekly star ranking. It went straight to number 1. Thank you, Bright 9 Keys, for the gift, Brother 9 Keys. Thea also hastily opened his mouth to thank him. To be honest, this was the first time she had received so many gifts in the time she had been on live. Normally, in a week, a total of $100 or $200 in gifts would be considered good. But today, in one day, I got almost $2,000 in gifts. After splitting the $2,000 with the platform 50-50, and then splitting it 60-40 with the labor union, there would still be more than $400 left, counting her income for several days. On Little Pigeon's side, seeing that his PK bar was instantly crushed, his face instantly looked unappealing. Superwind's face was also quite ugly. He had thought that there weren't many powerful anchors competing for this glow stick star of the week, so he guessed he'd take it for a little over $2,000. But right now, it's estimated to be at least $3,000 to get a solid take, and to win this PK, he'd have to swipe at least $2,000 out of this one. It invariably cost over $1,000 more, and a pang of discomfort ran through Superwind's heart. Without hesitation, he directly clicked on EE's live broadcast over there and jumped over. The Duke, Superwind, drove on the air. A red special effect popped up above the public screen on EE's side. Welcome. He saw a Duke enter the broadcast room and hurriedly opened his mouth to prepare a welcome. But the next moment, a pop-up suddenly popped up on the public screen. Bright 9 Keys, right? Are you sure you want to charge with me? Superwind disdainfully aired the Bright 9 Keys. What's your situation? I didn't provoke you, did I? So grumpy? Bright 9 Keys saw that this overwind started spamming people as soon as he came in, and somewhat inexplicably returned the favor. I tell you, glow stick star of the week I wrapped up. Advise you not to be self-important. If you want to brush it, come on. Whoever loses this PK will exit the net. Dare you? Seeing that the Bright 9 Keys was only a Lord title, for a moment, his attitude became a few more points more arrogant. I don't understand. What the hell? I swiped a gift to get in your way? Although Bright 9 Keys had a good temper, He didn't think he was strong enough to beat a duke, but he wasn't one to be afraid of anything, and he didn't pick up the fight, and started spamming against Superwind directly on the public screen. He watched as the public screen became a battleground between the two big brothers, but she had only just been on the air for a short while, and wasn't very good at reconciling this kind of conflict, so she could only stare dryly with a face full of impatience. Jo Mang also couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the Superwind running directly to Yi's side of the broadcast room to start spraying. If placed in the past, Jo Mang would definitely not get involved in this kind of thing. After all, whether it was a lord or a duke, it was not something he could mess with. A lord, every month on the live platform spending less than $1,000 or so. In reality, the monthly salary is not $10,000. Who dares to spend so? As for the duke, he's basically spending around $5,000 a month now, and is probably a small business owner in reality. But now, these people really weren't enough in front of Jo Mang. He could have swiped out several Imperials in an instant if he wanted to. This kind of people, really unqualified. Playing PK can't beat. Direct personal attack on Cohen. Jo Mang laughingly typed on the bottom of the public screen of the live broadcast. Jo Mang, although not much knighthood, but EE's live room is a total of dozens of people. The pop-up screen was not much, although the speech is not conspicuous, but the two people who are spraying each other are still the first to see. Bright 9 Keys was the first to agree with 3 exclamatory emoticons. Bro is right. These kind of people are mad dogs. They catch people and bite them. You paralyzed. What are you? Superwind's entire body exploded when he saw Jo Mang's ID. Jo Mang's, Broken Dreams, was still a pretty memorable ID. And the first time Superwind saw it, he remembered that this person was the civilian player with a dog's head that he had banned from the livestream just a few minutes ago. Chapter 4, brush up on your treasure map first. What's the matter? The dog couldn't say no and started biting, didn't he? Jo Mang was not polite with him in the slightest and renewed his dislike back. This is not a small pigeon's live room. This Superwind is a duke, so what? No housekeeping privileges, have a hammer. You. When Superwind saw Jo Mang still speaking, he became furious and directly typed a series of expletives out. But because he didn't change the words, they all became a bunch of asterisks. You're a trashy civilian player, pretending to be a ninny. Seeing that his comments were all harmonized, Superwind furiously retyped his sentence out. Jo Mang's heart burst into another laugh when she saw what Superwind had typed. In the past, when he saw this kind of person with a very high knighthood speak, Jo Mang was still a bit weak in his heart. But now, he was just watching the joke. One's courage is always tied to the balance of one's bank card. That's not absolute, but it's 99% right. Jumper. Jo Mang returned directly. Yeah, jumping the gun. The Bright 9 Keys nodded in approval as well, then not so pleasantly added a little more to the Superwind with an etch-a-sketch. I'll measure your yard of Cohen bar stuff. Find a brother of the same camp. Bright 9 Keys only feel the heart of the depression swept away. Spraying up are more energetic. Superwind, and please stop talking nonsense. The live broadcast of EE is really anxious, no way out. Said a few sentences not at all useful. See, the Superwind is still there spewing. Can only helplessly point a ban for 30 minutes? After ordering the ban, EE's heart was really apprehensive. According to the union's side of the requirements, higher than the Lord's knighthood, as long as it is not too much. Generally speaking, the anchor cannot actively give a ban. She wasn't sure now if it was too much for Superwind to do this or not. It wouldn't be good to get punished from the union side after going off the air. Ha ha ha, good job on the banning. When Bright 9 Keys saw that Ultrawind was stuck, he slapped his thighs with joy. Bright 9 Keys sent out Glowsticks 1314. Seeing that he had been ordered to be banned, Superwind first glanced at the public screen in shock, then saw that Bright 9 Keys had provocatively sent another 100 or so gifts, and almost spat out blood in anger. So he just sprayed for nothing for a few minutes on the air? Ultrawind was really angry and directly retired his number and re-entered with a new Lord Trumpet. This anchor is really a Bright 9 Keys, and that Broken Dream. If you have the ability to fight PK, whoever loses will quit the network. Dare you? All you do is bark on the internet. Can't you let your mom comfort you when you have time? Bright 9 Keys cursed angrily. Cussing is fine. Playing PK to play nymphets. A lord small and a duke large. It would be strange if he could beat them. You can be tough with your mouth, but words should never be taken. I'll take it. Jo Mang didn't hesitate when he saw Superwind ate him and replied directly. When Superwind dared to say that, it was undoubtedly delivered to him. In the live streaming world, what Big Brother says, he usually does. It's like promising to swipe a gift for the anchor. Then you have to do it, or else this Big Brother persona falls apart. You know, every live room is a lot of viewers are watching it. Viewers don't care if Big Brother goes bankrupt. They watch the broadcast just to have a good time. Any Big Brother who dares to go back on his word will be blasted by viewers all over the platform the next day. And this exit bet is even more so. Brother, this person has a great mouth. But his strength is certainly not bad. A duke, at least, can come up with a few tens of thousands of dollars? There's really no need. Seeing that Zhou Meng had agreed to the bet, Bright 9 Keys hurriedly sent Zhou Meng a private message. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Meng smiled back. Not to mention, this Bright 9 Keys person is really nice. But that was also true. He was just a civilian player now, and that didn't carry much weight. Zhou Meng thought about it and directly charged a batch of Tiger Shark coins into his account. In the next moment, directly in EE's live broadcast, he picked the most expensive gift and sent it out. Broken Dreams sends treasure map *1. Broken Dreams rewarded treasure map in EE live broadcasting room. Come and dig the treasure. In the center of EE's live broadcast room, a large golden-colored treasure chest slowly opened, and countless gold coins jumped outward from the inside of the treasure chest, instantly dyeing the entire live broadcast room into gold. As the most expensive gift within the Tiger Shark live stream, one being $5,000. The treasure maps cards are still on the table. In addition to being able to dig for treasure, there's a channel-wide special effects public screen. After the reward is made, this reward message will be synchronized to jump right above the live room on the whole channel for 5 seconds. In other words, the viewers who watched the live broadcast within the Star Show channel, as long as they hadn't turned off the gift effect pop-ups, would see this message at the first time, and the column for the anchors is also in the form of a hyperlink. So just click on it to come over. The downside is that it's only a 5-second exposure. For a while, the entire Star Show channel came alive. What's the situation? There was a big brother who gave away a treasure map just over 10 minutes ago, and now there's another big brother giving away a treasure map? Everyone jump the link. It seems like a civilian player and a duke big brother went to war. It seems like it's still a retreat battle. This treasure map is the beginning of the civilian player's show of strength. *******, really? A commoner stiffs a duke? For a while, many tourists were shocked. Duke segment, although the opening is only $5,000, and the renewal fee is only $15,000, but to be able to spend so much on the live broadcast platform does not mean that the Duke is only so much money. These tycoons, in reality, will also look for women to spend money, and after brushing money about the female anchor, offline will also spend money, plus the usual life consumption and so on, every month to spend more money than the live platform. The spending power of the Duke segment players, generally speaking, $10,000 a month is not a big problem. If you really try to rush a wave, may even rush to $20,000 or $30,000. This civilian player dared to fight hard, so that meant that he was definitely confident. It's the middle of the day at lunchtime, and a lot of people saw such a big melon and got interested, clicking on the link and jumping over. In a few seconds, there were 800 or 900 more people in EE's live broadcast. The treasure digging army is airborne. I heard that Big Brother is going to hit the exit net PK? Watch the battle, watch the battle. The melons and peanuts have been bought. In a flash, EE's live broadcast was bustling with activity. Thank you Broken Dreams for the treasure map. Itchy was also baffled for the first time, but still gave a quick thank you. Treasure map, a gift prop. Money is not the most critical. The most critical is the popularity that can bring to the anchor. A gift, instantly let the live room on the 800 or 900 people. Even if you can only stay 100 or 200, that is not stingy. A small recommendation position. Big Brother Beefy. Bright 9 Keys similarly saw Zhou Meng's gift pop up and directly clicked 3 punchy likes in the live broadcast. Those who can give gas $5,000 gifts at once, even if they don't have a knighthood right now, they are definitely not considered civilian players. The next moment, Bright 9 Keys gloated. This broken dream, 80% is a tycoon who doesn't spend much on the live broadcast platform, and as a result, he was directly tempered by Super Wind today. And this spending power of Zhou Meng doesn't look any worse than the Dukes in any way. Super Wind has met a tough opponent this time. P.S. Network God's Hero article, live mainly, life as a supplement, mainly for live content. Chapter 5, 10 renewals, that's it? Super Wind, who was OB in the live stream, was briefly confused when he saw the treasure map's gift effect, but the dignity of a big brother meant that it was absolutely impossible for him to concede at a time like this. If you wimp out at this point, even if you don't quit the network, you won't have the face to hang out in the Star Show channel in the future. Although other channels also have beautiful women in, but which has more than the Star Show? Want to often ask the girl out to cool, but also really have to be based in this channel. The heart silently calculated Zhou Meng's financial strength, and then gritted his teeth and directly returned in the live broadcast. Come on, let's have both anchors reopen the PK. Just swipe the glow sticks and whoever loses pins and retires from the network. As soon as the words were said, Super Wind directly exited EE's live broadcast. It's coming. It's coming. It's going to war. The live viewers were also in high spirits and took 2 big bites of their food in a row. Dream. Brother Dream. Why don't you just forget about it? The opposite side is a duke. It's too broken if you really swipe it. Anchor EE looked at the war-inducing pop-ups on the public screen and hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade. She was afraid of Joe Meng's swollen face. It didn't matter if it was money or not. And to be honest, she was only working part-time and making enough to cover her salary. Plus, she can't actually get much out of Big Brother's gift swiping. The platforms take a 50% cut and the unions take another 60% on top of the 50%. All the drawdown. It is the same as saying that 80% of the gifts have been gone. To her hands left 20%. $1,000 of gifts. She can only get 200 just. And the 200, with tax deductions, would be even less in her hands. In reality, it is not rare for ordinary people to use their savings to make a big brush on the live broadcasting platform for the sake of a momentary face. And she really wants to persuade Joe Meng not to go to the head. Don't worry. Open PK. Joe Meng said with a smile, while muttering in her heart, if you don't play PK, how am I going to get my 10 times cash back? Seeing Joe Meng's resolute attitude, EE could only agree helplessly. Being an anchor was like this. Big Brother had just swiped $5,000. She had no room to refuse. If it is some non-points of the request is okay to say, but this kind of let her even microphone a PK. If she does not accept, I'm afraid that in the future the live room will be really cool. On the other hand, the little pigeon who had been watching the entire battle would be drumming in her heart. Hey, I really didn't expect that this person is also a hidden Big Brother. Just started in my live room. If Super Win doesn't cause any trouble, this treasure map is 80% mine. Thinking about it, a resentment suddenly surfaced in the little dove's heart. If it wasn't for Super Wind banning people indiscriminately in the live stream, could Broken Dreams have run across the room? Now it's good. Not to mention running across the street, but also swiping a treasure map right out of the gate. Anymore, that's $5,000. She's a 3rd or 4th tier anchor, and she's only earning $6,000 or $7,000 a month. Pigeon. Reopen the PK. Superwin just came back and immediately typed on the public screen. Brother Fong, don't get too angry. There's no need to bother with people like them. When Little Dove saw Superwind, she hurriedly forced a smile to open her mouth to comfort him. Having said that kind of thing on the air earlier, the broken dream was definitely not coming back, and all she could do now was try to lick the Superwind good. This big brother is not very good in the head, but money he is really swipe ah. It's fine. Don't worry about it, just connect the dots. Ultra Wind waved his hand, and then directly tapped on Tiger Shark's noble interface. He had to show that Broken Dream on the opposite side the Duke's strength today. It's just a $5,000 treasure map? I'm afraid this Broken Dream hadn't watched the livestream when he Superwind swiped the treasure map, right? Who's afraid of who? The next moment, Superwind kept renewing the Duke on the air. Congratulations to Superwind for renewing Duke *1 at Little Dove Live. Congratulations to Superwind for renewing Duke *2 at Little Dove Live. Congratulations to Superwind for renewing Duke *3 at Little Dove Live. Congratulations to Superwind for renewing Duke *10 at Little Dove Live. Wow. Thanks Big Brother. Little Dove got excited when he saw that Superwind had renewed his 10 Dukes. Although she doesn't get a commission for renewals. That's $15,000 for 10 Duke renewals. And the Duke's renewal gold bean giveaway ratio is 1:1. 0.8. 3 points higher than the Lord's. That meant that there was at least $16,000 in Superwind's account right now. If we swiped all that money for her, this glowstick weekly star wouldn't be a straight up sure thing? And definitely the all-time #1 glowstick star of the week. The live audience also brushed up on the awesomeness. Ha ha ha, it's just petty cash. Superwind couldn't stop his smugness when he saw the flurry of pop-ups in the live broadcast. He owns a small company with a net profit of more than $100,000 a month. So what's not to like about swiping some gifts? The reason why you usually only spend $8,000 or $9,000 a month on the platform is that it's entirely offline. But that doesn't mean he can't afford to spend it. Today he was really pissed off and had to knock this Broken Dream off the net. Even if you don't ask a female anchor to play Eat Coin game offline for a month, what can you do? Seeing Overwine's attitude, Little Pigeon's heart was instantly settled, and without hesitation, he sent a PK link to EE's side. That's 16,000. It's almost a sure win. He hesitated on his side, but clicked through. Either way, Broken Dreams choosing to play PK on her livestream was something that would bring her popularity and income. Anyway, she had said what she needed to say and persuaded what she needed to persuade, and since Big Brother was willing, there was nothing more she could say. The two live streams were soon connected again. Brother Dream. That Superwind is fierce. I just went over to OB and he renewed his Duke 10 times. That's over 16. 000. Bright Nine Keys spoke with some concern. He had a little bit of money, but he was still in the category of an ordinary person, a white-collar worker at best. Just because he makes over 10,000 a month doesn't mean he's brave enough to take out 10,000 to swipe it unless he's really on top of it. The internet and reality. He can still tell the difference and won't fight for it. The 2,000 just now was his limit. 16,000. That's it? Zhou Meng froze. He thought how fierce the man was, and had thought that the bastard might rush a 50,000 or 80,000, but he didn't expect to rush this much. 666. Big Brother Bull Beep. The crowd in the live broadcast room was happy when they saw Zhou Meng's pop-up screen. 16,000 isn't money? And this, how is it so magical? Through those two words, it was as if they all saw the shattered dream across the room raising its chin with disdain. That's it? That's it? For a while, the crowd in the live broadcast room followed suit and frantically snapped pop-ups on the public screen. There are even a few watching the fun. Deliberately jumped to the opposite Small Pigeon's live room. Non-stop brush up on this. Black fans get out. With a burst of annoyance, Pigeon directly clicked the ban package on a couple of wildly swiping pop-ups. But Little Pigeon banned a few, only to find that there were still people running to his side of the live room non-stop. At first it was just 3 or 4, but after she banned them, these people went back to pulling people in, and in less than half a minute, there were 70 to 80 more people in the live room frantically swiping just this and this. She live room and no field control. So many people brushed the screen, she really cannot ban over, and hastened to look at the Super Wind for help. No need to ban them. Didn't they say this was it? Alright then, I'll show them what I'm made of. Let's hold the glow stick star of the week steady first. Super Wind sneered and waved his hand. Chapter 6, Opening a Swordsman? The next moment, the public screen of Little Dove's live room instantly lit up with gift effects. Super Wind, send out glow sticks *1314. Super Wind, send out glow sticks 1314 2. Super Wind, send out glow sticks 1314 100. Gifts on the Tigus Heart platform are limited to the number of gifts that can be given in a single session. The cheapest dime gifts like glow sticks and big swords are up to 1,314 for a single giveaway, and the more expensive $100 gifts like spellbooks and airplanes are up to 52 at a time. As for the $300 bill gun, including the $5,000 treasure map, it will have to be given away one by one. The only exception is the big rockets worth $1,000 apiece, which can be sent 10 at a time, and a single streak is $10,000, which is considered to be the most expensive streak gift within the Tiger Shark platform. While it can be tiring to tap hundreds of times at once, it's a perfect fit for Big Brother's coolness. At least Ultra Wind will be clicking away at this. With every click, countless more compliments were added to the broadcast, and the anchor, Little Dove, was constantly covering her mouth in shock. The feeling, if not an offline leg grip blitz, is better than a blitz. It was as if the Little Dove, sitting there, was being baptized by him, with hundreds of spectators sitting beside him cheering him on. Proper imperial treatment. In reality, even if you spend $100,000, you can't necessarily buy this kind of effect. For a moment, Super Wind floated up a bit, even in order to enjoy this feeling for a little while longer. He deliberately slowed down the speed of his gift delivery a little bit, and it was only when he delivered the 122nd consecutive hit and the system showed that the balance was insufficient that Ultra Wind slowly stopped. Thank you, Brother Wind. Thank you, Brother Wind, for giving out so many glow sticks. The little pigeons are crazy happy. She didn't expect Super Wind to swipe all $16,000 in the first place. She's now number 1 on the weekly star charts with 17,500. And the second place, fee, is just $2,000. Big Brother cow more than 10,000 said Brush Big Brother this wave. My 5 months income is gone, show hand. Laughing my ass off. I can't even save that much money in a year. Honestly, it's really not worth it to brush so much when this anchor's beauty is like this. The live feed was filled with admiration. As Ultra Wind looked at the screen full of complimentary pop-ups, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, and his legs rested on top of the desk, and the few scattered pop-ups that said something about Dove's looks were selectively ignored by him. Relay it to the opposite side and show him what it means to be rich. Super Wind typed on the public screen. That's it? Give yourself a question mark? He was going to show that broken dream what it meant to have an exclamation point right here. And with this action of Super Wind, even the management of the Star Ring Union was alarmed. A union management called Lao Zhang similarly spoke on the public screen. Thank you for Brother Wind's support of our Star Ring Union. I have already given your account card, Master. You will enjoy the same room management treatment in the future in the live room of any of our Star Ring Union's anchors. Although Star Ring is a small guild, but the anchor still has dozens of, and there is a second-tier anchor bearer. This card, Master, on behalf of his future in the second-tier anchor's live room, can also enjoy a lot of privileges. Seeing old Zhang's pop up, Super Wind burst out laughing even more. It's all minor, not worth mentioning. I just can't stand the kind of pretentiousness across the street. And at the same time, the visitors of Little Pigeon's live broadcast room also clicked the link and ran to EE's side. Brother Fong will show you what it means to be rich. Why don't you brush it and pull it before you brush it? This anchor can't do it either. Follow the wrong big brother, right? Dozens of war-declaring pop-ups instantly popped up in the live broadcast. Ichi didn't look too good either. Although she was of a more tranquil nature, she couldn't help but feel a little angry in her heart when she saw so many abusive pop-ups. The bright 9 keys and a few old fans, on the other hand, were frantically disliking the pop-ups. Although there were few people, because the bright 9 keys was a lord's knighthood, the pop-ups sent out were thick and bright, and for a while, they actually crushed the black fans. What's the hurry? PK time is not still 5 minutes. I thought he could get some more gifts on. I didn't expect this? Zhou Meng smiled and typed a pop-up bar out. Zhou Meng's pop-up was not too obvious, but with the attention of those who were interested, it was instantly seen by quite a few people. Don't just spray it. Dream. You should brush it too. In the live broadcast room, a few old swordsman fans were filled with sadness. That's not much use just blabbering. Seeing that the PK time is still 5 minutes away from the end, this is going to be a little bit of no movement to lose. The opposite side of the small pigeons fans, and follow the treasure map to see the drama of the audience, but not to taunt them to death? A few old fans had already begun to gather money to actively brush glow sticks, but after all, they were all ordinary people, and with their efforts, they had only brushed more than $100, which was not at all comparable to the more than 16,000 on Little Dove's side. Even the blue PK bar on EE's side had been crushed to the point where he couldn't see much. Come on, start. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate any longer, and seeing that there really wasn't much movement on Little Dove's side, he directly sent a message on the pop-up screen. Seeing Zhou Meng's pop-up, a few of Bright 9 Keys' old fans were immediately shaken. Zhou Meng's strength, a few of them did not doubt it. Even if it was not as good as the opposite side Super Wind, the probability was that it would not be too bad, right? After all, a gift like a treasure map, which is worth $5,000, is not something you can just give away. Black fans don't pretend. Just now my dream brother went to charge money. Watch with your dog eyes wide open. Several of the old fans were looking forward to it in their minds. The opposite side of the Super Wind had already played their cards in the open, and since Zhou Meng dared to take it, he must be sure of it. In other words, if Zhou Meng didn't have 16,000 in his hand, I'm afraid that he definitely wouldn't take this PK anymore, much less talk about starting it. The Super Wind, who had also gotten off the number and was secretly peeking at EE's live broadcast, was also feeling a sense of apprehension in his heart. To be honest, on the surface he didn't care, saying that he was letting his water friends come over to watch, but in the deepest part of his heart, he was still a little scared. After all, Zhou Meng just started brushing. The treasure map is still fresh in his mind. A treasure map that can afford to brush can be a real civilian player? Therefore, he purposely got off his number and came over to spy. Anyway, there were only 5 minutes left. If Zhou Meng swiped more than him, he would immediately go back and charge some more money out to make up for a few thousand glow sticks. But the next moment, an official pop-up alert in the live broadcast directly made him burst out laughing. Congratulations to Broken Dream for opening the Swordsman Knighthood. P.S. The Emperor set is here. Chapter 7. Brother Meng isn't going to open the Monarch set, is he? Is there a mistake? A Swordsman's Knighthood? EE live broadcast room. From the small pigeon side over, the fans see this knighthood opening prompt. Suddenly all clam poured lived. All laughed out loud. It's been brewing for so long, and it just results in the opening of a swordsman? You know, opening the swordsman is only $50 just. Renewal wants $10. Can get $10.50 of gold beans, and if you want to level the 16,000 that Superwind just swiped by renewing the swordsman, you'd have to keep renewing it more than 500 times. Is Broken Dreams planning on charging 16,000 with swordsman renewals? Is it hard to still open the Emperor set? No way, hahaha. I can't. I might have to witness a miracle today. Swordsman renewed for over 1,500 months and recharged for 16,000. Little Pigeon is also considered an old anchor. The number of people online in the live room is usually more than 100. Coupled with a burst of super wind just brushing, live room also came a lot of newcomers. This will be Small Pigeon's live room has almost 1,000 people. Just over a group of people came to brush the pop-up screen. Pop-up screen amount is also already quite a lot. Seeing that Zhou Meng had only opened a swordsman, the super wind over there had completely dropped his heart and directly boarded his trumpet to run over here to taunt. That's it? I thought it was so powerful, but it turns out that it's just a swordsman. Are you trying to kill me with laughter, brother Dream? Super Wind purposely used the word dream brother, but at the end, he sent a few mocking emojis with big smiles. so anyone could see his intentions. Even the group of tourists who had come over to watch because of the treasure map were disappointed. Hey, I was expecting a good show, but I didn't realize it was this kind of situation. Slipping away. This wave directly under my 2 bowls of rice. Thought the civilian players were going to rise, but I didn't expect the treasure map is just a flash in the pan. I guess Broken Dreams put a month's salary into it, right? For a while, many tourists who came to see the fun left the scene, with fewer of these people speaking in support. The live broadcast room was instantly overrun once again by fans from Little Dove's side, although the bright 9 keys are fighting against the spray. But after all, he is only a person, and also just a Lord Knighthood. Special effects are not very obvious. Facing a screen full of sent back on this, he was helpless for a time, especially now with Super Wind's trumpet leading the way. The fans on Pigeon's side are unbeatable, and on the screen, even the little pigeon across the room was amused. Seeing that Shattered Dreams had only started a swordsman, she was able to put her heart in her mouth for good. That's definitely a solid glow stick star of the week this time around. And with this glow stick star of the week she's got, it might even be the biggest glow stick star of the week list of the year. I told you, some people don't have the strength, so don't pretend. Our brother Fong is a duke and nobleman. Is that strength comparable to ordinary people? The little dove opened her mouth to taunt. As soon as those words came out of his mouth, Super Wind, who was OB, instantly went from head to toe. Duke is just that. The whole platform, thousands of it. I plan to open a monarch to play in a while. It is not expensive. Only 20,000 yuan. Super Wind smiled and waved his hand, directly and calmly pretending. The live broadcast room immediately brushed up a series of 666. Then, Brother Wind, when you open monarch at that time, you must be in my live room. Little Dove heard that Super Wind was going to open the monarch. A monarch that costs $20,000 to open. And open the king. That is a whole channel announcement. The whole Tiger Shark platform of the king. In fact, there are only a few hundred. On the strength of publicity, can definitely not be a few treasure map can be compared. Even some big brothers to open the king. The anchor is to start 3 days in advance to promote in their own fan base. Ha ha ha, well said. Let's wait a few days to finalize it. Xiaofeng laughed and his words were not full. This little pigeon opened beauty face. The reality of what exactly looks like he still does not know it. Or take advantage of these days offline first test goods before. When Little Dove heard Super Wind's words, she instantly understood what Super Wind was thinking. She didn't mean to say no to this, though, and in her mind she was already thinking about how she could make herself look a little better through the evil art of makeup when they met. Just when everyone thought that the situation was settled, that little pigeon and Ultra Wind were bound to win, and that Broken Dreams was about to exit the net. A green announcement once again lit up on the public screen on EE's side. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the knighthood. However, the special effect of opening a knight's knighthood was very faint, and the live broadcast room was full of pop-ups regarding this, so not many people paid attention to it for a while. And right after the knighthood, the broadcast lit up again with a blue announcement. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the Lord title. The special effects of opening the Lords can be much brighter than the swordsmen and knights in front of them, and on the font is also much thicker. This time, a lot of people in the broadcast room saw it at once. What's the deal? Dream opened the Lords? Bright 9 Keys similarly saw the announcement and froze. Isn't it an overlap to start with a swordsman and then now a lord? Be aware that the higher up the knighthood you go, the more expensive it will be to open, which is very uneconomical. Just for example, the first time you open a swordsman, you need $50, but will only give away $10 worth of golden beans, a mile and a half, a direct loss of 40. It costs $300 to open knight and $50 to renew, but it also only gives away 50 golden beans for renewal, which would be a $250 loss. Lords and dukes, these are the same. The first time you open all of them you lose money. As a result, a lot of people look at their financial resources and drive straight into place in one step. An inexplicable premonition suddenly welled up in the heart of the 9 Keys of Light. No way? Mongo wouldn't be driving that, would he? Bright 9 Keys was so shaken that he hastily pulled the pop-up and flipped it up. It was a good thing there were only a few hundred people swiping, and Bright 9 Keys just flipped through a few times to see a message further up the page that was just as he had inwardly expected. Broken Dreams opens the knighthood. My god. Dream isn't going to open the monarch set, is he? The 9 Keys of Light was truly bewildered for a moment. The monarch set means using a new number, starting with a swordsman and working your way up one level until you get to the monarch. And in addition to the king's set, there is an emperor's set, which means the same thing, starting with the swordsman and opening up to the emperor one level at a time. Bright 9 Keys was still in a bit of disbelief, but the next moment, a red announcement lit up again. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the Duke title. This is now completely solid. Chapter 8, knocking you off the grid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dream Brother Bull Beep. Seeing this pop-up light up, there was no doubt at all in Bright Nine Key's mind. Meng has driven from swordsman to duke, so it's bound to be the monarch set that hasn't run away. And at the same time, most of the viewers of the live stream had similarly discovered this. The swordsman and knighthood pop-ups in the front weren't obvious, but the lord and duke opening pop-ups in the back were so bright that they definitely couldn't be just ignored. In the live broadcast room, the wind direction of the pop-ups that had been brushing just this suddenly turned, and all of them turned into a clear monarch set. Brothers, what does the monarch set mean? A few of the less understanding tourists asked curious questions. They just came to Tiger Shark Live not long ago. They don't really understand the noble system over here. And when they look at the pop-ups furiously brushing here, they just feel awesome and don't really know what the hell it is. Put it to you this way, the monarch set is just one word. Bulls asterisk asterisk T and it's done. Let me explain it to you. The so-called monarch set, meaning that Big Brother uses a civilian number, directly from the swordsman, all the way to open 5 tiers of nobles to the monarch. A lord named Tiger Shark by Xiao Shang began to send out voice pop-ups of science in the live stream. In less than 20 short seconds, Bai Xiao Shang had thoroughly deciphered the monarch set. The lord's pop-ups are blue, and they also stay topped in the center of the pop-up for a few seconds, which still looks rather conspicuous and visible to most people. And the opening cost for a swordsman is 50, for a knight 300, for a lord 1000, for a duke 5000, and for a monarch 20,000. Making a total of 50 plus 300 plus 1000 plus 5000 plus 20,000 plus 20,000, 26,305. But this process, the Big Brother can only get in renewed aristocrats the same golden bean coupon. That is, 10 plus 50 plus 200 plus 1, 500 plus 5, 000, a total of $6,760. Counting the gift may be a little bit more, but at most $7,000, spent more than $26,000. In fact, only got about $7,000 can be used for consumption of the golden beans. That is to say, for a monarch set, Big Brother is going to lose a total of $19,000 for nothing, which is almost about $20,000. Big Brother who throws $20,000 without blinking, spending power without a few $100,000, you believe? You guys just say, is the Big Brother who opens the monarch set a cow? But Dream has only just opened to the Duke. How can you be sure it's a monarch set? Can't it be a Duke set? An audience member wondered. Bullshit, there's no such thing as a Duke set. The lowest is a monarch. Brother Dream is so open. A monarch is definitely not running. When Bai Xiao Shang explained this, most of the people in the live broadcast room instantly understood. Don't look at the $20,000 as a small amount, but it's $20,000 that was thrown away for nothing. Let a lot of Big Brothers take $20,000 to reward the female anchor and then about to come out hey they are willing. But if they let them throw this $20,000 into the empty, just for such a face, then not many people are willing. Moreover, the live broadcast industry is only just beginning to develop now, and there are only a few hundred monarchs on the Tiger Shark platform. The reality is that there are a lot of rich people, maybe in the live platform of the monthly basic consumption of more than 10,000. There are really not many. Brother Dream is invincible. The live feed exploded. Just now, Super Win swiped $16,000 of gifts over there, but Meng's side directly opened a monarch set, losing $20,000 out for nothing. It's already obvious which one is stronger than the other. Even EE unconsciously covered her mouth, her whole eyes fluttering. She really didn't expect that there would be a Big Brother who would open a monarch set in her live room. Although she can only take the money from the commission, and Big Brother won't necessarily brush the golden beans in his own live room. This publicity is definitely comparable to the Tiger Shark platform's first level page Big Push. If the number of people in the live room could be brought up a notch, her contract with the union side could be upgraded as well, so she would be able to get a higher salary. This, for her, at least more than doubled her future income. And Little Pigeon and Superwind, who had just thought they were winning, had been completely blindsided. Monarch set? The little dove muttered, her whole body already completely messed up. How is it that a good glow stick star of the week, even the monarch set is out? In the next moment, Little Pigeon snapped out of it and hurriedly looked at Superwind, who was in the VIP seat of the live broadcast. Brother Feng, aren't you going to open the monarch? Why don't we do it today? Hearing the little dove's words, Superwind, who was in a daze, also hesitated for a while. Brother Feng, if you lose this time, your bet, the little dove hastened to warn. Upon hearing the little dove's words, Superwind's teeth were suddenly clenched. Monarch, the opening costs can be $000. He had only intended to fish for it, but if he really opened it up like that, he'd be overdrawn for the month. Although the monthly income of $100,000, but he is a hedonist, basically every month to spend clean, and now it is the end of the month. The hand is left with 30,000 to 40,000, which if you open an aristocrat, and then swipe some money, the hand is not a penny gone, but if you don't open it, you're going to be completely out of the net today. The next moment, Ultra Win saw a pop-up screen light up on the public screen once again, and this time, it was a purple pop-up. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for opening the Monarch title in the EE live room. Almost instantly, the top of the entire Star Show channel's live room all lit up with this message alert. The king opens the door, and the whole world celebrates. And opening a king is not the same as a channel-wide announcement for a treasure map. The treasure map's all-channel announcement was just 5 seconds, but the Monarch's announcement was a full half-minute long. And this boo-boo of opening a Monarch will also undoubtedly interest more visitors. Under Super Win's watchful eye, almost in just an instant, the number of viewers on EE's side had directly sprung to over 2,000. Within seconds, it had rushed to over 3,000. At this rate, it was estimated that by the time the half-minute pop-up time was up, there would be at least 7 or 8,000 people in the live room. And with 7,000 to 8,000 people in the live room, that's properly a top-tier anchor on the Star Show channel. Even if these people can't keep them, as long as he can keep 700 or 800 people, then he can become a third-tier anchor. Superwind had a headache. Although the broken dream has not begun to brush the gift now, but this will be, from the momentum is also he lost. After all, an open Monarch set of Big Brother, you say bite the bullet and brush out of 16,000. That is not a joke? And being able to open a Monarch with 10,000 plus gifts isn't too much of a strain on broken dreams, is it? Fun. Dove's side was already in a hurry. This time if it is suppressed, Super Win this Big Brother to withdraw from the network, not to mention, her future live broadcast is not good to do. Super Win can still be dashing in reality, but what about her? She's just that good looking, not much in the way of said talent, and the union won't risk offending a Monarch's Big Brother to support her. The bottom line is, she's wronged. The people were messed with by Superwind. The rhythm was brought on by Superwind, and she just went along with it from start to finish. But the worst of it, and she's the one who has to bear the brunt of it? She's not convinced. I'm driving. Hearing Little Dove's urging, Superwind gritted his teeth and directly slapped the table. Open it. Anyway, with his strength, opening a Monarch wasn't a big problem. He couldn't believe it. How powerful could this broken dream on the opposite side be? Chapter 9, The Emperor's Set. And at this time, Zhou Meng's heart is drumming, thinking about whether he can also pick up a female anchor to have a good time. What do men do with money? Enjoying life? Of course. Seeing the number of people in EE's live room quickly go up to more than 5,000, Zhou Meng was also happy. Really don't say. EE's body and looks, proper goddess level, and singing is also very good, definitely counted as a talented woman. In the live broadcast room, EE was opening his mouth to thank Zhou Meng. Thank you, Dream, for the Monarch set. Ichi kept saying thank you. To be honest, this king's set was just too sudden, so sudden that she wasn't prepared at all. And the live broadcast room, also from the usual 50 or 60 people, suddenly became 5 or 6,000 people, and there is a rising trend. Although she hadn't thought in her mind about how good she wanted to make the live broadcast, she was still excited to see this situation now. She knew in her heart that after today, she would be at least a third-tier anchor. I told you, Brother Dream is absolutely invincible. The bright 9 keys joyfully blew a bullseye on the public screen. He knew he was right. Dream really was a man among men. And this wave even brought him with it. And the number of followers on Zhou Meng's account kept rising. In just under a minute, the account was up to over 4,000 followers. And Thi, who has been trying to run the show for almost a month, has just this many total followers. The opposite side of the small pigeon. Although the live broadcast for a long time, but the attention is only less than 20,000. But you have to know that Zhou Meng had never opened any live streams and never posted any videos. And just as the crowd cheered, the little pigeon live room over there also synchronized with a purple all-channel announcement that lit up. Congratulations to Super Wind for opening the Monarch title in Little Dove's live room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The opposite side also opened the Monarch. The atmosphere in the live room exploded. The audience, who had originally favored Zhou Meng's side, didn't know which side would win for a while. But this is what makes it exciting. 2 Monarch Big Brothers PK for 2 small anchors. This intensity, I'm afraid it's catching up with some small activities, right? The pop-ups ate the melon with gusto. They don't have the money to spend. But this kind of earthy plot with all its twists and turns is just too good to pass up. The big brother across the street has renewed his monarch twice more. A lot of people on the pop-up were shocked. You just came to understand what the two sides of the big brother are about to quit the net PK. Just dream brother so top. The opposite side is now certainly hard to charge I don't know why, but even though Dream hasn't started swiping yet and hasn't said anything, I still believe Dream can win. When this was said, many of the pop-ups on the air agreed. That super wind across the street is jumping up and down. But what about Dream's side? From the beginning of the fight beyond a few words, it was clear that there was an undercurrent in the air. Although Brother Dream hadn't swiped a dime of gifts now, he had opened so many noble sets, and in their hearts, the odds were that Brother Dream was stronger than the opposite side. Time was short, and on the little dove's side, another 100 or so sets of glow sticks were quickly swiped out. Seeing the list rush to 34,000, the super wind, this is kind of a sigh of relief. Brush out this money. He really does not have much money on him. Completely brush pull. Now, that shouldn't be a problem, should it? Ultra Wind somewhat sheepishly clicked on the opposite side of EE's live room. Little Dove's heart that had been lifted up was released when she saw that the list had rushed to more than 30,000. This was definitely the biggest PK she had ever fought in her anchoring career, and the most PKs she usually fought had never even been a tenth of this one. Little Dove's heart couldn't help but be secretly excited again. If she won this PK, then her fame in the future would be more than what it is now. But before she could get excited, she saw that the very center of EE's live broadcast instantly lit up with a golden dragon that was much larger than the treasure map just now. The 7,000 to 8,000 viewers who were watching the live broadcast all heard a soft dragon roar in their ears. At the same time, the icon of Broken Dream, who was the first VIP seat in the live broadcast room and was a monarch, was carried by the golden dragon and rushed all the way to the center of the live broadcast room. And then, the purple logo plate as the monarch was instantly shattered along with the golden dragon. Accompanied by a soft click, the monarch's purple tiara logo plate was reorganized in place, and perfectly fused with the golden dragon to form a golden dragon-shaped crown, which then landed steadily next to the ID of Broken Dreams. Gold. Golden? Bright 9 Keys saw the icon change in the center of the live broadcast room, and instantly his mouth dropped open. Emperor? This is an emperor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Dream didn't open the monarch set. Brother Dream opened the emperor set. In the next second, the entire platform, whether it's the Star Show channel, the Outdoor channel, the Face channel, the Game channel, at the top of all the live streams, a huge golden icon lit up. World News. Congratulations to Broken Dreams for being honored with the Emperor title in the EE Live Room. Chapter 10, Brother Meng opens his brush. 3 consecutive world announcements directly lit up in all the live rooms across the platform. Little Pigeon and Ultra Wind, who were connecting across the room, naturally saw the message in sync. This would be very happy. And Dove, who was standing up to let the audience admire her white body, occasionally rubbing the edges and leaking some perks out, fell back in her chair almost instantly. Emperor set? Emperor's set? The little Dove was now completely confused. Although there was just one level difference between the Emperor's set and the Monarch's set, it was a gap between heaven and earth. It's only $20,000 to open the king, but it costs $200,000 to open the Emperor. The consumption level of an Emperor and a Monarch, that was not at all in the same class. A worst Emperor could resist at least 10 kings. And Superwind, who was in the OB livestream, was completely afraid to speak this time. The gap between kings and emperors isn't just a gap on the internet, it's also a gap in reality. He, a small company with a market capitalization of a few $1 million, wasn't even an ant in front of this kind of imperial bigwig. One should know that an imperial big brother spends more than $100,000 on the live broadcast platform every month, to say the least. Even some of the better ones who play better, swiping 300,000 or 400,000 is just like playing. Sometimes it's 200,000 to 300,000 dollars up and down in minutes for an anchor to do an event or something. This kind of big brother's wealth, even if it is not over $100 million, but $40 to $50 million is certainly there. Not to mention that he can't afford to offend on the internet. He can't afford to offend in reality either. In an instant, Superwind's thoughts of trying to compete with Joe Meng were simply shattered. I had thought that the opposite side was just an ordinary person with a little bit of money, but now the opposite side is open. How can this still be played? If he had known that the opposite side was the Emperor's big brother, how would he have dared to be like this? Dove, why don't we vote? In the live room, a few old fans were also looking at each other. Their knighthood is just a Night Lord, and they spend so many hundreds of dollars every month. Even if they are tied together, it is impossible for them to compete with the Emperor's big brother. In the live broadcast platform, A big brother is really hard against all the viewers in a live room. And to put it mildly, just opposite Broken Dreams opened the Emperor set. An Emperor to send more than 60,000 gold beans. Combined gold beans are almost 70,000, which is how it is not brushed. The little dove's face kept changing, but in the end, she could only nod helplessly. She knew that Super Wind's strength was topped out at most up to a monarch, and it was absolutely unrealistic to go hard against an emperor. He also didn't know if Big Brother Emperor would be able to let himself go if he gave in now. But the good thing is that she seems to have only eaned and yanged a few times, which is not considered abusive or anything. As for Chow Feng, this would have completely become an ostrich, not daring to say a word. I'm afraid most people would have thought he was gone if his name wasn't still hanging over the first spot in the little pigeon's VIP table. In fact, he did want to run now, but he really didn't dare to. He really couldn't get a handle on Broken Dream's temperament. What if he ran away now and inquired about his revenge in reality? For the rich, the network is really not outside the law. Find a relationship is really able to follow the network line to find over compared to the silence of Little Dove's live room. EE's live room, which is also connected, is a scene of the new year. Open the King, just a channel within the light up the announcement. The total daily subscribers of the Star Show channel. In fact, only 500,000 or so, but opening the Emperor was a platform-wide announcement, and it was still announced 3 times. The visitors who were watching the live broadcast within the Tiger Shark platform during the same time period almost all saw the pop-up screen at the first time. According to the data released by the Tiger Shark platform, the current daily traffic of the Tiger Shark platform is 25 million, and the daily active users are about 4 million, and this would be at noon. Not quite peak evening traffic, but this would be at least 2 million people per day. Many visitors who were seeing the news of the Emperor's opening almost jumped over from other live broadcasts at the first time to join in the fun. In less than a minute, the number of people in EE's live broadcast room had rushed from more than 8,000 to more than 40,000, and this number was still going upwards. Joe Mang glanced at the PK's time progress bar, and there was already the last minute or so left. There was no hesitation, just tap on the glow stick gifts, and after selecting 1314 as a group you started to click send. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends glow stick asterisk 1314. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out glow stick star 1314 star 2 sets. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out glow stick star 1314 star 3 sets. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out glow stick star 1314 star 100 groups. 666. Big Brother is starting to make a push. 1 minute left. I wonder how much Big Brother will brush. There is no cooldown when clicking on the glow stick gift giving. You can keep pressing and not move. You can brush 7 or 8 groups in a second. If Dream is ruthless, if he brushes it, brushing 70 or 80,000 a minute shouldn't be too much of a problem. Brother Dream still has more than 60,000 golden bean coupons in his parcel right now. It's definitely more than what the opposite side swiped. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to witness the opening of Emperor's Big Brother's knighthood online. A moment to give the dormitory a few goods to blow awesome to go. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room brushed non-stop. All of them were at least 30 to 40 a second. So fast that they couldn't even look at them. But it's vaguely obvious that all the discussion on the pop-ups is about Broken Dreams. Mongo beep. Hissing. Bright 9 keys frantically cheered on the public screen. Emperor. This is the Emperor's Big Brother. And the most crucial thing was that when he had just sent a private message with Joe Mang, he had each clicked follow. In other words, he is now one of the few viewers on the Emperor's Big Brother watch list. Does this mean he'll be one of Imperial Big Brother's doggies from now on? Almost instantly, Bright 9 Keys had successfully positioned herself as Joe Mang's cheerleader. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out glow stick star 1314 star 320 sets. Over. The PK bar has passed. Seeing that EE's side of the PK bar managed to pass 34,000, the visitors at the scene cheered. What's the panic? Mongo hasn't stopped yet. Guess how much Dream is going to paint today? I'm guessing 60,000. And Dream will probably swipe all the gold bean rebates he got today. I think it's more than that. Dream should add a little to brush up to 66,000. After all, Dream's first day showing up. It has to be auspicious. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Joe Mang was still tapping continuously on her cell phone. Soon enough, Joe Mang sent in 490 groups and swiped all of the 60,000 or so golden bean coupons that he had gotten from opening up his nobility. But Joe Mang's hand still didn't let go. He didn't charge many gold beans, but he still had some Tiger Shark coins on his account, which could be automatically converted when giving gifts, so he didn't have to worry about it. As for the extra few percent rebate for opening a noble, to be honest, he did look at it a little bit. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out glow sticks 1314 520 sets. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out glow sticks 1314 521 sets. Emperor, Broken Dreams, send out glowstick star 1314 star 761 sets. It was only until the last second of the end of the PK that Joe Mang managed to stop. Wow. Group 761. Just under 100. $000. Dream's card point is too good, isn't it? Dream Brother Bull Beep. Dream Brother Bull Beep. Chapter 11. It's God's business to forgive him. In the next moment, the PK bar of the live broadcast was pulled to EE's side in a crushing manner. Seeing that the dust had settled completely, the dozens of fans of EE's live broadcast who had been watching the broadcast from the beginning, the depression in their hearts was swept away, and they cheered in the live broadcast room. The opposite side can't do it either. Just brush that much and dare to pretend with Brother Dream? Ha ha ha, Dream is a cow beeper. To be honest, Super Wind is really brain dead. He really thinks he's number one in the world. Rich people like Brother Dream are usually very low key. If it wasn't for that stupid dog across the street taking the initiative to come over and taunt, Brother Dream wouldn't have necessarily made a move today. By the way, isn't it time for Super Wind to honor his bet and delete his number and retire from the net? Seeing that people were speaking on the public screen, Bright 9 Keys also hastened to bring up the bet. That's right, the Super Wind backs out of the net. Super Wind backs out of the net. Back off the net. Back off the net. The tourists who came in the back, after learning what happened from the pop-ups of the veteran viewers of the live broadcast, also swiped frantically for a while. Most of the viewers watching the live broadcast are ordinary people who are properly vulnerable on the live broadcast platform. And today, Dream furiously swiped from a commoner's number to an emperor, hard disliking Ultra Wind, who was a duke. Undoubtedly made them feel good from the beginning to the end, and even made quite a few of them feel a sense of substitution. And to be honest, Super Wind's demeanor is really making a lot of people sick to their stomachs. What's wrong with a little money? Can you just ban people at will and curse at viewers on the air at will? The anchor makes your money, but they viewers don't. So why spoil him? Even if you can block us ordinary viewers, try blocking an imperial Big Brother? For a while, tens of thousands of people frantically swiped up the word exit on the public screen. 2 words for what Mongo did today. Relief. Ha, where's Brother Dream? How come I don't see Brother Dream anymore? The Bright 9 Keys, who was frantically swiping the pop-up screen, suddenly saw that the Emperor icon located in the first position of the VIP seat had disappeared, and was suddenly stunned. Generally speaking, the icon of the Big Brother VIP seat disappeared and disappeared. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the Big Brother is watching the live broadcast, but is not willing to let the anchor see it, so he retired his number to use the unregistered mode to come to the live broadcast room to watch the show. And the other, that Big Brother has left from the live feeds. But this is clearly a withdrawal from the net battle. Dream just won and hasn't even enjoyed the fruits of victory yet. And this is a direct withdrawal? As Bright 9 Keys reminded him of this, many people instantly also realized that Broken Dreams, the Emperor's ID, had disappeared from the live broadcast. No way. Dream is getting off here? Shouldn't be. Dream hasn't watched that Super Wind exit the net yet. Dream couldn't have left for something in reality. Could he? That's too bad. It was getting exciting. I see. Brother Dream is being generous and not bothering with that Super Wind. A viewer with the name, Python, frowned and thought for a moment, and then it dawned on him. You guys think that Brother Dream, a godly Big Brother who is so powerful, obviously has the strength to open an empire. But why would he use a small white number to watch a live broadcast? Why? Someone opened their mouth to agree with Patrick Starr, but to be honest, they did wonder what it was all about as well. Patrick laughed and went on to type. I reckon Brother Dream is used to being low-key and doesn't care about this false face, so he watches the live broadcast just for entertainment. But Brother Dream, who was only going to be entertained, ran into such a barking cutie like Super Wind. All kinds of provocations. Think about it, although Big Brother is trying to keep a low profile, but that's not a soft persimmon that can be pinched by anyone. So after Overwind brought it up, Dream took this exit PK in his stride and swiped an Emperor set to prove his strength. But according to Brother Dream's nature, an ordinary little tycoon naturally can't get into Brother Dream's eyes. So after Brother Dream's easy victory, it also allowed Super Wind to see the gap between the two. At this point in time, according to what a normal person would think, isn't it time to beat the hell out of the dog? But if you guys think like that, then you're too young to dream. Super Wind's provocations aren't provocations at all. It's like having a dog barking next to you all the time. Would you think he was scolding you? You would only get impatient and at most make a noisy whine. And to dream, Super Wind might not even be a dog, just a chirpy little bird all the time. Therefore, it is only in line with Dream's cultivation to do so now, and it is only when things are over that he can truly hide his accomplishments and fame in the depths of his heart. In the end, the more, Pai Deshing said, the more he felt that he had analyzed the real situation. and he couldn't help but type with a bit of passion. And the exclamation points were coming out one by one. Yes, that's it. That's definitely what Dream thinks. Patrick's mind was almost certain. He's the one man who understands manga the best. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Patrick's analysis, many of them were instantly enlightened. The analysis upstairs does make sense. A really rich person like Brother Mang, I guess he really doesn't care to bother with this kind of clown. I guess that's it. Too bad. I wanted to see Superwind get brutalized. Never mind. I'll forgive him for Dream. That's the real quality of rich people. You have a lot of words and you're right. I believe it. The tourists were also understanding. Even the Bright Nine Keys, who had always had a great deal of fire, couldn't help but hit a worshipping expression out of recognition. Hey, this is the gap. My pattern is too small. No wonder Brother Dream is so rich. But I'm just a small worker. Bright Nine Keys clutched his cell phone and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Dream is worthy of being Dream. They're still fighting here. But Dream, he doesn't even take it seriously. This is really a sea of air. Brother Meng. Brothers, quickly go to the opposite live room. Brother Dream has gone over to Little Dove. While the crowd was constantly lamenting Brother Meng's atmosphere, suddenly a large group of tourists frantically swiped up pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Dream went across the street? The 9 keys of light froze at first. What's the situation? Patrick was also baffled. Shouldn't Dream be offline at this time? How can we show generosity if we don't go offline? The two of them, Bright Nine Keys and Pai Deshing, were puzzled, but they still found Little Dove's live room and jumped over at the first opportunity. Like the two, tens of thousands of people in the live stream instantly jumped after them. As soon as he went over, he saw the ID, Broken Dreams, hanging high above the top of Little Dove's live room VIP seat. However, the next moment, before the crowd could speak, they saw a thick golden pop-up pop up in the public screen area. That's it? The crowd that had just jumped over saw the pop-up and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's it? When Ultra Wind had just renewed his Duke, Brother Dream had used these 2 words to give it to him, and as a result, this guy Ultra Wind was not convinced and swiped more than 10,000 to give it to Brother Dream again by replacing the words with an exclamation mark. But now, life is unpredictable. Dream Brother again took out the beginning of this thing, and still directly in the small pigeon live room to type out, and also thick and big. Imperial privilege. That's a proper immunity to banning. With such a thick Imperial pop-up, the current Super Wind and Little Pigeon, I guess, had no temper whatsoever? Dream, aren't you going to let him go like a fart? Whoever just said that Dream doesn't care, come forward. The public screen area was abuzz with activity again. The contrast between this back and forth is just hilarious. Where is Dream not counting? This is running to the doorstep of others to kick off. Patrick touched his nose in embarrassment and didn't dare to talk much on the public screen. I just analyzed so much, but it ended up being a slap in my own face. It would be better to stay out of it. Joe Mang was also stunned when he saw the pop-ups furiously swiping on Little Dove's public screen. When did you say you didn't care? How could he make it easy for him when the bastard, Super Wind, was trying to stomp on his face? However, seeing that the pop-ups appeared to have misunderstood him, Joe Mang thought about it and added a new sentence to the pop-ups, explaining his attitude. It's God's business to forgive him, and all I have to do is send him to God. Chapter 12, Fighting Back the Net 1. 666. Dream is dominant. Send him to God. Support Brother Meng. This kind of person should be sanctioned like this. From now on I'm Dream's brainwashed fan. Seeing the dozens of pop-ups in the live broadcast in a second, Little Pigeon and Ultra Wind's faces were simply hard to see, but they didn't have any guts to dare to have a seizure. The ban given to Joe Meng earlier was also automatically lifted because Joe Meng opened the Emperor, and as of right now, no one in the broadcast room dares to ban this big guy. That's the Emperor, especially Super Wind, whose face would have turned almost green by now. Looking at the countless words on the public screen of withdrawal and just this, Super Wind only felt a stinging pain in his eyes. In normal times, how would these ordinary players dare to yell in front of him? That Bright Nine Keys in particular was practically turning over his genealogy and spraying it. The dog fights for power. Right now, though, it looked like he didn't have any choice. If we continue to be so tough, not to mention whether we can get a foothold online, even offline, I'm afraid that we will be retaliated against. Sighing helplessly, he directly exited Little Dove's live room, then clicked on Logout Account in the background. Not 2 minutes later, the number Superwind disappeared completely. Visitors who had been OBing on the livestream started paying attention when Superwind exited the livestream. Then they kept searching the search bar for Superwind's account serial number. Until now, many people have found that this account number is no longer searchable at all. This only proves one thing, that the account is completely gone. Back off, really back off. Dream Brother Bull Beep. Superwind cancelled his account and retired from the net. Seeing that Superwind had really logged off the monarch, the tourists swiped even more vigorously. Dove's face snapped white. She has been teasing for more than 2 months, and it was not easy to tease such a person's silly money, but also willing to give her a gift of Big Brother, just like this to withdraw from the network? Little Dove opened her mouth, originally intended to say something, but when she saw that the tens of thousands of people in her live room were brushing just this in universal celebration, not a single word could come out of her mouth. I'm afraid the next period of time is definitely not going to be good for her live. But it was good that Superwind had just swiped a lot for her, and internet memories were short, so if she just stayed up for a week or two, she'd probably be able to go live normally when the heat died down. Little Dove glanced at the $35,000 that Superwind had brushed on the weekly tribute list, and her heart felt comfortable again. $35,000. That's $7,000 in her hands. Old Zhang, the management of the Star Circle Union, who was secretly OB at the back, also sighed helplessly. Honestly, don't care what Superwind's character is like, but being able to swipe a gift for an anchor is quality Big Brother for the Union. But now that Superwind has offended the Emperor's Big Brother and retreated from the network, there's nothing they can do about the Union. Even the negative effects from this PK would spread to their Union side. As for going along with this heat to fry the little pigeon, give them 10 guts they wouldn't dare. In the Tiger Shark platform, offending an Imperial Big Brother was no joke. Zhou Meng nodded in satisfaction when he saw the pop-up screen filled with Pudong. This result is a real relief. Taking another look at the little pigeon with a look of celebration after a robbery, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little pigeon. She doesn't really think that if Superwind backs out of the net, this will just go away, does she? Superwind doesn't do anything, and she seems to be about the same. Zhou Meng, however, still remembered this little pigeon's taunts. As for what should be generous and not catty, when you meet someone who says such things, you should stay away from him because when lightning strikes him, it may reach you, and that's a quality expected of the rich. What does it have to do with him being a thug? Besides, is someone like Dove qualified to speak to others about quality? It's okay for you to taunt me, so it's not too much to ask for me to sanction you backhandedly, is it? He's still just going to be a coal owner for once today. Zhou Meng spoke directly to Little Dove live. I don't like this anchor too much either. I don't care if someone swipes gifts for her, but don't even think about getting a ranking in any event she participates in from now on. It was almost a declaration of unilateral sniping and a declaration of war by an Imperial Big Brother. Dream is so mean, directly sniping any event an anchor participates in. If all the events can't get a ranking, won't that anchor have no exposure at all in the future? 666. Brother Dream's move is a Jedi schema. It is estimated that in the future, Little Dove's live room will not even have 100 people, and it is estimated that there is not much Big Brother who dares to brush gifts for her. The moment Zhou Meng's words came out, the live broadcast pop-ups exploded. What an Imperial Big Brother said. I dare not say it was heavy, but it definitely carried a bit of weight, and the only ones who could resist the Emperor were the Emperors. Unless there was also an Imperial Big Brother coming from Little Pigeon's live room to harden against Zhou Meng. This was something that had really become a reality. But can Dove find an Imperial Big Brother to stand in for her? I'm afraid a monarch struggles. So the end of Little Dove is, basically, a foregone conclusion. Dream's move is a bit too harsh, isn't it? The opposite side is also just a small anchor. Upstairs, I suggest you go to Lesan. I've brought down the big Buddha there and suggest you sit on it. Bullshit. We've been full in Lesan for a long time. Please ask him to turn left to Dunhuang. Good lord. No one wants a saint these days? I'll just say this. Dream did a great job. Bright 9 keys hit several 660 CXS in a row. It's a relief. What Dream did, it's just too much of a relief. That's the way to deal with such dog-eyed things. Bright 9 keys was raising both hands and feet in favor of this operation by Brother Dream. In the live broadcast room, Little Dove's face, which was still a bit celebratory, was instantly confused. With these words, her live broadcast on the Tiger Shark platform side was probably really nothing. How can you play when there's no one to swipe gifts and no exposure? I'm afraid that when her contract expires, the Union side won't even want to renew her contract. In other words, she may not even get a few $1,000s of basic salary in the future. Chapter 13, Tenfold Rebate. Zhou Meng didn't pay any more attention to the little pigeon. He had done all he wanted to do, and directly exited Little Dove's live room and went back to EE's side. Thank you, Brother Dream, for so many rewards and the opening of the Imperial title. When EE saw Zhou Meng come back, he hurriedly stood up and covered his chest 90 degrees to thank Zhou Meng. Cough cough cough. Anchor, you look so good. Can you not be so scheming? What are you covering with your hand? Are we that kind of person? Yeah, Anchor, you're not trusting the guys. Sad sad sad. Anchor, let go. We promise we won't look at it. Swore. They're all bullshit. Don't believe them. I'm blind. I definitely can't see. Anchor, you send me privately. Seeing the flirting on the pop-up screen, Yi's face instantly turned red. But whether there is material or not, she is the one who knows in her heart. This if her hand is released, she will be banned in minutes. Everyone pay attention. Use civilized words. The other anchor is still in school. I'm also blind. So if there really are pictures, the anchor can send them to me privately as well. Jo Meng smiled and spoke on the public screen. The title of the live broadcast was Music Practitioner Part-Time. And looking at Thi, he wasn't that old, only 20 at the most. Compared to the pop-ups of the civilians, the pop-ups of the Emperor's big brother were definitely bolded and enlarged. And the color and format of the font was also changed. As soon as that was posted, the public screen lit up right in the center in an instant. The golden pop-ups, coupled with large letters that were at least 2 millimeters thicker and 2 sizes larger, instantly grabbed everyone's attention. In the next moment, the pop-ups suddenly turned the wind again. Brother Dream, can you start a live stream when you what? We'll pool our money to paint treasure maps for you. You're just bullshitting me. Brother Dream who swipes $100,000 a minute can look at your $5,000 treasure map? I'm not begging Brother Dream to start a live broadcast. It's just for me to clean up the room when Brother Dream is done. Asterisk. Are you that perverted upstairs? But there's one thing to say. Does Dream like men? Live room this time has entered several tens of thousands of people. Pop-ups just open. And never crooked back to the right track. Jo Meng looked at the flirtatious pop-ups and couldn't help but blush in his old face. Is he like that? Can't a bounty for an anchor woman be a good mood? Jo Meng shook his head helplessly. I have to say, these audiences nowadays, what a good judge of character. After buzzing around the live broadcast for a while and reading the pop-ups, Jo Meng also went offline. He's still waiting to collect his 10x cashback reward. System, claim your cashback reward. Jo Meng sank his mind within the system with anticipation in his heart. It's not a small amount to just consume. The first is the opening of the Emperor set, which costs a total of $22,635 to open. From Swordsman to Emperor. And the gold coins return totaled about 70,000. On top of that, a $5,000 treasure map and an additional 30,000 gold beans were consumed. The returned golden beans are not counted for repeat consumption. And today's total consumption totaled 261,350. A quick glance at the system's pending claim page showed that it was exactly what he had counted on. Congratulations to the host for spending $261,350. 000. Congratulations to the host for receiving the tenfold cashback reward. Cash of 2,613. 500 yuan has been sent to the host's bank card. Hint, all sources of funding for the system have been rationalized, and the host can use them without fear. The Gods Deluxe System. Host, Jo Meng. Current level, 1. Progress on upgrading, $2, 613, 500, 000/$1, 000, 000. Realistic assets, $2, 618, 000, rebate ratio 110. Along with a ding-dong sound within the system, Jo Meng's cell phone followed suit. Jo Meng hurriedly took out his cell phone to take a look, and sure enough, $2,611,000 had arrived. Comfortable. For the first time in my life, Jo Meng looked at the account balance and was in a good mood. He also just graduated less than a year ago. The Magic City side of the salary treatment is okay, but his education is average. A month is only about 10,000 yuan, but this $10,000, of which more than 5,000 is the rent, and more than 2,000 for living expenses, and about 500 for commuting. There is not much money left at all every month, and it will be completely gone after going to contribute once or twice to the young lady who has a hard time with her family. And this time, after the company closed down, he was planning to leave Mordor to go somewhere else, but he didn't expect to get the system, and he also got the first million or more cash in his life. With this money, Jo Meng didn't know what to do for a while. Orphan Ben lonely. Grew up in the orphanage, he also has no friends. College roommates have gone their own way. Even it can call out to drink a drink to celebrate the celebration of the brothers or not. And to buy a house. To be honest, 2 million or so. In the Magic City side certainly cannot afford to buy. A better location is square 70 or 80,000 to start. A 100 square feet of the house. At least 6 or 7 million. At least not until after a few days of spending a little more on the live platform. Better yet, just the whole big villa or whatever, all at once. Never mind. Let's eat first, then change our clothes. This is already almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but the noon meal have not eaten it. This time the stomach has long been too hungry to carry. When you have money, the first thing you have to do, of course, is to get a good meal first. With more than $2 million, it's no problem to go to any place in Magic City, or even to open a private room in a club. Jo Mang directly went out to go outside in style, but at the same time, Tiger Shark Platform Star Show area. This will be a hot mess. EE's PK in the live broadcast. Not only the viewers saw it, but also many anchors who were live broadcasting. Those of them who are anchors can tell at a glance whether or not an anchor has a beauty face on and to what extent. After all, they are all people in the circle. Some careful little tricks and whatnot. Everyone is clear. Most people, basically at first glance, see Thee's true face value, and they had to admit that this anchor, whose beauty was basically zero, was a proper 95 or more super beautiful woman. Almost instantly, everyone knew it by heart. Why did Mongo open the empire on Thee's livestream? Part of the reason, surely, was to look down on Super Wind and Little Pigeon, but the other part of the reason, even the vast majority of the reason, I'm afraid, was for this anchor. It should be known that just now, Brother Meng had spent at least $250,000 or more in EE's live room. Spending so much money and saying you're not interested in this anchor, who believes that? This is a superb beauty. As a result, a number of people were up in arms at the first opportunity. Although Brother Dream retired today, but needless to say, Brother Dream will definitely be on the number again. If we can make a good relationship with this new anchor, then won't we have a chance to show our face in front of Brother Dream in the future? Then it won't take off directly? Chapter 14, Must Brush More. 4000 large chapter. Orange was the first to have his heart set on it. She has been an anchor for more than 2 years. Originally harboring the dream of talent, anchor wanted to become a civilian netizen. But during these 2 years, all kinds of big brothers she has almost seen all over. She has no hope of relying on talent fire up. After 2 years of hard work, but also a small third-line anchor just, live room usually only 300 or 400 people. Most of them are still $0 party. She sometimes wondered if it was because she hadn't been on the air long enough for 2.5 years. But now in a month, the income is not even as much as some small anchors who can lick Big Brother. Her own guild was also average. Just a small guild with a salty attitude that couldn't give her much help. While it's possible to jump to a bigger guild, the question is, why would the investors in those guilds start a guild and still get on base? Today, however, after seeing Broken Dreams throw more than $200,000 at EE's live broadcast, Orange's eyes reddened to the point of almost protruding. Of course she could see EE's face value, but she had the confidence that whether it was on the live streaming platform or in reality, her body and face value would not be worse than EE's. The reason why she couldn't catch fire was entirely because of the beauty effects of the live broadcast platform, which leveled out the real face anchors like her in EE, and those who relied on beauty to get to the top. To put it mildly, the gifts she had received in 2 years were not even as much as EE had taken in a PK today. And the appearance of Brother Meng completely solidified the idea in her mind. Since relying on talent doesn't help, we're all in this together. And Brother Dream, a godly big brother with so much power, was undoubtedly her first choice. Moreover, Brother Dream had only just come to the platform. If she chose to go and throw herself into the ring at this time, wouldn't she still be able to gain more favor from Big Brother? Therefore, Orange didn't hesitate and went straight into EE's live room. In the next moment, the live broadcast room lit up with a golden yellow light, and a large treasure map instantly jumped into the center of the live broadcast room. White feather Orange sends treasure map. Orange is giving away a treasure map in the live broadcast room of EE. Come and dig for treasure. Thee, who was singing live, was stunned, but quickly opened his mouth to thank him. The anchors are bull beeping big time today. First Brother Dream swiped a gift, and now they all have anchors coming over to give gifts. Bright 9 Keys smiled and typed a pop-up. After an anchor suddenly burst into flames, or have a big brother to guard, there will certainly be some watching the opportunity of the anchor to come over to reward and pull the relationship, which is called a gift in the live broadcast industry. But that's the kind of thing that most anchors don't object to. After all, other people to make friends with you, but also at once as a gift of a few $1,000s. This face has been given in place. Seeing the prompt from the Bright 9 Keys, EE also woke up. She knew about the accompanying gift thing, but she really didn't think that one day it would go to her head. Thanks for the gift, Sister Orange. Let's add a friend when it's off the air. Thee smiled and changed his address in a hurry, releasing his goodwill to Orange as well. No problem. Waiting for you off the air. Orange sent a rara emoji of a tiger's head and then rewarded it with another big rocket out. Thank you, Orange Sister, for the reward. Orange Sister broke the bank. Thee hurriedly thanked again. And as Orange was the first to make a move, more and more anchors who were watching came into the booth and started giving gifts. Drunken Dreams Cyclone sends out Grimoire. Golden Will Broken Wound sends out a rocket. Thee hurriedly thanked them one after the other. These anchors, the lowest value of gifts they gave out were all $100 of magic books, while some of the slightly stronger ones basically gave out $1,000 of big rockets. On the other side, Qian Qian was sitting on the sofa, holding her cell phone for a while. As one of the earliest batch of anchors in the industry, Qian Qian's popularity is absolutely unrivaled. But to anchor this line of everyone is clear. The more big anchor, the more is the union set the deeper. Although she did not make less money in the previous 2 years, but in last year's end-of-the-year activities, but by their own union set away, the hands of more than 2 million deposited in all the activities played, but their own trade union side did not on the ticket, resulting in her this money all white loss. She knew in her heart that it was actually because she had refused the union boss's arrangement that she had been counted out like this, and at the beginning of this year, the union snowballed her even more. From January to the end of May now, she has been snowed in for 5 whole months. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still some return money in her hand, some activities and whatnot that she could get on by herself, she was afraid that she would have gotten cold feet a long time ago. But even so, the number of people online in the live room is now not too far from the third-tier anchors. And the big brothers are also leaving. She knows in her heart that the union path can no longer be relied on, and to rise again, she can only rely on the support of the new big brother, and wait until the expiration of the contract, so that she can completely turn over. And Meng, who had just come to the Tiger Shark platform, undoubtedly had the strength to do so in her opinion. But what kind of personality brother Meng had, and what kind of anchors he liked, she really didn't have a clue in her heart. And now she didn't have much money left in her hand. In case this wave of accompanying gifts went out and Dream didn't respond, it would really be completely cool. Whether we live or die depends on this wave. Qian Shan gritted her teeth and directly pulled out all her savings, then swiped 10 treasure maps out in EE's live broadcast in a row. The moment the 10 treasure maps came out, they instantly silenced all the voices in the broadcast room. The popularity of EE's live broadcast, which had already dropped some, was instantly rushed back to the 80,000 mark by these 10 treasure maps. Thank you Sister Qian Qian for so many rewards. EE was also flattered and opened his mouth to thank him. 10 treasure maps, that's $50,000. This is Qian Qian? I haven't seen her for a long time. I thought she retired from the net. I thought Qian Qian had already gone with some big brother and wasn't on air anymore. What do you guys know? Qian Qian that was snowed in by the Hawaii Guild. Seeing Qian Qian appear, many people in the live broadcast room immediately talked. As a former super first-tier anchor, Qian Qian's popularity is absolutely nothing to speak of. In the first 2 years, as long as you are playing Tiger Shark Star Show area, you have almost seen Qian Qian's live broadcast. The Hawaii Guild, also relying on Qian Qian as a money tree, managed to squeeze into the ranks of the first-tier unions. However, from the end of last year after the end of the event, it seems that a lot of people rarely brush to Qian Qian's live room, all kinds of activities and whatnot, but also completely without Qian Qian's figure. I heard that it was Huai's side that wanted to give Qian Qian to a tycoon big brother on the Desheng side in order to hug Desheng's union's thighs, but Qian Qian rejected it. Really? But Desheng is the top union. Inside the big brother gathered. Huai to do so is really possible. This melon is a little too strong. I need to slow down for a while. Quite a few people were posting pop-ups. Seeing the message on the public screen area, Qian Qian also shook her head helplessly. These situations were also mentioned a few times on air after she had a complete falling out with the union, so there were still some people who knew about it. At that time, the person in charge of the Hawaii side was trying to give her to an old man in his 50s on the Dasheng side, and she refused without even thinking about it. Originally thought that he was a super first-tier anchor. The labor union to move their own also have to think about it, but I did not expect that in the end. It will turn out to be like this. She, a super first-tier anchor, didn't even have a chance to fight back under the operation of capital. And now, after just 5 months of being snowed in, most viewers have now forgotten all about her even still being on the air. Tangerine, who was on the OB public screen, saw Qian Qian rewarding so much at once, and a sense of crisis erupted in her heart. Without thinking, she knew that this Qian Qian was thinking with her. Hey, these days, it's too hard for a big brother with so many hosts competing. Orange hung his head inside, once again envying Ichi's good fortune. Now she just hoped that her big brother would see her when he came online again. I guess. As Qian Qian's gift wrapped up, the bounty in the live broadcast slowly came to an end. To be honest, with so many anchors running over to reward her, and with almost every anchor being more famous than her, it was impossible to say that there was no pressure in her heart. Seeing that the anchors in the VIP seats were all slowly exiting the live room, EE's heart that had been lifted up suddenly loosened up quite a bit. And just at this time, Bei Bei's sister, the management of the Northern Summer Guild, pushed open the door of the live broadcast room while gasping for air and frantically gestured at EE. "Fee, get off the air as soon as possible. Something's wrong." EE also froze when he heard Sister Bebe's words, but he didn't hesitate too much. After all, today's live broadcast was almost all over, and he hurriedly said a few words in the live broadcast room, and then hurriedly clicked the downcast button. EE had just exited the door of the live room when he saw Sister Bebe sitting on the sofa with a dark face. She just had something to go out for more than 10 minutes and didn't stay on this side of the guild. But she didn't expect that it was this 10 minutes or so that the new anchor under her, EE, had made such a big deal out of it. When operations put the call through to her, her whole body was confused, and the next moment, she couldn't be bothered to run any errands and drove all the way to the guild side. But it was still a step too late, and by the time she returned, Dream had already finished playing PK and retired his number. And even the accompanying gifts from these anchors were almost finished. Seeing EE still singing and thanking for the gifts one after another, Sister Bebe was so angry that her teeth were almost clenched. Does this girl know what she's supposed to do now? How much money can those anchors reward for their accompanying gifts? 100 and 1,000. Even if there are occasionally a few treasure maps, can have a 70, 000 or 80, 000 are not good. It is hard not to expect these anchors every day to give you a reward, is not? Brother Dream. That's the Imperial Big Brother who spent more than $200,000 on the live broadcast. You are not hurrying now to take advantage of the Big Brother has a good feeling about you. Seize the Big Brother to contact. But instead, singing here to thank the pop-ups to collect gifts, is not a pure brain disease. Sister Bebe sighed helplessly. Itchy, come with me. Sister Bebe brought EE into the office and first picked up the kettle and poured EE a glass of water before sitting down. Regardless of the problems with what EE had done, EE's status had now turned into a cash cow for the union, and she had to speak politely even if she was in charge. EE, what do you want my sister to say? Brother Mang just spent more than $200,000 in your live room. Ha, I thanked Dream for the gift. EE saw that Sister Bebe's face did not look too good, and for a moment she did not know where she did wrong, and somewhat aggrieved. She lowered her head and did not dare to look over. So many gifts. She was hoarse with thanks. My good sister. When Sister Bebe heard EE's words, she slapped her head and almost gave an angry laugh. Have you ever seen any Big Brother rewarding hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts just to hear a word of thanks from the anchor? If that's the case, Big Brother should simply be called Scatterbrain. Big Brother went straight offline after a PK fight. Have you ever wondered why or not? Maybe Dream has something going on? Or maybe it's because Dream is trying to project a high-flying image? Fee gave BB-san a bitter look, thought for a moment, and then said carefully. This was also the guess of the live streaming Bright 9 Keys and the others. So many people thought so. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Sister BB instantly snapped on her head again. She was really convinced by this little girl's brain circuits. Do you think it's possible that Dream is waiting for you to friend him? Ha! Aichi was stunned. Sister Bebe, are you saying that Brother Meng he swiped my gift and actually wanted to? Fee whispered. What do you think then? You've also been live streaming for more than a month, and you've seen a few of the female anchors in our union. So don't tell me you don't understand, but I'm just a talent anchor. Fee's voice got smaller and smaller the more he spoke, and in the end there was no breath left at all. When she had just been live streaming, she hadn't thought about that point at all. After all, Dream's reason for swiping the gift was just a conflict with Little Dove's side. What she thought was that she might have gotten lucky that Big Brother chose to be a battleground on her live feed, but now she was also looking back. What kind of Big Brother can swipe over $200,000 on a stranger's live stream without purpose? But she chose to broadcast live. The initial intention is only to get the $3,000 of base salary from the union. Even if you don't want to do it, you have to take the initiative to add Dream's contact information, right? Sister BB sighed helplessly. To be honest, EE's face and body are definitely one of the best in the live broadcasting world. She did intend to cultivate it, but the problem was that this girl, EE, had never been able to learn the live one. Other female anchors? In the live room all sorts of changes to play the game to ask for gifts, but this girl, in addition to singing nothing to do, brush gifts is all by self-conscious. If it wasn't for the fact that she sometimes went to EE's live room with her union management account to send out a few pop-ups begging for gifts, this girl was afraid that she wouldn't be able to collect even $100 in gifts a week. And today, it's so hard to hit such great luck, but now I can't believe I'm thinking about rejection. But what EE signed wasn't a long-term contract after all, and there was no way she could force EE to do anything but try to lead. This is an Imperial Big Brother. If they could really stabilize Meng in their North Summer Union, the union's income and expenditure would be really secure in the future. Ichi thought about it when she heard BB-san's words, then unconsciously nodded as well. The next morning, Joe Meng got up early. So cool. Joe Meng yawned and couldn't help but make a stretch. Yesterday, I specifically went to a high-class club and ordered a big meal, and also ordered a bottle of good wine, which cost me more than 80,000 yuan. I was going to stay at the clubhouse for the night, but thought better of it. The young lady was quite good looking, but how many lives she had snuffed out. He really didn't have a clue in his heart. It would be a really big deal if any of the problems were contagious. But even though he didn't give Missy her life, the advantage that he should have taken was still taken by Zhou Meng. After all, we can't condescend to the five fingers, can we? Taking out the new cell phone he bought back yesterday on the way, Zhou Meng first charged the old phone and turned it on, then imported all the data with one click. TSK, 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 this good phone is different. This speed. Smooth. Zhou Meng prettily played for a while, and then once again clicked on the Tiger Shark Live app. Magic City houses are expensive. To buy a house you have to brush up a bit more. Chapter 15, Dream Brother kills crazy, seeking favorites. Got back on the big one, broken dreams, with a new cell phone. Good lord. This private message is going to blow up. 999 plus. But the good thing is that users who don't follow each other can only send 3 messages and aren't bombarded too much. Zhou Meng hurriedly clicked on the settings, and after turning off the private message function for strangers, the cell phone that had been ding-donging all the time cleared up. Then hold down the little red dot and just mark all private messages as read. For those with mild OCD, any little red dot on the message page is unforgivable. So much so that Zhou Meng instantly became comfortable. Tapped to follow. This will be in the morning. The overall popularity of the platform is very general. A few attention to the anchor are not in the live broadcast. The game area there are a few anchors in the broadcast. But Zhou Meng will not want to go to see the game live. After searching, it looks like the anchor called Thea wasn't on the air yesterday either. Zhou Meng couldn't help but secretly regret it. Yesterday, when she swiped gifts in her live room, to be honest, the biggest reason was because the two of them, Little Pigeon and Super Wind, were too crazy. And secondly, it was partly because EE really did fit Zhou Meng's aesthetics and the content of the live broadcast was good as well. Zhou Meng clicked on the Star Show channel section again. It's basically all male anchors on the air. And it's basically all news anchors. Desheng's popularity is still exploding. This page, almost a small half of it is Desheng's anchor. Zhou Meng frowned. This Desheng labor union is honestly too much to like. Strength needless to say. Proper Tiger Shark platform first. But the problem is that all the fans of this Desheng union are all brain dead. As long as their side of the anchor PK win, one by one all run over to taunt the opposite side. And if their side lost the fight, they will also run to the opposite side to pretend, saying that their family big brother did not come. If he came, how so and so? Win or lose, the person on the other side of the PK is going to get sprayed anyway. It was fine if it was just a portion of a few dozen. But the problem was that there were almost thousands of such people on the Desheng guild side. Few of the second tier or higher anchors from other guilds on Tiger Shark had escaped the poisonous hands of the Great Shang Labor Union. And now the number 1 ranking on the front page was the news one that Desheng Guild was live streaming Daiki. Zhou Meng didn't have the intention of clicking on Dejai's live stream, and skipped straight to scroll down to a news anchor called Broken Wound. The Emperor's privilege was still too obvious. Zhou Meng didn't intend to log in directly. That would be too pointless. It was better to OB first. Therefore, Zhou Meng first retired the number before entering the live room. Just a little bit in, I saw Broken Wound there eloquently. Brothers, you are not aware of that battle yesterday, ah? A certain wind in the live broadcast froze to provoke my dream brother. Dream brother originally did not want to pick up the trick, but a certain wind is really too shameless. Dream brother has no choice. In a fit of rage chose to answer the battle. But it should be said not to say. This certain wind is still a bit of strength. After the start of the war, at that time in the live broadcast of the renewal of 10 months of the Duke. But you guys guess what? Brother Dream didn't even care. Just flatly typed a sentence in the live broadcast room, just this. This word can be a certain wind to stimulate the bad. This guy is also angry on the head. And then instantly in the live broadcast room wildly brush 16,000. Then what? Anchor, say it quickly. Don't keep whetting people's appetites. Several viewers in the live broadcast room became anxious when they heard Broken Wound stop to drink water when he spoke. Tiger Shark everyday anchor so much. Occasionally which live room of the big battle. The vast majority of the audience is not to see. But the Big Brother bounty is only for a few minutes. And after that passes, if you want to watch it again, you either have to go to a recording or you have to listen to someone else. But a lot of the recordings are incomplete. Some of them start halfway through. Some of them don't get recorded until someone thinks of it at the end. And even if they're full, it's always weird to watch live recordings. So naturally, you don't hear people say they're passionate about it. And that's what news anchors do. They make the daily hotspots on the platform in the form of news, and then broadcast it on the air every morning. And today, this is a cool thing to hear. But Broken Wound stopped talking halfway through, and the live audience's appetites were instantly whetted. And then brothers should not give Broken Wound brush some small gift. The anchor got up early. Breakfast have not eaten yet. Broken Wound sighed. Get outta here. 10 hot pots is enough. One of the tourists laughed and cursed, and instantly swiped 10 hot pots out. One fondue is $6.06. 10 is $66. Enough is enough. Thanks for the reward, big brother. Let's continue here. Broken Wound burst into a happy frown. It's a good thing the door is open. Broken Wound took a sip of water and continued to speak. Then Dream's side also started, and immediately opened a swordsman noble in EE's live broadcast. Swordsman? The live viewers were all stunned. They had expected Dream to just open a monarch or something to hold up the scene. A swordsman fighting a duke. There's no mistaking it. Don't be anxious, brothers. When Dream opened the swordsman, at that time the live broadcast audience also saw that a certain wind also to Dream is a taunt. But you guess what? Hey! Dream backhanded another knight and lord. Broken Wound slammed the table and the whole thing burst into a passionate frenzy. Does it mean that Dream is going to open the monarch set? A viewer on the live feed reacted. Broken Wound shook his head back and forth. What monarch set? Is Dream that the one who opens the monarch set? When Brother Meng opened to the Lord, whether it is the audience in the live broadcast, or both sides of the anchor, including that has retired from the network of a certain wind, basically the cold sweat all down. They all understand. This is at least a monarch set but as it turns out, Dream backhandedly opened an emperor's set. That's an emperor's set. Broken Wound stood up, slapping the table even as he did so, and made a point of flashing the full set of screenshots of Meng's emperor set that he had collected yesterday. Jo Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw this. This Broken Wound. It's kind of funny. How does it look like it's become its own mindless blow? But for Jo Meng, isn't watching a live broadcast just for the hell of it? Jo Meng didn't hesitate and reboarded his account. In the next moment, the live broadcast instantly lit up with a flash of gold color. A giant dragon instantly appeared in the very center of the live broadcast room, and then humped the ID, Broken Dreams, high up, sliding together to the first place in the VIP seat of the live broadcast room. Broken Wound, who was blowing awesome, and the live stream audience were flabbergasted. Dream is here? Broken Wound's entire body shivered instantly. He is just a second-line bottom anchor. Yesterday, although also in EE live room with the gift, but also just fall a good person. Never thought that Brother Meng will come to his live room. But today, Brother Meng really came? As soon as Jo Meng boarded the number, he immediately tapped the treasure map 10 times in a row as a reward for breaking the wound. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *3. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *10. And seeing 10 treasure maps one after another, Broken Wound's eyes instantly glared round, and the whole person couldn't help but breathe a few minutes faster. Welcome Brother Dream. Welcome my dream brother to the live broadcast. Broken Wound instantly wailed, his entire body almost jumping. Thank you Dream. Dream is atmospheric. P.S. Please collect and add bookshelf Thank you. Chapter 16, Opening Treasure Map Paste Face. 4,000 big chapters. Broken Wounds took almost all the passion he had saved up for over 20 years. Is this the strength of the Emperor's big brother? 10 treasure maps straight from the meet and greet? 10 treasure maps, that's $50,000. The audience that was in the Broken Wound live broadcast room was also viciously shaken. And then they all involuntarily brushed up 666 on the public screen. Brothers see, just now really not I blow. But our dream brother really have this strength Bruises would be happy as hell. With $50, 000 in gifts and over $10, 000 in hand. This month was a total profit. Keep your head down and don't blow it out of proportion. Jo Meng smiled and posted on the public screen. Okay Le Dream brother. You don't worry, I will definitely tell the truth. Broken Wound patted his chest in assurance. Seeing that Jo Meng did not speak again, Broken Wound began to continue talking about yesterday's battle. Soon, Broken Wound talked about Jo Meng's visit to Little Pigeon's live room. Brother Dream is a cow. That's the way to deal with this kind of person. I've decided that I'll be a die-hard fan of Brother Dream from now on. It was equally refreshing for the live audience to hear this. Being able to sanction the likes of Pigeon and Superwind is really cool, I have to say. In the morning this will be nothing. Jo Meng has been in the live broadcast until 9 o'clock or so, and sporadically swiped a few more treasure maps out. Not to mention, this kind of news anchor's mouth is really nothing. At least in the piece of thank you gift, can be much more fancy than other anchors. Meanwhile, the planning department of the Tiger Shark platform. How's the gift product optimization coming along? The vice president is standing in his office, keeping a close eye on the project's progress. Mr. Gu, the optimization of all the gifts has been fully completed. The project manager replied in a huff. Have the activities and details, the vulnerability mapping been dealt with? Don't worry Mr. Gu, these are all taken care of. By the way Mr. Gu, there's a new emperor on the platform. His name is Broken Dreams, and his total consumption for the day yesterday was over 260,000. The project manager reminded. Oh, this is a potential customer. Let the business side keep a close eye on it. After the consumption reaches $500,000, immediately arrange for the business manager to contact. Mr. Gu's eyes lit up. Generally, Imperial Big Brother has 24-hour customer service, but just become emperor. Many are 1 or 2 customer service to serve 3 or 4 Big Brother. But in the platform after the total consumption of more than 500,000, the platform side will be arranged to specialize. Exclusive one-on-one service is used in order to safeguard the experience of these earthy Big Brothers. Big Brother can go through these private customer service to the platform to raise some requirements. As long as not excessive, the platform side will basically meet. And chances are that those who spend over $200,000 in a single day are also impulse spenders who have just arrived. But no matter what, with so much spending on performance at once, as long as one is willing to play on their platform, having $500,000 of water flow a month shouldn't be a big problem. Okay Mr. Gu. The project manager nodded repeatedly. Alright, test it one last time. If there's nothing wrong, let's go live with the optimization and campaign this time. Mr. Gu stared for a while and was relieved to see that there was nothing wrong. The competition in the industry is fierce at the moment, and although their Tiger Shark platform is considered one of the head platforms in the live broadcasting world, there is still a risk of being bent over if they are not careful, and after operating for so long, the investors haven't seen any return money. Instead more and more pay big bucks to traffic bloggers to come on board. For several years in a row, the revenue statement has been negative, and the directors have been very vocal. They're waiting to get good revenue numbers to go public and circle the wagons. Therefore, as the executive president, Mr. Gu is really under a lot of pressure. If this year's revenue still doesn't equalize expenses, he may have to leave. And the only way to get more revenue is to go and develop more events and encourage these guilds and anchors to PK more. And what goes along with that is to increase the coolness of Big Brother when it comes to swiping gifts, and to make Big Brother more willing to spend money on the platform in terms of the overall effect. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Broken Wounds, who was blowing awesome in the live broadcast room, froze when he saw the announcement that popped up within the page. But just by looking at it, Broken Wound involuntarily stared. Brothers. The platform has sent an event announcement to our anchor. The visitors to the live stream were also stunned. Isn't it only the end of May? It's supposed to come out at the end of June for the mid-year event, right? But almost at the same time as the Broken Wound opening. All the visitors who were watching the live broadcast also saw that the platform had sent a gift revision announcement to all the users. Jomang clicked on it with interest and looked at it. Hello dear viewers, because of the poor coordination of the gifts in the early stage, we have deliberately adjusted for the following gifts. Grimoire/Airplane, because the number of single hits is too small and too ribbled, and the total amount is in conflict with the treasure map. This time it is adjusted from a single maximum of 52 to a single maximum of 314. Big Rockets, adjusted from a maximum of 10 to a maximum of 100 in a single delivery. Treasure map gift effects changed to have more gorgeous gift effects. All the gift hit mode change, in order to prevent users from mistakenly touching the wrong gift when rewarding the gift. The single gift delivery is changed from a long press to a single tap. Finally, I wish all the viewers to have fun on the Tiger Shark platform. That's a bit of a big change. Did you guys see that Magic Book and Airplane? $100 gift, changed from a single 52 to 314. That's more than 20 times as many. The live feeds instantly blew up after seeing the revamped description. Isn't there a description of the event? Why don't I see it? You're silly. The event description that's sent to the anchor. Visitors can only see the introduction on the main event page ranking after the event officially starts. Jomang also didn't see the event announcement, but after seeing the gift revamp announcement, his heart was also clear. Tiger Shark is going to start circling the drain. It doesn't take much to make the intent of significantly increasing the number of gifts attached to a single gift obvious. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *5. Jomang directly swiped a few more treasure maps out in the live broadcast. Broken Wound saw the gift and froze. Dream brother you are. Nothing. Isn't the new version of the treasure map special effects changed? Swipe a few and see how it goes. Jomang smiled back. Mongo 666. That's an understatement that made me look stupid. Swipe a few to see the special effects. Manga YYDS. When this came out, the crowd in the broadcast room burst into laughter. 5 treasure maps in 25,000 swipes just to see the new special effects? Nice guy. Straight up a nice guy. How dirt cheap is this? 25,000 inappropriate dollars? Even Broken Wand was a little shaken by the words. Although the new version of special effects is a lot of good looking. But big brother, you want to see special effects. Brusha also on the line. There is a need to brush 5? Broken Wound took a look and Dream's weekly tribute list was almost $100,000, which meant that Joe Mang was going to brush up to $100,000 in the live broadcast soon. But you have to realize that he's only been on the air for 2 hours. And he's not playing PKs. He's not on events. He's just dry brushing. But Broken Wound didn't hesitate and quickly opened his mouth to thank the gift. Big brother can give him a brush. That is to look up to him. Attitude-wise, of course. He has to do well. Alright. Keep it going for everyone. Joe Mang interacted with the live screen for a while and retyped. Broken Wound nodded as well. Let's get back to business. Let me start by analyzing this gift revamp. This change, first of all, is a change to the $100 gift. That is, the 2 magic books and airplanes. From the previous 52 maximums for a single time, to the current 13-14 maximums. That is to say, if there is a big brother who swipes this, it will be changed from the previous $5,200 each time, to the current $13,100 and $1,400. And secondly, there's the gift of rockets, which has also become a single maximum of $100, or $100,000. But even if the rocket becomes a $100,000 streak, it's gone from number 1 before to number 3 now in terms of overall amount. This also means that from now on, the rocket streak will no longer be the most expensive gift within the Tiger Shark platform. And the most expensive streak gift has become 2, a spellbook and an airplane. The crowd in the live room nodded. That's over $130,000 for one set of gifts. This kind of gift, I guess only a real tycoon big brother can afford it. Even most of the monarch's big brothers can't necessarily afford to give away a set. It could be said that in the future, on the Tiger Shark side, the rank of big brother would be even more distinct. And at the top level, the gap between emperors and emperors would also be further widened. Secondly, the key one is this one on the last side. Seeing that the crowd agreed, Broken Wound also continued to open his mouth to interpret. Normally, he would have started asking for gifts by this time, but today, Meng had really fed him well, so there was no nagging and he went straight to the point. The continuous delivery of gifts has changed from the previous method of holding down to keep delivering them to now requiring a tap to deliver one. Arguably, this one is the most critical in the revamp. On the one hand, it's to prevent accidental touches, while on the other hand, it certainly limits the time for PK gift giving. What does that mean? The audience was a little confused when they heard Broken Wound's words. To be honest, there's still a bit of a distance between this whole gift linking thing and the average tourist. They struggled to even give a single gift, let alone connect the dots. And this change, too, will have almost zero impact on them. Without having been exposed to it, it's natural to wonder. Joe Meng smiled and nodded. He did understand what Broken Wound was talking about. It's like he swiped a gift on Thee's livestream yesterday. A set of glow sticks is $314, worth a little over $103, and he gave away $100,000 in just 1 minute, which averages out to 12 groups going out a second. But what about now? The way to give gifts has changed from the old long press combo to the current manual combo. A manual streak means that for each set of gifts, your finger has to click, and human hand speed is limited. How many taps a second? Even if you play the human body limit, at the beginning of the brush maybe the fastest 1 second can still brush 7 or 8 times, but send a few dozen seconds the fingers will certainly be tired. By then it's good for 2 swipes a second. Professionals who play the game may be able to tap more than 10 times a second in a row, but most people are ordinary people, not to mention more than 10 times, maybe 5 times a second are hanging. It may even take a second or 2 to deliver one if the gift effects are stuck on the screen. After all, some gifts are given with special effects that cover the entire broadcast, and the gift bar is certainly included. That is to say, if Joe Mang still wanted to take the glow stick to send $100,000, he could not card the last minute to send it again, but had to go at least 5 or 6 minutes in advance to send it. A quick glance at the live stream, and sure enough, that's what Broken Wound said. In fact, the Tiger Sharks, this design is also a good thing. We all know, many anchors in the fight PK has been insisted on until the last minute or two. It is hard to win, but the results are people in this way to steal the tower, and even the big brother would like to remedy. It is too late to recharge the money, which is completely rogue play. This design, undoubtedly, can plug this loophole. Secondly, the design of the continuous click, but also undoubtedly will make the big brother to send gifts when the cool feeling doubled. After all, now a single gift, the highest one can already be sent to more than 130,000. Do not have to worry about clicking too many times. Broken Wound sums it up. All in all, it's a good thing. It's also kind of a disguised way to limit the practice of some people deliberately stealing towers at the end of the day. And it also allows Big Brother to play on the platform. So that's what happened. Live viewers were typing and posting that they got it. Then, in that case, won't the PK be more exciting in the future? That's for sure. The gift amount has been added so much. If we really have a Big Brother fight in the future, how can we say that we have to spend more? By the way, Broken Wound, you haven't said anything about this event. The discussion among the live viewers was a hot one. Everyone could almost see what the back platform looked like in a war zone. They don't have much ability to fight, but that doesn't conflict at all with the fact that they like to watch their Big Brother fight PK. Seeing the pop-ups, Broken Wound was also quick to turn the conversation to the event. This is an event that I honestly wasn't expecting. The event will run from 6 p.m. on May 28th, which is today, to 12 p.m. on May 30th, which is a total of 2.5 days. Although the time is a bit shorter, the rewards of this event are indeed unusually generous, and I think it is expected that most of the anchors don't want to give up. With a broken smile, Broken Wound posted the event blub he had just gotten to the live feed. The audience in the live broadcast room also stared up at the screen in a hurry. Event name, Star Show Showdown. Activity period, May 28th, 1800 hours May 30th, 2400 hours. Settlement time, 1800 hours on May 31st. Activity format, subject to all gift proceeds received during the activity cycle of each anchor in the Star Show area. Activity reward. First place, receive a gold medal from Showflip Personalized Medal, a 3-day homepage big push and a 1-month secondary page referral. Second place, receive the Showtime Personal Silver Medal, a 1-day homepage big push and a 7-day secondary page recommendation. Third place, receive the Show Turner Individual Bronze Medal, a 7-day secondary page recommendation and an internal smart recommendation from the Star Show channel. 4th to 10th place, 11th to 50th. Chapter 17, Event Preview, another brush up? What's this big push on the front page? There were viewers in the booth who didn't quite get the recommendation. The meaning of the big push on the homepage is that during this recommendation period, all platform users, as long as they open the live broadcasting platform, will be able to see your live room in the first few places on the homepage. Broken Wound explained with a smile. This recommendation is not as good as the cover push or the pop-up push, but overall it's already a great recommendation at the top of the rankings. Just hang around for a day and it won't be a problem to top a minor anchor to a third-tier anchor. And in 3 days, it's easy to top a small anchor to a second-tier anchor position. And even during this period, if there is a Big Brother to give heat, it's not much of a problem to rush to a first tier. It can be said that if you get this first place, you can bring your fame up a notch, to say the least. This is awesome. The live audience has been typing away. They didn't know exactly what the numbers were, but they were able to figure out how much exposure it would be for everyone to see an anchor's live room as soon as they opened the live streaming platform. This, undoubtedly, also stretched the anticipation of all the viewers for the event. It is indeed quite interesting. Joe Mang nodded and posted a pop-up on the public screen as well. This time, the many tourists were suddenly excited again. Dream, will you be attending this event? Brother Dream, will you swipe gifts for EE and give EE top rankings? Will it give a broken brush? In the view of the audience, Joe Mang's strength naturally went without saying. Just watching a live stream all morning today, I'm on the verge of swiping $100,000 for Broken Wound. If Brother Dream had made a move, I wouldn't dare say first or second place, but there's still hope for third place, right? Even Broken Wound, who was watching the pop-up, couldn't help but look forward to it. To say that he didn't want to rush the event would certainly be a lie. However, he knew in his heart that with their Golden Will Guild second-tier strength, it was estimated that they would be able to rush a top 50 for him at most, and he is still the news anchor. Belongs to the guild head anchor, the least favored one. If the guild has resources, most of them are also a one brother and one sister brush, not necessarily get his turn. If we look at the strength of the past activities, it doesn't take much to get to the top 50, just brush 30,000 or 40,000 dollars. In other words, as long as Dream swiped a few more treasure maps for him after 6 p.m., these top 50 would definitely get in. For a moment, he was even a little chagrined. If these gifts given by Dream this morning had been swiped in the afternoon, then maybe even the top 10 could have been rushed. This is definitely an event to attend, but we'll wait and see how it plays out this afternoon. Joe Mang smiled back. to get cash in reality, then spending on the live platform side can't be left behind. He's definitely out for this event. Seeing Zhou Meng's words, Broken Wound was both expectant and apprehensive. Anticipation is that Dream has committed to attending. Apprehension is that Dream won't necessarily reward him. But compared to the 7 up and down in Broken Sadness, the hearts of the live audience were filled with excitement. An Imperial Big Brother promising to attend is more than $100,000 at least, right? Moreover, looking at Meng's spending power in the morning, an activity, say brush 300,000 to 400,000, they also believe okay, you guys play, I'll get off. Zhou Meng didn't stay on the air much longer either. It would have to wait until the afternoon for it to get really lively. And in the meantime, Zhou Meng planned to simply clean up a bit. System, claim your reward. Congratulations to the host for spending 90,000 yuan on the live broadcast platform and receiving a tenfold rebate of 900,000 yuan. Another $900,000 arrived. Comfortable. That $2,600,000 yesterday totaled less than $100,000 spent, with 2.5 more to go. Adding this $900,000 to it, the assets in hand instantly shot up to $3,400,000. Go find a 5-star hotel to stay in first, and when you have almost enough money in your hand in a couple days, you'll just buy a room. Taking a look at his surroundings, Zhou Meng secretly decided, the house that I'm renting now is in a relatively remote location and the rooms are relatively small, just under 30 square feet. But even then, the rent is around $4,000 a month. Now that I have some money in my hand, I'm still close to buying a house, but there's nothing wrong with improving my living conditions. A 5-star hotel with a top suite is just a few tens of thousands of dollars a night. Meanwhile, the small circle of Tiger Shark Live was bustling with activity. A small group within the Great Shang. Sister Muran, I guess the first place this time will be you again, right? A couple of veteran second-tier anchors were posting messages to the group. Ha ha ha, don't. The guild won't necessarily give me many votes on it. After all, this event is so sudden that there's not much preparation on the guild side. Mu Ran replied with a smile, but he couldn't stop the smugness between his words. She was the first sister of the Deshang guild side, and an old first-tier anchor. There's a lot of Big Brother out there, both in terms of fan base and on the air. If our guild isn't prepared, other guilds certainly aren't prepared either. Besides, Sister Muran, you have more than 2,000 VIPs in your live room every day. So it's not like you've got your hands full to get the first place. One of the second-tier anchors was not without envy. Mu Ran is an all-around anchor. Singing, dancing are good. And the most critical is the face value and body are very good. From the beginning, has received the Deshang side of the full training. Basically every time he played an event, Moran took first place with an absolute advantage. Seeing that the group was all about boasting about herself, Mu Ran drifted off and closed the group chat. Looking towards the man lying aside playing with his cell phone, Mu Ran hurriedly pulled down the neckline of his pajamas a little bit, and then leisurely stuck up and shook the other's arm. Brother AO, you must help me get this event in May. Don't worry, it's not just a small event. It just so happens that I have a bit of spare money lately, so I'll just take it down for you. AO smiled and squeezed twice, without hesitation, directly agreed. You should know, though, that any money spent on playing the event can be fully recovered on the union side. On the side of the Deshang Labor Union, AO also has shares in it, and is still the actual second shareholder. And Mu Ran, he's the one he's holding up, because of the relationship between itself as a rich second generation. Usually give the anchor brush a weekly gift. In the live room brush somewhat treasure map and so on. He will not let the return of cash. But the thing about hitting an event is that it's still a separation. For example, if he brushes $10,000, in addition to giving the platform 5% of $5,000, the remaining $5,000 all have to be returned to him. The anchor is not to take any commission. Don't worry, brother AO. I definitely know this. It's been done for years. How can this rule be broken? Mu Ran was beaming when he heard AO agree. Even if she couldn't get any commission, as long as the campaign won, those subsequent recommendations might bring her a lot of popularity, and then the money wouldn't still come in? Feeling AO patting her hair, Mu Ran instantly became clear in her mind and hurriedly lowered her head to look for only cause. Chapter 18, this time you have to punch it. Magic City, Bachelor Pad. Tangerine, who was running a live broadcast, looked at Meng, who had just exited the Broken Wound live room, and couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. It was clear that she had rewarded Thea as well as this Broken Wound, but Dream only went into Broken Wound's live room. And one thing is for sure, Broken Wound only rewarded $1,000, but she rewarded $6,000, and she was the first one to do so. I guess Dream wasn't paying attention. After all, EE hasn't started yet. Orange sighed helplessly. These days, if an anchor wants to get ahead, it's really all about the oomph. That's it for the morning. We'll be online at 6 p.m. to hit the event, so be sure to come. Don't worry, anchor. I'll be there tonight. An airplane is on its way, and it's going to charge at night. As soon as Orange spoke, hundreds of people on the air instantly opened their mouths in support. But this time Orange had little desire to be thankful, and quickly tapped the off-air button. She was a third-tier anchor, even if she had a few loyal fans in her live room, but if she wanted to rush into the top 50, it would be like a fool's dream. Talent she knows, dance she knows, and her looks and body are top-notch. The only thing missing is the big brother. But how can a big brother be so easy to find these days? Not to mention the emperor's big brother. Is the king's big brother? She has not met a few in the past 2 years, even if they came, but also just look at a moment to go. Simply cannot stay down, unless she's willing to go offline and actually lick it. Although she was now open-minded and wouldn't insist on selling anything, even if she really wanted to lick it, it would have to be an imperial big brother. But she was truly helpless in the face of thousands of beauty monsters all over the internet. There's too much competitive pressure. Just like Orange, Xian also gave Zhou Meng a follow. As Zhou Meng entered the Broken Wound live room, Xian followed along. Seeing that Broken Wound received 18 treasure maps in just 2 hours, Xian's eyes turned green with envy. This treatment was not even close to what she used to be in her glory days. Xian glanced down at her cell phone. A few big brothers in the group were writing her. Xian, are you rushing this event? Forget it, big brother. In my current situation, I'm not even as good as a third-tier anchor. Even if I fight, I won't be ranked much. Xian shook her head helplessly. There used to be 40 or 50 big brothers, but now these are the only ones left. And to be honest, these few big brothers are not anything too rich. She really does not want to let these few big brothers to break the bank again. Plus, after she brushed the gift yesterday, the hand is now left with a dinner money, and then punched the activity. Afraid that not even the meal will not be able to afford to eat. What are you talking about? A few of us go out. Other than that, it's still no problem to brush you with 10, 000 or 20, 000. And it's not a big problem to get into the top 50. Yes, Xian. What I appreciate is the indomitable energy in you. Even if you are snowed in, what's wrong with it? I'm sure you'll be able to get up someday. You've got the talent. You've got the ability. All you're missing now is the opportunity. Don't give up. Several people spoke up. Those who want to sleep with Xian's big brother in these few months have long run away. The remaining ones are genuinely feel that Xian's talent is good and stay with an appreciative attitude. And in these 5 months, Xian's indomitable spirit has really bowled a few of them over. Anyway, they all have to spend money on the live broadcast platform. Every month they will share a little over to Xian, right as support. Looking at the encouragement of the crowd, Xian's heart was warmed up. Even if you're snowed in, what's the point? With these big brothers around, there is still an income of a few $1,000s a month at least, and you won't starve to death. As long as she waited for her contract to expire, she would immediately be able to reselect a guild to join, and by then, everything would be fine. And all that's left to do now is not to let himself completely fade out of the broadcasting world, and then white-knuckle Yi's bottom dollar in the process. She signed a contract with a top-tier anchor, and her base salary alone is 8,000 a month. As long as this money is not paid by Hui, she will take Hui to court in a minute. Thinking of this, Xian instantly rekindled her fighting spirit. Okay, for this event, I'm charging. It doesn't matter what the rush is, but it has to be attended. As for Yi, at this time, she had already been called to the office of the Northern Summer Guild by Sister Bibi. From today onwards, your live broadcasting time will be adjusted to 6 to 11 in the evening, and your salary will be raised by 1 grade, with a base salary of 5,000. Is that okay? No problem. Froze, but hurriedly replied back, unable to help but feel some surprise in his heart. She hadn't been in the live streaming industry for long, but she knew some of the rules here. She knew in her heart that Sister Bibi was trying to train her, not to mention whether the popularity can get up or not, but the base salary of 5,000 per month. It's not bad. By the way, did you add Dream's contact information? Sister Bibi looked at with some anticipation. North Summer is just a small guild. The total investment is just a few million, and there are fewer big brothers in the guild. The biggest is just a monarch. If Brother Dream could really guard then their guild would be considered to be truly outstanding, and they could even take this opportunity to directly send to the position of a first-tier anchor. In that case, they would be considered to have a pillar in Northern Summer. No. Thi hesitated and shook his head helplessly. She's been waiting for a friend request since yesterday afternoon when she sent her micro signal via private message. At first, she was patient, checking it only once every 10 minutes or so, but when it got to the point where there had been no messages, she even had to pick up her phone to check it every minute or two, but she waited until today, and the friend request she had imagined still hadn't come. Fee was amused just thinking about it, and all night long his head was wandering, even wondering if it was because of himself that he had made his big brother angry. Okay, wait a little longer. Dream even showed up on the platform this morning. Probably too much news to see yours. Wait until tonight, and then you can send another message to Dream. Sister Bibi sighed and admonished again. If she had been there from the beginning yesterday, I guess EE would have added Meng's WeChat a long time ago. How could this happen? After tonight's broadcast, the guild side of the Monarch Big Brother will go to your live room. I will also open a small number to go over. First give you a little brush. Wait for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We'll give you a little bit more brush out. If Brother Dream this time does not make a move, my side will try to keep you in the top 30. First through this event, the popularity of yesterday stabilized and then say, okay. Fee agreed. She didn't really like the model of guild brushes, but there was no way around it. The whole live broadcasting world was like that. The only way to get to the number is to operate in this way. 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Jo Meng ate a big meal at the 5-star Sky Hotel and then stayed in the hotel's highest suite on the 88th floor. The entire floor is a total of 2,000 square feet, all belonging to this Sky Suite, and on the balcony side, there is also a borderless pool suspended outside, where you can experience the ultimate adrenaline rush of swimming at high altitude. A room like this is considered the top suite in Magic City. The price for one night is $49,999, which is about $50,000. It's a comfortable day. Carrying a bottle of red wine that the waiter had just opened, Jo Meng looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows at the scenery of Magic City. The wine, which was also a complimentary part of the suite, was counted toward the $50,000. At 7 p.m. The setting sun colored most of the sky, and it looked even better at this height. It was especially enjoyable to look at the traffic and the variety of tall buildings below. Jo Meng took out his cell phone and directly cast the screen of Tiger Shark's live broadcast onto the hotel's huge TV screen. Chapter 19, Hoyak, swipe a gift just to see special effects. Tapping on the follow screen and taking a look, the anchors that he had followed were basically all on. Good lord. No wonder everyone loves to watch fight events. This popularity is just going to explode. As soon as each event starts, basically most of the anchors who are willing to participate in the event will consciously work overtime. The unusual anchor will work overtime for 2 or 3 hours, but there are some ruthless, directly add 7 or 8 hours. The whole day lifetime to run to 13 or 14 hours. Glancing at Fee, who I had watched yesterday, I saw that she was also on the air. Jo Meng didn't think much about it, and directly followed the attention to give a click in. EE wore a white pleated skirt today. The whole person looks like a fairy feeling. The voice is also more ethereal kind. Looks very cute. She would be in the middle of connecting with other anchors when she suddenly saw a golden icon light up in the live broadcast room. She was startled and immediately looked to the VIP seat after reacting. Sure enough, the ID of the first person in the VIP seat had changed to Broken Dreams. For some reason, Itchy's heart suddenly snapped with joy. More than a day had passed since Jo Meng went offline yesterday. It would have been fine if Dream hadn't been online, but Dream had clearly been online in the morning and swiped at Broken Wound's livestream, but he hadn't returned her messages. To be honest, she had been apprehensive in her heart, afraid that Brother Meng really didn't care about such a small anchor like her and wouldn't come back in the future. It had never occurred to her how much money she could make with live streaming, but the thought had only appeared for a moment last night, and it could never be removed from her mind, including when she started live streaming today. Although Big Brother Monarch over at the guild had already come over to take a stand, all she could think about was still Brother Dream's name. Good evening, Brother Dream. Good evening, Brother Dream. Most of these fans in EE's live room came over because Jo Meng swiped gifts yesterday, and it was also because of Jo Meng that EE had the chance to pay attention. Of course they all recognized Jo Meng's ID. Jo Meng just came in, and the public screen of the live broadcast room lit up with a clear welcome. Good evening, Dream. Fee was in a somewhat apprehensive mood, but he hastily opened his mouth to say hello, and Sister Bibi, who had been sitting right in the guild office, staring at EE's live broadcast, almost jumped up right then and there. Mongo is really here. Good evening, everyone. Jo Meng returned. This feeling of being surrounded by 10,000 people, don't say it's really quite good. Opening the gift bar to the column of magic books, Jo Meng didn't hesitate and directly tapped gift. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out spellbook *1314. In a flash, EE's live room, along with the interface of the opposite anchor who was piking, was directly wrapped in huge special effects. A beautiful witch sitting on a clean white mop sped from off-screen, holding a huge purple spell book in her hands. The next moment, as the pretty cartoon character recited an incantation. All of a sudden, countless glowing purple magic books fell from the sky. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's too good to look at, isn't it? Dream is awesome. This would be the first appearance of the Grimoire 1314 combo, right? Look good. If someone swipes this gift for me, I'll marry him right away. The live audience cheered. Thank you, Brother Dream, for the reward. He also hastily opened his mouth to thank him. Zhou Meng didn't speak and nodded again once more. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out Magic Books 1314 too. The first set is for you. Let's draw a snack for everyone in the second set. And let's see how the special effects of the spellbook go. Zhou Meng smiled and typed. By the way, for the second set of Magic Books, don't take a cut on the guild side. Just give all the benefits to the audience. Sister Bibi, who was watching the battle in the office, saw the 2 sets of 1314 Magic Books, and her entire body was suffocating from watching. This is really dirt cheap. A 1314 grimoire, that's over $130,000. With 2 sets of spellbooks, that could add up to $260,000. And how long has it been since Dream entered the broadcasting room? Not even 30 seconds. This spending power, it's horrible to the core. And when Sister Bebe saw Zhou Meng's second pop-up, almost without hesitation, she rushed out of the office and ran all the way to Yi's personal live broadcast room there. The gifts are all swiped by Big Brother. Just a few requests. What's wrong with that? If there's no Big Brother, it's impossible to get this draw. She kept it pretty much separate. Patting the transparent glass door, he hastily took out his own cell phone and pointed to it, signaling EE to hurry up and look at it. EE glanced down at his phone and saw that the latest chat record on his chat interface with Sister Bibi was only a short sentence. No problem. The guild advances. Seeing this message, EE instantly dropped his heart. With a gift of $131,400, if only Tiger Shark's commission was removed, there would still be 50% left, or $65,700. There is nothing she can do about this money if the union won't let go of it or advance it. After all, Tiger Shark's paychecks came at the beginning of each month, an amount she didn't have that much cash in hand to pay even if the union didn't draw it. Thank you Dream for the bounty. Let's do what Dream said. Let's get a free TV. Just post a pop-up and you'll get a chance to claim it. EE simple operation. Directly on the upper TV entered 65700, and then divided into 10 copies of the big red packet. Each red packet is $6,570. Within minutes, over 60,000 was split. On Sister Bibi's side, she was busy getting the operations site to register the information to give out prizes to the winning viewers. Oh my god. Thanks to Dream, I snagged one. $6,500. That's a month's salary for me. Dream Brother atmosphere. Thank you Dream. Thank you Dream. In the live broadcast room, countless thank you pop-ups instantly raised. There were only 10, but those who didn't draw were swiping away. It's just their bad luck that they didn't draw. But no matter what, Dream is handing out benefits. A wave of gift rewards and on-TV lucky draws also instantly brought EE from the 2,000 or so people who had just started broadcasting, directly to 10,000 people. I don't know if you guys noticed what Dream just said after swiping his gift. Dream just said that he swiped these 2 sets of gifts just to stop by and see the gift effects for the spellbook. Could this be the difference between man and God? Bright 9 Keys was snapping pop-ups in rapid succession on the air. These words were another source of amusement for many. There's nothing to say. Dream's look at the special effects is bound to be blown out of proportion by the news anchors tomorrow. The first person to see special effects on the whole internet. Think about it guys. What if it was Mongo writing on that cartoon witch's broom? Asterisk 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 asterisk, are you the devil upstairs? I've got the picture. Sorry, I'm more interested in being the broom. The live broadcast room was plunged into a sea of joy. Ichi also gave an involuntary smile. Brother Dream, why don't I sing you a song? Ichi said after a moment of thought. The event has only been going on for an hour, and most of the big brothers haven't even started painting yet. Zhou Meng's gift of over $200,000 had directly topped her to the current #1 spot on the leaderboard. While the charts won't get too many viewers to watch, the exposure isn't exactly small with all the buzz today. And since Zhou Meng had helped her so much, she hadn't really performed her talent for Meng since yesterday. Can you sing the Cantonese song Love Not? Zhou Meng said thoughtfully. I watched EE sing a song by my Shadow once yesterday, and although my Shadow song is on the sweet side, you can hear that EE's voice is still quite wide in width. A little. EE was overjoyed when he heard the song Zhou Meng ordered. It was a song she had just recently learned, and she thought she could sing it pretty well. EE said sorry to the anchor who was PKING, then exited the PK page and focused on finding the accompaniment. I really don't say. The anchor looks really good when he's serious. Then you still have to say. The female anchor that Brother Meng has his eyes on. That can be worse? Ha ha ha. Following brother Meng to enjoy the blessings. Thee's side quickly found an accompaniment to the love knot. The song is on the softer side of the tone and the vocals are on the mature side. As soon as EE opened his mouth, he immediately made many people in the live broadcast room shiver. Jo Meng was also violently brightened up. After the song was finished, Jo Meng again directly gave out a set of 1,314 magic books. Wow! It's the third group. Brother Dream has spent $400,000 on a live broadcast. In the morning Brother Dream also swiped over 90,000. This adds up to almost 500,000. Terrifying as hell. The live viewers were even more in awe. Thank you Dream for the reward. Fee covered her small mouth in shock. $400,000 a broadcast. She really couldn't imagine it anymore. If you can swipe so much even watching a live broadcast, how much money should Dream have in reality? You're welcome. You open your live stream. I'll brush my gifts. No conflict. Jo Meng spoke with a smile. He was obviously in a very good mood this time. Dream, why don't I even perform my talent with an anchor? She's a dancing anchor. Fee offered. After Orange swiped her a gift yesterday, she added her contact information with Orange and knew that Orange was a dance anchor. She's a singing anchor and Orange is a dancing anchor and is good at modern dance. So the two are absolutely perfect for each other. And to be honest, it's a bit dry just to sing. She had just become an anchor for a month, and she was still a bit unable to hold the atmosphere of the live room. And having someone to mic with her made it a lot easier for her to broadcast. Dancing anchor? Jo Meng was stunned, but then reacted. Fine, just play your game. The connectivity between the anchors is definitely very nice to watch if it's just a talent PK. That's something Jo Meng certainly doesn't object to. Chapter 20, Brother Meng's Strength. Sister Bibi was staring at the operation to transfer money to the winning viewer, and after seeing what EE said, her entire body went numb. Connected? Not even an ass. Even if you want to make your big brother a little more happy watching the live broadcast, that's not the way to handle it. Aren't you giving Big Brother more options by linking to other hosts? What if Big Brother abandons you and goes straight across the street? Sister Bibi sighed helplessly. The words have been said, and even if you want to stop it, you probably can't. Looks like she's going to have to labor some more to give Itchy a good refresher course in this area once he's off the air. Orange, on the other hand, was also live, but was clearly a bit distracted. While broadcasting live, he peeked into EE's live room, his heart filled with envy. That's what's so great about having a big brother. The next moment, however, Orange was genuinely baffled when she heard Thee say that he was connecting her to perform a talent show together. According to her idea, Big Brother is now playing in your live room is having fun. Not to say that it is eating alone. At the very least, can not even other guilds, right? But Thee, he invited himself to be mic'd up? She hadn't even thought about that from the beginning. But the next moment, Orange got excited. She knew that her chance was at hand. If we can take advantage of this opportunity, we might actually take off. She'd waited 2.5 years for a chance to show her face in front of her big brother. Fee, whether you're really looking for me to perform a talent show or you're lifting me up, I'll keep this favor in mind. Orange stood up excitedly, hastily straightening her clothes. There was no denying that she had gone to meet Thee yesterday with an agenda. But between yesterday and today, both Thee's chat with her and what Thee is doing right now really bowled her over. Just the next moment when Orange had just finished organizing his clothes, a connect request lit up above the live broadcast. Orange clicked through almost without hesitation. Almost all the viewers in the broadcast room were dumbfounded when Orange link came in. Holy shit, this anchor is really good looking. Not inferior to EE at all. With so much beauty these days, who knows if it's real or not? Don't be gullible upstairs. It does look good. And it's probably a dance anchor that looks the part. Well, one of the D's. Do you still watch Pirates upstairs? I watch it too. Luffy became the 5th emperor. My god. Is that what people mean when they say D1? You're too simple, aren't you? Orange's eyes couldn't help but squint happily into a small slit when he saw the pop-ups across the room filled with compliments and banter. She has a face that someone finally got moving. Good evening, Brother Dream. And good evening to the viewers of Thee's live broadcast. Orange even opened his mouth to say hello. As for more words she didn't bother. It was already precious that EE was able to give her this opportunity. And there was no way she could blatantly troll herself in EE's live room. Of course, regarding Big Brother, it's time to lick. This would be absolutely gorgeous if it didn't have a beautiful face. Jo Meng also looked at it for a while. I have to say, Orange is worthy of being a dance anchor. And that body is just amazing. And it doesn't look too old. At most 22 or 22 years old. Just the time of youthful beauty. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, * 1314. Jo Meng jumped straight over and raised his hand to fire a spellbook combo. Wow. Thanks for the spellbook bounty. Dream. Orange had just seen the special effect of the magic book light up and thought it was from EE's side, but after a few seconds of being stunned, he realized that it was from his own live broadcast, and got excited. Thinking about those big brothers that I met before, tired to perform their talents, and then all kinds of begging for gifts, and only just rewarded a magic book or something. And look at Dream now, just one meeting and giving away over $100,000. Is this what Big Brother feels like? That's a little too heartwarming, isn't it? Needless to say, at this moment, Orange's eyes were literally green. Great talent show and all. Joe Mang lightly sent a pop-up out, then jumped back to EE's live broadcast, and Orange, who saw Joe Mang's pop-up, felt energized. Sister Orange, I'll sing and you dance, Fee said with a smile, and at that moment, the Tiger Shark platform supervisor, who was checking out the room, was also startled by the commotion over here. After getting a general idea of the process, Supertube's entire mouth had fallen open into an O shape as well. For sets of 13-14 spellbooks swiped in less than half an hour? That's over $500,000. And this Dream brother he also remembers. Just yesterday in the platform to open the Emperor set spent more than 200,000 yuan. If you add in what you've consumed so far, I'm afraid it's going to be almost $900,000. And if he hadn't misread it just now, it seemed that if the two anchors did a good job with their talent show, they would be able to reward them again. Isn't that properly going to break $1 million in spending? The superintendent didn't dare to hesitate and rushed to report the news to the company's supervisor. Less than a minute later, the program director got the message. In less than 5 minutes, Mr. Gu, who was keeping an eye on the activity, also received a report. Swiped almost $900,000 since yesterday? Mr. Gu couldn't stop the shock on his face. He remembered that it was only in the morning that he had told the program director that if this broken dream spent $500,000, he would be assigned an exclusive account manager. He was thinking that it would take another week or two to spend up to $500,000. Gu immediately realized that this could be a real godly big brother. Immediately have someone go and approach the head of the Northern Summer Guild. If this Dream brother isn't a guild member, then it's definitely a big customer. Mr. Gu hesitated for a moment. Preliminary judgment. Broken dreams, spending power. About 1.5 to 3 million in a single month. First recorded at this level. Mr. Gu, this Meng, 2 days can brush more than 900,000. 1.5 million in a single month. Is not a little too. The project manager warned from the sidelines. Not low, you have to know. Today is the first day of the event just went live. Plus Brother Dream he just came to Tiger Shark. Is bound to want to show off his strength. Today's consumption. The probability is that it's impulsive consumption. It's a little bit of psychology that if there were that many 10 million spending big brothers, our platform wouldn't be in such a tough position. Mr. Gu waved his hand. First register it like this, then send an account manager to contact Brother Dream. And if we find out later that his spending power can still be increased, then it won't be too late to raise the level. Good. The project manager was instantly convinced and nodded admiringly. Worthy of being General Manager Gu, this ability to see into people's hearts is far inferior to him. Why hadn't he thought that Dream might be an impulse buyer? The gap. That's the gap. And on the live side, Fee is leaning in with Orange. The tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were also brushing the word 666 and awesome. Even Joe Meng didn't expect that the cooperation between the two would have the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Having seen it all the way to past 9 o'clock in the evening, Joe Meng was indeed a bit tired of watching it. EE side is okay, just some sore throat has been drinking water. But the Orange side, dancing is a physical labor after all. Has been dancing for an hour and a half. Has long been sweating more than. Chapter 21, Brother Meng. I want to win. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, * 1314. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, * 1314. Joe Meng didn't hesitate and directly sent a set of magic book gifts in each of the 2 live streams. Thank you Dream. Thank you Dream. The two were also thankful. Orange, in particular, was overjoyed. 2 sets of 13-14 magic books dancing for an hour or two to get more than 200,000 gifts. What can have this cost effective? That's it for today. I'm ready to get off Joe Meng yawned. The live stream crowd was even hitting awesome. From the start of the until now, Joe Meng has given away 6 sets of 1,314 magic books. One group is more than 130,000 yuan. 6 groups down, can be 780,000 almost 790,000 And they, too, followed Joe Meng to the end of his cool today. Needless to think, if Joe Meng wasn't there, could the 2 anchors perform their talents so vigorously all the time? The intensity, it's not much different than even having a concert. Good night Dreamer. Good night Dream. I'll see you tomorrow. Dream. The live feed began to clear up with the word good night. Sister Bebe, who had been watching the situation from the outside, hurriedly gave EE a reminder not to forget about adding Brother Meng's friend after she saw that Brother Meng was just about ready to get off the number. EE also hurriedly opened the background and sent a message to Joe Meng. On the other hand, Orange, also on the pretext of changing clothes, rushed to the side, picked up his cell phone and sent a private message to Joe Meng. Joe Meng, who had just exited the live broadcasting room and was planning to turn off the app and go out to forage for food, saw that two small red dots suddenly lit up and hesitated for a while, but still clicked in. For a mildly obsessive-compulsive person, you can't have one little red dot, let alone two. Just clicked in and saw two private messages. Joe Meng froze. First, we saw these. I clicked on it and looked at it, and on the top was posted EE's microsignal and phone number from yesterday's message, and on the bottom was a message from EE to the effect that he wanted to add private contact information. With yesterday's news, odds are that I didn't read it this morning when I switched phones with the one-touch read. Joe Meng did not hesitate and directly copied EE's microsignal over and clicked add. Such a beautiful girl. To say that Joe Meng does not have some ideas, that is certainly impossible. The second, on the other hand, was from Orange. The message from Orange, though, is a bit more intriguing. Brother, can you help me get a place in this event? Joe Meng sked. The two sets of gifts he had just rewarded totaled more than 200,000. Not to say much, taking a top 10 spot was definitely no problem. But Orange is still saying that, so the meaning is already obvious. It's just that he wants the top 3 places. This woman, what an appetite. Even if Joe Meng usually didn't care much about events, she knew how fierce the competition was for the top 3 spots on this kind of star show channel. Even if this is a small event, the odds are that the first place, without $1 million, won't be taken. Second place, at least $700,000 to $800,000. For third place, $500,000 is barely enough. There's no way Orange doesn't know exactly how much it costs. But since Orange knew that and gave himself that, it was obvious enough what exactly he was trying to do. Joe Meng's mouth brought up a smile. Orange was a pretty girl anyhow, and to lean over of her own accord, he certainly didn't mind. What man would hate a beautiful woman these days? Therefore, Joe Meng also hesitated just a little before picking up her cell phone and sending a private message back. Is 50th place okay? Less than 5 seconds after the message was returned, the phone dinged. Word has come back from Orange. Brother Dream, I want to take the top 3. Shy expression. So how do you want to take this top 3? Brother Dream, I'm over here in Magic City. Where are you? I'll take a plane overnight and come over to find you. I want to play with you for a few days. Shy. Seeing this message returned by Orange, Joe Meng was also stunned. I can't believe Orange is in Mordor? However, in the next moment, Joe Meng instantly laughed and directly returned a message. I don't like people who have too big a gap between reality and the internet. If you think it's okay, the 88th floor of the Magic City Sky Hotel. Report my name. Joe Meng can enter. After returning this message, Joe Meng directly threw his phone to the side and silenced his mind into the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $788,400. Congratulations to the host. The tenfold rebate of 7,884,000 yuan has been issued to the host's account. The Gods Deluxe System. Host, Joe Meng. Level 1. Progress on upgrades, $1. 14 million/billion. Realistic assets, $11. 32 million, rebate ratio 110. Cool, 10 million assets now. Seeing the asset update, Joe Meng was instantly comfortable, threw his cell phone to the side, and went directly to swim in the open air pool over there. On the other hand, the moment she saw the message Joe Meng replied to, Orange's heart began to pound wildly. She also didn't expect that Brother Meng was in Magic City, although she didn't recognize the Sky Hotel. As long as it was within the territory of the Magic City, it was estimated that she could pass it in 3 or 4 hours at most. That said, it could be that in a few hours, she'll be dreaming brother. At the thought, Orange's cheeks turned red. She didn't hesitate long, though. This idea of going to lick Brother Meng was something she had settled on a long time ago, and now that Brother Meng had put his words on the table, if she hesitated, she was afraid that this opportunity to turn the tables would be missed forever. In this era where classes are gradually beginning to solidify, there are very few opportunities for ordinary people to turn the tables. Being lucky enough to get this opportunity today has probably been one of the most precious times in her life for her. As for Dream's point about the gap between reality and the internet being too big, it had been automatically ignored by her. She basically did not open any beauty face. Just open a little lens. Just open. This is also convenient to dance with. For their own looks and body, she is very confident. Orange's heart was pounding. but she quickly got off the air and ran over to the bathroom to shower and change her clothes. Chapter 22, Dream Brother Reality So Handsome? Took a swim in the pool and stopped by the bathroom side to take a shower. Now has been the end of May. The weather is also gradually hot up. After the bath, Jo Mang also did not open the air conditioning, simply directly wrapped a bathrobe and walked out. Grabbing his phone and glancing at it, he was surprised to see another unread message in the background of Tiger Shark, which he hadn't just logged out of. Clicked to see. Is a Tiger Shark platform customer service? The name is called the Small by Ling, meaning that in the future she is their own exclusive customer service. There are any claims can be sent directly to her message. The back also notes the phone and various platforms her contact information. Tiger Shark's service is pretty sweet. Jo Mang wasn't averse to this service, but he didn't add Xiao Bai Ling's other contact information. He just gave Xiao Bai Ling's Tiger Shark account a follow. Lying on the big bed and watching the TV, Jo Mang's heart couldn't help but be slightly tingling. Although I've had girlfriends before and I'm not exactly a novice in this area, but the thought that a female anchor might come before long gave Jo Mang an inexplicable and marvelous feeling in his heart. It's a novelty for him to try too. On the other hand, Orange had changed into a sexy outfit and had made a point of wearing her long-time collection of Valentino heels. Long black hair lay flat against the small halter, a few strands lying empty at the nape of her neck, framing Orange's face in a flattering way. Taking a deep breath, Orange took out his cell phone to Baidu the location of the Sky Hotel. 5 stars? 6,000 meters away? Orange was stunned. 5 stars had occurred to her, but 6,000 meters away was something she hadn't really thought about. A distance of 6 kilometers is only 20 minutes away by car. Orange didn't hesitate and went straight out and called a cab. 20 minutes later, she was standing on the floor of the Sky Hotel. Hello ma'am, may I ask if you are looking for lodging? Seeing Orange walk into the hotel, the doorman hurriedly smiled and went forward to welcome the guests. In addition to welcoming this person, the more than 10 waiters standing next to them all bowed slightly to express their welcome. Orange's clothes, including her figure and face value, were undoubtedly telling them that this person was definitely a celebrity-level beauty. That I'm looking for someone. Mr. Jo Mang said he lives on the 88th floor. Orange was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. It's just a door. Why do you need so many people to bow and curtsy? It wasn't like she hadn't been to a 5-star hotel before, but how did she feel that this one was extraordinarily high class? I also wonder how much it really costs to stay here for a night. Mr. Jo Mang from the 88th floor? Yes ma'am. You come with me and I'll look up the information for you. The porter nodded and led Orange over to the front desk. The front desk side also called Jo Mang in due time after confirming that the information was correct. Yeah, send her up. Jo Mang froze. He also did not expect Orange to arrive so soon. Had thought that it might not come, or even if it came, it would be after 2 or 3 hours. Hello ma'am, take the elevator this way. It goes straight to the 88th floor. Being the only ultra-luxury penthouse suite in the entire hotel, it is equipped with an exclusive elevator. The receptionist smiled and led Orange to an elevator before respectfully backing out. Seeing the nearly lavishly decorated elevator entrance, Orange also knew she had nothing to retreat to. The elevator was running fast, and as she watched the numbers on the screen closing in on 88, Orange's heart grew more and more apprehensive. She didn't know whether this dream brother she was about to face was a young man, a middle-aged man, or an old man. She had also just turned 21 this year, and even though she had chosen this path, she wanted her partner to be as young as possible, and try not to be over 50. As for looks, she didn't want it anymore, even if it was a big fat guy who weighed 300 pounds, but as long as she was young, she could accept it. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator came to a steady stop. The elevator doors opened and a straight corridor came into view, and the door to the suite was ajar. Orange knew that the door was left open for her on purpose. Checking the clothes on her body, Orange bit her lip gently, stepped on Valentino's attack shoes and slowly pulled open the door of the suite. With a slight clicking sound of the door closing, Jo Mang also saw this Tiger Shark live's third-tier female anchor, Orange, at the first opportunity. To be honest, Jo Mang was really a bit surprised. His own words had been spoken, and Orange had dared to come, surely without too much beauty. But Jo Mang hadn't thought that Orange's looks would be so stunning to him either. Now that I look at it, it's totally the same person as in the live feed. Same flirty face, alluring body, and that trademark D size. And unlike the live broadcast over an hour ago, Orange, who had changed into a sexy outfit, put on stockings, and stomped on Valentino, was even much sexier than the live broadcast. After all, there are some places you can't show on the air, but in reality, you can. Jo Mang couldn't help but pull a smile from the corner of his mouth, and the shock in the mind of Orange, who had just entered, was uncontrollable. The first thing that stunned her was the size of the suite and the decor. usually live in the hotel, usually about 15 square feet, a little larger, can expand to 25 square feet around, even if it is a suite or something, there are 40 square feet that are considered large, but now the suite in front of her, the size alone, was less than 2,000 square feet. You know, the office on her guild side, which accommodated 70 to 80 anchors live, was only a little over 1,000 square feet, and the decor, the clear gold trim, and the various furniture and lamps inside, were all high-class models that she had never seen before, and they looked like they knew they were very flashy. At the very outside, there is another borderless pool that is changing water with a slight sound of water running. As for those gold trims, she didn't know whether they were real gold or gold-plated, but needless to say, they must have been expensive, that is. And the second one that completely stunned her was Joe Meng, who was half leaning on the bed, nearly draped in a towel, lazily playing with his cell phone. Originally, she had imagined that Dream was at least a middle-aged man in his late 40s, and the odds were that he was of the bloated variety as well. After all, it's true that young people don't come along very often with this kind of financial resources, but in her gaze, half leaning on the bed, was a young and handsome, and through this angle, it was obvious that the body management was also good. Meng. In an instant, Orange's heart pounded wildly. Really? What a pleasant surprise. Chapter 23, must take first place. Almost instantly, Orange's mind went from being less than willing before to being 1,000,000% in favor now. Even because it was too much of a surprise, Orange didn't react for a moment, and her whole body froze in place. It was still Joe Meng inside who spoke first. What are you standing there for? Come here. Joe Meng patted the edge of the bed. Ooh-hoo. Okay, Mongo. Hearing Joe Meng's voice, Orange reacted and quickly walked over to Joe Meng and sat down along the edge of the bed, feeling Joe Meng's scent from close range. For a moment, Orange's breathing couldn't help but get a few points rougher. What's the name? Joe Meng looked Orange up and down, just like what she had just seen from a distance. This woman's entire body was practically dripping with the word sexy, with pale skin, a slight hint of blush on her flirtatious face, and a small handful of her long black hair falling down her front, while more of it was spread across her flawless white back. Almost instantly, Joe Meng defined Orange. Extremely beautiful. Brother Dream. My name is Lin Xingxue. I just graduated from the art academy. Lin Xingxue was a little less accustomed to this current atmosphere, but she still answered Joe Meng's question honestly. Live streaming is an industry that she started when she was in school, and after graduation, she auditioned for a career as an actress, but the acting world was so dark that she was dissuaded by subterfuge after only half a month. And the live circuit can be so much better than the acting circuit. There are 1 or 2 big brothers at most if you want to get ahead in the live circuit. But if you want to get ahead in show business, 10 or 8 is not much. For proof, just look at how many successful debutantes have gynecological problems. Lin Xingxue. Joe Meng mumbled in his heart. True to form. The name does sound good. It's 11 o'clock at night. Ready for a rest? Joe Meng smiled and took Lin Xingxue into his arms. Lin Xingxue's body stiffened violently, but she quickly forced herself to relax. Hearing Joe Meng's words, Lin Xingxue also had a slightly reddened face, and her voice was like a mosquito's. Lin Xingxue took the initiative to put her hands on her shoulder straps. Seeing the shoulder straps slipping, Joe Meng's eyes could not help but burst, and then reached out his hand and silently turned off the room lights. $300 million for the following charges. The next morning, Joe Meng slept until after 10 o'clock. Looking at Lin Xingxue, who was still sleeping next to him because she was too tired, Joe Meng couldn't help but let out a laugh. He was truly surprised that Lin Xingxue would be a first-timer, but it was inevitable. If Lin Xingxue had done this kind of thing a long time ago, how could she still be a third-tier anchor now? I'm afraid it's not first-tier, but top of second-tier, right? Not long after, Lin Xingxue also woke up. Just after she woke up, she saw Joe Meng beside her sizing up her figure with interest, and Lin Xingxue's face instantly turned red. Mongo. Lin Xingxue hurriedly pulled the quilt and buried her entire body in it. Okay, come on out. I've asked the waitress to send up a robe. You can try it on later. Joe Meng laughed and took the lead, getting up and going to the side to order food. After a night of physical labor, this would be hungry. Lin Xingxue also saw the lady's robe that was placed aside, and with a red face, she slowly put her clothes on and then ran over to the bathroom to wash up. But not 2 minutes later, Lin Xingxue's shocked cry came from the bathroom side. Yikes! A full Estée Lauder skincare regimen. Wow! There's a Chanel perfume set too. Even Givenchy's lipstick. Hearing the voices coming from there from time to time, Joe Meng was instantly helpless. Top suites in 5-star hotels. These things are given away once a day. Of course, it can't all be in big bottles, but it's about a third of a normal bottle. After a rough estimate, with so many cosmetics and stuff, over $10,000 should be there. Actually, If you have the money, staying in a top suite is pretty good value for money. Those are a gift. Keep them for yourself if you like. Really, Mongo, can I have all of these? Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qingxue instantly ran out with a bottle of skincare products as if she had been given a treasure, her face full of surprise. Keep it, I can't use it. Zhou Meng shrugged. By the way, are there any contraindications to eating? No, Dream Brother. Thank you, Dream Brother. Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qingxue jumped up in surprise and with a cry of joy, she wanted to rush to Zhou Meng's side, but suddenly remembered the identity of Zhou Meng, hastily snapped a smile in place to stop, did not dare to get close, and because of wearing a nightgown, this fierce, look at Zhou Meng is a wild jump eyelids. This girl, does she not know how good her body is? That's not treating yourself like a man. Zhou Meng, who was about to order, changed her mind at once. Little girl, sometimes there is a price to pay for provoking others, you know? Zhou Meng pulled Lin Qingxue into his arms and scraped hard on Lin Qingxue's nose. Then in Lin Qingxue's red-faced state, he walked directly to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. It had to be said that standing on the 88th floor and looking at all the living beings, there was indeed a feeling that one would be on top of the world and have a view of all the mountains. After eating the noon meal, Zhou Meng didn't have any intention of going out, but instead got bored in the house. To be honest, this was the first time Zhou Meng had experienced an extreme girl. There was no comparison to the previous mediocre ones, and the ones I met in the clubhouse. And Lin Qingxue was quite happy today. Although she had lost her virginity, Zhou Meng was still quite nice to her. Like all the bad habits of those rich people, hot temper, rough movements and whatnot, there was absolutely nothing on Zhou Meng, though the speech was just as dominant. But as a godly big brother, shouldn't one speak in a domineering manner? Especially since Zhou Meng wasn't too old and her looks and figure weren't bad at all. For a while, Lin Qingxue was all but directly addicted to it. With such a great big brother, what's not to be satisfied with? Until the morning of the 30th. Qingxue, what place do you want in this event? Zhou Meng was lying comfortably on the bed, while Lin Qingxue was carefully waiting on the side. Brother Dream, I'd be satisfied with a top 3 finish. The corner of Lin Qingxue's mouth lifted into a smile. The third place recommendation was also very good, and if she got that ranking, it would have pushed her from a third-tier anchor to a second-tier anchor position, to say the least. With the strength Zhou Meng had shown 2 days ago, coupled with her existing list, it would be almost enough to brush up just a little bit more. Third place? Don't you want to be first? Zhou Meng was a bit surprised. But Dream, first or second place? Aren't you going to play for Ichi? Lin Qingxue froze, then said. The fact that Zhou Meng was now Yi's number 1 big brother was something that almost the entire Star Show channel knew. If people didn't see the exit net battle on the 27th, basically everyone got it with the event PK on the night of the 28th. Zhou Meng, however, directly swiped 4 sets of 1,314 magic books in a row in Yi's live room. One set is over 130,000, and 4 sets are over $500,000. It's safe to say that the event has only just begun and Thi has basically internalized the top 3. And that's really what she meant when she was talking about wanting third place. Thi had given her this opportunity, and although she had gotten into her big brother's car, she wasn't a gracious person, and definitely wouldn't try to steal Thi's name. Did I say anything about ranking Ichi? Hearing Lin Qingxue's explanation, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's never said that on a live platform, has he? And he didn't just swipe gifts at Thi's livestream, did he? He just swiped the most at Thi's livestream. Lin Qingxue was really a bit confused this time. What did Zhou Meng mean by that? Did he mean that he wasn't Ichi's guardian big brother? But it is not the guardian big brother. And open the Emperor set, and brush more than $500,000. Sporadically added up. This is going to be in the EE live broadcast brushed 90 million. It had been in her mind that maybe Ichi had been with Mongo long before she arrived, but now it seemed that she hadn't? That's a lot of swipes for not being together. That's too much. Okay, my woman is participating in an event. That has to be number 1. Zhou Meng didn't explain too much, and with a wave of his hand, he directly set the statute. In EE's live broadcast, it is just for fun, and it depends on his mood to brush more or less. After all, EE and he has nothing to do with the reality. Brush is love, not brush is this. If EE couldn't figure it out because of this, it meant that she wasn't worthy of Zhou Meng to swipe gifts for her either. Hearing Zhou Meng Atmosphere's words, Lin Qingxue's breathing gradually became ragged. Is this the charm of the Imperial Big Brother? You're talking about coming in first? In this instant, Lin Qingxue only felt that the sense of security in her heart was simply so full that it was about to overflow. Chapter 24, I'll take this first place. 4,000 large chapter. After staying at the hotel until noon, Lin Qingxue went back to prepare for the evening event. And before leaving, Zhou stuffed Lin Qingxue with all kinds of cosmetics in a brain. Lin Qingxue held her bag with slight difficulty with both hands, but her face was filled with happiness. These cosmetics add up to enough for her to use a small half a year. At least have to be worth a $30,000. Ah, Brother Dream is just too generous. Meanwhile, Oki from the Dyson Guild was live streaming. As a news anchor, he is not attending this event, including the first brother within the guild. None of them participated in this event. It wasn't that the guild wasn't willing to give them a brush, but the rewards for the second and third place in this event weren't too generous for a few of their long-established first-tier anchors. Taking a first place would be just fine. The rest of the placings don't really do much for them, and if the goal was only to be number one, it was definitely going to be ranked here in the guild's first sister, Mu Ran. After all, it's the female anchors who are the most popular on the platform. But now, the pop-ups on the air were full of questions. Didn't Muran swear that he would take first place? How come you're playing so little now? That new anchor The total list is almost rushed to 600. 000. Why Muran only 200? 000. Ah, that's right. The first night of the Other Dreams event, he swiped so much. And not only for but also for Tangerine. Now the two of them are one first and one second. What kind of first guild are we? Dashang? Live on air. Fans were in an emotional state. Don't they play on Dashing's side because Dashang is strong and they can act like a beeper with Dashing's brand? For this event, many people had eaten several meals of instant noodles just to support Muran a little. But the event has been going on for almost 2 days now, and it looks like the event is going to be closed tonight. But Muran has only just managed to rush to the third place. And this third place, but there is a gap of nearly $400,000 with the first place. It's never been about them rushing to the top and then taunting those second and third. When did it go the other way around? When have they ever been so aggravated? Oki looked at the flaming pop-ups and had a headache. He also didn't know what the hell Moran was up to. Obviously, at the beginning of the event, it was said that AO would be coming to this event and that the guild's monarchs would also be making a move. But yesterday, there were only 5 or 6 monarchs in Muran's live room. What with the monarch group and AO? None of them came. This led to the fact that today Muran did not brush out much of the list at all. And at noon this time the other head anchors did not start broadcasting. So the pressure all of a sudden came to him. Damn. What's the situation? Also give me a word. Do not know that these fans are all brain dead. Oki mentally cursed angrily. It goes without saying that their Dashang fans are naturally united. But the opposite of unity is unreasonableness. On a normal day, this is a great tool for their offense. But on this day, it completely turns into pressure. That's a real gap in the list. There is no need to be anxious. I also heard a few big brothers say yesterday. It seems that Brother AO is out to do something to delay, which has not been back. If Brother AO is there, this list is not a minute to take it? Oki smiled brightly and opened his mouth to explain. So if AO isn't back by tonight, is he just going to get third place? Upon hearing Dejai's explanation, the fans on the air didn't buy it at all. They believed in AO's strength, but AO didn't make a move for every event. Even if Brother AO isn't here, we still have the Monarch Troop, and there are at least 60 to 70 big brothers in the Monarch Troop, which is enough to hold up the list. Oki mentally snuck in the idea of the fan who had just barreled himself, but his mouth kept explaining. He knew in his heart that these fans of his guild could all be powder kegs. It does swipe when you hit the charts. An ordinary swordsman, who dared to swipe $300 to $400 while playing on the leaderboards. His loyalty to the guild was nothing to sneeze at. But the counterpoint to this is that these people cannot see failure of any kind. If it's a normal PK it's fine. These fans can still go across the street and curse. But this kind of serious activity, if you can't take it down, your own anchor that is 100% exposed to the net. But in the face of the increasing number of pop-ups, Oki felt like he was just a little bit unable to explain himself. However, the next moment, a bright emperor icon suddenly lit up in the center of the live broadcast room. Oki was suddenly bright and excited. Brother AO is here. Welcome Brother AO. Daiki roared and opened his mouth in a rush to welcome him. AO was a complete savior to him now. Emperor, Pride, send out, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Pride, send out, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Pride, send out, treasure map, *10. As soon as he entered the live room, AO ran directly swiped 10 treasure maps. Dejai was instantly excited. This is not considered to be the guild to play PK when the brush gift. These usual gifts are the big brother random brush he is able to share. Thank you AO for the 10 treasure maps. AO is atmospheric. The fans of the guild in the live broadcast room, after seeing the special effects of AO Rant's gift, their hearts were also overjoyed. The reason their fire is so high today is that they have no backbone. Most of the people had swiped all the little spare money they had in their hands, but they still only took third place, and they were suffocating in their hearts. But now, as soon as AO appeared, he first swiped 10 treasure maps out, which instantly stabilized their minds, and the hand that had been snapping at the pop-up stopped. Ha ha ha, early in the morning I saw you guys bickering here. 2 days ago reality went busy with something, today this just came back. Pride laughed and typed a pop-up out on the public screen. You guys? I told you AO was up to something 2 days ago, right? It's time for everyone to rest assured that AO is back. Can this event be any worse? Oki spoke up in a hurry, his entire face on the verge of a smile, and as the 10 treasure maps were swiped out, the popularity of Dejai's live room began to gather. From about 10,000 people at the beginning, it slowly rushed to over 30,000 people. Seeing that the people were almost there, AO Ran also spoke again. An announcement. For this event, I personally prepared $1 million cash for Muran to hit the list, and a total of 50 big brothers on the side of the Monarch troop will also be unified tonight. I don't care who's number one on the list right now. By the end of the night, number one on the list is bound to be our Murans. To be honest, $1 or $2 million wasn't much for him, but naturally, this event was out too quickly. Plus it was the end of the month, so he really didn't have much money in his hand. But even so, when they saw Aura's pop-ups, the fans in the live stream immediately exploded. $1 million in cash? Asterisk 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 asterisk. As expected of Brother AO, it's $1 million out of the gate, and there are still 50 big brothers of the Monarch troop out there. Even if a Monarch big brother brushes 7 or 8,000, that's quite a lot of money. It's back. Our big brother group from Deshang is finally back. AO is a cow. In an instant, the lost sense of honor from the last 2 days basically came back. The corner of Aoran's mouth couldn't help but pull out a smile. The event did come out a bit rushed, and he didn't have much money ready to go from the start. The reason I haven't shown up in the past 2 days is that I've gone to prepare the money. Moreover, the reward for the first place this time was really not bad, and after discussion on the guild side, it was meant to be taken as well. Although a dream brother had come out in the past 2 days, he didn't think that this dream brother was much of a brush. What's the point of swiping 800,000 or $900,000 a live broadcast? He swiped on all the 2 million a-game live streams. Just because you swipe more occasionally doesn't mean the spending power is really that great. But Brother AO, what if we still can't get 1 million? You know, the opposite side will definitely swipe the list tonight too. A query suddenly popped up in the midst of the many complimentary pop-ups. Seeing this message, AO Ran didn't get angry, but smiled and explained. To give you all a bottom in advance, our 50 Monarch group big brother this time. Each person prepared the funds is $20,000. Oh. In addition to the 1 million cash in my hand, this can be 2 million. It's just a small event. People don't really think that $2 million is still too much to take down, do they? Of course, if someone really swipes more than $2 million, then this first place will be counted as our Deshang letting him have it. AO laughed. Once these two pop-ups came out, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room even exploded directly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are the Monarch brothers crazy? $20,000 each? There's nothing more to say. $2 million is a sure thing. EE's side is only $600,000 right now, so we're absolutely fine with more than $2 million, just to be on the safe side. I'll charge up some more money tonight and try to boost another plane. Seeing AO's explanation, the live broadcast room was suddenly like the new year, all filled with joy. 2 million really isn't that much if it's a mid-year June event, but for an event like this where the usual first place is only about $1 million, 2 million could be considered a phenomenal crush. For a while, the crowd no longer had any doubts, and all looked forward to the final battle of the list at night. AO is awesome, live, and I don't know who took the initiative to brush it off. Immediately afterward, this AO's awesome pop-up screen floated up throughout the broadcast. Seeing the screen full of compliments, AO Ran suddenly smiled more and more happily. That's how strong he is. See, the guild fans were stabilized. AO Ran also did not stay more, and soon exited the live broadcast room, the deep hiding of merit and fame. And on the other side, Broken Wound was selling out live. Although he hadn't received many gifts in the past 2 days, Broken Wound was clearly in a very good mood. The 18 treasure maps that Brother Meng had brushed for him earlier were already enough for him to eat for a month or two, and he was just participating in this event for fun. It would be best if he could have a ranking, and it would be just like that if he didn't. Brothers, I don't know if Brother Dream will strike again for this event. If Brother Dream is going to swipe again tonight, then he might actually have a chance to fight for this first position. Broken Wound laughingly analyzed the situation to the audience in the live broadcast. Anchor, just now AO went over from Dejai's side and said that he prepared $2 million for Muran. The live audience sent a pop-up alert. Broken Wound's expression faltered. $2 million for a small event? Good fellow. If that's really the case, Then I'm afraid that there really isn't much suspense for first place this time. It should be said that $2 million, even if you put it in some large events, you can get a good name. But you know, those big events that reward the top few recommendations or usually cover recommendations or something. But this one can't compare. Originally, in the Broken Wound's expectations, this time the Star Show flipping event, it is estimated that the biggest list is just $1 million out. But now, Desheng's side had made such a big deal out of it that there was no longer any need for the others to fight for it. Even if EE, who was now at 600,000 on the live broadcast list, wanted to erase the gap of 2 million. It would take at least 1,400,000 to do so, and there's still hundreds of thousands of zeros on Moran's list. Those have to be added as well. Even if Brother Meng was rich, he wouldn't be able to drop nearly 2 million more in on such a small event. Would he? Broken Wound shook his head. He had thought that there was a possibility that Thi could win the title, but now it seemed that there was little hope. As expected, it was still Desheng who had the strongest dominance on the live platform. Even the tourists who had watched Zhou Meng swipe gifts in the past 2 days were not very optimistic. Dream just swiped some the afternoon before yesterday and didn't make a move yesterday. Did he have inside information from Desheng's side, so he gave up? Yeah, if there's no other competition, Thi should be hopeful for second place on the 600,000 list. The first place is going to be an extra $1,780,000 to swipe, so it's better to take a second place. Visitors to the Broken Wound livestream also spoke up. In their opinion, although the recommendation for the second place is only 1/3 of the first, but this time to take the first place, the brush is not a normal much it's definitely not worth it to really swipe that much, so you might as well settle for second place and call it a day. Broken Wound was about to reply, but in the next moment, the live broadcast instantly lit up with the proprietary special effects of the Emperor's entrance. Brother Dream is here? Broken Wound was stunned. Didn't you just analyze that Dream might not be on today? Still, Broken Wound was quick to open his mouth in welcome. As soon as Zhou Meng came in, the spirits of the visitors of the live broadcast room were suddenly lifted. Brother Dream, will you make a move for this event today? Is there any plan to get Itchy first place? Mongo. Zhou Meng had just entered the live broadcast room when she saw a series of questions on the public screen and was also stunned. The night before to today, an orange played too high in the hotel. He did not even look at the live broadcast platform in the past 2 days. Looking at the audience's questions, Zhou Meng was a little puzzled for a while. Broken Wound seemed to have seen Zhou Meng's confusion and quickly opened his mouth to rehash what AO had just put out in the Dagwood live room. So, Zhou Meng let out a laugh. He thought it was something. It's just $2 million. He hasn't moved much of the $1 billion in his account. Zhou Meng shrugged his shoulders while typing in the live stream. Although I didn't intend to mess with Desheng's big brother, I can't help it this time. I've already promised someone else, so I'll take this first place. Chapter 25, Punching the List. For 1,000 big chapters. The moment Zhou Meng's words came out, the Broken Wound live room exploded. Does this mean that Dream is going to carry Dyson hard? That's $2 million. Brother Meng, be steady, will you? I'm scared. Although I know that Brother Dream is strong, I still want to say that the opposite side, Brother AO, is also fierce. Even Broken Wound didn't hold back from speaking. Brother Dream, it's not going to be easy to take the first place this time. I think on AO's side, the odds are that he's determined to take the first place. Dream is only new to Tiger Shark, so he might not know the strength of Desheng's side. On Desheng's side, there were a total of 6 people in the Emperor's group, and none of them had low spending power, with each of them spending more than $500,000. As for the entire guild's Monarch group, there were close to 100 people, and the ones that were usually active were about 60 to 70, basically spending between 10 and 20,000 every month, with a few being able to brush up to 50 to 60,000 or even 100,000 around the same time. The Duke's Regiment, that's a lot more people, to fight hard against a guild with such a large volume. The chance of winning was almost zero. Seeing that the crowd in the live broadcast was disbelieving, Zhou Meng just laughed and didn't get annoyed. If it had been a few days ago, he would have been in disbelief as well. A person, without any guild component, swipes millions on a live platform just to play an event for an anchor. Is he crazy or is the world crazy? But for him now, not to mention that this time, it was only one emperor plus a portion of the monarchs from Aoran who had made a move. Even if it was all the big brothers from the Great Shang Guild who had made a move, he still dared to pack his bags and fight hard against it. And as for messing with any big brother of Desheng, Zhou Meng cared even less. He watched the live broadcast, which was supposed to be based on having fun, and it was just a matter of swiping a few gifts and getting some real-life rebates along the way. The more he swipes, the more realistic the rebate will be, which can only be good for him. What could a guild, even if it was strong, do to him as a consumer? Can we still stop him from playing live? Joe Meng didn't say any more, but proved himself with a gift. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *3. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out, treasure map, *20. The words of discouragement that Broken Wound had just reached the corner of his mouth were immediately swallowed back, and then his face steeply turned into a look of a dog licking Benlick. Thank you, Big Brother. Thank you for the 20 sets of treasure maps rewarded by Big Brother. Broken Wound rose directly to his feet, his mouth wide open with excitement, and bowed repeatedly, counting the rewards from the previous 2 days. Brother Dream had already rewarded 38 treasure maps in his live broadcast, $5,000 apiece. 38 is $190,000. Excluding the Tiger Shark share and the Guild share, there would still be close to $40,000 in his hands. And the key thing was that Dream had rewarded so much, but hadn't mentioned any of his demands. For him, it was really more than a Big Brother. Now what? Can I win? Joe Meng laughed and teased. That must win This time Tiger Shark Star Show flip-flop no. 1. Is bound to be taken down by my Dream Brother. Broken Wound directly patted his chest with an air of inevitability. The live audience was even amused. Honestly, Broken Wound looks like a monkey in this now, and it's killing me with joy. 1 minute he's frowning, ready to advise Brother Meng bitterly, but the next minute he's directly performing a wave of Sichuan opera face changes for everyone. If I had a Big Brother to swipe so much for me, I'd be willing to be a sow, not to mention a monkey. Holy shit, that's a little heavy-handed upstairs, isn't it? Joe Meng rewarded so many gifts. In fact, what he wanted to give was an attitude, and the audience understood what Joe Meng meant. Since Big Brother isn't worried, what are they, the viewers, worrying about? If you have that time, you might as well be like Broken Wound, cheering and shouting 2 voices for your Big Brother to rely on. Come on, with these gifts, your top 50 should be secure. I'll go down first. Joe Meng was also amused by the Broken Wound. He came to the Broken Wound Live in the morning. In fact, he remembered what he had said in the Broken Wound Live a few days ago about participating in the event. And Broken Wound, as a person, is really quite interesting. Thank you, Dream. When Broken Wound heard Joe Meng's words, he immediately gave another series of thanks. With that 100,000 on the list, there's hope to make a run at the top 10, not to mention the top 50. Joe Meng went down to the number, and sure enough, the system credited another $1 million that had just been spent on rebates. It's time to check out the house. Joe Meng looked at the balance of $12 million already on the account and couldn't help but touch his chin. He personally prefers quiet, and does not intend to buy a villa in the center of Magic City, but intends to buy in the outer ring side. There are 4 rings in Mordor, namely the inner ring road, the middle ring, the outer ring and the suburban ring. The outer ring is more convenient compared to the suburbs, both in terms of traveling and living, and is not as noisy as the inner and central rings. And the current price of a finely decorated villa in the outer ring on this side of the Magic City is about 60,000 to 70,000 ping. In other words, if you buy a 500 square feet or so, it will probably cost you anywhere from $30 million to $35 million. It may be necessary to have a little more to come up with $40 million or so just to be on the safe side. Therefore, at least $200,000 to $800,000 must be swiped out tonight. If this is for the working class, even if they make $50,000 a month, they can't afford to buy a set in their lifetime, right? Looking at the real estate information displayed on his cell phone, Joe Meng couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. I don't know who gave him the courage to stay alone on this side of the Magic City after graduation. People's girls graduated to stay over here is to fish for a man. Successful one directly salty, but an ordinary man like him, it's hard not to be able to fish for a rich woman is not, even if he really caught it. The wire ball thing. Joe Meng boasted that he couldn't afford it. We should be almost done after hitting the event tonight, so we'll go out and check out the house when tomorrow rolls around. Joe Meng sat up and stretched uncontrollably. After acquiring the system, the last few days have been really enjoyable, especially the first 2 days when Orange was with him. It was getting to him. Stand and weigh yourself on the scale equipped in the room. Asterisk. Gained 1.5 pounds. Joe Meng instantly cursed. It's only been 3 or 4 days, right? And didn't you do 3 or 4 physical labor sessions in the last 2 days? Look at this. I'm going to have to call Orange over for a good workout when the event is played. At 10 p.m. There were only 2 hours left before the event's deadline. Star Show Channel. The first brothers of the various guilds had almost all tacitly gotten off the air today, leaving all the traffic to the female anchors of their own guilds. Those who watch live streams, especially those who watch Star Shows live, are, after all, mostly men. Food and color are natural, and what most men like to look at is naturally beautiful women. As a result, female anchors are naturally quite a bit higher in each guild. Deshang Guild, Mu Rant's live room. Looking at the nearly 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast, Mu Ran was smilingly replying to the pop-ups. The heat of the fans in the live stream was also high, with all kinds of pop-ups swiping. At noon AO said he and the Monarchs would be here tonight. Is that true? Did AO really prepare $2 million today? Mu Ran pulled down the small purple halter that she had purposely worn today, revealing two bright, but not quite offending, whites of the heart, while smiling and opening her mouth. AO has just gotten back to me. He's really been a bit busy with the company these past few days, but he's already on his way back and expects to be online at 10:30. As for the $2 million that AO said in the morning, it wasn't prepared by AO alone. The big brothers of the Monarchs Corps still have to contribute. But it looks like Brother Dream also gave his word this morning. And Brother Dream also said that he wants to take first place this time. On the live stream, many more viewers brushed up. Although Dream had only just come to Tiger Shark a few days ago, his strength was there for all to see. Over the past few days, at least $1 million had been swiped. Seeing this pop up, the smile on Mu Rant's face couldn't help but become even more delicate, because Brother Meng had announced this at around 12 noon, which was almost 10 hours ago. To say that she didn't know about it would be absolute bullshit. As a matter of fact, she not only knew about it, but also took it very seriously. And in the first place, she told AO about it. And after AO knew about it, he purposely added another million to the bottom line of this campaign. As long as this Dream Brothers total list really exceeded 2 million, AO would immediately continue to charge his money in. That means the bottom line gift volume tonight is 3 million. If you add in the previous list and let the civilian tourists brush a little bit out, it wouldn't be a big problem to put together 300,000 to 400,000 dollars. And the reason why the guild was so bottom hungry this time wasn't just about this event. She's only a top tier anchor right now, not really a super tier one. The definition of a super tier 1 anchor is that it has to be at least part of the heat across the network to make it work. And according to Dyson's plan, there was an intention to hold her up in that direction. This event is the beginning. Even if that Dream is so good that he can swipe another $1.5 million out to make up 2 million or so, what about 3 million? There's $1.5 million difference. The smile on Moran's face grew even richer at the thought. Don't worry everyone. Although AO prepared in haste this time, but if it really comes to that, AO will surely make up for some of it. This first place this time, it's definitely ours. Neuron didn't say anything about AO setting aside $1 million as a backup fund. After all, it was kept as a base card. And hearing Mu Rant's words, the visitors in the live broadcast room also dropped their hearts. They, Dashang, have never missed a beat at an event like this. On the other hand, Sister Bibi was also busy. Sister Bibi went crazy with joy when she found out about Dream's fight for first place tonight. When she knew that Dashang's side was going to call for $2 million, she hadn't held out much hope, but she didn't expect that Brother Meng would pick it up. If Brother Dream can hit EE's list above 2 million tonight in the live broadcast room, then even if EE doesn't get the first place, a second-tier anchor's position will definitely not be able to run away. Even if it wasn't for the fact that Thee's base was so thin, he would have been able to take advantage of this opportunity to go straight to the top. But no matter what, after tonight, their Northern Summer Guild would be considered to have a real anchor who could carry the show. It's all thanks to Brother Dream. And Thee, who was broadcasting live, was apprehensive. To be honest, her heart had been apprehensive after receiving so many gifts over the past few days. Dream Brother swiped more than $800,000 for her before and after, no matter how much was divided into her hands. But this money, Dream Brother practically spent it. $800,000. She could buy a suite in her hometown. And today, looking at Dream's intention in the Broken Wound live room, he was still coming to give her a hit on the charts. And the guarantee would also take her current chart of 600,000 or so to over 2,300,000. With this much money, she had literally only seen it on TV before. But she didn't think it would be her turn today, seeing that the time was getting closer and closer to the deadline, and that Brother Meng might descend on the live broadcast next. The more EE's mood went up and down. Even if Dream really swiped this much out for her tonight, she didn't have a clue in her mind as to how exactly she should go about getting along with Dream in the future. WeChat has been added and so has the contact information. And Dream hadn't taken the initiative to contact her. But she couldn't possibly keep not saying a word to Dream, could she? But if she was going to make contact, what should she do next? Do we have to offer ourselves? She was never meant to get to this point in the beginning of her live broadcast. For a moment, Thee's mind began to wander again. The live broadcast, too, had long since flooded with more than 40,000 people. Of these, roughly 10,000 000 to 20,000 were Dream's godly fans, and most of the rest had gotten the news and rushed over to see what was going on. She has a loyal following, maybe a little over 1,000. After all, as of right now, although she was high on the list, she was still just a small anchor with less than a third tier, and in a short period of time, it would be difficult to cultivate fans. In the past few days, Bright 9 Keys has already mixed a management out in the EE live broadcast, and the back of the ID is also deliberately added a bracket, in which it is written, the head of the Dream Brothers backing group. Brothers, those who have gifts first give the anchor a rush. Brother Dream previously brushed 4 sets of magic books for EE, but now the list is only 600,000. Not much up at all. We can't let Brother Dream rush alone. Bright 9 Keys was pulling votes for Thea on the public screen while leading the charge to swipe 10 spellbooks out. Ha ha ha, we're kind of witnessing the growth of an anchor, aren't we? An ID called Ancient City Huhan-san also generously opened 1,000 lords, and then directly renewed 4 times. The bag of 1,000 golden beans also turned into 10 magic books brushed out. Han-san Brothers atmosphere. Bright 9 Keys gave a direct thumbs up. Not at all. Compared to Brother Dream, it's a far cry. We're just an ordinary person. Han-san was obviously in a very good mood. When Joe Mang was banned in Little Pigeon's live room, he had come to speak out righteously, but he hadn't expected that he would also be banned by Super Wind. At that time, he was so angry that he just withdrew from the live broadcast and didn't watch it anymore, and then proceeded to not come online for a day or two. But what he didn't expect was that the one he helped out righteously would be such a fierce big brother. When he saw the news anchor talking about this yesterday, Han-san only felt physically and mentally refreshed to the extreme. Almost instantly, he became a die-hard fan of Brother Dream, and tonight, he made a special trip. Seeing Bright 9 Keys ID memo, Ancient City Han-san didn't hesitate and also made a memo to himself in the back as a member of the Dream Brothers backup group. Thanks for the gifts. Everyone broke the bank. EE saw that the list of the live broadcast instantly shot up by more than $4,000, and quickly opened his mouth to thank him. She knew in her heart that the reason why these visitors swiped their gifts was not because of her, but because of Brother Meng. And just as EE was about to sing a song in the live broadcast, the public screen suddenly went wild with a pop-up screen. Brother Ao is here. Muran's side is starting. Chapter 26, Rally of the Monarchs. The moment these words came out, everyone in the live broadcast room's heart stuttered. Although everyone had confidence in Meng, the opponent was Muran after all. Although the fans of Deshang Guild were annoying to many people, at the same time, everyone had to admit that Deshang's anchors were indeed powerful, and Deshang's fans were just able to swipe. Moreover, Ao is also the veteran big brother of Tiger Shark's side, and from the time he entered the network until now, he has almost swiped $20 million out by himself. The most crucial thing was that Ao was still Muran's exclusive big brother, and apart from the occasional bounty points from other female anchors, the rest was almost always on Muran's side. As you can also tell from Ao's ID, Ao Ran means guarding Muran. Brothers, anyway, Brother Dream hasn't come by this time. I'll go to the opposite side to check out the battle situation first, and report back later. A portion of the tourists who like to see what's going on are already a little ticked off. Dreamy, come one, knock me out and I'll jump right over. That's right, let's go check out the action first. After all, Ao is pretty fierce too. EE's live broadcast instantly lost over 10,000 people. The expression on the face of Sister Bibi, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but stagnate, but then it fully recovered. Although these people were gone now, they would still come back later when Dream was online, so there was no need to be too concerned. And it wasn't just these tourists. She was also more concerned about how much Muran's side would actually be able to beat out today. Thinking of this, Sister Bebe also couldn't help but get off her number and jumped over to Muran's live broadcast, intending to take a look at the situation. Muran, who was broadcasting live, saw that after Ao's ID landed in the first place of the VIP seat, the last bit of pressure in his heart also completely disappeared. The fact that Ao is here means that this is completely stable. Welcome Ao. On the public screen, a series of welcoming pop-ups lit up. Looking at the pop-ups that were bouncing almost a couple hundred times per second, Ao, who was in the Deshang Guild office, couldn't help but laugh out loud with a satisfied expression. What new godly hero, Mongo, can be as dominant as him? He had never started a live stream, but his account alone had 1 million followers. This amount of attention is even more than some first-tier anchors. The viewers of Muran's live broadcast were all excited in a flash. Brother Ao is here. My heart is at ease. Yeah, with Ao around. This event isn't a handful? Open brush. I can't wait. This idea of Ao is the deck of cards. Their bottom line. Not to mention, according to what Ao said this morning, he was clutching $1 million in his hand today. That's $1 million. most of the viewers of the live stream will never save that much money in their lifetime down the line. Seeing that the crowd in the live broadcast room was constantly urging for it to start, the corner of Ao's mouth also pulled out a smile as he typed, "There's no rush. Our regiment of monarchs will be here soon. There's still an hour and a half to go. The gifts are trivial. Let's get the momentum going first." Seeing Ao's words, the pop-ups in the live stream were even more overwhelming. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there really is a monarch corps? What do you think? Ao has the leisure to give you a joke? Since last December, this would be the first time this year's monarch corps big brothers have assembled, right? A series of 660 CXS instantly brushed up on the public screen. The big brother of the monarch corps on Dishang's side fully occupied a quarter of the entire platform. These big brothers, however, are usually full of stars to play on the platform, and will only assemble in an organized manner when it comes to more important events. Of course, according to Muran, this time, the big brother of the monarch corps didn't come all the way, just more than half of them. But the fans can understand. After all, these big brothers, most of them are the reality of the industry as a career boss. People play live is also for entertainment. Cannot let people put down their work at a particular time to give you a listed? And can these bosses not have a woman around them after 12 o'clock at night? Most of them aren't still hemming and hawing, so naturally they can't all come over. But even if it's only half of them that came, it's still scary enough. And as the pop-ups got more and more brushed, in the live broadcast, Muran also received a notification from Brother Ao in the background, indicating that the big brother of the monarch troop was ready for his entrance. The corner of Muran's mouth couldn't help but reveal a flirtatious smile, instantly putting the live broadcast room's more than 100,000 viewers in a state of flutter. Brothers, Brother Ao has just informed me that the big brothers of the monarch troop are ready to hold the stage. So next, let's welcome the big brothers of the monarch troop. Muran directly played a battle song in the live broadcast, which instantly brought up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Then, Muran converted the live broadcast into a screen capture again, and after that, he put the VIP seat to the maximum. In the next moment, the attention of the more than 100,000 people who were in the live broadcast room was instantly focused on the VIP seats in their entirety. As for Muran's current VIP seats, the total number of people is about 3,000 people. The top ranked ones, except for one Ao who is an imperial title, the second and third are monarchs. The others, the highest is only a duke, the highest number of people, or a basic title like swordsman and knight. Asterisk 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 feels so awesome. Upstairs, you're new to our Dishang, aren't you? Last year's year-end event when Big Brother Monarch rallied was awesome. It wasn't just the monarchs. The emperors came 5 or 6 of them at that time. Even our guild's first Big Brother came. Crowds have been snapping words on pop-ups. Some of the older fans, in particular, are superior. The big brothers on Dishang's side, the ones carrying the tripod, are 2 in total. In second place was Brother Ao, who was in the middle of a live broadcast, and who was likewise the most active imperial big brother on Dishang's side. The first in the rankings was the long-famous Wave Jedi, Wave Brother, and Wave Brother was also the undisputed No. 1 divine hero, spending more than $40 million on the platform, which was more than twice as much as Ao's. It's just that compared to Ao, who is often active, Wave is busy with his work in reality and only comes once or twice in his free time. Just as the crowd was blowing awesome and describing the pomp and circumstance, the VIP seats in the live broadcast instantly jumped as the battle song was played. Monarch Little 99 enters Muran's live room. Monarch Leppy enters Muran's live room. Monarch Drunken Madness enters the Muran live room. Monarch Huki Guardian enters the Muran live room. The VIP seats that Muran had purposely revealed began to jump wildly. The entrance special effects of one monarch after another were also frantically screened on the live broadcast. Almost instantly, the dukes and nobles in the top 10 rankings were almost all squeezed out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Too fierce. Is this the strength of our Dishang? With so many big brothers, Broken Dreams surely can't win even if they're more powerful. Monarch Core YYDS. The live stream was abuzz. At first, the Monarch's entrance special effect just took up one line of the live stream's entrance pop-up. But then, as Big Brother Monarch's entrance got faster and faster, it became clear that one line of the entrance pop-up was too late, and it directly began to be brushed in 2 or 3 lines. In other live streams, there are 3 lines of admission pop-ups at a time because there are only 3 Monarch brothers in the live stream. But the reason Moran's live stream has 3 lines of entry pop-ups at a time is because the pop-ups can only be swiped up to 3 lines at most. What's more, most anchors barely even have 3 lines of entry pop-ups in their booths. A lot of people are recording and taking screenshots in droves. It is by no means uncommon to see this kind of spectacle on the air. Muran, who was sitting in the live broadcast room, also felt a rush of blood boiling at this time. That's the glory. She has so many big brothers. A newly promoted imperial big brother plus a newly promoted young anchor. Can be her match? With so many big brothers around, the first place in this event will definitely still be hers. And along with the end of the entrance special effects, dozens of Monarch big brothers began to swipe their gifts one after another. Little 99, sent, Big Rocket, *1. Leppy, sent, Big Rocket, *1. Oki Guardian, sends, Big Rocket, *1. In the next moment, countless gift effects instantly jumped up in the live broadcast room. One by one, big rockets jump into the screen and begin to ignite and take off from the base of the giant treasure. Ha ha ha, we can't come here empty-handed. Let's have a meet and greet first. On the public screen, Little 99 laughed and made a statement on behalf of the big brothers. One big rocket is $1,000. 50 big rockets. That's $50,000 instantly. Thank you, big brothers. I wish you all years of glory and prosperity, money and power and prospects. Neuron thanked him in a loud voice. In her mind, first place in this event was completely secure. Brothers, Brother Ao has arrived and the big brothers of the Monarch troop are in position. There is only 1.5 hours left in this event, so let's start charging together. If you have a small gift, send a small gift. If you don't have a small gift, snap a pop-up. Neuron hastily opened his mouth to pull up votes on the public screen. Though Big Brother Monarch also gave gifts, and those gifts were able to be divided. But no one is too rich for their own good, and neither is Moran. The average viewer doesn't have a lot of spending power, but it's a good crowd, with more than 100,000 viewers in the live room. Even if only 5,000 people sent gifts, it would still be a significant amount of income. And this prelude moment to hitting the event is the best time to circle the wagons, especially like the fans on Deshang's side. Most of them are brainwashed fans. As long as they advocate a little bit and bring the rhythm a little bit, then the gifts will come in full force. And it was true. After Moran opened his mouth to canvass for votes, the fans of the live broadcast Deshang instantly boiled over. Nothing to say. The big brothers of the Monarch Corps have made their move. We can't afford to be bad. An airplane delivery. Deshang Chaohua sent, airplane, *1. I'm eating bubbly next week, and I'm giving away 2 grimoires too. I don't have that kind of money in my student party, but a spellbook is still fine. Moran's heart burst with joy when he saw the gifts clattering out. Thank you, Chaohua, for a great airplane. Love you yo. Thank you, White Veil, for the 2 magic books. Thank you Big Brother. I wish Big Brother a happy life and all the best. Neuron made a point of opening his mouth to thank a few gift rewards. Wow, the anchor actually read me? When Chaohua and Bisa heard Moran read about themselves, they were immediately honored, as if they had stood side by side with those Monarch's big brothers. Thank you to this, Anchor Flip Me, Waterboy for sending a big rocket. Thanks. Love you yo. This time, Moran didn't just say it with his mouth, but also sent a flying kiss out with a special electric wink. In a flash, all the fans in the live broadcast room who were giving gifts were excited. Originally, before 10 o'clock, Moran's gift list had rushed to 300,000. Then just now 50 Monarch big brothers each rewarded a big rocket, directly handing the list to 350,000. But now Moran is constantly canvassing in the live broadcast, and it's only been less than 15 minutes, and it's straight up to 400,000 on the live broadcast list. In other words, in 15 minutes, the civilian players had swiped a total of over 50,000 for her. If you counted the gifts from the previous 2 days, excluding the ones rewarded by big brothers above the dukes, the ordinary players had rewarded a total of 150,000 more. Even Sister Bibi, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but secretly sigh a terror like this. With this kind of strength, even if Big Brother doesn't brush a penny, Moran will be able to rely on these civilian fans to rush to the top 5. And keep in mind that Moran's 400,000 list is only temporary right now. 50 Monarch Big Brothers and Emperor Ao brothers, but they haven't even formally made a move yet. Chapter 27, Brother Dream is online. 3,000 big chapters. And as the time crossed 11 o'clock, the list of Moran's live broadcast, even more exceeded 430,000. Is Dream on the line over at The? No, there's still nothing on The's end. It can't be that Dream is afraid, can it? A lot of Dyson's fans are having a good laugh. Although Brother Dream is an emperor, there are so many of us in the live broadcast room, besides Brother Ao and Brother Wave. Who else can fight hard? Oh yes, Brother Ao is now in our live room. Even if Brother Ao really get a split to go across the street, it is impossible to carry. After all, there are so many big brothers of the king in it. Ha ha ha. What are you guys so mad about? There's still an hour left here. 10 minutes of gift swiping is enough. Since Brother Dream said he'd make a move, he'll definitely make a move. There were a few Zhou Meng's fans who weren't too convinced and opened their mouths to retort, but in less than 2 seconds, they were directly drowned out by Deshang's fans. Some of the remaining fans who were obeying on the livestream wanted to retort, but when the words came out of their mouths, they didn't always feel like they had much backbone. Even some of Deshang's fans had run over to EE's side of the broadcast room to clamor. Of course, this is the characteristic of Deshang fans, although they know it's not good, but from AO to Mu Ran, there is no one to say anything more, but instead, it's the fans of EE who are pissed off. You guys swipe your list, whoever swipes more and whoever takes the first place is just fine, but now run to their side of the live room called what? But now Mu Ran's live room is indeed too fried. Just one look at the VIP seat. Even the king cannot row head, EE side of the fans. Although the intention to retort, but after arriving at Mu Ran's live room, just a few words, was drowned by countless pop-ups in, and finally can only be helpless to retreat back. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense. The list is good now, but it's only in second place. Let's rush the list first. AO also couldn't help but show a smile, but still said in a fake humble manner in the live broadcast. In his opinion, Broken Dreams didn't even show up now, so he guessed that he was really intimidated by this formation of theirs, and he probably really wouldn't come tonight. And a few of the other Empire's retail big brothers have made it clear beforehand that they have little interest in this event. In other words, as long as Broken Dreams doesn't make a move tonight, the first place can be taken 100% this time. Thinking about this, AO's heart was lighter. Although he had long been prepared to go to war, it was certainly best if the fight didn't start. AO has given the word, so let's start charging? Neen smiled and typed on the public screen. No problem. Charge. Ha ha ha. Haven't had this much fun in months. Come on. Charge together. In the live broadcast room, many Monarch brothers were all speaking cheerfully. In their minds, they don't really take Broken Dreams too seriously. Although Broken Dreams was titled as an emperor and was much fiercer than them, Broken Dreams was after all just one person, and their Monarch group, today, had come with 50 of them. A single Monarch was certainly hung, but 50? 20,000 each. That's $1 million down the line. They had been playing live for so long, and aside from Brother AO and Brother Wave, they hadn't seen any other emperors who could carry off a shot like this from their Monarch group. What's more, they weren't the only ones who came today. Even AO was there. If it was true that there was someone else who could carry their Monarchs group out, what about adding AO to the mix? Who else can carry it? As a result, the many big brothers of the Monarchs group swiped their gifts casually, and the next moment, countless gift effects floated up in the live broadcast room. Little 99 sent, Big Rocket, *1. Little 99 sends out, Big Rocket, *2. Little 99 sent, Big Rocket, *3. Oki Guardian sends, Big Rocket, *1. Oki Guardian sends, Big Rocket, *2. 50 Monarch big brothers instantly struck out, and without exception, the gifts were all big rockets, and at the same time, the public screen area instantly lit up with countless gift streak effects. Little 99 delivers a Big Rocket *5 strike combo. Leppy delivers a Big Rocket *8 in a row. Alcoholic Madness delivers a Big Rocket *4 in a row. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast on their cell phones, especially those who were watching the live broadcast on the vertical screen, almost in an instant, the top and bottom halves of the screen were completely occupied by the Big Rocket. The top part of the broadcast is completely covered with gift effects of numerous large rockets, and the bottom section of the public screen area is filled with over a dozen streak pop-up alerts. And that streak, it's still climbing and the ID is changing. Almost as soon as this combo pop-up went dark, the next combo pop-up instantly lit up again. At the same time, Mu Ran's weekly tribute list, too, was surging upwards. The total list, which had been jumping very slowly since it had risen to 430,000, jumped to 480,000 in an instant, and then, it jumped instantly to 530,000, followed by 54, 58, 60. In less than a minute, Zhou Gongbang completely surpassed EE. To the first, we're number one. Big brothers are awesome. Ha ha ha, there's a big rocket I contributed to this. $1,000. The fan, Anchor Flip Me, was even more excited, though his $1,000 was nothing in the $600,000. It was a piece of his fist to the goddess. What's a bricklayer? For him, if he moves bricks for 3 more days, won't this money come back? Now the wages of the first line have been raised by several grades. Like him to move bricks, the daily wage is more than 320 days a month out of work. Proper monthly income of 6,000 plus. If he works hard, he can earn more than $10,000 a month by working 27 or 28 days a month and 1 or 2 extra shifts. Now that he ate boxed lunches, he usually ate the $15 ones. The $11 kind was so low on grease that he didn't even bother with them anymore. $1,000. Therefore, was nothing to him. At that time, after hearing Moran thanking him on air in a pasty voice, he logged on and paid tribute. If it weren't for the fact that there were other people in the dorm, he was going to do something bad on the spot. In reality, even if you spend $10,000, can you get the chance to speak to a beauty of this caliber? It's bound to be impossible. But on the live broadcast platform, as long as you spend $1,000, not only can you let Moran talk to him, but you can also hear Moran crisply shout a thank you big brother. Hear that? But it's his big brother. When those words came out, his entire body went bone-weary. In his opinion, Moran was the best-looking goddess in the Tiger Shark platform and the woman most worthy of his protection. It was some people who had advised him around him that it wasn't worth spending money on female anchors, but now look at these Monarch brothers in the live broadcast room. And brother AO. They are likewise swiping gifts for Moran. The same people who advised him not to spend more money on the live streaming platform kept saying that he didn't know what he was doing. But can a godly big brother at this level not see reason? Can people have that much money if they don't understand reason? Is it wrong for him to follow his big brother? That must be right. Especially AO has prepared $1 million tonight. Aren't these big brothers, who are much richer than him, likewise the guardians of Moran? Although he could not touch the goddess, but in his heart, the goddess that is not to be blasphemed, the most he can do is to turn out in the dead of night to raise his legs to pay tribute to the tribute. It's like AO, even though he's rewarded Moran so much, he's never made any excessive demands in the live room. $1,000 for a thank you from the goddess. It's worth it. Thinking of this, the anchor flipped. I can't help but charge $1,000 to the platform again. And the King's big brothers rewarded another big rocket out. However, unlike last time, Moran didn't thank him this time, but instead thanked the Monarch brothers in the live broadcast. There were too many gift pop-ups, so I guess the anchor didn't see it, but having that previous sentence was enough. Anchor Flip Me giggled and watched the live stream again beautifully, and in the live broadcast, Moran had already shouted until his voice was a bit muffled. However, looking at the list that keeps soaring in the live broadcast, Moran's heart is so cool that he can't help himself. When the King's big brothers gave away gifts, they also drove the spending enthusiasm of a considerable number of ordinary players. After Big Brother Monarch's 1 million was swiped, the total list of the live broadcast didn't rush from 430,000 to 1,430,000, but 1,500,000. That means that a full 70,000 extra dollars of civilian spending was driven during that period of time off, and that's $1.5 million, all voluntarily swiped. This $20,000 that each Monarch Big Brother brushes is also all Big Brother's initiative to reward, and does not ask for anything in return. This is also brought about by AO's face. It's $1.5 million, and she's perfectly capable of taking her cut. Half of the platform, 60% of the union, and when it comes down to it, she'll still get 20% of that $300,000. Doesn't this take off with a bang for the petty cash? AO would be quite happy with this. In just a moment, the guild had earned $450,000 for nothing. This money-making speed was almost as fast as printing money. If he only played $1 million out tonight, when the returned 50% was recouped, it would be the same as saying that his gift swipes out tonight cost him $0. Wouldn't it be great to whore out a number one at $0 cost? Sister Bebe was seeing the list of Moran's live broadcast getting higher and higher. You know, AO hasn't made a move until now. He still has $1 million in his hand. Even if Brother Meng is good, can he swipe out another one? 9 million? Moreover, even if he swiped to 1,900,000, EE's list had just reached 2,500,000 just to equal Moran's side, and could not be considered a win. It's going to take a lot more swipes to win, and that's a run at 2 million. If he had met with Meng offline, she wouldn't have been so vain, but the truth was clear to her. Meng also just swiped gifts online a few times and added EE's friend just a few times, and didn't even say hello. There's nothing between Mongo and Thee for all that stuff down the line. Even if Thee is good looking, would Dream really fight this list for Thee who's never been on it before? She looks suspended, but in the very next moment, Sister Bibi saw a message on the public screen that cheered her up. Although it was not obvious in Moran's live broadcast, the shadow of this sentence could still be seen, and a number of people were frantically swiping a pop-up screen. Dream, it's online. Chapter 28, to show Brother Meng what despair is? Sister Bebe's body trembled violently, and almost without a moment's hesitation, she directly jumped back from Moran's live broadcast to EE's side, and at the same time, Moran's live broadcast instantly lost more than 20,000 people. When Moran saw that the number of people online had plummeted from 130,000 to more than 100,000, his face, which was still smiling, stiffened unconsciously. Hoping to have 20,000 plus enemy scouts in your own live feed all the time, right? On the other hand, the tens of thousands of people who had just returned to EE's live broadcast were stunned when they saw EE's VIP seat. Who said anything about Mongo being here? Where's Mongo? Where's Mongo, man? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who's so boring to joke about that? How dare you joke about Brother Meng? I'm afraid you haven't been sunk in the river before. EE VIP seat. The current highest knighthood is the guardian big brother of the two northern summer guilds, Xia Heng, followed by Beibei sisters Trumpet, Beibei, both of which are monarchs. But apart from these two, there were no higher knighthoods in the VIP seats, and the highest remaining were only some dukes. Sister Bibi was also a bit baffled. There were at least 1,000 people just now brushing with the fact that Brother Meng was here. So many people brushing. It shouldn't be a fake But where is Mongo? AO, who is obeying with his trumpet, is also confused. I was going to come over and see how it went before deciding how much to brush up on, but as a result, Broken Dreamer is gone? It's hard to believe that the Tiger Shark platform has come out with some new features now, and you can still be invisible when you enter the live room? The probability is that Brother Dream won't come tonight. Right. After all, the opposite side of Mu-Rant's list is already 1.5 million, plus AO's reward, properly 2.5 million or more. How powerful Brother Dream is. That's just one person. Yeah, it's honestly not Dream's fault that this event can't be taken down. The opposite side pulled 50 Monarch Big Brothers together to paint. How is this going to play? If it was just AO alone, then Meng might actually be able to PK. But now that Mu-Rant's side has swiped 300,000 to 400,000 gifts from his regular fans, plus the 50 monarchs, there's no way to fight. The crowd on the air side, mostly thinking it was the same group that had just been joking around. Even Sister Bibi sighed helplessly in acquiescence. Although Dream had spent heavily the previous few days, she didn't feel like there was a chance of winning at this point, and she was indeed right to stay offline and avoid the battle. And EE, who was broadcasting live, suddenly felt relieved when he saw the many pop-ups in the live broadcast room. She was now genuinely afraid that Mongo would give her a continued brush off. If she kept brushing it off like that, her body might actually be lost to the money. She had no grudge against her innocence, but she had no grudge against money either. The fact that she had to choose between the two was so tangled that she was going to explode. It was a good thing for her that Dream wasn't online now. At least she didn't have to be so tormented anymore. And just then, another pop-up popped up on the air. Who told you guys that Dream wasn't online? Brother Dream has just gone online. But not in this live room, but in Orange's live room. Bright 9 Keys just scurried back from the Orange side, inexplicably looking at the screen full of pop-ups of Dream not coming either. Don't these people know to go straight from the follow list? He had set up a special follow for Joe Meng's account, so that as soon as Meng went online in the Anchor's live room, he could follow him directly by clicking on Meng's avatar. Therefore, just now, as soon as Joe Meng boarded Orange's live room, Bright 9 Keys swiped over. Along with the brush past, there were 2,000 or 3,000 others. As for the ancient city Huhan San, he took a group of people to Mu-Rant's live broadcast to report. He purposely came back to EE's site to notify. Although he didn't know why Dream didn't choose the event in EE's live room, Bright 9 Keys didn't care about that. He was the cheerleader. As long as he waved the flag and believed in Dream, he was done. Orange live? The people who saw the Bright 9 Keys were stunned. Why does that name sound familiar? Isn't Orange the anchor who danced with EE the other day? Yeah, I told you how I was so impressed. Orange is really good looking when she dances. Most of the tourists who had just turned back around were rushing off to find Orange's live room again. And Sister Bibi, who saw the pop-ups, giggled in her heart. A bad feeling suddenly surfaced in her mind. Thee's big brother. Which was pried away. Sister Bibi was instantly chagrined. She knew that something was definitely going to happen to Thea at that time when she was connecting the microphones in a haphazard manner. This silly girl, even if you want to connect the microphone, even who is not good, have to connect a competitor out for yourself? And EE, who was broadcasting live, was a bit puzzled at the moment. She didn't think about that much. In her opinion, Big Brother loves to give gifts to whoever that's Big Brother's freedom. Even when she saw the pop-ups of the Bright 9 Keys, she was still quite happy. Her dreams weren't that ambitious, and the reason she'd made it this far was actually just the guild pushing her along in the background, and she just didn't quite understand the rules of live streaming. But she wasn't stupid. Since Dream was able to get into Tangerine's live room tonight, she actually probably figured out what was going on between the two. After all, according to the extent of tonight's hit list, Orange will not be able to go down without 3 million odds to get to number 1. But can a godly Big Brother swipe $3 million for an anchor he's only seen once on the air? Maybe the average viewer will believe it. But there's no way anyone with a little bit of segmentation can't figure out what's going on. In her opinion, Tangerine was also a nice person, and it was a good thing that she was able to get Dream's favor. After all, People have given their lives, and they're not allowed to make a campaign. Ichi, who should have been annoyed with Orange for stealing the opportunity, would be inexplicably a bit happier, watching the 20,000 or so people who had just come to the live broadcast room dabble and jump out again. Sister Bibi sighed with a heartbreaking sigh. She knew it. She knew it. He was still too young. If he had made the decision to give himself away early on, would he have been able to run away with this bounty today? Even if you can't get much, it's not like giving it all away like that. Visitors have clicked into Orange's live stream. Quite a few people had watched that continuous live stream 2 days ago, but when they clicked in again today, most of them couldn't help but be a little stunned. It's really too much of a change in what Orange is wearing. The other day, Orange wore clothes that were of the more revealing variety, which basically covered one half of her body, leaving the rest exposed on the outside. But today, Orange was close to putting a cotton coat over his body, a high-necked brin sparkling white sweater, coupled with a pure white medium-sized overskirt. The bottom of the feet of a pair of Valentino is very good-looking, but I do not know why. But there are a few dry transparent color spots on the top, but do not pay attention to cannot be seen. No harm done. The perks are gone for a bit, although you can still see the svelte body, but it's time to say no. The face value is still so tantalizing. Orange looked at the growing number of viewers in the live stream and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Welcome to my broadcast. Orange looked at the rising number of people in the live room and was simply happy. As for today's outfit, it was also something she chose after careful consideration. Since she had become Big Brother's woman, even if Meng didn't care, she naturally still had to pay some attention in this regard. And the outfit was of the sexier variety, just showing less and not rubbing off. In the past, this outfit would definitely affect some of the popularity of the live broadcast, but in the future, with Brother Meng supporting her, would she still need to rub her edges? There is, of course, only one answer, and there was only one more person she needed to please in the future. Zhou Meng, who had just gone online, also directly swiped 10 treasure maps out. Wow! Thank you Dream for the 10 treasure maps. Tangerine saw the gift Zhou Meng swiped and hurriedly compared her hand to a peach heart to thank her. It's nothing, let's just get a rise in popularity first. And by the way I'll see how much has been swiped across the street first. Zhou Meng smiled and typed a pop-up out on the public screen. Since it's already been said that we're going to give Orange this first shot, it's definitely going to get done today. The reason why I chose to go online in the last hour was also because I was planning to wait until the other live streams were pretty much brushed off before I took the plunge myself. Brother Dream. The opposite side of Mu Rant's live broadcast list has already reached 1.5 million. When Bright 9 Keys saw Zhou Meng's pop-up, he hurriedly typed, $1.5 million. That much? Zhou Meng was stunned and inexplicably typed out a question mark. Didn't you say you'd swipe 2 million or so this morning? 666. Brother Meng, this is too domineering. $1.5 million is still less. It's time to say no. On our side of the county, $1.5 million is enough to buy a large villa. Just love how Dream is such a low-key beeper. Ha ha ha. The Bright 9 Keys added in quick succession. It's the gift list just $1.5 million. But AO hasn't even made a move yet. AO still needs to brush at least $1 million. Seeing this, Zhou Meng only nodded. He told me it was different from what he'd heard this morning over at Broken Bones. Okay, then I won't go over to watch. It's 11:20 now. Let the opposite side brush first. When it's 11:35 then we'll start officially. Orange dance. It's perfect timing. Okay Mongo. Orange nodded back and forth. At this point, however, some of the fans coming on the air were a little confused. Isn't Brother Dream Ichi's big brother? Why is he suddenly on Orange's side? Yeah, EE's side of the list already has more than 600,000. But Tangerine Live's list is only 300,000. If Brother Meng wants to get the first place for Tangerine, wouldn't he have to brush more than 300,000 more than EE's side? Seeing these pop-ups, Zhou Meng couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Is 300,000 a big deal to him? It also appears to be 333 of his entire current assets? I never said that I'm EE's exclusive big brother, and EE never sent me a message saying that she wants to get a ranking. Since the anchor doesn't even want to, then what's this heart for? But that doesn't mean I won't go to EE's live room in the future. I'll still go over to listen to her sing when I have the chance in the future, so there's no need to discuss any more about this issue. Zhou Meng smiled and explained. He's a goddamned hoe, not a lickspittle. Fee was pretty, no doubt, but it was because she was pretty and talented that he had rewarded her a few times before on occasion. If it was a big mom anchor, Zhou Meng wouldn't even click in. And compared to EE, it's obviously better to have a beautiful and proactive Orange at your doorstep. Any man knows how to choose. Alright, there's only 10 minutes left, so let's all watch the broadcast in peace and quiet. Jomang glanced at the time and stopped speaking after typing another bullet point. Meanwhile, AO, who was peering at the screen, was bursting with jealousy. He certainly thought enough to understand the relationship between this anchor and Broken Dreams. The previous EE was good looking, and now this anchor is also good looking. Even compared to Ran in no way. He's been playing on the live platform for so long, how did he not realize it? This Broken Dreams gaudiness is not a bad thing. However, AO didn't hesitate and quickly exited the live broadcast and went back to Moran's side. Just now in the live room, the one called Bright 9 Keys had already given Broken Dreams the situation in Moran's live room. But Broken Dreams' reaction was still flat. Without guessing, AO knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. Maybe this guy really has over $2 million ready in his hand. But you didn't think that I had $1 million in my hand, did you? AO, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly let out a light laugh. I wonder how this dream brother will react when he swipes another million out of himself a little while later after hitting over 2.5 million and thinking he's bound to win. For a moment, Aoran suddenly looked forward to it. Moran's live broadcast room was on fire. Especially the fans of Dishang. The discussion was even more heated. I originally thought EE was the main character this time, but I didn't expect Broken Dreams to go to the live room of a small third-tier anchor. This little anchor only has 300,000 listings right now. To equalize our current listings, we still need at least 1,200,000. But our AO hasn't brushed it yet. To equalize AO, we need at least 2,200,000. I think it's hanging by a thread. Broken Dreams are just a mouthful of high. How can he have that much? That's right, the platform's most bullish big brother is basically in our Dishang. He just entered the network. I'm afraid he doesn't know the strength of our Dishang. That's why he dares to provoke us. Say, isn't it time for AO to make his move? The deadline is in a little over half an hour. Yeah, want to see AO's $1 million brush? Want to see AO's $1 million brush? Come on, everyone brush up on the public screen so AO can see it. In the live broadcast room, the many fans of Dishang were united like never before. Most of them are ordinary people, those with the ability to charge a lord, and those with poor ability to charge a swordsman knight or something. It was a 2.5-hour event down the road and most people were really brushing and pulling. Especially, Anchor Flipme, who really doesn't have a drop left in his pocket right now, and even eating is going to be a problem. But regardless, fans of Datsun will be excited this time. It's going to be a win, and it's about winning by an absolute crushing margin. What's wrong with eating a few meals of instant noodles as long as I can make Moran win? That's the kind of honor that guild management often complimented them on in guild groups. And the live broadcast, seeing on the public screen constantly brush want to see AO's millions of luxury brush pop-up screen. AO also stopped watching. Today, let this Broken Dream know how desperate the gap between him and himself really is. First, he exited the live room and charged all 2 million cash into Tiger Shark coins. Then returned to Moran's live room and typed a pop-up on the public screen. Come on. Start. Chapter 29, feel free to spray yourselves. I'll randomly select a lucky viewer to meet in reality. Coming. It's time to say no. First of all, AO is awesome. Anchor, pay attention to the form ah. I have recorded the screen. Remember to show more things out. Are you going to die upstairs? Ahem. I mean to reveal more of AO's gift swiping special effects out to say in advance that AO is awesome. All the viewers were confident. As long as AO made a move, then this live broadcast was considered completely stable. In the next moment, an Imperial special effect lit up in the live broadcast room, and the system announcement lit up with it. Pride, Renewal Emperor *1. Here it comes, the classic Imperial renewal. Seeing the first renewal pop up, the live stream instantly exploded. Each time you renew your empire, it costs $58,888, and with the return of golden beans, you'll get 10% more back out of it. In other words, charging $58,888 into it will actually get you 101% of the golden beans, which is more than 64,700. The extra 10% is only 5,000 or so, but it adds up. If you're going to swipe $1 million, that extra portion is a lot of money to save. As a result, when Imperial Big Brother hits the charts, it usually renews its empire first. And as the first Imperial renewal lit up, the next second, countless more renewal announcements lit up right in the center of the live room. Pride, Renewal Emperor *2. Pride, Renewal Emperor *3. Pride, Renewal Emperor *4. Pride, Renewal Emperor *15. 15 Imperial renewals for $970. 000. Too good to be true. 1 million renewals online. Renewing so much, AO doesn't even bring hesitation. Not even a minute. AO is so awesome. 15 Imperial renewals instantly set the broadcast room ablaze. Thank you AO for the 15 Imperial renewals. Mu Ran was also happy, a smile spreading across his face as he stood up and bowed in thanks. Even in the process of bowing and thanking him, he made a point of pulling the neckline down a little bit, making the already low-necked dress a few points lower. This time, the eyes of the live broadcast audience all went red. The perk, it's such a relief. The renewals are all a bit of fun. Next it's time for the gifts. AO was satisfied with the reaction of the live broadcast and smiled modestly, while the consequences disconnected the brush. His gift of choice this time was a big rocket. After the big rocket revamp, you'll be able to send 100 at a time, and there will be brand new special effects as well. He had wanted to brush the magic book before. After all, the magic book was the best combo gift to send to a female anchor, and likewise the most expensive combo gift, but the first time of the magic book had already been taken by Broken Dreams, and he didn't want to let Broken Dreams get the upper hand in this regard. As for the airplane, it's a gift that's usually given to male anchors, and it's not appropriate to give it away. All things considered, it's just a big rocket in a revamped version. Although the value of the Big Rocket 100 company was slightly lower than the spellbook, it was already the best option for him right now. AO pulled the Big Rocket selection bar to the very end and decisively chose to send 100 at a time. Glancing at the golden beans in the bag, counting the little bit left over from before, it was exactly $1 million. This also means he can send out a total of 10 groups. AO highlights the send option in the gift column. The next moment, Mu Ran's live broadcast room instantly lit up with special effects. Right in the center of the live broadcast room, a foundation suddenly appeared, and countless large rockets came out one after another along the platforms of the foundation. And then, a series of huge launching abutments along with the large rockets at the very front, directly lit up with the slightest of flames. In less than 3 seconds, the flames under the abutment burst open in passing, and 10 rockets instantly shot up into the sky, bursting out countless beautiful fireworks at the top of the broadcast room. And after the 10 rockets took off into the air, another succession of 10 flames followed, and the 10 rockets took off into the air once more. In sets of 10, the special effects lasted for a total of 10 sets. Finally, a supersized rocket exploded right in the middle of the broadcast room, and the fireworks instantly spread from a half screen to a full screen. Is this the big rocket with 100 rounds? That's brilliant. That's too good to look at, isn't it? It's $100,000 a time. How could it not look good? Awesome. Awesome. First time I've seen a streak of big rockets. In the live stream, a bunch of Dishang's fans have swiped up the awesome, and the next moment, AO continued to click on his phone. Emperor Pride sends big rocket *100*2 in a row. Emperor Pride sends big rocket *100*3 in a row. Emperor Pride sends big rocket *100*4 in a row. Emperor Pride sends big rocket *100*10 in a row. AO deliberately slowed down the rate of gift swiping a bit, so that the special effects of the gifts would stay in the live broadcast a bit longer. But even so, after the 10 sets of gifts had been swiped, only just 3 minutes had passed. In contrast to this, there was a wild increase in Moran's weekly tribute list. The total list of 1.5 million has completely surged past the 2.5 million mark, and on the event page, Mu Ran also ranked first with a total of $2.5 million. The current second place is Thea, with a total list of 653,000. The third place was a female anchor from another first-tier guild, with a total ranking of 480,000. The fourth place yes list is 411,000, and Orange is currently in fifth place, with a list of 35,000. Ha ha ha, second through fifth, combined the list isn't even as high as Mu Ran. Why hasn't Broken Dreams made a move yet? Oh, I guess it's useless to make a move already? 2.5 million swiped out, and everyone felt that it was already a sure thing. Even AO couldn't help but smile. The fact that Mongo can swipe more than $2.5 million is, after all, just a guess and has not yet become a reality. And the reality is that he is now at the top of the list with such a high ranking. And Broken Dreams hit the charts, one in second and one in fifth. Even if Broken Dreams does have cards to play, he has cards that haven't been played yet. It's a win. No matter how you fight, I'm sure I'll win. AO was very proud of himself. That's strength. And at the same time, many of Dishang's fans, all complacent, ran to Orange's live room and began to frantically brush the screen. Admit defeat voluntarily. We're the strongest. Ha ha ha. A difference of $2,200,000 and you still want to take first place? Neuron is awesome. White Feather. It's just a small guild. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. In less than a minute's time, Mu Ran's live broadcast room steeply flooded in a few thousand Dishang's fans, frantically brushing the words of admitting defeat on the public screen. Zhou Meng, who was watching Orange dance, couldn't help but frown. These Daesung fans are sick, aren't they? What's the point of coming over here to troll when your own anchors are swiping gifts and hitting the charts? And there are thousands of them all at once. Is this provocation or trouble? The good mood I was in to watch Orange Dance was instantly disrupted by these people. However, other people were afraid of these spammers. But Joe Meng wasn't afraid of them. Are you people sick? Joe Meng directly typed a pop-up out on the public screen. The taunting pop-ups from Dishang's fans stuttered at those words. They then remembered that the opposite side of the Dream Brother also seems to be a few days' time Wild Brush Million Ruthless. And the title is also the most honored emperor of the Tiger Shark platform. They usually bullied the anchors. But they couldn't afford to mess with an imperial big brother like this. Many of them were instantly weak. But in the next moment, there was a pop-up from an unconvinced Dishang fan. Aren't we telling the truth? Our family's anchor list is really high. Yeah, pretend if you can't beat them? Brothers, there are so many of us. Even if Broken Dreams is more powerful, it can't do anything to us. Don't be afraid. Seeing these pop-ups on the top, Dishang's fans' guts grew again. Yeah, so what if it's an emperor? Thousands of them swiped the brush together. The law is not responsible for the masses. Even the country's top tycoons, but also cannot take them, right? Let alone just a broken dream? In an instant, the pop-ups of the two words admitting defeat on the public screen kept furiously brushing up again. Even though on Joe Meng's side, Bright 9 Keys led a group of fans to frantically swipe at each other. The public screen of the live broadcast was still occupied by these people. Although Orange live broadcast time is quite long, but it is also the first time to experience this kind of battle, but also the first time to be Dishang's fans' netstorm. A time is really a little overwhelmed. Can't even dance standing there. When Joe Meng saw this, he was instantly infuriated and laughed. These people don't really think there's nothing he can do, do they? I'll give you 10 seconds to consciously exit the live room or suffer the consequences. In advance, I am not able to take thousands of you, but I am able to take you personally. You continue to swipe to try. I will now screenshot. Any of my screenshots intercepted. Congratulations, you have won the lottery. I will be looking for you in reality for the next period of time. Of course, if you guys think you're lucky enough, or if you think there's nothing I can do to you in reality, then go ahead and brush it off. I'm not against it. Joe Meng laughed and happily typed 3 pop-ups out on the public screen. What's wrong with you black fans? Sure enough, after Joe Meng's 3 pop-ups were typed out, the fans on the Dishang Guild side who were taunting in the live broadcast room all of a sudden, one by one, didn't dare to type anymore. This TM, online blow powerful even if, you to the reality of revenge, is not play cannot afford but there's not much they can do when faced with this kind of playfulness. People are the real big brother. Even a few of the pop-ups at the very end were begging their grandparents in their hearts, hoping that their pop-ups would be brushed up in a hurry. If Broken Dreams had targeted thousands of them, they certainly wouldn't have been afraid. But if Broken Dreams were to pick only a few lucky ones at random, then the fate of those few lucky ones could almost be doomed. At the very least, they are also rich people with tens of millions of dollars in reality, so they can do nothing about ordinary people like them. When the time comes to kill them along the net, there will be no tears to cry. When Bright 9 Keys saw that the live broadcast had steeply quieted down, he was instantly happy. Brother Meng, it's still you who has the solution. These dogs should be educated like this. Ha ha ha. Guchenghu Hansan also couldn't help but consider sending a pop-up out as well. Just a bunch of bullying dogs. Joe Meng's fans are even beating up on him in droves. But as a result, the thousands of people who had just flaunted their power. At this time, none of them dared to retort a word on the public screen. And they didn't even dare to say anything for fear that Joe Meng would see their IDs. 10 seconds are almost up. And those of you wearing Dyson fan tags, are you going to let me pick someone at random? Joe Meng made up a pop-up out of it. When they saw this, thousands of people were shocked, and they didn't dare to watch any longer, so they hurriedly clicked on the fork as fast as they could in their lives. It didn't take long for all of Dishang's fans to gray and run back. Seeing these people's actions, the crowd in the live broadcast couldn't help but laugh. It is indeed a bunch of bullying dogs. As the ancient city of Wuhan San said, a glance at the time made it exactly 11:35. Joe Meng sat up, yawned, stretched to loosen his muscles, and then typed on the public screen, "Alright, it's time for us to get our hands dirty, or else people will really think I'm a soft touch." Chapter 30, the last 20 minutes. Dream opens up. 3,500 big chapter. When the tens of thousands of fans saw Joe Meng's words, they were instantly shaken in spirit. After waiting for so long, Dream is finally planning to make a move. Is there really any hope of getting first place today? Since Brother Dream chose to make a move, he must have more than 2 million in his hand. I think it's a bit up in the air. It's a $2.5 million list after all. Alright, everyone stop guessing and watch Brother Meng perform. The finale is the most exciting. Looking forward to Dream's God Slayer. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room steeply warmed up. For them fans, if Brother Dream can really overpower Brother AO today, it would not be god-slaying? And the one who slaughtered it was Dashang, a great god. You know, on the Tiger Shark live side, from the end of 16 years after Long and AO made their move, no one has ever dared to go head-to-head with Dashang. Slaughter what god? People don't bring up the tempo, let's just play our own. Jomang saw the pop-up and smiled back. The rules of the Tiger Shark platform are geared towards the anchors of the entire Star Show area. Why is it that if you, Dashang, say you want the first place, it's yours? This is the kind of thing that should be swiped by whoever can. And by default, letting fans run over to taunt and abuse and pressure? Don't say AO and Moron don't know. But Jomang wasn't going to spoil them with this. If you dare to let your fans come over to taunt you, you have to be prepared to be brutally beaten by him. Seeing Jomang's side preparing to start, the live broadcast room instantly swarmed in with another large group of people. The first to bear the brunt of this were a few of the management on the White Feather side of Orange's guild. White Feather was a small guild, and the owner was a rather unambitious sort, rarely giving anchors to go to the top of the list or brush gifts. As a result, White Feather's side is basically a free-range stance towards its anchors. But what they didn't expect was that Orange, the third-tier anchor under their banner who had been flat for almost 2 years, suddenly exploded today. To be honest, they, the management, were blindsided until now. Wasn't today supposed to be the battle for the promotion of the new anchor? Itchy? How did it get to their side? But Dream had already started swiping gifts, and it would be a bit too much for them, the guild management, not to show up, though it doesn't seem like they can do much when they show up. Secondly, there was AO, who had gotten off his number and had specially come over to poke around, and a few guild managers from Dishang's side. This broken Dream, really want to swipe over $2 million to fight me on the list? What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge? When Brother AO heard Jomang's words, his teeth were bleeding from anger. Since Jomang dared to say this in the live broadcast, he must have had the intention of brushing more than $2 million. This is sincerely against him. Is Broken Dream sick? It's just a small event. Is it necessary to paint the list so high? Have the ability to wait until June when the mid-year event to fight and so on to take all the money from various channels. Not to make a list of 10 million level he is a grandson. Although he had also prepared $1 million today, but really want to take out this $1 million. AO still could not help but feel a heartache. He didn't hate swiping gifts, but he hated swiping at a loss. But looking at the situation now, the rest of the million is a must. Compared to the people on Dishang's side, the rest of the tourists, naturally, expected the event to hit as big as possible. To be honest, the current Tiger's Heart platform is still too monotonous. Before this year, there were only 2 large-scale events each year, respectively, 2 in the middle of the year and the end of the year. In addition to these, it is also some occasional PK competition and so on, but the PK competition list are very low. The highest is only 300, 000 to 400, 000. It is not at all enjoyable to watch, and in the past 2 days, Tiger Shark launched the Star Show in May, which undoubtedly made a lot of users come to the passion. It's fun to watch a Star Show, on the one hand, to watch the anchors sing and dance, but on the other hand, it's fun to watch the anchors hit the charts. And these two aspects are not conflicting. In the anchor wants to punch the list, is going to sell more talent performance. The two are complementary. Under the sellout of the fans in the live broadcast, the number of people in the live broadcast jumped from over 30,000 to almost 50,000 in less than 2 minutes. Although it can't be compared to the 100,000 people in Moo Rant's live room. For a third-line anchor like Orange, 50,000 people is already a Tianhu level opening. Jomang also managed to charge a sum of money in. Seeing that the time was already almost 11:40, Jomang didn't hesitate any longer and immediately opened the gift interface. In the next moment, the cute witch riding a magic broomstick reappeared on the air. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, 13-14 1 in a row. Countless spellbooks were pouring downwards under the witch's spell, and the live room was rendered a purple color in a flash. Wow! Another 13-14 Grimoire. Dream is awesome. Worthy of a dream brother. The most expensive gift from the Tiger Shark platform. This special effect is just awesome. $130, 000 a shot. Can't even think about it. I'd be willing to give one offline if someone gave me one. Upstairs you're dreaming you. $13 I don't even bother to find you. Seeing Dream's gift pop-ups begin to jump, the many fans in the live broadcast room cheered. Brothers, let's work harder too. We can't let Brother Meng charge alone. The two men, Bright Nine Keys and Ancient City Huhan San, were also selling their votes. There were more than 50,000 people in the live room, so there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 000 nobles. Nuff said. I'm all for a grimoire too. Let's skip the snacks this week and support a set of 1314 glow sticks. Such a hilarious spectacle. I must intervene. Won't it be twice as impressive when I tell it tomorrow? Here it comes. 5 magic books. Damn it. I just swiped my money on the Thea livestream. I just can't support it. Ooh. I'm just like upstairs. I'm so hard. I'm sorry, Orange. I still like Itchy better, crying. Although many of the fans in the live broadcast had already swiped in EE's live broadcast before. More of them, however, were still planning to wait for Meng to start before swiping together. Therefore, as Joe Meng's gift began to swipe the screen, the many fans in the live broadcast room also began to power up. Just as Joe Meng swiped into the second set of magic books, the total leaderboard of Orange's live broadcast room surged upwards, adding more than $20,000 in gifts. Thank you, Dream, and thank you all for the gifts. Orange quickly opened his mouth to thank him. On Tygus Hark's side, a fan can give an anchor a fan tag if he or she gives enough gifts for $1. Even if he didn't open a noble, it was still him who could equally get on the VIP table. Originally, Orange lives VIP seat of 3,000 people, of which at least 2,800 had no relationship with Orange. This wave of gifts brushed down. The 3,000 people's VIP seat suddenly rose to 3,005, and many of the previous nobles who had nothing to do with her had paid to take Orange's fan cards. In Orange's backstage, her fan card followers, in one fell swoop, jumped from the previous total of less than 300, straight to 1,018, a whopping 1,500 more followers. You know, it's only been a minute, with a total fan card fan base of 18,000. A fifth of that would certainly hold up during a normal live broadcast, even if it didn't hit the campaign. On the other hand, on the Star Show side, the average number of live broadcast VIP seats can sit above 300, which is basically the second line anchor level. In other words, the Dream swipe has only just begun, and it's taken her straight to the second tier. And at the same time, the leaderboard of her live broadcast room also managed to break through to 720,000 when Joe Meng swiped the third set of gifts. Orange also crushed her way up the Star Show flip-flop event list, and right after that, she toppled Thea, who was in second place. Joe Meng didn't hesitate for long in the middle, and after the third set of gifts was given, not more than a few seconds later, he gave his fourth set of gifts. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, star 1314 star 6 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, star 1314 star 7 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, star 1314 star 8 in a row. 8 in a row. Breaking a million. Mongo's awesome. Hissing, Muron's side of the big rocket broke the million list. Orange's side of the magic book broke the million list. Tiger Shark's revamped gifts all took off except for the airplane. Ah, what gift takes off? It's obviously Dream who takes off. Okay? The anchor is rich. Fans were frantically snapping 666 on the public screen. $1 million gift. Orange was also excited beyond belief. Anticipation was one thing, but really, when it became reality, her emotions were as exciting as a roller coaster ride. It's like the pop-ups say, she's really rich this time. First, there were the 2 sets of magic books that Brother Dream had rewarded her with the night before. Then there were the 10 treasure maps that Brother Dream had swiped for her on popularity this evening, plus the 8 sets of magic books that she had swiped for playing the event now, plus a few tens of thousands of dollars in scattered loose tickets. Her current chart has shot up to 1,400,000. After removing all the shares, even if she could only get 20%, that's still $280,000. The money, after taxes are deducted at the beginning of next month, will all be mentioned in her bank card. Of course, just withdrawing the money and deducting the tax that would be the dumbest thing to do. $280,000 of income is more than 35% less tax deductions. The Anchor Industry Gift Revenue. Tiger Shark platform are backstage gold beans in the form of the Anchor account. And most of the anchors, but also these gold beans at about 90% off the price of selling a bean merchant, directly take the cash. The bean merchant will be a little higher price to sell these gold beans need to hit the list of the people, which is also a chain of industry. So that's $280,000, and with a little maneuvering, she could get over $250,000 in cash. How could she not be excited? And in contrast, her popularity exploded. These latter are the long-term gains compared to the one-time gift gains. The bottom line is that Dream isn't done with his gift rush today. On the pop-up screen, Joe Meng was still swiping gifts. It takes about 30 seconds for each 1314 Grimoire gift effect to go off. But in Joe Meng's calculations, there were just 20 minutes left before the event closed. And with the speed at which he was sending gifts, if he sent one in 30 seconds, the amount of money he was prepared to reward today would definitely not be finished. Therefore, Joe Meng controlled the speed of delivering gifts at 15 seconds apiece. and although the gift effects had only gone to the 4th, Jo Meng had already delivered the 8th. And in contrast, there were gift streak pop-ups in the public screen area, bouncing around like crazy. Together with the Emperor's exclusive gift-giving effects, it renders the public screen a purple-gold color. Now that we've swiped to 8, it's really only been 2 minutes that have passed. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, star 1314 star 9 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, star 1314 star 10 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, 13 14 16 in a row. Soon, Jo Meng delivered the 16th set of gifts for the day, a total of $2,100,000. And in the live broadcast, AO, who saw that Orange had already reached the 2,400,000 list, shook his head helplessly, turning his head to the guild admin beside himself. Come on, let's go make up our presents too. I don't believe that this broken dream can just get the better of me. Chapter 31, Overall Event Ranking, Orange First, 5,000 Big Chapters. AO had just returned to Muran's side when he saw that the pop-ups in the livestream were almost about to explode. Because AO did not go on the number of the relationship, all the fans almost thought that he had gone off the number. At this time the atmosphere of the live room opportunity can be described as a touch of explosion. Now what to do? Just now I took a look. Broken Dream swiped 16 sets of 1,314 magic books in a row. The list is now 2,400,000. Still short of the last set to surpass Muran. Is AO offline? AO come back soon. Damn. Why can't our Deshang's number 1 anchor beat anyone else? Seeing that Muran's list was about to be surpassed, the emotions of the many fans in the live broadcast room almost reached a tipping point. What happened to the promise that we'd take it today? And what's at stake right now isn't whether or not this ranking can be taken. You know, today, Muran's live broadcast room, alone, their civilian fans, hit the list of more than 400,000 people. In addition to them, there were also 50 Monarch Core Big Brothers who had swiped $21,000 per capita. And then there's AO who swiped $1 million alone. But now, so many people combined couldn't even defeat a Broken Dream? And Broken Dreams has swiped gifts in Tangerine's live room in addition to EE's live room almost 600,000. Simply totaling it up. Broken Dreams had swiped at least 3 million in the 2's live room, especially since a number of people had just gone over to provoke them, and were directly scolded back by Broken Dreams with their own strength. 100,000 people can't brush off one person? 3 or 4,000 people can't spray one person? Shame on you. It's really a strange shame. It had been a long time since they, the fans, had felt this kind of humiliation since they became the platform's number 1 guild. It's never just them hitting others. When did it become others hitting them? And they were never the only ones who went to someone else's live room to spam people. When did it become thousands of people being spammed back by one person? They can't understand it at all. Don't be anxious everyone. It did happen suddenly today. I've just contacted AO. Wait everyone. The event isn't 10 minutes away here. We're not bound to lose. Muran also had a headache when he saw the live broadcast in disarray. But fortunately, she was aware that AO still had $1 million in reserve in his hand, so she didn't panic too much for a while. Several of the guild managers who were in the live broadcast room also used their noble numbers to type to stabilize the army. But those words don't really do much in front of a fan base that's already descending into paranoia. What's the use of contacting AO? AO said in the morning that he's only prepared $1 million for today. Can't it be that AO can still conjure up gifts from somewhere else? AO are off the number. So late maybe they all went to bed. How can they come back? All are pretexts. The opposite side has brushed up to the 17th group and has already overtaken Muran. Several fans who were on the OB event list were instantly swiping on the air. As soon as the news that the first one was gone came out, the crowd's originally still suppressed emotions instantly broke through the critical point and directly exploded. Labor swiped all $500 of the back week's living expenses for this event. And you're telling me I lost the event? What trashed is Shang's first-tier anchor? So many people join forces to even defeat a third-tier anchor. Trash, return the money. So many people can't beat one person. Shame on you. Refund. At this point, the scene was completely out of control. What had been countless words of praise on the public screen instantly turned into countless tirades. As much as the expectation was, now the disappointment is. Even if Muran was there trying his best to remedy the situation, and even risked violating the rules by revealing more benefits, it was still completely useless. Some of the more excited fans are still their crazy deductions, saying what to see do they have long watched the movie to go, but still here to watch the live why. A few people even suggested on the spot that Muran go to see. Once these words came out, even if Muran's mind was still quite stable this time, her face couldn't help but look ugly. These stupid dogs, don't they know she's been in the sea for a long time? She just didn't record it. And what about the usual keying in on the public screen to get her to give more perks, when everything is fine? It's a sexy, cute, nice baby, but with a little setback. It's instant mediocrity, isn't it? What a bunch of double standards. And just then, AO was finally online again. He wasn't worried at all about the current situation in the live room. When he brushes out the remaining 1 million in his hand, these fans in the live broadcast room will 100% turn back into licking dogs again. That's what their fans in Dishang are like. Anchors are used to it. And big brothers like him are used to it too. As a result, AO was stable. Everyone stop. Don't get so excited. When you usually hit an event, which time has it been less than $5 million? This campaign did come out a bit rushed. I had planned to take another sum of money out in June to hit the campaign properly. So in May, most of the cash in hand was invested in the company's side. And currently there's a total of 2 million in free money. 1 million has been swiped before. And now there is still 1 million cash left. Since Broken Dreams provoked me, I'll respond to him with all of this remaining money. AO laughingly typed on the public screen. In the next moment, the 100,000 viewers who were frantically snapping words in the live broadcast room instantly saw AOG's special thick golden imperial pop-up on the public screen. AO still has $1 million? My god, brother AO even has a bottom card? As soon as these words came out, all of a sudden, the emotions of the crowd in the live broadcast room couldn't help but stabilize a little bit, and began to consider who would actually have the last laugh in this event. On their side, if they added this million, wouldn't the list hit 5 million? Broken Dreams, even if they're great, aren't so great that they'll take out another million on the spot, are they? In that case, they still have a good chance of winning, at least 9-1. In a flash, a lot of fans got excited, and at the same times, the live feeds started lighting up with renewal announcements. Pride, Renewal Emperor. Pride, Renewal Emperor *2. Pride, Renewal Emperor *3. Pride, Renewal Emperor *15. On a normal day, he would have been as slow as he could be, but all he needed to do now was to stabilize these fans, and had to save himself from all the pretentious images, ordering all the renewals in a few seconds. Sure enough, after the renewal, the pop-ups that were still rolling in the live broadcast room stopped all of a sudden. Another $1 million renewal? True millions renewed? I feel like I can trust AO forever. In the live broadcast room, countless fans cheered anew. Ran sat in his chair, looking at such a group of wallflower-like fans, and was helpless for a while. But the good thing was that the rhythm was finally back, and Ran was long relieved to see AO's renewal completed. Thank you AO for the 15 renewals. Don't worry everyone. With AO here, the first place in this event will definitely be ours. Neuron hastily opened his mouth. I don't dare to say so. What if someone else's broken dream has also prepared $3.5 million? I really don't have any cash in my hand right now. If he really plays out this much, then we can only admit defeat. AO laughed and made a pop-up on the live stream. How can that be? Broken Dreams is only 3 million at most. How much higher can it go? Yeah, Broken Dreams is estimated to have seen AO's words in the Dagwood live broadcast, which is specially prepared. But I didn't expect AO's hand to still have $1 million undercard, and I guess it's just 3 million tops to die for. Win-win-win. 10 minutes left. This time it's for real. The original noisy live broadcast room returned to a peaceful atmosphere almost in an instant. AO did not hesitate any longer. After all, Orange side of the Broken Dream is still brushing gifts. Ran's side of the first is already gone. You have to hurry to grab back his. Only the bright and shiny rankings are what he ultimately wants. Emperor, Pride, sends, Big Rocket, *100*1 combo. Emperor, Pride, sends, Big Rocket, *100*2 in a row. Emperor, Pride, sends, Big Rocket, *100*3 in a row. AO didn't hesitate and instantly swiped 3 sets of 100,000 Big Rockets out, directly topping the rankings to number 1 again. All of a sudden, all of the fans' confidence was back. With AO around, it's hard to lose. And on the Orange side, a group of undercover agents made a special trip back to report. No good, no good. AO across the street charged another million in. Charged another million. Wouldn't that be 3.5 million on the list? Seeing this pop up, the crowd in the live broadcast room was stunned. A few people from the 9 Keys of Light felt like their people were stupid. When did money become so worthless on a live platform? $3.5 million is enough to buy a villa in a second-tier city, and it was so hard for Dream to brush up to the current 7 million or so, only to start renewing again at the drop of a hat over there? This Dyson is too tenacious, isn't it? Seeing these pop-ups, even Orange's face couldn't help but show a look of worry. She wasn't afraid of losing this first place right now, but she was really worried that Brother Meng had swiped too much in her live room. After all, $2,700,000 on the list was completely enough even if you lost. Taking a second place, along with today's super list, her fame had opened up completely, and when this event was over, she would just have to welcome the popularity as well. But in case Brother Dream really swiped and pulled in her live room today, then how could she be ashamed to meet Brother Dream in reality in the future? She couldn't afford to return this money even if she wanted to. After all, she'd only end up with a 20% share of the pie. As a result, Orange hesitated for a moment, but opened his mouth on the air. Brother Dream, why don't we just leave it at that for today? With another 50 monarchs on the opposite side in AO's various rounds, you've actually won. Joe Meng didn't say much, but instead typed just 2 words out on the public screen. Don't worry, if at first, it was to get Orange a top one. But now, Joe Meng was planning to punch the face of those thousands of Deshang fans who ran to his side screaming to admit defeat. It's only $5 million. Is that money to him? $1 billion in the account is going to be moldy. Joe Meng then directly started clicking up the gifts again. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, *1314 *20 in a row. The gift instantly shot Orange's list up to 3 million. Dream is awesome. The viewers in the live broadcast room were convinced when they saw that Dream was still holding on. And this time, it's a real heartbreaker. It's actually like Orange said. This event is considered a win for Joe Meng, regardless of whether or not he brushes it further down the line. If you don't brush it off, you lose rankings, but you win face. On Mu Rant's side, don't look at the 3.5 million list that will eventually be swiped, but the problem is that of that 3.5 million, 400,000 or so of them were swiped by fans, and the other 1.5 million were swiped by the Monarch's big brothers. It's the rest of the 2 million that AO swiped. But what about Mongo? Not counting the news anchors for now, let's just say that on Thi's side, for sets of spell book streaks, that's 520,000, plus 3 million on the Orange side today. Meng, alone, had swiped $3.5 million directly from this event. Compared to Brother AO, Brother Meng had swiped a full 1.5 million more out, even if the event did lose. With this premise in place, no one could say much. Instead, they all had to compliment Dream on his awesomeness. But what surprised everyone was that Dream was still choosing to hold out even though he clearly knew about the renewal on AO's side. On the other hand, AO, on the other side of the room, was instantly infuriated and laughed when he realized that Broken Dreams was still holding out. This Broken Dream really doesn't think it can finally brush itself off, does it? He just swiped 300,000 out. He still has 700,000 in his hand now. In the next moment, AO swiped 2 sets of big rockets out again and instantly snatched the first place back. And a portion of the audience who watched both live streams were already on a wild adrenaline surge by this point. Every ranking change is less than $1 to $200,000 of gift rewards. Bright flowers of cash. Just in front of them repeatedly horizontal jump. The crowd are excited, do not know how to speak. Asterisk. AO swiped another 200,000. Mu Rant's total list is 3,050,000 now. The first one snatched back again. Dream's 1314 magic book swiped to the 21st group. Tangerine's list rushed to 3,130,000. And Moron's number 1 is gone again. AO swiped all of the remaining 500,000 in a fit of rage. And Mu Ran is now at 3,55 million on the list. But Brother Dream didn't give up. Brother Dream is still brushing. 22nd group of magic books. 3,263,000 on the list. My God. Group 23. List 3,394,000. The crowd gasped. Originally, after AO's renewal, people were already down on Mongo, but unexpectedly, Dream had actually managed to catch up the list with his 15-second set of magic book gifts. And now, Orange's list was infinitely close to 3,400,000, and was down to the last 150,000 or so from Murat's list. As for Muran's side, all of Deshang's fans were instantly anxious. They were genuinely surprised that Bro AO had swiped another million. And Broken Dreams had managed to catch up. Everyone who has money quickly brush a little out for Muran. It'll be a disaster if we really get caught up. I'll take my next week's living expenses next week too. I'll eat instant noodles for a month next month. I don't believe it. Everyone step up. Someone bit the bullet and swiped another 500 or so right out. Shit. Next month isn't over though. Use the credit card first and make it up when you get paid next month. Anchor Flip Me was in a hurry for a while. He had all but swiped the 2,000 or so he'd gotten from moving bricks for ages before, but now that AO had renewed another million, he was at risk of being overtaken again? Anchor Flip, I didn't even think about it. Paid $2,000 directly on my credit card and sent 2 more big rockets straight out. Under the crowd's efforts, in less than 10 seconds, Mu Rant's list instantly shot up another $20,000. But seeing this scene, Ran was not able to laugh at all, and even looked a bit dumbfounded. Even AO was a bit baffled by this. They all knew in their hearts that even if the average viewer swiped more, it was really just that much. The main thing to look for in this kind of event punch list is the strength of the big brother. But can this broken dream really catch up? He had just rewarded more than $1 million again, and even gave all the little bits of gold beans left in his account, leaving nothing behind. And the next moment, after seeing the list on Orange's side jump upward by another 130,000 or so, AO knew that Broken Dream's spellbook had already swiped up to the 24th group, and Orange's list, in tandem, surged to $3,525,900. Although the fans of Ran's live broadcast are fighting to defend, but after all, the brush in the past few days is really too much. Everyone does not have much money in their pockets, even if the overdraft wallet brush out of it, but only just 20,000 yuan. Currently Ran's live broadcast, the total list is 3,570,000. Orange's list, on the other hand, is 3.5 million, infinitely close to 3.5 million. In other words, between the two, only the last $40,000 remain. Daesung's fans are still fighting back desperately, but after seeing their own list move just a little bit, they all fell silent as well. In the next moment, everyone almost closed their eyes, not daring to look at the screen of the live broadcast. From Ran, to AO, all the way to all the fans in the live broadcast room, how they wished that after 15 seconds, that spellbook combo that appeared almost stuck on point would just stop, but to their despair, 15 seconds later, the 25th set of grimoire strikes still appeared on time in Orange's live room. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, *1314*25 in a row. A blinding gift streak prompt directly pierced the hearts of everyone in Ran's live room. At the same time, the activity interface, the rankings jumped upwards. The two live streams, adding up to more than 160,000 viewers, looked at the event rankings at the top at almost the same time. First place, Orange's, total active list, 3,656,800. Chapter 32, 10 million deluxe gifts. The strongest godly man, 3,000 large chapter. It's over. Lost. Why? Why did we lose? Dyson fans are really kind of numb at this point. If they were unconvinced before AO's second strike, but now, they all turned into incomprehension. By what right could a newly minted godly hero beat so many people in their live room? Even when AO renewed for $1 million, he didn't even beat it? The crowd felt the anger in their hearts forcefully pressing them to spit fenugreek again. But the next moment, before the crowd could speak, many people saw another gift pop-up floating from the opposite live room. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, 131426 in a row. How is still delivering? The crowd in the live room was truly dumbfounded. Didn't the other side win already? Could it be that AO still had a bottom card they didn't know about that he hadn't played, and was known by the opposite side of Broken Dreams? But even AO would be confused by this. There is no bottom card, only he knows in his own heart. He has a hammer. You've already conceded defeat, and the other side wants to flog the corpse? But even if it's a flogging, then don't mess with the money. He was literally out of cards, not a single one. Meanwhile, Orange's live stream, the tens of thousands of fans who had been joyfully celebrating winning first place were all stunned after seeing Zhou Meng swipe another set of gifts. As they watched Orange's list reach 3,799,000, the crowd was convinced that the gift pop-ups they were seeing were really real. The many fans were in a hurry. Brother Dream. The event has already been won. There's no need to brush it off. Yes, Brother Dream. Brother AO over there said a long time ago that this is the only million left in his hand. Winning Dream. The crowd was afraid that Zhou Meng didn't know that his family had already won, so they hurriedly came to the public screen to withhold words to remind them. Even Orange was quick to speak. Dream. We won. We're number one. Oh, I know, but I haven't finished swiping my gift yet. Zhou Meng nodded in reply. The harder you hit your face, the better. Dream's gift hasn't been swiped yet? How much did Dream fill the account with? Exactly. $4 million? It can't be 5 million, can it? Even if you didn't brush it this time, you can brush it next time. There's really no need to brush it all out. For a moment, everyone froze. How generous is Brother Meng? And just as the crowd was expressing their shock on the public screen, 15 seconds later, another pop-up popped up on the public screen once again. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, *1314*27 in a row. And at the same time as this pop-up, Orange's live stream began to go crazy on people. From the 60,000 or so that had risen to the very beginning, it had rushed to 100,000 in less than 20 seconds, and was still bouncing upwards. The fans of the original live broadcast knew that it must have been the way Dream operated that had startled all these tourists who were on the Star Show channel. Even among these people, a number of Dishang fan signs could be seen. Bright 9 Keys hurriedly jumped over and looked, and sure enough, there were only 80,000 visitors left in Mu-Rant's live broadcast. And many of these people were not fans of Dishang, they were just tourists going over to join in the fun. After scrolling through the Star Show channel again, sure enough, most of the main broadcasters' live rooms. This time, they all began to broadcast the battle in Orange's live room. It's no wonder so many people suddenly came. It is estimated that after seeing the first place that Brother Meng completely took and seeing the strength of Brother Meng, all these anchors are starting to show their favor to Brother Meng. However, in the next moment, after seeing Brother Dream swipe the gift of magic books to the 28th group, an inexplicable guess suddenly popped into Bright 9 Keys' head. Brother Dream swiped the gift from 1140 every 15 seconds to brush a group, now brushing 28 groups. It is exactly after 7 minutes. Bright 9 Keys glanced at the time in the upper right corner of the screen, and sure enough, it was exactly 11:47, but the event was already won. So why did Mongo swipe it? Or perhaps, what was Dream's intention in brushing it off like that? 20 minutes, 7 minutes, 15-second sets, the 9 Keys of Light muttered. In the next moment, the Bright 9 Keys only felt a flash of light in his mind. Dream wouldn't be thinking of 15-second groups and then keep brushing until the event officially closes at 12 o'clock. Would he? Bright 9 Keys hastily took out his cell phone calculator and pressed it. 15-second sets. 4 sets a minute down the line. 20 minutes. That's 80 groups. 1 set of 131. 400. That's 80 sets. 1,000 and 500,000. If you account for some error in the middle, the odds are that 15 seconds of stuckness will result in a few less sets of swipes. If Dream has considered these as well, then Dream's ultimate goal should be Group 77. That's just under $10 million. The 9 Keys of Light opened their mouths incredulously. I have to say, according to what Dream is doing now, this is a real possibility. A single game of $10 million for your first Tiger Shark fight? This is something that all the godly big brothers have never done before. Can't it be that it's going to be accomplished in the hands of Brother Meng today? The 9 Keys of Light only felt the hot blood in his entire body boil. He hastily turned his attention back to Orange Live, partly to verify the correctness of his idea, and partly to witness this groundbreaking first time. And in the live broadcast, Joe Meng had already swiped to the 45th group. Everyone who was watching the live stream was completely numb, just snapping countless 660 CXS on the public screen. 45 groups. That's $9 million. The Dishang fans who had been clamoring before would be completely silent. The difference between the two sides is just too great. On their side, so many monarch big brothers, and an imperial big brother like Brother AO, working together only managed to brush 357 million out. But what about this side? Even if you don't count the front list, just the 45 sets of gifts that are being given out right now, that's a total of $9 million. How can this be fun? The opposite side is open, and by the looks of it, the Broken Dreams still don't seem to have the slightest intention of stopping. In the hotel, Joe Meng's mouth showed a hint of a smile, and her hand continued to tap the gift delivery button. Little black fans of Dashang, let me ask you if you're afraid? Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, star 1314 star 48 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, star 1314 star 52 in a row. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, Grimoire, star 1314 star 61 in a row. 8 million now. Dream swiped $8 million. Oh my god. I'm going blind. If it wasn't for the fact that it's May, I'd even think that Dream is playing the end of the year December year-end event. But Mongo hasn't stopped yet. Mongo is going to keep going up. Is it hard to rush $10 million? That's for sure. 8 million doesn't stop. It's definitely headed for 10 million. Brother Dream is invincible. I would like to call Brother Dream the strongest godly man on the Tiger Shark platform. This last statement was instantly echoed by countless tourists. With the way Dream is brushing now, it's hard to argue that he's not the strongest god of the platform. The Imperial Big Brother at the head of Dishang's side had previously been the fiercest godly Big Brother on the platform. AO from 16 years of contact with the live broadcast to the current 18 years. 2 years a total of more than 20 million out of the brush. The average monthly consumption is about 1 million. You'll charge a little more when you're playing a big event, but it's basically just around 5 million. And it goes without saying that the reality of the situation is that so many pairs of eyes are watching, and AO has been completely flushed rotten by Dream this time. Even when Brother AO united 50 monarchs, he was directly crushed by Brother Meng with his personal strength. This time, Brother Dream is really doing it by himself to hammer the live room of 100,000 people in Muran. As for the other godly Big Brother, Brother Wave, the strength is indeed stronger. I've been in the network since 17 and have swiped a total of 40 or so million, almost 50 million in about a year or so now. And the most critical thing is that the Wave brother is very busy at work. Playing lifetime is very little. This is more than a year, but also came 7 or 8 times. On average, not once a month. But even if that's the case, Wave's sub-average spending isn't enough for 10 million. But now Dream, an event so small, is about to brush up to $10 million. And it's only been just 4 days since Dream entered the net. 4 days, $10 million in luxury. Although the total consumption is not as much as Wave and AO, but in terms of the consumption power shown so far, if Dream is not the strongest godly man, who is the strongest godly man? This is, almost indisputably, true. Almost the next moment, the live broadcast was plunged into a frenzy of pop-ups, and all the pop-ups that were typed were almost exclusively 4 words, the strongest divine hero, along with the tens of thousands of pop-ups under the frantic screen. The hour, minute and second hands also jumped over the word 12 on time. Meanwhile, the activity listings at the top of each live stream began to shrink, and on the public screen of Orange's live broadcast, a thick gift pop-up from the Emperor's big brother was also fixed there, becoming the final extinction song in this live broadcast. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sens, Grimoire, 13-14-77 in a row. Chapter 33, congratulations to Brother Meng for becoming the strongest divine master. 4,000 words big chapter. Although the giveaway session was over, the home page of the live broadcast, with the cute witch riding a magic broom, was still there, constantly sprinkling purple magic books into the broadcast, looking gorgeous. This was because the 13-14 Grimoires combo effect was 1 in 30 seconds, but Zhou Meng was a group of 15-second swipes. The Tigus Heart platform's special effect settings for valuable gifts are such that the special effect animation for the next gift will only take place after the special effect for one gift has gone. This is also to prevent the embarrassing situation where there are several big brothers in the live room swiping gifts at the same time. And as a result, this freshly swiped special effect has only just come out and is covered by other people's special effects. The goal is to protect the gift-giving experience of the Earthbound Big Brother. But everyone never expected that one day, this feature would turn out to be like this because Dream swiped too much. After 20 minutes of brushing, the special effects were only barely halfway there. That meant that even if he stopped swiping now, the live gift screen would still be going for another 20 minutes. But it's also because of this that the current atmosphere in the live room is even more shocking. Orange was already completely dumbfounded by the gift. Before this, Dream had given her the word to take first place, but she hadn't said she'd swipe this much. On the final weekly chart, her total was 10,041,000, and that statistic, even if you added up the entire list of everyone from the second to the final 50th place in this event, it wouldn't be as much as hers. One could even say it's a far cry. Even if she could only get 20% of the income in the end, that would still be $2,800,000. In 20 minutes, she went from a poor anchor to a millionaire? Orange felt a trance straight before her eyes. She reacted quickly, though, in her heart, she knew exactly what she was able to get so many rewards and gain such high popularity because of. If it wasn't for Brother Dream, she would still be the same wistful little anchor she was before. It's possible that until a few years from now, when she's too old to be on the air anymore, her status as a minor anchor still won't change. Brother Meng was the true nobleman of her life. In an instant, Orange couldn't help but look at the first seat of the VIP table with an even hotter gaze. The live broadcast room was even more boisterous at this point. The minds of the anchors and management of the various other guilds were not at peace either. The first person with the most unsettled heart was Bei Bei's sister in Xia. Sitting in the office of the North Summer Guild, Sister Bei Bei was lost in thought as she looked at the 10 million bounties that had just been swiped from the Orange live broadcasting room. All of which, originally, should have all been Yi's. If Brother Meng chose to play this event in Yi's live room today, not only would these gifts be Yi's, their guild would also get a share. 30% of $10 million. That's $3 million. With this $3 million, she could create 4 or 5 second-tier anchors at least. Wouldn't their Northern Summer Guild just grow by then? But now, even if one regrets it, the fact has happened. The biggest winner this time, instead, was Orange, who had only mic'd with EE once in a row, was the guild White Feather, which was almost eerily almost invisible within the platform. When she thought that the White Feather Guild side had taken the $3 million for almost nothing, Sister Bibi's heart was in a state of displeasure, but she also knew that now was not the time to be angry. Hurriedly knocked on the door of EE's live room. EE, Brother Dream swiped 10 million lists for Tangerine's side. I know this list should have been yours, but don't be angry. Brother Dream will still play on the platform in the future. You just need to pay attention to. Although Bibi-san was lost, she first intended to open her mouth to relieve Itchy. Her guild's lack of income didn't really affect her as a guild manager. but EE had explicitly lost $10 million on the list today. And she guessed that EE must be in a bad mood right now. She could figure that one out. Anyone who threw $2 million at someone else, that person wouldn't be happy, would they? But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ichi. What bebe sister? This list should not have been my. And why should I be angry with Orange sister? Orange sister is by virtue of their own strength to get it. Fee gave a cheeky grin. Sister BB froze for a moment, fearing that Ichi would make a fool of herself. But after taking another careful look at EE and realizing that this girl really didn't seem to be the least bit angry, Sister BB couldn't help but be speechless for a while. This girl, she's really heartless, but that's good. At least Ichi won't be disheartened by this. You can think about it as good. Now Orange takeoff is already on the board. You and Orange before there is this relationship in, can be sure to grasp a moment to remember to go to the Orange live room to brush some gifts with a gift. Sister BB admonished. Okay sis, I understand. Fee nodded repeatedly. After leaving from EE's side, Sister Bebe also gave a greeting to the guild's more than 20 anchors who were broadcasting live as well, telling them to go over and follow the gifts. Synchronized Drunken Dream Guild, Golden Wheel Guild, Thousand Phoenix Guild, as well as Dragon Tang, Little Elephant, Dazzling Peak, and so on. The guilds and anchors on the platform, large and small, made their decisions almost immediately. The godly big brother who has rewarded millions of gifts saw, if they could really look at any of their guild's anchors, a little bit of random leakage from their fingers would be enough for them to eat for quite a long time. Even if they could absorb Big Brother into the guild, wouldn't their own guild properly become top tier? Aren't the two, Ichi and Tangerine, the best examples of this? EE, a new anchor, just sang a song. The result is that Brother Meng again opened the Emperor set, and rewarded 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. As for Tangerine, she just danced and was spotted by Dream. And today she even hit the 10 million list. The eyes of all the anchors were almost red to the point of smoking by this point. In the next second, Orange's live room was flooded with countless nobles, and uncountable treasure maps lit up almost at the same moment. Drunken Dream Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Drunken Dream Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *2. Drunken Dream Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *10. Golden Wool Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Golden Wool Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *2. Golden Wool Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *10. North Summer Guild, Thousand Phoenix Guild, Dragon Guild, Hawaii Guild, rewarded, treasure map, *10. And what followed was countless monarchs posting pop-ups on the public screen. Drunken Dream, welcome Brother Dream to the Tiger Shark platform. Golden Wheel, welcome Brother Dream. Basia Bebe, congratulations to Brother Meng for winning the championship. 666. Awesome. That's at least a dozen guilds, right? 10 treasure maps per guild. More than a dozen guilds. Directly 600,000 to 700,000. Ah. Ha ha ha. The anchor is rich again. But Orange shouldn't be able to look at so little now. On the public screen, the pop-ups started to get happy again when they saw a dozen guilds giving gifts from their monarchs. Of course they knew that these people were giving gifts not to Tangerine, but to Dream in the live stream. But that doesn't stop them from following the joy. It's great to follow Brother Meng. It's good to have a face everywhere you go. Orange also rushed to open his mouth on the air to thank them. Thank you all. Thank you bosses for your support. Orange, are you interested in coming to our Hawaii? If you jump over, we Hawaii will train you to be a first sister. Hawaii's management smiled and spoke on the public screen. As soon as those words came out, the management of the White Feather Guild that was still OB was instantly enraged. It's so hard to get a big anchor out of your own family, so you're just going to poach them, aren't you? And can't you dig people secretly? He's still around as a guild admin. Without saying a word, he directly utilized the privilege of guild management, and then he clicked a ban on Hawaii's management. The words still intended to be said on Hawaii's side were suddenly stuck in a half shell. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. It's still White Feather's people who can play. Hawaii, you are a big guild, so what? This is someone else's Orange live room. Not the emperors are able to point ban. White Feather management has blood. I like it, ha ha ha. Powdered. Even Joe Meng was amused by this operation by the White Feather Guild. But one thing is for sure. Hawaii Guild should not go. The people in this guild are disgusting. Even their head anchor can be snowed in. Is there any sense of security? Just as the crowd was in a state of joy, a monarchic big brother with a Chin Xian sign coldly grunted and sent a pop-up out on the public screen without a care in the world. When these words came out, the atmosphere of the live broadcast room stagnated. Even those administrations from the other guilds, no one dared to pick up the slack. Xian Shan used to be a big anchor who was even hotter than Mu Ran, but she ended up being so snowed under by Hawaii. What exactly is the reason for this? We all know in our hearts. At this time Chin Chin's monarch powder to pick this out is equal to directly and Hawaii's people tore their faces to war. At this point, whoever picks up the slack is going to take the rap, so of course no one is going to say anything. Alright, those of you who have finished with your gifts, go back where you belong. Zhou Mang also frowned slightly, but spoke without treating them with much courtesy because of these gifts. He had watched live broadcasts before, and last year, Qianshan was a hot star show area, so it was hard for him not to know this person. I told you how I couldn't see it this year, but it turns out that it was snowed under by Hawaii. But what exactly was the reason? No one was saying right now, and he wasn't sure, so he didn't comment much. When so many guild managers in the live broadcast saw Zhou Mang speak, they also hurriedly went along with the steps. Brother Dream is not polite. That's because Brother Dream is a godly big brother and has the qualifications to do so, but they wouldn't dare have that temper. After typing their congratulations, they all quickly slipped away, and the embarrassment is only temporary. After a large number of guild management left, not more than a minute later, dozens of star show anchors entered the room again, and similarly started giving gifts as soon as they entered the live room. Rewarded, treasure map, *10. Buddy Bao, rewarded, treasure map, *2. Broken Wound, rewarded, treasure map, *10. Whirlwind, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Xian, rewarded, treasure map, *1. Ancient Wind, rewarded, big rocket, *1. As a guild admin, there are some things that you can't say, but as an anchor, you're significantly freer in that regard. First up was Broken Wound, who straight up licked a face and blatantly blew it open on the air. Congratulations to Brother Dream for taking the tournament and becoming the strongest godly hero on the Tiger Shark platform. I wish Brother Mang auspicious times and auspicious days to be as happy as the wind, abundant years in wind and moon to be as windy as the wind. Contention for blessings and wealth and longevity in the mountains and in the sea. Broken Wound, you're too shameless. Fellow newscaster Cyclone got antsy when she saw Broken Wound give a licking. I also congratulate Brother Dream to become the strongest god ho on Tiger Shark platform. I wish Brother Dream to eat without worrying about clothes. Every day dashing, night and gentle, trading as the Yangtze River water, life as well as flowers. They gain small wealth every day into a smooth hair. Aside from their two news anchors, the rest are basically talented anchors like Fee, but they know all the talents, but they really don't know this kind of bragging jingle. For a moment, the crowd was all dumbfounded. Congratulations to Brother Dream for becoming the platform's strongest godly man. Even the crowd that reacted to the words of Fee swiped wildly downward. Congratulations to Brother Dream for becoming the platform's strongest godly man. And the next moment, just as the crowd was frantically swiping the screen live, the live broadcast room lit up with a red Supertube avatar. Tiger Shark Supertubes, Xiao Bai Ling, sent, treasure map, *1. Congratulations to Dream on his 10 million list win. Sayuri swiped a treasure map and attached another line below it. Although she was Zhou Meng's account manager, her other identity was, after all, Tiger Shark Supervisor. And although she also thought that Zhou Meng was currently Tiger Shark's #1 Divine Master, this was something that the anchor could say, but she couldn't. But regardless, her heart was there. Ha ha ha, the Superpipes are giving Dream a gift. Not bad for a Dream brother. Seeing that the Supertubes who usually ban this and that at every turn also send out treasure maps, the visitors in the live broadcast room were instantly delighted. Zhou Mang also returned a smiling emoji to Xiao Bai Ling. I didn't realize that this account manager of his own is quite colorful. Chapter 34, Numbered Room Checks? Playing with Flowers. And unlike the orange live room, which was bustling with activity, Mu Ran, on the other side of the live room, was sitting on pins and needles. The campaign, which ended in complete failure. It was still a second-place finish, but it was a crushed second-place finish. 3,570,000 against 10 million, directly crushed twice as much by the Broken Dream. The gap. Cootie. It's all visible. Even the group of fans who had been angry before didn't talk much now. The gap is small enough to spray, but the gap is as big as the Marianas Trench, so you don't even know how to spray. The atmosphere in the live room was unexpectedly dull. Actually, people don't need to pay too much attention to this event. After all, it's just a small event added halfway through. The real battle to carry the position is still going to be the mid-year event in June. And just because there are a lot of brushes now doesn't mean there will be a lot of brushes in June. Neuron laughed awkwardly and forced a wave of explanation in the live broadcast. But the 70,000 or so people on the air didn't react at all. It was AO who couldn't look away and coughed twice, first typing a statement on the public screen. If you ask me, we did lose this event. And we do deserve to admit it. But it's not scary to lose. It's scary not to know why we lost. The reason, in my opinion, is what it is: gullibility. Yes, that's right. Gullibility. After playing all over the world on the platform in 16, in 17 and 18, I was completely relaxed and never even brought out my full strength. My thought at the time was that $2 million to fight this campaign would definitely be enough, so I just put $20 million of my free money into the company 2 days ago. But I didn't expect halfway to kill a Chang Bite Gene. The reason why Broken Dreams can brush so much, I estimate that the probability is that he knew about this activity in advance, and only then purposely tuned such a sum of money in his hand, waiting for today to step on me to get on the throne. AO sighed helplessly. Yeah, although as an anchor, I can't go and talk about Big Brother as I please, but this time I really have to say something for AO. AO is really aggrieved this time. Our AO's strength is there for all to see. Which major event in these 2 years has AO hit the charts with less than 5 million? And the reason why AO swiped 5 million is because 5 million is enough. There's no need to swipe upwards. But in fact, with AO's ability, swiping 10 million is nothing. Seeing that AO's words seemed to have an effect, Ran hurriedly followed the conversation down. As expected, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly became much more active once this was said. AO quickly signaled a few of the guild's employees to use their trumpets to bring up the tempo. Let's all think about it. For such a small event, why would Broken Dreams play $10 million out? If you ask me, the odds are that it's because they're counting on AO, just to step on AO to get to the top. When you think about it like this, it's still true. Originally 1 million is enough for the event. Why did he take 10 million? There must be an inside story. When this was said, the many fans on the air immediately began to speculate. And the more I think about it, the more I think it's true. Why did they lose? For being invincible for too long, and as a result, being counted out. Even the best in the world will inevitably be backstabbed at times, let alone on a live broadcast platform. So yeah, this time it failed. It's really just that. A small recommendation. What's the point of letting it go to orange? Next month's event is the top priority. Neuron also spoke up. Don't worry about that. I'll fight for you at next month's event. AO was also straight up patting his chest in assurance. Neuron is also right. This month is a small event. Even if it's awesome, so what? Next month is the key. AO's strength I've never doubted. In the morning in the Dayjai live room, AO also said, this time because of the company's financial problems, there is only so much money. If Broken Dreams can brush more than him, then this champion let out. Support AO. Fight back next month. That's right. It's not scary to have your home stolen. Let's hang him head on next time. For a while, the crowd in the live broadcast room immediately returned to being active, and many people began to jump up again, seeing the atmosphere mobilized. Ran's heart was steeped in relief. AO also hurriedly took this opportunity to find a reason to get off the number and slip away. This will be the anger in his heart has no place to vent. Have to hurry to find it. 2 days ago just caught the anchor woman to go to spread the anger. As for Muran, it's better to pamper them in a few days. Muran would like to get off the air, but this would definitely be a time to continue to appease and calm the fans' emotions. Compared to AO's off-air broadcast full of anger, Joe Mang would be enjoying himself. Tell you what, brothers, today is so lively. It's no fun to get off early. Why don't we play a game? Seeing that the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was brushing non-stop, Joe Mang also typed a message out. Playing games? The anchors and viewers who were chatting in the live room were all stunned. Let me announce the rules of the game. Joe Mang replied with a smile. It is now 12:15 in the morning, and the game lasts until 1 in the morning, which is 45 minutes. I'll have Orange do the drawing on the air. For example, the Star Show area live at night there are a total of 1,000 anchors. This 1,000 anchors from the popularity of the high and low is divided into 50 pages. Each page has 20 anchors then the audience of the live room can play the corresponding code. For example, play a 20 to 10, which means that the 10th anchor of the 20th page. In the orange draw the number of this live room that I will jump to check the room. No matter how good or bad the anchor is, at least reward a treasure map. Of course, if you draw an anchor from Dyson, it's automatically skimmed. Joe Mang announced the rules of the game. The moment Joe Mang's words came out, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Doesn't Dream's words mean that he's giving them, the ordinary viewers, the power to reward the anchors? As long as you swipe the number, after the orange draws it, you can immediately reward the corresponding anchor. This is really fun to play. And at the same time, the many anchors who were watching the live broadcast were secretly excited. In particular, some of those who were not yet online were the ones who backed out and turned on their live streams almost at the first opportunity. Anyway, there is nothing to lose if you can't draw it. And if you do, you can whore out a wave of such great popularity for nothing. Not to mention that you can at least get a treasure map, which is $5,000. Chapter 35, God's Magnificence checks the room. Treasure map opens the way. 3,000 big chapter. For a while, Countless anchors were on the number. Tiger Shark. As the country's current top 3 live broadcast platform, the number of anchors can be no less. Originally there were a lot of anchors in the evening live broadcast, plus today's event. There are a lot more anchors online. And now Jo Meng said this again. And a large number of additional anchors are online. Orange used her computer to swipe slightly on the Star Show channel, refreshing the page count bar directly below. According to Dream, the current live feeds total 67 pages. Orange carefully counted the number of anchors on each page again, and it was exactly 20. So our selection range, that's 1 to 20 to 67 to 20. Orange put this zone in the top right corner of his live stream by pasting it. She had originally intended to put it on the bottom, but there was no way. This time the gift effects hadn't finished, and the bottom half of the live room had been flashing there, so even if she put it there, she couldn't see it. Okay, let's get started. Everyone. Jo Meng laughed and typed on the public screen. I didn't think I'd have a chance to reward an anchor in this way. Ha ha ha. Zero charging party passes by. A penny has not been spent to indicate that the Dream Brother absolute son. You count what zero charge party like us this kind of real zero charge party. Usually to rob Big Rocket and Treasure Map and the Golden Beans, and then sold to the Bean Merchant Cash. Asterisk. Upstairs is awesome. Watching a live broadcast can still make you study the way to make money. Speaking of which, the man was visibly happy, and he replied back to all of the pop-ups that had been asking him. There was a buzz on the air, and what followed was a myriad of digital pop-ups. Some of them were randomly pressed by viewers, but some, too, were deliberately swiped after specifically going to see what page the anchors they followed were on. But for most of the pop-ups, the first number is off to the back. The anchors that are at the back of the rankings are naturally less popular. This also meant that what most viewers actually wanted to see was Jo Meng going to reward those unnamed anchors. After all, in most opinions, it is higher to watch when a godly big brother visits a small anchor live room. But for that, Jo Meng was indifferent. Play. Sure. Make some rebates on the side. Jo Meng was really happy tonight. Brush more than 10 million. The reality of the rebate guarantee is more than 100 million. Orange. Screenshot at 17 minutes exactly. Whichever one is at the bottom. Jo Meng spoke on the public screen. Aha. Orange hummed softly, but her cheeks were a little scarlet. He said that he was playing the game with Jo Meng, but Orange's mind was long gone by now. All she could think about now was whether or not she was going to give Dream a piece of her mind tonight and go over to the hotel side to find him. She would be very tempted to set up a thank you to Dream for the reward. No amount of talk on the air is as reliable as one time in reality. Still, she did as Jo Meng asked on her hands, and see Jo Meng 17 minutes hold to take a screenshot of the words. The audience of the live broadcast room suddenly brushed more vigorously. Time's up. A smile appeared on Orange's face before he pressed the screenshot button, after which he pulled the screenshot into the live streaming interface. Congratulations to this fan. The 42 to 1 you posted one. Okay, then we should check in next. Jo Meng laughed and exited Orange's live room. On Orange's side, he was also looking for this anchor's live room and sync. Fans who don't want to run more can just watch it on my live stream and I can simulcast it on my end. The fans who were all planning to follow Jo Meng to join in the fun, when they heard Orange's words, a large portion of them stayed behind. It's all fun to watch anyway, and it's obviously more fun on the Orange side. It's all televised and it doesn't make a difference where you go to watch it. And in synchronization with Jo Meng, the remaining 50,000 or so viewers who had followed Jo Meng to check out the room were also looking for the first anchor room on page 42. Jo Meng quickly found this anchor's room. Bamboo Art Master Fang Xiaonuan? Seeing this title, Jo Meng couldn't help but be amused. Gave it a click straight down to the title. Inside the live room is a small village courtyard. At this time the roof is playing a very bright incandescent lamp. A slightly fat young woman is sitting in the center of the bamboo basket weaving. If it looked good, this person should be Fang Xiaonuan on the cover of the live broadcast. However, Fang Xiaonuan will weave bamboo baskets very seriously. So Jo Meng, this emperor's special effect in the live broadcast, also did not find. The tens of thousands of viewers who followed Jo Meng and flooded in saw that the anchor didn't show any indication at all of Meng's entry into the live broadcast room, and they burst out laughing with joy. Dream's first stop on his room check was just ignored? I can't do it anymore. How about Dream swiping a treasure map to deter this anchor? But you guys really don't say. Bamboo basket weaving looks really quite healing. Holy shit, this is still really easy to sink your teeth into. Tell the one who fixes donkey hooves and the one who restores watches that I may not get back tonight. But you can't let the anchor keep ignoring Brother Dream. Brother Dream only stipulated 45 minutes of game time. It's not good to delay too long here. I still want to see Brother Dream brush a few more. Pop-ups were flying from the live audience. And in the face of tens of thousands of people's pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Fang Xiaonuan still didn't realize it. Holy shit, Isn't this from the same village as me? I have her phone number. You guys wait. I'll let her watch the live broadcast now. A fan called, putting on a name, entered the live broadcast room and froze. Then said in a hurry, "Upstairs, do you think we believe it? How can there be such a coincidence? Watching a live broadcast and still meeting someone you know?" The audience was in disbelief. But before they could speak again, they saw that Fang Xiaowan's cell phone in the live broadcast room was really ringing. And the next moment, Fang Xiaowan really put down the bamboo basket and stood up. But she had only just glanced at the cell phone. And Fang Xiaowan was so scared that she almost threw the phone to the ground. 55,000 people? Fang Xiaowan looked at her live broadcast with a confused face. Own live room. Obviously only more than 100 old fans to awe. Found it. Screenshots have been taken. Tomorrow Fang Xiaowan's shocked emoticon will be online. Honestly, if I had found out about this situation, the phone would have dropped 80% of the time. The tourists were overjoyed. Zhou Mang also laughed out happily. This was a real original shocked expression. Without hesitation, he directly swiped the treasure map in the live broadcast. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *10. Wow. 10 treasure maps, that's $50,000. Brother Dream is atmospheric. Brother Dream is rich. My dream brother is invincible. The live broadcast room lit up with countless pop-ups. As for Fang Xiaowan, it was also the first time she received the gift of a treasure map, but she hadn't figured out what was going on yet, and she didn't know what to say for a while. It wasn't until the next moment, when a few of the old fans in her room, one of the room managers, typed to her that it was Emperor Dream coming to check on her room, that she realized what was really going on, and also realized that these 10 gifts that Dream had given her were worth $50,000. Thank you, Brother Dream, for the gift. Brother Dream, why don't I give you some bamboo baskets? Fang Xiaowan snapped and looked at the cell phone. Although she was very excited, for a moment she did not know what to say to express her gratitude. A $50,000 gift, she didn't sign up for a guild. As long as she split it half and half with the platform, that's it. She'll get $25,000. Fang Xiaowan looked around for a moment. She didn't know what could be worth so much money around her. A woven bamboo basket is only a few dozen dollars. 25,000. She'd have to weave 1,000 baskets. No, I don't need this. When I visit your hometown in the future, just treat me to a farm-to-table meal. This is no problem. Brother Dream, you want to eat a few meals, but when are you coming? Brother Dream? I can prepare for it. Fang Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pursued the question. I can't. This anchor is too honest. Brother Mang is just being polite. Why is she still taking it seriously? It's really rare these days to find someone so honest. So I'll swipe an airplane for good measure. Honest +1. I'll have a few. In the live broadcast room, many viewers swiped their gifts at once. It's all small, but it adds up to $2,000 or $3,000. Hearing Fang Xiaowan's words, Zhou Mang couldn't help but chuckle as well. Slightly raising his hand, he replenished 10 more treasure maps over. In an instant, the weekly tribute list of Fang Xiaowan's live broadcast rushed to 100,000 plus. Brothers, the wind is tight and pulling. Zhou Mang laughed, typed a line on the public screen, and led the way to slip back into Orange's live room. The fans also followed Zhou Mang and ordered back, leaving only Fang Xiaowan, who had gotten a $50,000 share and then had a confused look on her face. She'd be in over her head by now. She didn't think of anything else, but she knew that a rich man named Brother Dream had entered her live room and then rewarded her with $100,000. Anyway, that's a good thing. It was only when they returned to Orange's live stream that the fans started talking about it. Brother Dream is so atmospheric. Directly $100,000 gift. Worthy of being a dream brother. If only Dream Brother could give a reward of $100,000 to every crafter who opens a live broadcast. Upstairs, you're not trying to show the Five Fingers Mountain live, are you? That kind of live broadcast can't pass the scrutiny. Oh, fuck off. I want to show and get it for Dream. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Zhou Meng's brain went black and he hastily stopped the fans from taking the rhythm in a colorful direction. Even if he really wanted it, it would have to be a girl like Orange. And Orange started redrawing numbers by default. 4 more livestreams were drawn in a row, except for one of them, which was the live room of Deshang's anchor. The remaining 3 live rooms, Zhou Mang all jumped over. These 3 anchors were much more resourceful compared to Fang Xiaowan, and they all knew that Zhou Mang was checking in. Zhou Mang stayed in one live room for less than 10 minutes, then swiped 10 treasure maps for all 3 people. Okay, it's getting late, so let's check the last room next and get ready to pull out. Zhou Mang couldn't help but yawn. It's almost 1 a.m., which does make me a little sleepy. Last one. The fans in the livestream were even brushing up their pop-ups. Honestly, I really had a good time following Dream tonight. Usually they have to go to the booth at the live platform. Most of the anchors they send pop-ups after all kinds of performances of talent, but tonight, there were 3 anchors, a guitar, a violin, and a dance, and they were enjoying all of them. There is only one word to describe this feeling: cool. And at the same time, all the viewers all swiped up their numbers. 30 seconds at the cutoff. Orange watched as the time was up and hastily tapped the screenshot button as well. Congratulations to this fan. The number drawn this time is 5 to 15. Orange laughed and posted the number on the air. Go, 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 go. Now the fans are kind of familiar with finding a live room, and when they saw the number was set, they immediately dispersed and ran over to find a room, and Jomang followed in synchronization. However, after many water users entered 515's live room, they couldn't help but all stare. Someone was pleasantly surprised and typed on the public screen, "Isn't this Qian? Chapter 36, snowed in? I'll hold you up." 3,000 big chapters. While in the live broadcast room, the body of Qian, who was broadcasting live, was suddenly shaken. She was on the air the whole time tonight, although she was snowed in by the Hawaii Guild, but with the support of a few big brothers in the live broadcast, she still hit the list of $20,000 in the past few days, and managed to rush into the 43rd place, and got a little bit of a small recommendation. And just now the Orange live room, she also went over to accompany the gift, although not much, but it is really all the cash left on her. It was because she had heard about Dream's room check that she had broadcast a little more to try her luck, but she hadn't expected to actually touch Dream. How did the Orange get up? Qian was not too sure, but she did have some guesses in her heart, and the fact that she could run into Dream checking in today meant that her luck was truly in. Seeing Jomang's Emperor enter the live broadcast room, Qian hastily adjusted her mindset and hurriedly stood up to open her mouth to welcome her. Welcome Brother Dream into Qian's live room. The tens of thousands of visitors who had just entered the live stream were also typing and discussing. Qian is so miserable. At this time last year, she was still the proper star show first sister, but now how come she's this popular? That's not true. The evening slot is still ranked on the 5th page. This is if the afternoon slot is live. It is estimated to be after the 8th or 9th page. Even the 3rd tier anchors are not quite counted. No matter what, Qian is still my goddess. Hey, didn't you guys see that big brother Jun Wang typing in the Orange live room before? Qian is obviously being punked by this unscrupulous guild of Hawaii. Jomang was also a bit surprised. When those guild bosses came over before, they were still talking about Qian. I didn't expect to run into them here tonight. However, Jomang didn't hesitate and raised his hand to send 10 treasure maps first. That's the basic meet and greet he'll be checking out tonight. And the tens of thousands of visitors who had just entered the live broadcast room, anyone who had a little bit of spare money, basically swiped some gifts out. Within a few minutes, Qian's original weekly list of only $20,000 was instantly raised to over $80,000. Jomang swiped 50,000, while these tourists who had just come and swiped a total of 10,000. No more, no more. It's all about emotion. A big rocket delivery. Qian is my first 2 years of youth. Now there is not much money. Send 5 hot pots, $30 or so. No honor. Thank you Dream for the reward. Thank you all for the reward. And thank you all for remembering me. Qian couldn't help but be a little moved when she saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast. Who says the internet's memory only lasts a month? She was now out of the recommended spots, out of her previous figures of over 100,000 people online, and faded out of the limelight. But there were still so many people who remembered her. You're welcome. Play check-in with the fans. I remember you. Deng Ziki sings very well. Why don't you sing us a song? Jomang smiled and typed. ********. Tearful. Meng even knows Qian too. Qian is the singing queen known as Xiao Deng Ziki. It seems that Brother Meng also watched Qian live broadcast a lot in the first 2 years. Otherwise it's impossible for him to know about this. When the old fans of Qian's live broadcast saw Jomang typing out the words, there was another burst of excitement. Even Qian's heart was bumpy. She also didn't expect that Brother Meng, who had just come to play on the Tiger Shark platform for a few days, would even know about her. But this actually proves that Dream had seen Tiger Shark 2 years before and only recently chose to consume it. Thank you Dream for remembering me. With tears in the corner of her eyes, Qian stood up and bowed to the audience again and again. I'll sing a period for everyone. Qian quickly selected the accompaniment. Looking at the lyrics playing out on the accompaniment in front of her, Qian felt infinite emotions in her heart. After tidying up her mood, Qianshan brought out her best and started to sing. It's a shame we've finally come to a period. The hummingbirds that won't fly outside the window are also mourning. This is a song that Qianshan's put 100% emotion into. Even in the middle of the song, Qianshan's voice couldn't help but choke a bit. But this bit of choking sound is not annoying at all. Instead, it gives a special beauty to Qianshan's singing voice. Why do I sound moved to tears? To be honest, originally, following Brother Meng over to play, the mood is very good. But now how is Qianshan a song so low? It's so good. But it feels like Qianshan has too much aggravation. I'm sorry Qianshan. I've never come to your live room these past few months, but I won't in the future. I'll come more often. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were sighing. Zhou Meng also shook his head helplessly. When Qianshan subconsciously said the song, period, Zhou Meng knew what it meant. It was at this moment that one of the Monarch brothers in Qianshan's live room typed on the public screen elaborating on the significance of the song. Zhou Meng glanced at it, and the ID appeared to be the one that had previously gone hard with the head of Huai in the orange live room. This song was written by Deng Ziki to her former manager Zhang Shan. The whole song is written about the relationship between the two people, each other into a complete. Zhang Shan and Deng Ziki at the age of 14 years old when she was discovered. At the age of 16 years old, she released her first album. At the age of 19 years old, she opened the concert. But Deng Ziki became famous. Zhang Shan gave her to receive a large number of commercial performances, so that she has completely become a money-making machine, but also led Deng Ziki deep into the public opinion storm, which is contrary to Deng Ziki's original intention of creation. So Deng Ziki finally chose to leave, to put an end to the relationship. This background was naturally known to Zhou Meng. Therefore, he understands Qianshan's current mood. A red-hot anchor is suddenly snowed under by the guild, and the guild that snowed her is still the same people behind the scenes that single-handedly brought her up. How similar this encounter is to the protagonist of this song. Listening to the song and looking at the backstory typed out by Big Brother Monarch, the public screen in the live broadcast room suddenly fell into infinite silence. The songs are really contagious, especially for a singer who has the ultimate vocals and fits the song incredibly well. At the end of hearing Qianshan sing until she cried out, on the opposite side of the cell phone, I don't know how many people felt their nose bone sour for a while. Even a few of the girls watching the live stream couldn't stop sobbing. They are really empathetic. They could completely feel the disbelief and bitterness of a talented and capable anchor who was in the midst of a promising career, when he was suddenly blocked, snowed in, and targeted. And they could also feel that Qianshan had really grown during this period of time. A red-hot super Tier 1 anchor turned into a Tier 3 anchor in just a few months. But it would have been hard for her to keep her beginnings like that. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the gift bar. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *10. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out, treasure map, *30. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent out, treasure map, *80. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, treasure map, *100. In the live broadcast room, whether it was the live broadcast interface or the public screen pop-ups, all of them were screened by Zhou Meng's gifts. In an instant, the more than 50,000 people in the live broadcast room were all shocked. 100 treasure maps, $500,000 in cash. Qianshan finished the song and hurriedly wiped the tears that flowed out of the corners of her eyes. Thank you, Brother Dream. Thank you, Brother Dream. Looking at the 100 treasure maps in front of her, Qianshan's originally hesitant heart gradually firms up. Everyone who wants to succeed needs to give something. No one ever succeeds for nothing. And the time has come for her to draw a line in the sand with the past. As the lyrics go, she will never cry again. Qianshan didn't hesitate and clicked on Brother Meng's chat box in the background, and then silently typed a message and sent it. Zhou Meng saw the private message bar light up with a message and clicked alone. His private message feature for strangers had long since been turned off, and only people he had followed could message him. The only exception, of course, is Little Bai Ling, who is a Tiger Shark supertube with a privileged number. And there were only a few anchors that he followed, and only a few people who could send him messages. Zhou Meng glanced at it and it turned out to be sent by Qianshan. But seeing the text on it, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh again. How is that statement so similar to what Orange said at the time? The word Qianshan typed was, dream. Is it okay if I give of myself and want the overall winner of the mid-year event in June? Zhou Meng just thought for 5 seconds before replying. There is only one word in the reply. May. Chapter 37, 100 million in cash. For Zhou Meng, participating in these activities would undoubtedly make his uninteresting gift swiping process quite a bit more interesting, and it would be nice to have some other fun in the process. Qianshan is a top beauty after all. And after seeing Zhou Meng swipe 100 treasure maps in Qianshan's live streaming room Orange, The sense of crisis in his heart came up at once. Although she thought she was pretty and talented, it was undeniable that Qian was a bit better than her. And as a super-tier anchor in the previous 2 years, Qian is quite a bit stronger than she is now, both in terms of talent and stage presence. That's definitely a strong competitor. Thinking of this, Orange didn't dare to hesitate any longer. She couldn't just stand still. The only advantage she had now was her proximity to Dream. You can't chat online as much as you can when she's slipping into Dream's arms. She had watched over 6 full hours of movies to refresh her skills between the time she got back at noon and the time the show started at 10 p.m. Hurriedly, she took out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Zhou Meng, stating that she would like to come over in the evening to give Zhou Meng a show of her lung capacity that was no worse than when Qian sang. Zhou Meng looked at the 2 messages one after the other and smiled helplessly. But if that's the trouble with God's big brother, then Zhou Meng hoped that this kind of trouble would come a little more often. After dumping his micro-signal to Qian, and then sending a message back to Orange's side, Zhou Meng stopped reading the messages. Guys, that's enough fun for today. We'll check in later when we get a chance. Zhou Meng typed a message on the public screen of Qian's live broadcast. The audience of the live broadcast room is also completely played today. See, Zhou Meng is ready to go down the number, but also have to play on the public screen the words of Good Night Dream Brother. Good night Dreamer. Qian had a slightly red face and similarly said in the live broadcast. The moment she saw Zhou Meng agree, her entire heart began to thump. Although this live room there are still a lot of people, but Qian has nothing to continue to live in the mind. See, Zhou Meng left the live room, but also hastily find a reason to get off the air. The just got the micro signal in a hurry to copy the past. Dream Brother down. My side is also ready to go down. The next 2 days there are some things at home. Can only be a regular live. Oh. Orange also hurriedly opened his mouth to say goodbye to the audience. And then in a brainstorm, he parachuted all 70,000 plus people in the live room into EE's live room. To be honest, even though this wasn't exactly stealing Thee's opportunity, Orange was still a little less than thrilled in her heart, and had to make up for it in this way. Orange turned off the podcast and hurriedly panicked, running into the bathroom to shower with the Estee Lauder set she had just brought back not long ago. And over here, Zhou Meng also entered the system to settle after exiting the live broadcast platform. This afternoon was kind of a total blast. In the Orange live stream, a total of 77 groups of magic books were swiped, plus the 10 treasure maps at the very beginning to pull in popularity, rounding up to a total of 17 million. And after hitting the event and checking out a few more rooms, the combined total of 160 treasure maps swiped totaled 800,000. In other words, tonight for one night, Zhou Meng was swiping a total of $97 million. Glancing at the system page, sure enough, the data was just right. Congratulations to the host for spending $800 on the live platform. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, totaling $199,678,000 in real cash. All assets of the system have been rationalized, so please feel free to use them. Zhou Meng's cell phone dinged at once. Picking it up and glancing at it, close to $110 million in cash had arrived. Glancing at the system page, the upgrade quest was also a section forward. The Gods Deluxe System. Host, Zhou Meng. Level 1. Progress on upgrades, $12. 11 million $1 billion. Realistic assets, $120. 9 million, rebate ratio 110. Cool. $120 million in cash. Looking at the total balance, Zhou Meng couldn't help but feel a surge of bravado in his heart. Realistically, how many people have more than $100 million in assets? Not even one in a million. I'm afraid to exaggerate. Not even one in 100,000. And with 100 million in assets, it's definitely enough to qualify to step into the elite class. Even enough to step into the core circle of the elite class. And Zhou Meng didn't have to wait long before Qian's friend request over there was sent over. Having just gone through the application, the first sentence there made Zhou Meng laugh. Dream Brother, do you have time lately? I have nothing to do these days. I want to find you to come and play for a few days. Shy. Zhou Meng is straight up a good guy. If it wasn't for the fact that Orange and Qian didn't know each other, Zhou Meng would be a bit skeptical that these two girls had rehearsed in advance. Speak with such uniformity. Even that shy expression in the back is all snapped out. But this time Zhou Meng didn't directly agree. This hotel is quite comfortable to live in, but Zhou Meng does not intend to live here permanently. Ready to wait for tomorrow to go to the outer ring side to look at the room, buy a set of villa to move in. This makes the address uncertain. For Qian, it's better to wait until after we move in a few days. Therefore, Zhou Meng quickly gave a reply. Wait a couple days. After this message was typed, Zhou Meng sensed that this sentence appeared to be a euphemism for rejection, which was easy to misunderstand. After a slight hesitation, He added a sentence afterward. Getting ready to move these days. Xian over there was also visibly stunned when she saw the first message from Meng, and thought she was rejected. But after seeing Meng's explanation in the second sentence, Xian couldn't help but rejoice again. So, Brother Dream is planning to accept her? For a moment, Xian suddenly felt more than a little flutter in her heart. And after returning the message, he didn't have to wait long before Zhou Meng heard the doorbell. Hearing this voice, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. It's only just over 40 minutes since Orange went off the air, right? That's a lot of speed. Walking over to open the door, just as it opened, Tangerine rushed straight into Zhou Meng's arms. Did you miss me, Mongo? Tangerine smiled and kept rubbing herself in Zhou Meng's arms. What do you say, Kiyosu? I'm looking forward to your lunges, Zhou Meng teased with a smile. Mongo. Orange red-faced and pouty stomped her foot, but the next moment, it couldn't help but go down a few. If before, Orange had taken the initiative to follow him here so that he could do better in his own live broadcasting career, then today's Orange was extremely grateful for Zhou Meng's feelings. Zhou Meng had used her own strength to bring her straight to first place in this event. Although the recommended spots that this first place got weren't rich compared to a large event, the list that Zhou Meng gave her was not less than a large event at all. It's safe to say that she really made a splash this time, and when she waited until after this event to start broadcasting again, she could even jump over this hurdle of third-tier anchors to second-tier anchors directly, and rush directly into the echelon of first-tier anchors. And aside from that, the most realistic thing is that she got a $2 million cut. And the way she is thankful for that is by using all the methods she learned during her lunchtime movie as much as possible. Chapter 38, an $80 million villa. Until then, Zhou Meng had always felt that his waist was titanium alloy. After all, I didn't work out much growing up, and I felt extremely good about myself all the time. But when he got up this morning, he realized that he was really wrong before. Even the best cadres can't stand up to such a test. The dark circles under his eyes had come out and he looked like a live panda baby. Lin Qingxue, who also followed along beside her and got up, couldn't help but spit out her tongue when she saw Zhou Meng in this state, and laughed in her heart. Zhou Meng glared fiercely at Lin Qingxue. Good lord, what kind of a 3-hour streak is that? This is going to smoke him out. It's not going to take more than a day or two to recover from this. Mentally, I couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, there really isn't a simple one who can be an anchor. Not only can they suck money, but come with me over to the outer ring at noon later. Zhou Meng ordered breakfast and then spoke. To the outer ring? Lin Qingxue was a bit curious. Buy a house. Zhou Meng laughed. Okay, Mongo. Lin Qingxue nodded, not really reacting much to this. With Zhou Meng's strength, buying a house was just a normal operation. The outer ring side of the house price she knows. Ordinary high-rise residential area. The house price is about 20,000. 100 square feet of the house is also 2 million. Even if they just took out the $10 million that Zhou Meng had swiped on her livestream last night, it would be enough to buy 5 sets, which was nothing to Meng at all. However, in the next moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly saw a bright light before her eyes. Yeah, she seems to be able to afford a house now. When she used to live broadcast, she never thought about the idea of buying a house in Magic City, because she never thought she could make millions from live broadcasting. But now, the light division she can take more than 2 million. And after the Dream Brother, there are many guilds and anchors with gifts. These divided into the hands of a few 100,000, adding up to almost 2,200,000. Getting a 3-bedroom apartment might be a bit of a long shot, but a 2-bedroom is absolutely fine. In that case, she's kind of rooted on this side of Mordor. But when she followed Zhou Meng out at noon, she was completely stunned. He didn't react until he was taken by Zhou Meng to look at 3 houses and finally paid the money to pay the full amount. What Dream is buying is not an ordinary building. What he's buying is clearly a villa. And finally settled. Or the outer ring side of the most upscale villa area Dragon Bay in the largest units. The overall construction area is 1,000 square feet with a small garden of 200 square feet, a swimming pool of 100 square feet and a basement and underground garage of 300 square feet. The total square footage is a total of 1,600 square feet of ultra-luxurious finishes. Of course, the payment is based on the floor area, but compared to the flats she remembered, the price of this villa, also in the outer ring, was something that almost took her breath away. $80,000 a square foot. 41,000 square feet of floor space. The total house payment totaled $80 million. Right under her watchful eyes, Meng signed this $80 million contract with the other party and transferred all the money on the spot. Congratulations, the house will be in your name from now on. The business manager of the sales department finished the formalities for Zhou Meng, and his face was all smiles with joy. Normally, to sell a house here in Royal Dragon Bay, you'd have to sleep with your boss for a couple weeks at least. But I didn't expect Zhou Meng to come over today and pay the full amount directly after just a brief understanding. It's an $80 million house. You'll get 400,000 just for the commission. That's not a small amount of money. Contact the property for me in a few minutes and ask them to purchase a bunch of stuff for me. A list for them to come to the house and pick up. Jo Meng nodded. This villa he is really happy with and it's finally decorated and ready to move into. But the finishing touches. There are just a few essential things. More soft furnishings and whatnot. He still has to get his own. And as the property department of a luxury villa area, the service naturally goes without saying. After finishing these things, Jo Meng took Lin Xingxue into the villa. Leaning against the soft sofa in the oversized living room, Lin Xingxue still felt a pang of unreality. $80 million? Just like that? If you come to see me in the future, just come this way. I'll be staying here permanently afterward. You can go pick out a room later, too, and you can stay over if you have nothing to come over. Jo Meng said with a smile. This villa, with more than 10 various suites, is enough to live in any way. Okay, Mongo. Hearing Jo Meng's words, Lin Xingxue was also pleasantly surprised. The fact that Brother Dream could let her pick a house to live in here meant that he really recognized her and treated her as one of his own. Although she and Brother Meng had already developed to such a level now, Lin Xingxue was completely afraid to call herself Brother Meng's girlfriend, and being able to receive such recognition had already made her very happy. For several consecutive days, Jo Meng had been packing up the villa that he had just bought. Orange was basically coming over during the day and going back at night in the past few days because she had to broadcast live. And in addition to giving Jo Meng a hand in setting up the villa, she had also picked out a separate room for herself as Jo Meng had said. But Orange had the good sense to pick her room next to the master bedroom where Jo Meng lived. On the other hand, as the time enters June, the Tiger Shark live streaming platform is gradually beginning to buzz. First, it's the beginning of the month when the major anchors look forward to their paychecks the most. At the top of the list is Orange. She first pulled all of her withdrawals into the back end of her account, then contacted the platform's bean counters and emptied all of her balances. In the end, she sold all the golden beans in her account for a total of $2 million at a 90% discount. And at the first moment of getting this money, Orange ran to an ordinary neighborhood next to the Royal Dragon Bay called, on the waterfront, and bought a 2-room apartment, a total of 65 square feet. The unit price of 22,000 a square foot. The selling price of a total of 1,430,000 yuan. She did not hesitate. Directly full payment to take. On top of that, Orange, because she was live streaming from home, bought herself a set of professional live streaming and recording equipment after she surrendered the rent on her previous apartment, spending more than $100,000 in total. After de-opening those, she was left with $450,000 cash in hand. And then she took out another $300,000 and bought a very cute convertible Beetle. And she didn't touch the remaining $150,000, but planned to keep it for emergencies. Although the money in his hand was spent in one go, Orange was still happy. First, of course, is to settle down on this side of the Magic City. Secondly, it is very close to Mongo. Although she had a room in Dream's house, Tangerine knew in her heart that just because she had a room, it didn't mean she was free to interrupt Dream's life. The only time she was eligible to stay was when Mongo called her over to play. And normally, it's definitely about living in your own home. If you were still living over at the previous apartment, it would be at least an hour and a half's drive to the Royal Dragon Bay Villa. Instead, now that I'm living on this side of the water, I'm closer to the hotel than I was before from my apartment. It's only a little over 5 kilometers, and it's a 10-minute drive at most. She could be there in minutes if Brother Dream called her. For her, nothing was more critical. Chapter 39, Revenue Explosion. 3,000 words big chapter. EE looked at his backstage data and couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The first time Dream swiped a gift in her live room, she opened an Emperor's set. Opening the Aristocrat, she was able to take 10% of the commission, almost a total of $23,000, plus the $100,000 of glow sticks that Dream swiped at the time, split into $50,000. There were also the 4 sets of 13-14 magic books that were swiped out during the latter part of the fight event, and after removing 1 set for the audience to give out benefits, there were still 3 sets left, and together with some scattered rewards, the split totaled $270,000. It all adds up to $343,000. She also got close to $140,000 in asset after splitting it 60-40 with the guild. Seeing the money that had been successfully transferred to the bank card, EE felt his heart skip a beat. She's an average sophomore, and in just 5 days, she's made $140,000. Of course, if you take away the $50,000 for the treasure map that came with the gift to Orange, you are left with $90,000. But that's a stretch. On average, that's almost $20. a day in revenue. This month, you must grasp the opportunity. Before the dream brother also said in the orange live room, he did not give up on you. Sister BB watched from beside and tried to persuade with bitter words, trying to get to think about it. Isn't that what you end up with in the business of being a star show anchor? Especially a female one? And most anchors, even if they wanted a homecoming, don't have that opportunity. There are potential girls out there, but burlesque doesn't come around very often. A supersized bowl like Dream is even more rare. Now that this opportunity was in front of Thea, she really didn't want Thea to miss it. To put it mildly, if she were as good looking, she would have rushed over without hesitation. Unfortunately, Dream has his eye on Itchy, not her. A live broadcast of millions of dollars. How many assets should that be in reality? I'm afraid it's more than $500 or $600 million, right? Upon hearing this, Thea hesitated for a moment. She hadn't really thought about any of this before, but once the actual $90,000 in cash hit her account, she was completely confused. Her family environment is quite okay, belonging to a well-off family, otherwise she couldn't afford to go to this kind of art college. It wasn't hard for the family to come up with the 90,000, or even 4 or 5 90,000 if needed. But the thing is, the 4 or 5 $90,000 in the family was saved by mom and dad after a decade or two of hard work. But what about her $90,000? It was nothing more than sitting in the live room and singing a few songs, before and after counting only 5 days, which didn't even add up to 2 days if you counted the live time. This left who had been treating live broadcasting as a part-time job, completely messed up. After all, why go to art school? That's not to make money as a star after graduation, but now there are opportunities to make more money. So is there any need to be a star? At the end of the day, being a star doesn't necessarily mean you're clean. Sister BB, I'd better reconsider. Thea thought for a while, but looked apologetically at BB-san. Sister BB sighed helplessly at that moment. Even if Dream is really a 40 or 50-year-old, it's perfectly fine to have a better mindset. Come to think of it, is it much different than a shot? Just bear with it and it'll pass. You should understand that the internet's memory is short, and so is Big Brother's patience. And I admit that I'm being a little selfish, but you should also know that the greater good is still with you. Sister BB patted Itchy's shoulder while walking out of the room, leaving only Thea in the room in a state of disarray. On the other hand, Broken Wound was similarly looking at his backstage data. Dream's 38 treasure maps totaled $190,000. After the split he gets a total of 20% for a total of $38,000. Together with some other scattered bounties, his income for the month shot straight up to $43,000. Dream Brother is atmospheric. Broken Wound hammered his right fist violently on the tabletop, the excitement in his eyes no longer suppressed. Normally he earns $6,000 or $7,000, but last month, it got over $40,000, which is a milestone increase. But he also knew in his heart that without Brother Mang, he wouldn't be where he was now. Moreover, through the last event, he also got a mid-level recommendation position. Plus he is now on Brother Meng's line. The guild will also support him to a certain extent. I believe that by waiting until June, the popularity will be able to move up a little bit, and maybe there will be a chance to impact the second line. As for Qian, at this moment, looking at the data in the background, she was a bit unhappy. Brother Dream had swiped a total of 110 treasure maps in her live room, and the total value was a total of $550,000, plus some bits and pieces of other people's bounties, totaling $600,000 or so. But with all that money, she was only able to get 20% of it, or something like $130,000 or $140,000. If it had been before, she wouldn't have been so angry. After all, the guild takes 3 tiers, is going to give the anchor synchronization to provide a lot of recommended resources. It is complementary things. Anchors are more popular and receive more gifts. But now, Huai had snowed her out, not giving her any recommended resources, not to mention hitting her with any campaigns. But according to the contract, Huai still gets a 30% share of the total gift. She's only taken $130,000 or $140,000, but Huai can take $200,000. Isn't that just a great injustice? A quick glance at the contract shows that it will last until the end of this year before it can be terminated. At the thought of this, Qian was helpless again. The $100,000 or so now is nothing. But if Dream really gave her a shot at the June event, wouldn't Ye be able to part with more money again? No, she had to find a way to get this over with. Even if you can't jump out of the way, you have to stop Ye from getting that cut. She didn't want that money to go to the dogs. Xian hurriedly took out the contract she had signed with Hua Yi earlier and studied it. But the next moment, Xian couldn't help but take out her cell phone and look at it again. I don't know if Dream's move is over yet. When will I be able to send her a message? Same day. Oki, Mullen, Bunny, Cyclone, all of the anchors, all of them, threw their eyes into the background, and as a result, naturally, there are quite a few people who are happy and quite a few who are bitter. Doing live broadcasts is lucrative, but the ones who make money are only those anchors who are above the third tier. Out of so many anchors in the entire Star Show area, there are only a few hundred that get paid well. The rest, mostly, is generating power with love. And after all the anchors had withdrawn their cash, the following day, it also came to the day of the ramp of each guild. Among so many guilds, the one with the highest income was undoubtedly still Deshang. Instead, the Deshang Guild, which was located in the commercial street of Deep City, had a young man in his early 30s come today. Brother Wave, why are you free today? Ao couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise when he saw Wave enter. Nothing over at headquarters today. Came by to check it out. Wave smiled and waved his hand, taking a seat on the couch. Both of them, he and Ao, were literally rich. However, compared to him, Ao is much lazier in nature, and he doesn't say anything about taking over so many industries in the family, and spends all day either racing cars or picking out beautiful women on the live streaming platform. He, on the other hand, had taken over all of his family's nearly $10 billion estate. As for the Dashang Guild, it was also created by him after sniffing this windfall, with a total investment of $200 million, accounting for 66% of the shares. Ao, on the other hand, invested a little over $100 million at his suggestion, accounting for 34% of the shares. Because of his busy schedule, Ao was basically the one keeping an eye on things over here, and he would only come over once or twice in a while. Wave got the May financial statement from the guild admin. The total investment in May was $10 million, with a total return of $23 million and a profit of $13 million. Not bad at all. Looking at the net profit that the statement finally showed, Wave was satisfied. There were more than 2,000 anchors on Deshang's side, and there were quite a few first and second tier anchors. Individually, the incomes aren't great, but together, that's definitely not bad. Not bad what? The first place in the May event is gone. Ao sighed helplessly. Lost first place? What's the situation? Wave froze. Since last year, they've been in a crushing position in Deshang, right? You know, one of the reasons why their Deshang is so dominant is because of the heavy investment. And the other reason is that they have supported up a few top anchors, like last year's Hua Yi Guild's Xian, who was screwed over by him with a little trickery because she was too competitive and affected Mu Ran's promotion path. Until now, Mu Ran had been the strongest anchor on this side of the Star Show district. It's not that Mongo. Speaking of this, Ao immediately clenched his teeth in anger and told Brother Long all about the situation. With a single consumption of over $10 million, do you think this Dream brother, can he be absorbed into our Deshang? Wave frowned. It's hard for me to see. This Dream seems like he doesn't treat our Deshang very well. Even after winning this event, he even made it a point to state at the final check-in that all our Deshang anchors are uniformly not to be watched. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. A personal god who is just that. Not a threat to us. Wave waved his hand. What's wrong with a single swipe of 10 million? And you can swipe 10 million every time? You know, there's a fundamental difference between a personal god and a guild brush that. For an individual god to hit the $10 million list, that's a solid $10 million to take out. Even if the anchor doesn't want his share of the rebate in his hand, he'll have to hit 8 million out of the gate. But what about guild brushes? Again, it's 10 million. Just be real and take 5 million out. And to put it mildly, the guild would not lose any money at all by swiping the 5 million and getting more after winning the event. What does it matter to a personal god even if he played the event for the anchor and the anchor got the recommendation? On one side, there is less out and more in. One side is more out than in. It's clear who is stronger and who is weaker. That being said, we did lose last month after all, and I was careless. Ao spoke up. Don't worry about that. Isn't it just $10 million? The next month of June is a more critical month, and with another sum of money set aside on the guild side for you to play with. Can he swipe it once? And twice? Wave didn't care at all and smiled as he wrote a number out on a piece of paper for Ao. Really? Seeing Wave's handiwork, Ao's eyes lit up immediately. I can't lie to you. I'm going to run 2 projects abroad in June. I'll leave the guild side to you. As long as it's within this zone, feel free to play. At that, Wave smiled and stood up. Ao would be full of confidence this time. It's like what Wave just said. Just an ordinary personal godly man. How can he still turn the world upside down? Don't worry. I'll take it this time. Chapter 40, this is what life is all about. Various guilds had already ramped up their accounts. And naturally it was the same on the Tiger Shark platform side. Deep City. Tiger Shark platform headquarters. Mr. Gu, the platform's accounts are out. How is it still a loss? General Manager Gu saw the general ledger and pressed his temples helplessly. Boss, this really can't be helped. You also know that the platform's popularity base is mainly over in the gaming area, but the game anchor's ability to absorb money is very poor, coupled with the fact that each of these anchors' signing fees are hundreds of thousands of millions, averaged out to every month. The signing fees for the game area anchors alone would be about $30 million. The project manager smiled bitterly. Over the course of a year, the total signing fee they have to pay on their side is about $400 million. That's one of the big chunks of spending, but they can't afford not to pay for it. The total daily users of the Star Show area is only about 500,000, and the remaining 3.5 million daily users can all be brought by the game anchors. What they did was to try to convert this popularity to the Star Show zone, so that the anchors in the Star Show zone could help the platform suck in money. Without game anchors, their platform would have to be reduced to tier 5 in an instant. For them, they should never do anything to unload the mill, let alone the time to unload the mill. In addition to this, there is server maintenance. The platform has a total daily traffic of 25 million and more than 4 million daily users, which is not a small number anymore. The maintenance of the servers every day would be at least $500,000, which would be $15 million a month. It works out to be $45 million a month in costs alone, even if you do nothing. That's not even counting the salaries of the personnel, etc. But the current platform revenue is basically based on gift bounties. The total revenue for the month of May was actually a little over $40 million. Even this loss would have been bigger if Broken Dreams hadn't swiped $10 million alone, creating a net profit of over $5 million for them. But boss, we only lost about $5 million in May, compared to the previous months. It's already a big breakthrough, and this result will also be able to deliver to the board side for the time being. Hearing this, Mr. Gu could only nod helplessly. After all, losing less is an improvement. However, when reporting, you really have to be cheeky. You have to use all those professional vocabulary he used when he went to college more than a decade ago, such as synchronized profitability, exceeded the loss control targets and so on. You tell Little Hundred Spirit a word. Broken Dreams raise the internal level to the highest level S. What requirements try to fulfill? You do not have the authority to report directly to me. This godly big brother must not be allowed to run to other platforms. Mr. Gu droned on. He admitted he had looked away before. Now it seems that this dream brother is a proper 10 million level of consumption, and can be completely categorized into the column of the platform's strongest god's hero. And the consumption pull of Broken Dreams on the platform is also obvious, because Broken Dreams swipes wildly, and also to a certain extent, drives the consumption enthusiasm of platform users. On that basis alone, the platform's revenue grew by a full $1 million last month. Okay boss. The project manager took down what Mr. Gu said. By the way, the June event is crucial. Make sure you prepare well. If you can't make big money in June to make up for the previous deficit, this year will be completely over. Don't worry boss. This event is absolutely wonderful. The project manager smiled and spoke. This event, both in terms of novelty and scale, that is absolutely unprecedented. Even in order to make the event completely high, the rewards taken out this time are much bigger than those in previous years, aiming to mobilize the passion of all the anchors. After all, the only way to get the anchors all high first is for the platform's big brothers to make the effort to take out their wallets and spend money. He also did not dare to be careless at all. After all, he was also on Vice President Gu's side. If Vice President Gu was dismounted, 80% of him would have to follow the cold. Time is quickly approaching June 10th. Since the last event, 31 has announced the list, and for the next few days, the news anchors throughout the Stars How district became almost brainless blowhards for Brother Dream. In contrast to this, Desheng and some other bought and paid for anchors began to brainwash Muran. After more than 10 days, the entire platform slowly leveled off as well. Orange Live. Since Joe Mang hadn't appeared for almost 10 days or so, many fans were wondering why Mang wasn't online yet. The live room of Tangerine, the guardian anchor of Mang, has undoubtedly become the first object of search for many of Mang's godly fans. Anchor, do you know when Dream is coming? Yeah, Dream hasn't shown up for 10 days, and this live stream doesn't even feel interesting to watch. It's still cool when Dream is around. Plus there's an event that's just hilarious. Straight off the air, a lot of fans were trolling. They used to look pretty cool without Dream, but after Dream got wildly high once, they felt like they couldn't quit completely. Brother Mang hadn't been here for 10 days, and they didn't even feel like the Star Show district was fun anymore. Well, Brother Dream should be online in the near future. Orange explained with a smile. After the lucrative referral resources of the last round of first place, she's now on the verge of making a run at the top tier. After a few more days of converting the popularity of this batch of recommendations into conversions, I believe that I will be able to directly step into the threshold of a first-tier anchor. So Orange is really happy these days. Typically, this mid-year event is about the 15th, which is a full 5 days. And these days she went over to the Royal Dragon Bay every day to help Zhou Meng do the soft furnishings. And 10 days down the line has also basically finished. Yesterday, she didn't broadcast live and spent the night at Zhou Meng's side. And she also knew from Zhou Meng that Zhou Meng would be attending this event in June. Dream will be online soon? Hearing Orange's words, the crowd was pleasantly surprised. And at that moment, Zhou Meng was comfortably enjoying life. The villa, which had been somewhat empty, had been renovated and refreshed by him. At the entrance of the villa in Dragon Bay, there is a fresh food store specializing in the residents of the villa area. Although it was a bit more expensive, it wasn't a problem for Zhou Meng now, and health came first. Going to the door and buying a whole bunch of ingredients back. Then an extremely professional property beauty followed behind, pushing a cart all the way to Zhou Meng's door. The smile on her face from the time she just saw Zhou Meng was unbroken. Zhou Meng even felt that even if he didn't say a word right now, he only needed to wave his hand, and the little beauty in front of him, who was close to 80 points, would take the initiative to lean in his arms. However, he obviously didn't have the intention to do so, but the little beauty's head scratching also still provoked Zhou Meng a bit. After first sending a message to Orange, inviting her to come to the villa for a steak and a staycation after she got off the air in a while, he then leisurely hummed a little song and went into the kitchen to study the top-grade beef he had just gotten. The proctor couldn't help but lament. That's fucking life. Chapter 41, How can Brother Meng be so handsome? At night, Zhou Meng cradled the orange that had just finished eating, only because, into his arms. Zhou Meng pointed to the cigarette case next to him. Orange, although this will be a little weak, but still strong to sit up. From the cigarette case out of a cigarette to Zhou Meng light up, slightly closing his eyes. He took a comforting sip. Smoking is something that Zhou Meng really doesn't have, but coming back to one after the fact is really quite nice. Brother Dream, you look so handsome when you smoke. Orange smirked at Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng froze, but then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So you mean that wouldn't have been cool before smoking? No way. That would be the most handsome. You're super handsome no matter what time of the day. Brother Dream. Orange blushed slightly, but spoke from the heart. Hearing Orange's words, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Buy some things in the next few days. Decorate that room of yours too. And don't go back every day. Stay there when you don't want to. Zhou Meng patted Orange's smooth spine. Okay, Mongo. Orange's heart snapped to life and he nodded repeatedly. She knew in her heart that her status in Dream's heart had risen ever so slightly again. It was just a little bit, but it was enough to turn her on for a long time. By the way, is the June event over at Tiger Shark out yet? Zhou Meng asked. He hadn't been online on the Tiger Shark platform lately because he was setting up house stuff. For now anyway, he was simply enjoying life. As for the system's upgrade quest, he had no intention of completing it right away. It's not like there's a time limit anyway, so it's only fun to play while completing missions. Not yet, but I saw the anchor group discussing it earlier, saying that it will come out around June 15th, and the specific announcement of the event should be sent to the anchors on the 13th or 14th. That won't be long now. Zhou Meng nodded. However, in the next moment, Zhou Meng suddenly froze as if she had remembered something. He seems to have forgotten Xian these days. I had promised Xian that I would let her come over after she moved, but now almost 10 days had passed. He stood Xian up? On the other hand, Xian was anxious in her heart. Obviously Dream just said he was moving. But moving, isn't it usually over in a day or two? Even if Dream's home is bigger, then it should be done in 3 or 4 days, right? But she had waited from May 31st to June 10th, a full 10 days, and not even a single word had popped up on the chat page with Brother Meng. She hadn't really dared to bother Dream, but by the end of the day, she did have a bit of a hard time sitting still. For her, this was a major event concerning her future, but she knew in her heart at the same time that for a godly big brother like Meng, this was probably just a relatively interesting little thing in life, and forgetting about it was quite possible. Still, Xian was not very happy to see the opportunity missed just like that. After thinking and thinking, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhou Meng. And Zhou Meng, who was playing with his cell phone with his arm around Tangerine, had just thought of Xian when he saw a message alert light up at the top of his cell phone. Zhou Meng couldn't help but be stunned as well. But the next moment, upon seeing that it was Xian who sent the message, Zhou Meng couldn't help but smile again. This is really a heart-to-heart he just thought not a minute ago. The message over there actually sent over. After sending a message over on Xian's messaging interface, Zhou Meng put his phone's resting screen aside. and the message Zhou Meng sent was only a few words. Outer ring of Magic City, Villa No. 12, Imperial Dragon Bay. On the other hand, Qian, who received a second reply, almost jumped up from the bed in excitement in the next moment. I knew it. Qian was instantly surprised. It was more than obvious what Dream's intentions were when he sent over such an address message. Seeing that Zhou Meng's address was in Mordor, Qian didn't hesitate and logged on to check the map information. She was now in Deep City, and the distance between her and the Magic City was about 1,500 kilometers. If I take a plane, I should be able to get to Mordor first thing in the morning if I leave from home now. Seeing this, Qian also no longer hesitated, hastily bought a plane ticket, carefully put on a makeup, simply packed her luggage, and took a car to the airport. After a bumpy ride, Qian arrived at the gate of the Royal Dragon Bay Villa early in the morning of the 11th. Looking at the front of the richly decorated villa in front of her, Qian could not help but smack her lips secretly. I'm afraid that the cost of this doorway in the Royal Dragon Bay Villa area must be tens of millions of dollars, right? How expensive should a villa be over there? But the villa area, naturally, strangers can't get in. After checking the address again to make sure it was correct, Qian then took out her cell phone and called Zhou Meng. When Zhou Meng received Qian's call, he had only just woken up. Okay, wait a minute. I'll come out and get you. Zhou Meng couldn't help but yawn. Last night, I didn't go to bed until after 2 a.m. and it's only 8 a.m. Now, that's only 6 hours of full sleep. Seeing that Tangerine was still asleep, Zhou Meng didn't disturb and put on his clothes before planning to go out to pick up Qian. As for Qian at the door, the heart that had been lifted up couldn't help but loosen up quite a bit when she heard Zhou Meng's voice. Though having come this far, there was no longer anything she could ask for in terms of Dream's age, but it would naturally be best if it wasn't an old man. And just now, listening to Dream's voice, although Dream had only just woken up with a somewhat hoarse voice, he could still hear that his age wasn't too great. As for whether it was 30 or 40 exactly, that was something she was a little unsure about. For her, the range is perfectly alright. Qian stood at the entrance of the villa area with some apprehension. Zhou Meng, on the other side, walked out along the path. The villa area is made large internally for the convenience of the owner's access, but this distance from the gate to the owner's home is relatively short. From Zhou Meng's Villa 12, it was only about a minute's walk, and Zhou Meng, who had just walked to the door, saw a sexy beauty wearing a beige JK suit, holding a sun umbrella in one hand, and pulling a book bag-sized beige bear suitcase in the other. Of course Zhou Meng knew what Qian looked like, and now, seeing Qian in reality is even more tempting than the live broadcast for a few minutes. Her heart can't help but be slightly moved. No wonder the first 2 years can grow to the position of the threshold of the Super Tier 1 anchor. This face value and body really have this qualification. Zhou Meng waved at Qian who was standing over there. Qian, here. And Qian who was standing over there. When she heard Zhou Meng shouting, she also hurriedly looked over in the direction of the voice. But at the first sight of Zhou Meng, Qian could not help but freeze. How to dream, brother. Can you be this handsome? It's not scientific. Chapter 42, Qian is here. Still, Qian reacted at the first opportunity and hurriedly headed towards Zhou Meng's side. To be honest, not only is brother Dream very young, but his looks are really handsome. Even if it wasn't for this reason, just based on this looks alone, it would probably already be the first choice of many girls for his spouse. Zhou Meng smiled and prepared to take the suitcase in Qian's hand, but Qian deftly dodged it. Brother Dream, the suitcase isn't heavy. I can do it myself. Qian hurriedly smiled at Zhou Meng. How dare she let brother Meng carry her luggage? Seeing Qian dodge away, Zhou Meng did not say any more. The luggage really isn't that big either. While leading Qian inside, Zhou Meng opened her mouth to speak. Qian, where did you come from? It's from the Deep City side. Qian put away the sun umbrella and looked at Zhou Meng with some embarrassment. Even though she called her big brother online, when it came to reality, especially when she knew what was going to happen, she couldn't stop being shy in her heart. Deep City? That's not close. Zhou Meng was slightly surprised. He sent the message to Qian after 11 last night, more than 1,500 kilometers. So Qian caught an overnight flight? It's not so bad. There are direct flights. You can get there in a few hours. It's just that the short guide is more time consuming in the middle of the journey. Qian smoothed her hair, bringing back the strands that were scattered in front to the root behind her ear, revealing her delicate face. Zhou Meng took a look and couldn't help but be captivated as well. A super beauty like Qian, who is above 95 points in herself, is definitely top-notch in attractiveness even without dressing up. And today's Qian, apart from her elaborate makeup, she also deliberately picked out such a beige JK uniform, which completely showed off her pretty figure. the looks and body tend to be on the sexy side, but the outfit she wore today was on the cute side. Two separate temperaments mingled together, and Zhou Meng could only think of one word to describe it for a moment. And pure and lustful. However, the current Zhou Meng was at least someone who had eaten pork before, and for this kind of temptation, it was still easily resisted. Take Xin Qian into the villa. At the outermost edge of the villa is a large green meadow, and next to the villa, there is an oversized swimming pool that covers more than 100 square feet. It would be morning, and the pool was clattering over there with automatic water changes. Next to it were several small spray nozzles that were automatically spraying a special cleaner into the pool, with all sorts of swirling pressurization, enveloping almost all of the edges and corners. Where had Xin Qian seen this kind of scene before? She just walked in and was completely subdued. A pool that automatically cleans and changes the water? It's really just a computer program. Bluffing stuff, and there's a master console over there. But it's only going to look like this for a while, and you can't do it if you want it to be particularly clean. Zhou Meng saw Xin Qian looking at the pool in a daze and explained with a smile. This automatic daily water change plus cleaning model doesn't clean completely. Basically, every 7 days or so, the property owner sends someone over to clean it thoroughly and wipe down all the edges and corners. And Zhou Meng didn't have to care about these things at all. All he had to do was just enjoy himself. Of course, corresponding to these services is the astronomical annual property fees. And it was only after following Zhou Meng into the villa that Qian Qian was completely convinced. This villa had a total of 3 floors, and the area of a single floor, at least, had to be 300 to 400 square feet. The center, on the other hand, is permeable and goes right up to the roof, with a floor height of at least 12 or 13 meters. Standing in the inside, do not feel because of the layer of plateau and thus lead to a sense of oppression, but is to give people a different kind of atmospheric feeling. A huge dome with a crystal lamp at least 3 meters long hung down from above. Around the crystal lamp, on the other hand, there was a ring of bling 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 bling. Although it looked like transparent glass, Qian Qian knew in her heart that these things were definitely not glass. She now finally knew why Brother Meng was able to swipe millions on the live broadcast platform. Is it possible to live in a place like this without an asset of $800 or $900 million? Brother Dream, can I go swimming after the water change later? Qian Qian put down the suitcase in her hand and her big watery eyes looked towards Zhou Meng. Of course you can. I don't have any rules here. Go wherever you want. Zhou Meng smiled and nodded. By the way, I don't think you have a place to stay on this side of Mordor, do you? Stay at my place for the next few days until you get back. And in a little while you'll pick yourself a room to stay in first. Zhou Meng thought about it and barked another sentence. Qian Qian, who was thinking about how to make a move to take down Meng, was stunned when she heard this. She's coming over in the next few days, and she's staying in a separate house. Ha? Why don't you just stay with Dream? Is it hard to believe that Dream isn't going to do anything bad? But Qian Qian was just puzzled for a while in her heart, and before she could ask again, she completely understood. Right under her gaze, in the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, a woman in pajamas, who was rubbing her sleepy eyes and full of cuteness, came out, and in the next moment, the two women's eyes completely locked, and a flash of shock flashed through both of their eyes. In the same way that Zhou Meng knew the two naturally both knew each other, although they have not seen in reality, but after all, they are all anchors, do not recognize people, but also do not recognize the face? In an instant, the same question basically popped into both of their heads. Why is she here? But the first one to figure it out was Qian Qian. After all, Qian Qian had long speculated about Meng's relationship with Tangerine before this visit, and now, it just confirms that suspicion. It wasn't too strange for her. But on the other side, Orange, this time his brain was in a state of complete confusion. She knew that Meng had rewarded Qian Qian with over 100 treasure maps no less, but she didn't know that the two would be so close. For a moment, a great sense of crisis instantly enveloped Orange. She used to be the only one, and all she had to do was think about pleasing Dream. But now, she has to face the competition head-on, and this competitor, whether it was her looks, body, or emotional intelligence, didn't seem to be any worse than her. The only point she can win is that her body is slightly better than Qian Qian. After all, she is a dance anchor and dances all year round. But people Qian Qian also have talent. People are known as Tiger Shark Small Dang Ziki, comparable to the singing ability of professional singers. That is not a joke. Even if we were to compare it more seriously, there was definitely a distance between her and Qian Qian. Although the two were not considering the same question in their hearts, the expressions on their faces were the same. Qian Qian flashed Orange the friendliest smile of her life. Orange, on the other hand, went all the way down and called out Sister Qian Qian with a smile. Brother Meng, Sister Qian Qian, you guys are hungry. I'll go make breakfast. Orange took Zhou Meng's hand and said with a smile, "Okay, just in time to get hungry." Zhou Meng smiled and nodded. Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Tangerine instantly raised her eyebrows proudly at Qian Qian. To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. She was a deep believer in the essence of the phrase. Qian Qian smiled without saying anything and didn't pick up on Tangerine. "Brother dream. Then I'll go ahead and pick a room O." Seeing that Qian Qian didn't say she would do it together, Orange was instantly happy. Then again, she still has the home field advantage. Look, Qian Qian has conceded first, so it's still her who seems to have the advantage? With that thought, Orange instantly hummed and ran over to the kitchen to cook. But when 40 minutes later, Orange was full of happiness and ready to call Zhou Meng to come to dinner, the expression on her face couldn't help but stagnate. Through the windows of the villa, she had a full view of what was happening outside. Inside the pool where the water has just been changed, Qian Qian is swaying like a mermaid. And next to him, although Zhou Meng was lying on a recliner basking in the sun and listening to a song, his gaze, however, was basically on the mermaid over there. And the bottom line is that Qian Qian doesn't know where she got the swimsuit from. Those two harnesses. What's the difference between that and nothing? Chapter 43, $20 million transfer fee? At the dinner table, Tangerine looked at Qian Qian, who was merely draped in a pink bathrobe, and gasped as she peeled rice straight from her bowl. By what right? Eating your own food and flirting with your own big brother? There are still such brazen people out there. There's no such thing as first come first served. But she knew in her heart that she had lost her numbness in this round. After all, what's a meal that smells as good as a mermaid? After the meal, Tangerine watched Qian Qian go upstairs again and walk straight to the other side of Meng's master bedroom room to change her clothes. Seeing this, Orange sighed helplessly. She knew in her heart that Qian Qian had just arrived today, so tonight's dream brother must have nothing to do with her. This has nothing to do with her rivalry with Qian Qian. So, after staying at the villa until about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Orange excused herself and got ready to go back live. But Orange secretly decided that he would go swimsuit shopping when he got off the air tonight. Isn't it just a little rag? So can she? Qian Qian, you don't need to broadcast live today? Zhou Meng just woke up from a catch-up nap and saw Qian Qian next to her and reached out to scoop her up. Feeling Zhou Meng's big hand around her waist, Qian Qian couldn't help but stiffen. But soon, Qian Qian readjusted her mind and even deliberately let herself lean towards Zhou Meng's side. I took a couple of days off, and I'll be able to get on the air before the event. I don't have a lot of people on the air right now anyway. It doesn't matter, Qian Qian said with a smile, but the smile was tinged with a bit of heartache. Although Zhou Meng had brought her a lot of popularity last time, it was only temporary, and after the live broadcast was hot for a day or two, the number of people slowly began to plummet. By the time she opened yesterday afternoon, the live room is just a little better than before, but the total number of people, in fact, more than 2,000 people, the VIP seat is just 100, is barely stepped into the degree of the third-line anchor. By the way, what's going on with you and Yi? Zhou Meng frowned. Regarding this, he only knows a little bit from hearsay. As for why Yi wants to hide Qian Qian, he is not sure about the specific reason. By all accounts, Qian Qian at that time was already infinitely close to the threshold of the Super Tier 1 anchor, and it goes without saying that an anchor of this degree, when treated as the core of the guild to support and cultivate, is a thing of the past. Just look at Ichi now and you can figure it out. Just by being looked at by an imperial big brother, he was given near all-around cultivation, and at that time Qian Qian, the live room is also resident in 1 or 2 emperor big brother, can be more than cattle. But Yi just happened to take the initiative to pull Qian Qian, the money tree of his guild, off the altar at this very moment, and by the looks of it, it definitely doesn't feel like a lesson to be taught, but rather something to be snowed right to death. Should I say no? With Qian Qian's influence at that time, a month can at least create more than $1 million profit for the guild, right? That's at least $10 million a year. Seeing Zhou Meng asking questions, Qian Qian also explained, although Huai was also a first-tier guild, it was still a bit too small compared to Dashang. Dashang's anchor more than 2,000 people, although compared to the platform's tens of thousands of star show anchors less, but the total operating water, but accounted for a small half of the Tiger Shark platform. Huai, on the other hand, says it's a first-tier guild, but there are less than 500 anchors under its banner, and it's also a long way behind Dashang in terms of financial strength. In August last year, Dashang offered to buy Huai. At first, the boss of Huai was very interested, but then Huai's side realized that the offer from Dashang's side was very low, even low without any sincerity, and the matter was put to rest. But just then, Wei from Dashang's side proposed that he wanted to transfer Huai's head anchor Qian Qian to their guild and synchronize the transfer fee of $20 million to Huai. $20 million for Huai? Hearing this, Zhou Meng was also stunned. Even if Qian Qian is a head anchor, She's still just on the edge of Tier 1 to Super Tier 1. She hasn't crossed that threshold yet, right? You know, a $20 million transfer fee. That's the price of an absolute Super Tier 1 anchor. Qian, on the other hand, nodded with a bitter smile. Since you're also aware of the price in this area, Dream, you naturally understand how much this 20 million transfer fee will make the owner of Hawaii's side of the world tick. I've been at Hawaii for 2 years, and the revenue I've gotten for Hawaii has long since allowed them to double the investment they made with me. And with this $20 million, there's definitely no reason for Hawaii not to agree. But brother Meng, think about it, Dashing's side wants to acquire Hawaii, and has been desperately trying to suppress the price, and even pressured Hawaii to even have the desire to negotiate. But how come once it comes to my side, it becomes so generous? I was like, something's not right here. But the good thing is that in the contract I signed with Hawaii, there is a clear clause about transfers, and all transfers must be executed with my own personal consent. That means that the contract between them can never go into effect unless I sign it. So I put the kibosh on it and went poking around. In the end, I learned from one of the management on Hawaii's side that the reason why Dashang wanted to turn me over was because there was a partner on Wave's side who had his eye on me, and Wave wanted to give me to this person, who I've also learned about in the anchor circle, being in his 60s and having a rather special hobby. For me, I really didn't know what my future would be like if this did come true, so I turned down the transfer. Joe Meng nodded in understanding. The boss of Hawaii's side is out of $20 million for no reason, so he naturally has no good face for Qian, and after this incident, Qian's senses towards Hawaii naturally collapsed straight away. No need to think, when the contract expires, Qian will 100% transfer away, and Qian's contract is left for the last year of this year. Only this last year left. In the absence of the possibility of contract renewal, of course, Huoi's side will not continue to pour their heart and soul on Qian. I don't want to do it for others. In fact, a normal person can figure out that it's better to take those resources and train new people rather than keep training someone who will be gone when they expire. But in this case, Qian did do the right thing. It's true that Yi did the wrong thing in this case, pushing their anchors into the fire for money. Good calculation. This Dashing's Wave does have something. After listening to Qian's narration, Zhou Meng could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. Good math? Hearing Zhou Meng's exclamation, Qian could not help but stare. She kind of didn't understand Zhou Meng's words. Obviously it was between her and Hawaii. How did it come to be on Long Jie's side? You are still too young. Zhou Meng let out a laugh and opened her mouth to explain. You also don't think about it. You're an anchor. Although you're very popular, why can you know the schemes of the top management of other people's capital? There are so many 60-year-olds, and a lot of perverts, and why did you happen to poke around the anchor circle and find out about that 60-year-old pervert? Ha! Qian was directly confused by Zhou Meng's words. That guild admin and I have a better relationship and usually take care of me, but he's just a guild admin after all, right? He can know so much about the machinations of people's boss layers? Zhou Meng laughed, and then continued. You're so out of touch with these bosses' business talk patterns. In your mind, these big bosses say business, probably at the negotiating table, in the office, with a large group of people gathered around to go over options. But in fact, when these bosses discuss these things, no matter what the relationship between the two people, most of the sites chosen will be on the golf course, the horse farm, a fine restaurant, or a more private clubhouse such as this place. Once at the negotiation table or the office to talk about the matter, it proves that this has been completely finalized, and waiting for the implementation of the matter. And can a guild admin, who isn't the head of the guild, be qualified to follow the boss to a place like this? Once Zhou Meng said this, Qian was completely dumbfounded. What you mean, Dream? Is that someone let me know about this on purpose? And what else? Zhou Meng shrugged. After moving into the Royal Dragon Bay these days, there were quite a few residents inside, and after getting to know so many tycoons, Zhou Meng's horizons were widening. You have to know that in the Magic City side, the people who can live in the Royal Dragon Bay, a villa area that can easily start at $50 million, are at least bigwigs with billions of dollars. Moreover, Dashang's side quoted a low price for acquiring guilds and a high price for buying anchors, which was already an even more obvious setup. I'm afraid that Dashang's side buying guilds is fake. Buying anchors is also fake, but provoking the relationship between Qian and Hawaii is real. In the end, Dashang didn't pay the money he promised to buy the guild, and he didn't pay the money he promised to buy the anchors. But what about Yi? Their own headliner went down. Not a penny. The biggest competitor directly collapsed. I'm afraid that Dashang's side of the mouth will be smiling crookedly, but if that's the truth, then why didn't the boss tell me? I wouldn't have left if he had told me. Qian didn't understand. Even if he told you, would you believe him? Zhou Meng smiled and shook his head. When two people no longer trust each other, no matter how true one of them says it is, it's a lie to the other. Stereotypes in the human mind are a big mountain, and you can't move them no matter how hard you try. And you're not seeing through the most important thing, which is that whether you believe in him or not, he already didn't believe in you from that moment on. Qian Qian's head buzzed violently. The last words Zhou Meng said kept coming back to her mind. Yeah, whether he would believe his boss's words or not, but from that moment on, he couldn't be trusting himself, because in the boss's mind, he or she is already unstable. Perhaps in the eyes of his boss, he might still be the viper of false pretenses, just waiting for his contract to come back to bite him when it's up. Is this capital? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Qian Qian's mouth. It was just like the song, that she had sung to Zhou Meng in the live broadcast. She had thought that her relationship with Hua Yi was deep enough, but she hadn't expected that at the end it would end up like this. She couldn't say who was really to blame for this now, though. And don't think too much about how good Hua Yi is. The fact that he didn't tell you when you first misunderstood when he clearly could have told you means that he couldn't fathom what exactly Desheng's side was trying to turn you over for when he heard the rumor at the time. And since he didn't tell you, it means that even if it did happen, he had it in his mind by default. Zhou Meng patted Qian Qian's shoulder and stood up to head upstairs. Well, that's the end of that. I'll wait for you in my room. And after hearing these words from Zhou Meng, Qian Qian's originally disoriented eyes slowly shone. Yeah, she didn't owe the guild anything. It was the guild that abandoned her, not her abandoning the guild. And it's been 6 or 7 months ago, so there's no point in agonizing over it. Now she has her own new life. In the next moment, Chen Chen was considered to have completely figured it out, slowly stood up and returned to his own room, put on a few pieces of palm-sized small rags specially brought from the deep city, and then red-faced, slightly pushed open the door of Zhou Meng's bedroom. P.S. Update time, every night at 8 o'clock sharp. The current new book period less a little more, and so on the recommendation. I try to collect a little, 4 or 5,000. New book period over the day 8,000. Irregular bursts. Of course, there are times when I can't stop. Like 2 days ago, when I accidentally wrote 30,000 and today I accidentally wrote 8,000. Renewal of guarantees. Chapter 44, Getting a Billion First. Pleasant times always fly by, and the time soon came to the 13th. And what Zhou Meng didn't expect was that Qian Qian's cooking skills were on par with oranges. Qian, don't most of you new age women not know how to cook? Zhou Meng picked up a thin slice of beef. To be able to slice the meat so thinly, without a few years of skill is absolutely impossible. At least Zhou Meng himself is not this ability. Most girls just don't do it in front of their boyfriends. Qian Qian opened her mouth with a slightly red face to catch the beef Zhou Meng handed over and said with a smile, "What girl doesn't know how to cook? It's just a matter of wanting to do it versus not wanting to do it. Even a few girls are good enough to get a chef's license for their craft." Hearing this, Zhou Meng was speechless. So you're not a boyfriend and you're getting the benefit of the doubt? By the way, Dream, I just got a notice in the anchor group that the June event is coming out around the morning of the 14th. Qian Qian said in a hurry. Zhou Meng nodded. He knew Qian Qian was preparing to leave. After all, the event was starting and she still had to go back to the live broadcast. Therefore Zhou Meng opened his mouth and asked, "So when do you plan to go back?" Hearing this, Qian Qian hesitated slightly. According to the custom of previous years, generally speaking, the 13th 14 out of the event preview, and then the 15th event officially started. 14. Let's go back on the morning of the 15th. Qian Qian was going to say the morning of the 14th, but on second thought moved it to the 15th. Anyway, she was also broadcasting live at night, and it wouldn't take long to travel from Mordor to the deep city, so if she left in the morning, she would definitely be able to arrive before 6 in the afternoon. To be honest, staying with Zhou Meng for the past 2 days, although she had given a lot, Zhou Meng had also treated her very well, which did make her feel very happy. She hadn't been this happy in a long time, since she was snowed in. Okay, then stay for 2 more days. I'll take you out for a stroll in these 2 days. It's not easy to come to Magic City. We can't just take so many souvenirs back, right? Zhou Meng teased with a smile. When these words came out, Chen Chen's face turned red. How could she not understand what Zhou Meng was talking about? Brother Dream, there's actually another problem. I've never been able to find a way. You're very knowledgeable. Can you help me look at it? Qian Qian looked like she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly looked at Zhou Meng. She had been having so much fun in the past few days that she had forgotten this most crucial thing. Zhou Meng looked at Qian Qian curiously. That's it. Chen Qian ran back to her room and quickly took out the signing contract she had brought with her. I signed a contract with Hua Yi at the beginning of last year, and the contract is valid for a total of 2 years. And the problem now is that even if Hua Yi doesn't give me any referral resources, I have to give them 60% of the income from my live broadcasts. Speaking of this, Xian was just helpless for a while. It was also her fault that she hadn't studied the terms and conditions carefully when she first signed up, and now she was completely trapped. One of the most crucial of these is Party B, the signing benefits she enjoys. The above briefly describes the various recommended benefits of the guild. However, the problem is that at the bottom of these recommended benefits, there is more than one recommended resource for the guild to deploy resources. In other words, even if Hua-Yi didn't give her any referral resources now, it wouldn't be considered a violation at all. If you put it in the past, it doesn't matter if you give Hua-Yi a share of the points. After all, the monthly income is just that much. But now that Brother Meng was going to give her the list, and remembering that the money would have to be distributed to Hua-Yi, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Okay, let's see. Zhou Meng took the contract from Chen Xian. However, after reading through it, Zhou Meng couldn't help but frown. Zhou Meng had been a salesman when he was working before, and he still had a little bit of knowledge about the part of reviewing contracts. But now, this contract given by Hua-Yi defines the loophole as a disclaimer, in almost every way. Instead, the guild obligations that the anchor has to fulfill are written all over it without missing a beat. And most critically, it's the astronomical liquidated damages from Hua-Yi, a full $10 million. Zhou Meng reread it from beginning to end again, and still didn't find any loopholes. Seeing this, Zhou Meng also gave up straight away. This contract is certainly to find a professional legal advisor revised, not to mention his kind of half-baked. I guess the real lawyer's big brought, but also cannot necessarily see what the problem. And Chen, who was looking forward to it on the side, couldn't help but have her eyes dimmed when she saw Zhou Meng shaking her head. Brother Dream, is there really no way? Chen didn't quite die and asked a follow-up question. If the contract is more, there are dozens of hundreds of articles. Looking for a lawyer may also be able to find a little missing. But this contract, the two sides to fulfill the terms of a total of a dozen, and each one of them to do the instructions and notes. This kind of contract is difficult to find the problem from the itself, especially the recommendation of the resources of this piece, has been completely from the contract for you to be stuck. Zhou Meng explained. Hearing this, Chen was completely dead in the water. But don't take it too hard. You can't find a solution in the contract, but there's more than one way to solve the problem. Seeing Chen expression, Zhou Meng smiled and spoke. Seeing Zhou Meng's confident look, Chen couldn't help but be stunned. But then a wave of hope suddenly welled up in her heart. Really, Mongo? The solution is simple. Zhou Meng shook the contract in her hand and pulled Chen towards herself with a smile. Feeling the temperature rise in his arms was instantly comforting. What way? Chen was a bit agitated at this point. If we can really get rid of this contract, in addition to not letting Wei earn a cut, we can also get rid of the snow early. It's very simple. Just pay the liquidated damages. Zhou Meng hemmed and hawed and gave the donut a smooth squeeze. As soon as she heard this, Chen, who was originally quite excited, suddenly went deaf and pulled down. If she could pay the default and walk away, she would have done so long ago. That's $10 million. She's been live for 2 years, and although she's made several $1 million, the millions she made before that basically went into the campaign. Now in her hand there is only the 100,000 or so left that Zhou Meng swiped for her at the end of last month. Brother Meng, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. Many people think that I have a lot of money in my hand, but in reality, I only have less than $100,000 in my hand right now, and I can't afford to pay the $10 million in breach of contract at all. I didn't say I'd let you pay it. I'll just pay it for you. And this $10 million, if I give it to them, it's still a toss-up whether they dare to take it or not. Zhou Meng shrugged. The words instantly confused Chen again. Zhou Meng helplessly patted Chen's little dull head. Originally thought Chen is quite a shrewd person. How come after coming to this kind of thing, it's even duller than EE? Let me ask you, it's not true that Hua-Yi is a first-tier guild, right? It's a line. Chen froze, but nodded. What about the first sister of the guild that Wei resupported after you were snowed in? It's Bunny, who has now been groomed to be a top-tier anchor. Isn't that the end of it? If he snowballs you, I'll snowball his head anchor. Zhou Meng smiled and spread his hands. Seeing that Chen was getting more and more confused, Zhou Meng did not sell out and directly opened her mouth. An anchor that wants to start a number is undoubtedly one of 3 ways. The first one is the fixed recommendation position given to the guild by the platform every month, and the second one is the traffic brought in by Big Brother's gift to brush. But in both cases, the effect that can be brought about is too small. As a result, most guilds do one thing in order to develop their anchors, and that's get on the campaign. Chen nodded silently. Even if the fixed referral position takes more, as long as it does not go on the event, how can this anchor not get up? And even if Big Brother gives brush gifts, the process will take at most 10 or 20 minutes, up to half an hour killed. while this zone can draw the audience in for half an hour. The total number of visitors on this side of the Stars How district is a certain 100, 000 to 200, 000 at most. The only way to get the full range of recommendations from the platform is to be on the campaign. A good recommendation to hang 3 days, or even hang a month. The effect of that natural needless to say. Then this won't be enough? Just keep an eye on that bunny. Whatever event she's on, screw her through and through. Isn't that the same as snowing her? And I can do more than just targeting a head female anchor like her. The head news anchors, head male anchors, and even all the first-tier anchors in Hawaii, I can screw them all in the same way. When the time comes, you'll see if Hawaii will beg me to return the $10 million in default. Hearing this, Qian was completely dumbfounded. She'd been an anchor for several years, and it was only the first time she'd learned that it was possible to screw up so much when you wanted to target someone. The next moment, though, she thought of a loophole. Brother Keeman, what if Wei comes to spar as well? Hearing this, Zhou Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's a real problem, but it's coming up to the June event anyway, so I'll just go ahead and play with them for $100 million, and if they want to bail out, so be it. Chapter 45, I'm not holding it against you. For Zhou Meng, there was no conflict between the money in reality and the money swiped on the live broadcast. Realistically, if you want to get more assets, then you have to swipe more of those billions that the system sends out. Not to mention, there was such a part of the relationship between himself and Shen, and it's fun to think about targeting unscrupulous guilds like Hawaii. Shen was eventually convinced by Zhou Meng's great skill, the 100 million or so that he got from the last rebate. After buying the villa, he still had 40 million left. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and directly transferred $10 million to Qian to cancel the contract with Hawaii. Brother Dream, you're really too good to me. In the next moment, Qian looked at the $10 million that had just arrived in her cell phone, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Though she paid herself, how many people could there be in this world who could give out $10 million after just a few days of knowing each other? Not to mention she's alone. Even if she brought all those little sisters she knows, they wouldn't be worth that much, right? But this person, she even met by her Lu Qian? It's not like I'm really giving it to you, so remember to give it back to me when the time comes. Zhou Meng had wanted to feign a bit of anger, but her tone was still unconsciously gentle when she saw Qian crying with pearly blossoms. Women are creatures that, in a sense, are really big killers, touching the hearts of men with every move. Qian bit her lip and nodded fiercely. Brother Dream, I won't sign up for the guild after I cancel my contract, and all the money I make from now on will be yours. Qian jumped into Zhou Meng's arms. She didn't dare assume she'd make the $10 million, and in addition to this $10 million, Zhou Meng June will also play activities for her this time. I believe that the June take out, certainly not a small amount of money, but no matter if Zhou Meng swiped the gift for fun or to sleep with her, for her, it was an unimaginable favor. As long as Zhou Meng didn't mind, she was willing to use the rest of her youth to repay Zhou Meng in the most passionate way. She now truly felt that it was really the greatest fortune of her life to have met Zhou Meng, and at this moment, Qian had only one thought in her head. Obviously you don't have to help me so much. I'll do everything that Brother Dream wants. Okay, don't get melodramatic here. Look at what I've become. Zhou Meng purposely pointed at herself, and then the moment Qian looked down, she said something that made Qian so shy that she almost ran away. Qian, you don't want little brother to be like this either, do you? Under Zhou Meng's face full of ridicule, Qian instantly broke into laughter, and then, silently, downward. Originally, I was planning to take Qian for a shopping trip to buy something, but in the end, the idea still didn't materialize. The next morning, when Zhou Meng woke up, he felt that all the bones in his body ached. Good lord, why does it feel like a successful raid when you're playing a game? Zhou Meng couldn't help but stroke his forehead. It wasn't that Qian had treated him badly before this. On the contrary, Qian's attitude towards him before was so good that it could be described as respect, or even to a deeper level, bows and fear. And what she needed to do, she was very proactive. It's like what Qian did when she first came to Royal Dragon Bay. But the consequence of this kind of relationship is that no matter how close the relationship is, there is some distance between the two. But since yesterday morning, Zhou Meng had clearly felt a change in Qian. The first and most obvious thing is Qian's attitude towards him. The touch of fear that was hidden in his heart before had completely disappeared, and in his words, there were many fewer words that were deliberately flattering, and more of them became considerate and gentle. As for a certain aspect, the enthusiasm made Zhou Meng a bit scared, and then link it to Qian's previous words of giving him all the money he earns. This caused Zhou Meng's heart to stutter uncontrollably. It's not right. It's not right at all. That's not what he wanted. At this rate, his forest dream might actually collapse. But the good thing is that the 15th is right around the corner, and stayed at home for a whole day, until the morning of the 15th, is really dragging to no longer go on the plane. Qian this only reluctant to pull the suitcase to go. I also wonder if current medicine can replace this thing with a titanium one. After sending Qian away, Zhou couldn't help but twist her waist, always feeling that piece was empty. So, Zhou began to search the internet to find out what goes well with goji berries. After briefly moving his body, he ran around the path of the villa area twice more until he was sweating profusely. Still need to step up my workouts. See if there's a gym or something around in the next couple days. Zhou also knew exactly why this was. He was really in good physical shape before and had a well-proportioned body. Otherwise he wouldn't have been considered handsome by so many people. But in the past few days, one's habits changed steeply. And some things went from not being used for a long time before to being used almost every day now. And for a while, of course, one couldn't get used to it. It's not a big deal though, as long as you keep exercising, that is. A little cooler for a while, such as the body of the sweat cool through. Zhou went to the pool side of the swim will swim. Incidentally went to the bathroom to rinse a cool, which felt refreshed up. That said, it looks like the event was announced yesterday for the anchors. Zhou took out his cell phone to cast the screen on the projector. Compared to the big 100-inch TV at the Sky Hotel, the projector I bought was a couple of inches bigger and came with all kinds of conversion connectors. And today was one of the few times he'd had alone time since he'd moved here. Setting the villa's central air conditioning at 22 degrees, Zhou comfortably leaned back on the sofa, while then taking his cell phone and started flipping through the live feed. Almost all of the people who would be on the air this morning were news anchors, and Zhou took a look. Oki from Dyson's side is on the air, and the live heat ranking is number 1. Zhou had wanted to look for Huayi's anchor, but he just laughed out loud when he saw the second hottest ranked one. This anchor happened to be Huayi's news anchor, named Bailey Little Salty Fish. When he got off his number and clicked in to see what was going on, Bailey was currently calling on the live streamers to give him a campaign. This event has nothing to do with the big event in June. In fact, news anchors basically do not participate in these large-scale activities. After all, they are only a small section. This kind of large-scale activities, more or female anchors to participate. So what Bailey is playing is a little campaign for Tiger Shark's Star Show bulletin board. This event takes place every 3 days and is a regular referral spot. Just like the Star of the Week gift, the winning first place winner can be publicized in the upper right corner of the Star Show channel subpage for 3 days until the next round's first place winner swipes that spot. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. Isn't that a coincidence? Chapter 46, June event, Tiger Shark Battle King. Glancing at the followers, Broken Wounds would be on the air as well. Straight up the number and clicked into Broken Wounds live stream. Broken Wounds would be blowing awesome with his water friends in the live broadcast room. And when he saw Zhou Emperor special effect light up, he was instantly stunned. But the immediate aftermath was ecstasy. Dream has not been on the number for 16 consecutive days. But just now, the first stop is his Broken Wound live room. What does this mean? That means Dream is happy with him. You know, in the news anchor piece, Dream has only been on his air from start to finish, right? Broken Wounds hastily put on a battle song while Den stood up. Welcome brother my Dream. Welcome brother my Dream to the live broadcast. Brothers, put the pop-up welcome Dreamer on the public screen. Several thousand viewers in the live broadcast room were also shaken in spirit. Asterisk Dream is here? Brother Dream, do you know how long we've been waiting for you? 16 days. 16 whole days. How have we lived these 16 days? Does Brother Dream know? We're suffering. The visitors of the Broken Wound livestream were partly Broken Wound's own fans, and partly Zhou fans. And after Zhou had rewarded Broken Wound a few times last month, most of the fans in Broken Wound's livestream had also become his godly fans. Seeing the screen full of welcoming pop-ups, Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's a bit of a strange feeling, something you don't experience in reality at all. Something kept me out of the number the other day, and I'll be on all the time the last couple days. Zhou also replied on the public screen. When they saw this message, everyone got excited at once. These days happen to be the time of the June event, and Dream said that he has been around for the past few days. So wouldn't he be getting ready for this event PK? May Dream Brothers 10 million luxury brush. Now many people think of it. Still vivid Brother Dream, how are you going to play the June event? The event is a week long in total, and it should start tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and then it's going to be a gradual push. Compared to how Dream is going to play the event, I'm still more concerned about which anchor Dream will play for this event, Itchy or Orange. The crowd couldn't help but murmur. Broken Sad Lane was likewise looking forward to it. It's definitely newsworthy to see exactly which anchor Dream will be playing this June event. If Dream could announce it on his live stream, He'd have something to blow for the next few days. Broken Wound will start with this event, Joe Mang said with a smile. He's only just come online, and he's not sure what the event is really like yet. Okay, then I'll retell it again. Broken Wound answered with a smile. Many of the newer viewers on the air were also listening in sync. As you know, generally speaking, Tiger Sharks have 2 mega events a year. The biggest is the year-end event in December, followed by this one in June, and compared to last year's event, this year's event has doubled in terms of fun and rewards. As he spoke, Broken Wound pulled up the page for this event, and the title of the event caught everyone's eye. Joe Mang looked over with slight curiosity. The name is a total of 4 words. Star Show Battle King. Star Show Battle King? That's an obscure name. It's kind of hard to see. I know. Broken Wound spoke about it yesterday at lunch. Ha ha ha. Shut up upstairs and listen to the anchor. Joe Mang was the same, and couldn't understand the title when he saw it. Honestly, Tiger Shark is getting more and more fancy now, and I was a little puzzled yesterday when I just saw the name. Broken Wound couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that many of the viewers who had just arrived at the live broadcast didn't get it. Prior to May, events on the Tiger Shark side were either called blah 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 PK tournaments or blah 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 guild tournaments. Basically one look at the name and you know what it does. But since May, Tiger Shark side has been playing a setup. First, there was the Star Show flop in May and a whole bunch of online medals. And in June, there was a Star Show Battle King. But there's no denying that these names do attract more attention from users. I'm going to cut the crap and just give you the details of the event. On a normal day, he would have taken the opportunity to pull in some bounties. But now that dream was there. He pulled back the suspense just a little bit before scrolling down to the event details. This event, in fact, is being held on all boards across the platform. Like the gaming section, the LOL board ones are called LOL Battle Kings, the Jedi Survival ones, PUBG Battle Kings, and the outdoor ones, Outdoor Battle Kings. But compared to the other boards, the biggest event with the most rewards is mainly on our side of the Star Show. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Although the Star Show side of the audience only accounts for about 1/10 of the entire platform, the number of Big Brother is at least 1/2, if not 2/3, of the entire platform. In contrast, when playing the event, it is definitely the most exciting on the Star Show side. After all, there are many Big Brothers. Along with the flipping of the Broken Wound, the details of this event were revealed on the live screen. Tiger Shark Battle King Tournament, Star Show Battle King. Activity time, from midnight on June 15 to 2400 hours on June 19, for a total of 5 days. Activity mode, all the anchors in the Star Show board can form their own teams. Each team is based on 3 people, respectively, a captain and 2 team members. The 15th to 16th will be the teaming period and the 17th to 19th will be the PK period. The sum of all the leaderboards and the live streams of the team members during the PK will be the basis for the final ranking of this event. Event reward, rankings will be announced on June 20th. Battle Team first reward, all members of the battle team were rewarded with the Star Show Battle King champion icon, which can be hung on the Anchor's live window during the Anchor's live broadcast and lasts until the end of June 30th. Total Battle Team reward, 3 days of big push on the cover of the Star Show's secondary page for all members. Individual Battle Team reward, the captain receives a Tiger Shark entry level 1-page super push for 10 days and a Tiger Shark level 1-page cover push for 3 days. And the team members receive a Tiger Shark entry level 1-page super push for 5 days and a Tiger Shark level 1-page cover push for 1 day. Battle Group 2nd reward. Battle Group 10th reward. Battle Group 30th reward. Chapter 47, Brother Meng backhandedly sends you into flight. Good lord. A battle royale. After seeing the details of the event, the crowd in the live broadcast was excited. Like the May event, it's a proper individual competition. The anchors go their own way and just think about their own list. This kind of event is also fun, but after all, it's less fun. And most of the time it's just non-stop chart topping, with very little interaction between the anchors. But the Battle of the Bands tournament, that's a different story. 3 anchors teamed up with each other. But which 3 anchors? That's key. In contrast to the usual swiping of the list, you will also see a group session before this. Famous anchors are definitely trying to group the same type of anchors. After all, that way they have the best chance of winning. But anchors with weak reputations are just as interested in grouping popular anchors so that they can pull up their rankings. And to do that, these anchors have to flex their muscles. The first 2 days of the group session. And this is definitely the biggest thing to watch. This is fun. Joe Mang smiled and typed on the public screen. As you can see, the rewards for this event are absolutely groundbreaking for the first time. Even greater than last year's year-end rewards. Broken Wound saw that Brother Meng was getting interested and hurriedly continued to open his mouth to explain. The first thing is this champion icon reward unique to the first place. If you ask me, This champion icon reward is the greatest sincerity of this event. That's not right. What can an icon do? Yeah, it's nothing more than a good look. Not even close to the rewards of the ones in the back, right? Hearing Broken Wound say that, the viewers of the broadcast room didn't quite agree. In their opinion, this icon is the same as last month's show Flopping Metal, which is a kind of souvenir and just plays a symbolic meaning. No, absolutely not. Broken Wound explained with a smile. You guys look at this sentence in the back. This champion icon, it's something that can be hung at the very top of the anchor's live page, and it can be hung until the end of the month. What does this amount to? For example, I'm a viewer right now, and I'm planning to find an anchor to look at on the general page of Star Show, and on this side of the general page, most of the people's live room windows are very ordinary personal covers, but suddenly there's a medal hanging on the top of the window of one of the live rooms, and there's also a particularly distinctive word written on this medal that reads the words Battle King's Champion. So do you think you'd click on it? Broken Wound said while also clicking the screen to the main page of the Star Show area to demonstrate. And as soon as Broken Wound demonstrated this, the hearts of the crowd in the broadcast room immediately had a picture. It seems to be true. If I'm swiping and suddenly see someone's live cover so different, odds are I'm going to click through and check it out. What is this called? This is called the broken window effect. Fuck off. Don't mess with the bee upstairs. It's clearly quantum entanglement. You see it or you don't see it. It's two results. It's like right now. If you don't look at me, you don't know that I've cursed you. Nice guy. I'll go straight to Galileo's cat. I didn't react for a moment when I saw the pop-up upstairs. It's fucking supposed to be Schrodinger, isn't it? Seeing that the picture style of the live broadcast room was becoming more and more crooked, Joe Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. These watermen, one by one, are really talented. But Broken Wound does have a point. This championship icon, really, can't be considered a monumental thing. You know, the duration of this icon is 10 days, all about the same as the captain's personal reward. Hearing Broken Wound speak again, the audience in the live broadcast room once again asked questions. So, Broken Wound, who are you going to team up with? Yeah, Broken Wound, what are you going to do about this event? Most of the people on the air were fans of Broken Bruiser and were more than a little concerned about how far Broken Bruiser could hit this time. I'm just a third-tier anchor. What the hell? Just wait until tomorrow to hang out with some random news anchors. Broken Wound smiled helplessly. He's on the verge of rushing second now, but there's still a bit of a gap. And news anchors as a group were never hot in the first place. Take the airtime. Why is it that news anchors are basically on air in the morning? What do you think you're doing on the morning news? Keep in mind that most of the big brothers don't come online until the afternoon. This was done for one reason only. There were too many anchors in the afternoon slot and they just couldn't grab the traffic. Take those first-tier news anchors, such as Dejai, or Bailey Little Salty. They probably wouldn't think about those top 10 rankings, and at most getting a dozen or 20 would top them dead, let alone him. But we can also find a big anchor team to lie down and win. Anyway, the team competition is 3 people. There were others on the air who weren't quite convinced. But the next moment, the man was met with a unanimous blank stare. What's your relationship with them? Why should they take you to lie down? This person also realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly smiled and typed 3 begging emoticons on the public screen. I'm sorry, don't cyberstorm me, I can't take it. In my opinion, things aren't absolute. Just then, Joe Meng smilingly replied back on the public screen. Seeing Joe Meng's words, the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Does Dream mean he's going to swipe points for Broken Wounds? Is it hard to believe that Dream is going to hold a broken wound this time? But there's a limit to what a news anchor can put right here. And as much as I'd like to see a Broken Wound take off, it's really not necessary. The crowd in the live broadcast room were all frantically swiping their screens. Even the Broken Wound couldn't help but light up. But the next moment, the expression on Broken Wound's face couldn't help but dim again. This last bullet point is spot on. Even if he has Brother Dream to support him, what makes him a news anchor to take off? Joe Meng couldn't help but be amused when he saw Broken Wound's expression of wanting to rush the list, but being filled with worry. It was obvious that Broken Wound definitely had a dream. It was just that he never had the chance, causing him to really have little confidence in himself. After thinking about it, he tapped on Broken Wound's avatar and sent him a private message. Dare to do something that offends Hawaii? And Broken Wound, who was live streaming, saw a message pop up in the background and glanced at it in passing. When he saw that it was sent from Meng's account, Broken Wound's eyes instantly went round, and with a movement of his right hand, he hastily clicked in. The thing that offended Wei? Seeing the message from Brother Dream, Broken Wound was a bit puzzled. However, Brother Dream had just swiped 38 treasure maps for him last month, and for this favor, this was something he definitely couldn't refuse. Brother Dream, I'm a small anchor. Offending or not offending Hawaii is actually just that much. Brother Dream, you're my big brother. I'm sure I'll have to go on if you give the word. But can I ask, to what extent is it to be offended? Jo Meng thought about it, estimating that in the end, Hawaii's side must be cursing, while replying, probably going to be offended. By the way, I'm not forcing you, just asking for your opinion. Jo Meng added another message over. When he saw this, Broken Heart came to life. In that case, Dream must be in conflict with Hawaii's side. If he agreed at this point, wouldn't he become completely Dream's man? As for offending Hawaii or not offending Hawaii, it seemed to make little difference to him. Anyway, he is a small anchor. A month to get so a few $1,000s really cannot top. The big deal is that the guild of $5,000 of liquidated damages to pay for the platform. Broken Wound gritted his teeth and finally replied firmly. Brother Dream, I'll do it, if there's anything you want to order. Jo Meng was quite relieved to see that Broken Wound agreed with little hesitation. Broken Wound is a really nice guy, emotional and righteous. Tell you what, you'll contact Orange first after you're off the air, and you'll join her team directly. Join Orange's team? Hearing this, a thunderbolt rang violently in Broken Wound's head, and the man who was broadcasting live, his body couldn't help but jolt. You know, Tangerine is the anchor the Dream is 100% going to hold. If you join Tangerine's team, this event is not to say that 100% can get the first, but the top 3, almost stable. He hadn't done anything for Mongo yet, but Mongo was going to send him flying backhandedly? Chapter 48, the battle group opens. The audience was a bit puzzled for a moment when they saw that Broken Wound was suddenly flabbergasted. Soon enough, though, Broken Wound reacted and spoke up on the air. Don't worry everyone. I'll definitely try my best to move up in this battle team tournament. And as for how far I can go, we still have to see how good everyone's support is. Broken Wound hemmed and hawed. Fuck off. You're trying to circle the wagons and you're saying it so nicely. But if you're really planning on punching it, I can still swipe some here. A fan let out a laugh and cursed, but spoke up to say he could support the wave. With Brother Dream here, we can at least get a ranking. Look at the broken injuries. It's been quite a while, so I'll support you in this tournament. Nothing else, just punch it and be done with it. 2,000 to 3,000 people in the live room. Still can't punch out a base rank? Viewers of the live stream have spoken in favor of it. Although the news anchor's ability to absorb money is relatively poor, but Broken Wound is at least a third-tier anchor, and after the last event, it has reached the top of the third tier, and is about to rush into the second tier. There are still a lot of fans who support him. Forget about the tournament beforehand, we'll talk about it when it starts in a couple of days. We'll now continue analyzing the rewards of this event. Broken Wound began to talk eloquently on the air again. Jo Meng listened to Broken Wound's analysis for a while longer, and also swiped a few random treasure maps before going offline. The format of the event has changed, but the essence of the event remains the same as before, the higher list wins. Just knowing that is also enough. And as time has festered, so has the activity of the anchors in the Star Show area, especially in the various small groups. Countless anchors were actively pulling teams. Any brothers want to team up with me? Aim for 25 before this time. Same third line, add me if you have a resident Big Brother Monarch. There's one last spot left. Sister Bunny, how about a group of us? You're a second-tier anchor who has the nerve to tease Sister Bunny. Isn't that pulling back on Sister Bunny? For this event, the larger rewards were available to a full 30 teams, or 90 people. Compared to previous rewards, this one is really rich to the core. It's safe to say that by getting the top 10, popularity can be boosted at least a big notch. Top 20, the top-tier anchors have to drool when they see it. And in addition to the big rewards for these 30 teams, there are quite a few sporadic small list rewards. These rewards are for other anchors. Adding up all the rewards for this event, the total number of teams that would receive rewards was a full 100, or 300 people. And that, in turn, gives third and fourth tier anchors, who rarely participated in events before, a run for their money. Meanwhile, the private office of the Great Shang Guild, Neuron was half leaning against the screen block of the couch trying to work. Brother AO, is there a designated person for this group? After a long time, Muran slowly stood up and took out another lipstick from her bag to reapply it to herself, before she retreated back into AO's arms. You don't have to care about the other anchors. There is guild management in the arrangement. This activity you bring Gusha on the line. As for the other person, you consider yourself. Seeing Muran's reapplied lipstick, AO smiled with satisfaction and unconsciously scratched at Muran's nose again. He was really satisfied with this woman. Muran, the technology is properly max. As for what Moran asked, AO understood. In this kind of large-scale activities, usually powerful guilds are going to let the old anchor to take a newcomer, after all, so that you can quickly train up the new anchor. But in the meantime, Dyson has no plans to train new anchors. Now what they want to do is to completely set up Muran as a benchmark. The best thing is to lift Muran up to the position of a super first-tier anchor, truly becoming a Deshang's carrying anchor. And Gu Sha, as the head male anchor of Deshang, piggybacking on Muran to mix it up a bit is just fine. He was confident enough to take first place in this tournament by himself, and after hearing AO say that, Muran also smiled and nodded. Gu Sha, needless to say, proper Iron Asshole A, is now Deshang first brother position. That is also followed their own mix out, but at least it is also a first-line anchor. And then the big brother and fans of the live broadcast can brush some, which is better than nothing. But this way, 2 positions on the team have been expended. Neuron began to think about the other anchors on the live platform. Orange is a good candidate. If we can pull Orange over, with Dream's support, this competition is considered to be 9 out of 10. Neuron hesitated slightly in his heart. Although he and Orange were hostile last month, there wasn't much of a conflict between the two, and it could even be said that they didn't even know each other at all before. Some of the beats on the livestream were just comparing who was better between AO and Dream. Even if Dream had said something about not swiping gifts for Deshang anchors, she knew that it was because a group of fans had gone over and swiped abusive pop-ups to piss Dream off, and it wasn't really a big deal. She had naturally had her own insights in order to grow to her current position, and it was impossible for her to choose to go and offend such a terrifying godly man like Brother Dream to death just because of a PK. But after turning his head and thinking about it, it seemed like AO didn't treat this platform's newest godly hero very well. Oranges or not. Thinking of this, Neuron couldn't help but shake his head. Her base is here in AO, and Broken Dreams just dropped AO's face last month, so I'm afraid the odds are that she'll make AO unhappy if she just sticks it to him. Removing the orange, Moran looked to the other top-tier anchors. Starshow side of the number of first-tier anchors is quite a lot, but there is a big brother. The guild has the strength is not much. Muran searched around and eventually realized that there were actually only a few more powerful ones. Aside from herself, the strongest was Hua Yi's Rabbit. Hua Yi should also be ranking Rabbit this month, and Rabbit also has an exclusive Imperial Big Brother, so the overall ranking shouldn't be bad. Neuron quickly settled on the last one, and then, directly after that, he called Bunny over. The two of them were even friends before. Rabbit's side received Moran's invitation and considered it carefully. With her current strength, if she took the initiative as the captain to invite others to team up, Muran's side would definitely not be able to beat it. On the other hand, if the newly minted Godly Dream swiped another gift for Orange, the odds were that she wouldn't be able to beat it either. Although Hua Yi had the strength, she really didn't have a bottom line in her heart as to how much she could actually get out for her to hit the list this time. You can't get first or second, and even if you get a third place, the rewards for being a captain are definitely not as good as the rewards for the first place team member. And that champion icon, she's got her eye on it. After much consideration, Bunny decided to take Moran's invitation. On her side, several big brothers have already greeted this event, and if we add Muran, the first place is definitely a sure thing. On the other hand, Orange was also thinking about the candidates for this battle team. Compared to Muran's side, her choice was naturally simpler. Qian Shen, needless to say, Meng has told her long ago during this time that she will get the first place for Qian Shen this time. This captain position is definitely Qian Shen's, and the one remaining position, in Orange's consideration, would be more appropriate for Thea. After all, this team of theirs was considered Dream's exclusive anchor group. Other than the three of them, Dream had rarely swiped gifts for other anchors. But just as Orange and Qian Shen were about to invite EE to join the group after discussing the matter, Broken Wound's private chat message was suddenly sent over. On the other hand, after Breaking Wound went off the air, he flipped over to Orange's private chat page and couldn't help but rub his hands together. Although he had Dream's approval, he was still quite nervous about this kind of thing. After all, Tiger Shark had never had the precedent of bringing a news anchor on board for these previous events. If he really got a top ranking this time with Dream's support, he would really set a precedent for news anchors. Sister Tangerine, Brother Dream chatted with me privately this morning and said that he was going to let me join your team. Sister Tangerine, do you have a candidate for your side of the team yet? Broken Wound worded several messages, and finally hesitantly chose a tentative one to send. And Orange flinched when he saw the message Broken Wounds. She didn't think Broken Wound would dare to trick him with that kind of talk. Since Broken Wound had told her so, it must be true. Orange hurriedly deleted the message she had just programmed for Thea's side. Thea had pulled her once, and in her heart she had always wanted to return the favor. Originally, she wanted to take this opportunity to bring EE on board, but there was no way. All three people Meng had already designated. She couldn't add them even if she wanted to. And seeing the news of the Broken Wound, Orange was quick to agree. Since Brother Dream asked you to come, then you should come to our battle team. You add me on WeChat and I'll pull your little group. Chapter 49, Dream Team established. Seeing Orange agree with little hesitation, Broken Wound was instantly excited. Sure enough, Dream's words are just as good, hurriedly added WeChat, while later invited by Orange into the small group of 3 people. Sister Qian Qian? Broken Wound was also stunned when he saw that the group leader was Qian Qian. Originally, in his thoughts, the other 2 were supposed to be Orange and Itchy, and the captain was supposed to be Orange. But now, how come the captain has become Qian Qian? What about Itchy? On the other hand, Qian Qian was also informed by Orange. Seeing Broken Wound enter the group, Qian Qian also smiled back. Welcome Broken Wound to the battle team. Our battle team is now complete. Also, just call us by our names directly from now on. What do you keep calling sis? It looks like how old we are. Orange couldn't help but give a blank stare. Broken Wound looks at least 25 years old, but she and Qian Qian both can just be 21 years old. Called what sister? Ha ha ha, then I'll be polite in the back. Broken Wound scratched his head awkwardly. After all, there's no such thing as a bad gift. Calling a sister on a live platform is not a matter of age, but a sign of seniority and strength. Since everyone is here, let's think about the name of our battle team. Everyone give their opinions. We have to report it tomorrow night at the latest. Qian Qian directly initiated a multi-person voice link. The 2 didn't hesitate and quickly clicked through. How about we call the Heaven and Earth Warriors? Orange spoke first. How earthy is the Heaven and Earth Warriors? This won't do. Qian Qian didn't hesitate and directly vetoed it. What about the Tiger Shark Taichu team? Stating that we are aiming for first place? Broken Wound suggested. Good lord, this one of yours is much dirtier than my Heaven and Earth Warriors. Orange spat mercilessly. If you ask me, we have to add Dream to the list. A few of us are fully supported by Dream. We can't drink the water and forget to dig the well, right? Qian Qian mentioned it. I think the drunken dreams are just fine. As soon as she said this, Qian Qian couldn't help but bring up a smile at the corner of her mouth. As a result, the next moment, this smile was directly pierced by Orange. Drunken Dream Team sounds weird. No. This is definitely not okay. If you ask me, it's better to call it Clear Dream Team, or Snow Dream Team. Orange came right out with a denial trifecta and then made his point. Orange, don't you go too far. As soon as Qian Qian heard Tangerine's words, she became furious. Why is it too much? I think it's very nice. Orange gave a cheeky grin. Broken Wound also nodded involuntarily. Team Clear Dreams and Team Snow Dreams did sound pretty good. Nice ass. Can you be any more shameless? Who doesn't know that your real name is Lin Qingxua? Team Qingmeng Snowmeng? Why don't you call yourself Team Lin Meng? Qian Qian was instantly exasperated and laughed. This can also be if you ask me, it's better than Team Lu Meng or Team Chen Meng, right? Orange raised his head triumphantly. It can't be helped. The name that mom and dad came up with. Every word goes so well with brother Meng, but Miss Lu Qian Qian's name doesn't seem to be as good. Oh, no. I'm the captain and I'm not adopting the ones you have. Qian Qian directly utilized the power of veto. Orange was so exasperated for a moment that she had no choice but to keep her mouth shut to express her defiance. Qian Qian also grunted and sulked, and then an infinite silence fell over there as well. All of a sudden, the small group of 3 people's voice link was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. On the other side of the room, Broken Wound was listening to the sweat dripping from his brain. He'd sort of heard it all this time. Originally, he had thought that the 2 were working on the name of the battle team, but he now realized that the 2 were clearly this was a competition for favor. Broken Wound hurriedly worshipped the Buddha with both hands and silently closed his eyes, hoping that the 2 would never mention themselves. But the next moment, the Broken Wound was completely numb. He accidentally touched an ornament on the table, which snapped to the floor, and a crisp sound rang out in the trio's connection. The 2 people who were fighting with each other heard this sound, and then they completely unified their caliber. Broken Wounds? What do you think it's called exactly? Team Forest Dreams or Team Clear Dreams or Team Snow Dreams? Orange threw the question directly at Broken Wounds. Qian Qian was not shy either. Broken Wound, you choose well. I think Team Lu Dream or Team Chen Dream is not bad. Broken Wound, you have to choose well. If you choose wrong, don't blame us for bullying you. Across the netting, it seemed that Broken could hear the other 2 sides mouthing off. The Broken Man was dumbfounded, and his heart cried out in disbelief. What's all this about? But things were dumped on him, and there was always a solution. If he couldn't solve the matter of naming again, Broken Wound had no fear that he would definitely be torn to pieces by these 2 ants. Suddenly, a light flashed in Broken Wound's mind. I think all the names are quite nice, but if we choose them like this, it seems that it's not very good for Dream's popularity, as if it makes Dream look like he's someone's exclusive big brother. So if I look at it, why don't we just choose a new name? That being said, do you have any other options? Both of them snorted coldly, but they didn't refute that, and in fact, They also felt that none of the names were too appropriate. If you ask me, Dream Team seems just fine? Broken Wound tentatively mentioned a name out loud. Dream Team? Hearing this, Qian and Orange pondered for a moment. It's a good name. I don't have a problem with it. Orange made the first point. Yoo-hoo! I thought Orange was going to stick with the clear dreams. Qian let out a laugh while adding a sentence. Dream Team. I'm okay with that. On the other hand, Broken Wound, who saw the problem solved, let out a long breath. Hanging up the voice link, Broken Wound even involuntarily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. On the other hand, Orange was even more furious after hanging up the voice link. After thinking about it, he finally directly opened the private chat interface with Qian and sent a message over to Qian's side. Sister Qian. I don't know what Brother Meng is doing right now, and I don't know if Brother Meng is satisfied with the name we came up with. Why don't I go over and take a look? It's a pity that there's only 5 kilometers between me and Brother Meng, but there's 600 kilometers between you, Sister Qian, and Brother Meng. Or else we could have gone to see it together, smiley face. Qian over there was uploading the name of the Dream Team and the declaration of the battle team when she suddenly saw the 2 messages from Orange and was so angry that she almost didn't drop her phone. Don't get cocky, you little wannabe hoof. I'm moving to the Magic City when next month rolls around. Qian sent this message almost through gritted teeth. Yikes. It's still next month. It's only June 15th. So what can we do with the remaining 15 days? After sending this message to Qian, Tangerine was so happy that she dropped her whole body onto the bed, holding a cell phone and giggling. So what if Qian is more powerful? She lives next to Meng. P.S. 3 times a day. Update time, 8 p.m. Chapter 50, this is a pure asshole. 3,000 words big chapter. Qian's side determined the name of the Dream Team. On Mu Ran's side, after discussing with Rabbit and Gusha, he also tapped the board. Team Deer, signifying that our goal is first place in this tournament. Seeing that Rabbit and Gusha agreed, Mu Ran directly finalized the name. During the whole day of the 15th, on the side of the Star Show District, a total of more than 500 battle teams had completed their team formation and enrollment. On the Tiger Shark platform side, the planning department is also stepping up its review. Until early in the morning of the 16th, the total number of war parties had reached 700. North Summer Guild. Early in the morning, Sister Bibi called EE over. See for yourself. Sister Bebe sighed helplessly while then flipping the Dream Team's team information out of her phone and handing it to EE. She had originally thought that for this battle team tournament, Orange's side would have reserved a place for EE no matter what, so she had kept EE waiting. But it wasn't until this morning, when she was checking the information of the battle team, that she saw that Orange had already formed a battle team with 2 other people. Seeing the message on his cell phone, EE also couldn't help but blush. She might not have cared before, but this time, when the stark reality shone into her eyes, he was truly a bit unable to accept it. The name Dream Team is a name that you can figure out what it means just by looking at it. But she could understand if Brother Meng supported a team with Orange. She could understand if there was Chen. But why did Broken Wounds even get in and not pick her? Sister Bibi patted EE's spine without saying anything and turned around to go into the office. After all, Orange's side had already finished teaming up, so there wasn't much that could be done now even if they wanted to fight for it. Her purpose, too, was simply to get Ichi to recognize reality. In the climate of live platforms, innocence is the most useless thing, and seeing EE's reaction, Sister Bibi knew in her heart that after this time, EE should have completely understood this. EE froze there staring at Sister Bibi's cell phone for a long time, and eventually a light slowly flooded her eyes. EE took Bibi-san's cell phone to the office and first handed it back before opening his mouth. Sister Bebe, this time, please help me run it. I want to participate in this event even if I don't get any rankings. As for the next event, I know what to do. Hearing EE's words, Sister Bibi was pleasantly surprised. She was thinking it might take a while for Ichi to buff her out. Since you have this heart, the guild side naturally fully supports you. Don't worry, I'll help you run this event from my side, and the guild will do their best to upvote you, at least to ensure that you make it into the top 30. Sister Bibi was delighted. Last month Dream didn't end up playing an event for Thee, but he still swiped a lot of Thees and ended up with a good ranking. With his recent run, Thee has shot up to a second-tier anchor position, and Thee's looks and talent were definitely first-rate. Thee could figure it out, and she was naturally happy to nurture it. In the end, under Sister Bibi's operation, EE and the first sisters of the other 2 guilds reached a battle team. Ichi is the captain and the other 2 are the team members. The name of the team, the Black and Whites. Although the official deadline was the evening of the 16th, by this time at noon on the 16th, basically most of the teams had already been formed and reported. And Broken Wounds, at this time is pulling the details of the formation of the battle team in the live broadcast room in that eloquent talk. Compared to Broken Wound's calmness, the several thousand viewers in the live broadcast room were not calm at all when they looked at the title of Broken Wound's live broadcast room. Broken Wounds joined the Dream Team? Broken Wound actually teamed up with Orange and Xian. Broken Wound is invincible in this wave. Who doesn't know that Dream is Orange's guardian big brother? This wave is purely and simply laying down to win. Pass it down. Broken Wounds earn numbness. Broken Wound analyzed the situation of this match while looking at the pop-ups on the public screen, and his eyes narrowed with joy in his heart. In fact, not only were these fans shocked, even the head of his Golden Will Guild had his jaw dropped. You know, Broken Wound is only a news anchor. However, the person in charge of the Golden Will Guild was also very decisive, and after receiving an affirmative reply from Broken Wounds, he also then reversed the direction of this event and fully supported Broken Wounds to hit the charts. With such an obvious opportunity right in front of them, the guild would be really stupid if they didn't know to take advantage of it. Look at the White Feather Guild next door. It is because of a tangerine. The last round of the competition directly earned Anyway, it's always good to support the anchors that Dream supports. Zhou Meng, on the other hand, was just waking up at this point, looking at Orange, who was still sleeping with her winks beside her. Zhou Meng couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't realize that this woman, who was quite jealous, had to compete with others to see who knew more. After half a night's effort, Zhou Meng finally had to admit that it was better to study hard to learn a little bit of Orange. After all, it is learning to dance, the body and flexibility that is really nothing to say. What a flashback. Sitting up, he grabbed his cell phone from the side, tapped into the Tiger's Heart platform, and at this point, the Star Show area is a hilarious mess. First, I swiped through a few random entries and realized that most of the anchors were busy with this battle tournament at the moment. Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and directly clicked into Broken Wound's live room. Broken Wound's spirit was immediately shaken when he saw Zhou Meng on the number. Welcome my dream brother. Joined the war party? Zhou Meng glanced at the title of Broken Wounds and typed with a smile. Joined up and this tournament is pure lay. At the mention of this, Broken Wound was instantly amused. There are Orange and Xian in. Even if he live broadcast this event a penny do not brush, but also properly can take a few off. Thinking of all the recommended resources that were about to tilt over to him, Broken Wound was so excited last night that he didn't sleep for half the night. The audience in the live broadcast room was also excited to see Zhou Meng take the initiative to ask about the battle team. Brother Dream's atmosphere. Letting this brat, Broken Wound, lie down and win. But Brother Meng, Xian is the captain of this competition. Will there still be a list for Xian? The possibility is not big. The reason why Xian is the captain. The reason should be the relationship of Xian's seniority. After all, Xian used to be the most chance to become a super first-tier anchor of the Big Take. It should be. Orange is up and about now, but his seniority isn't too good after all, and it's easy to take the captain's position. Seeing the analysis of several people, fans have agreed with the statement. Zhou Meng saw the crowd's comments and smiled back. Everyone, there's no need to guess. Since Xian is the captain of the Dream Team, I'm sure I'll be going to brush up on my points. As for Broken Wound, it's just like you guys thought. Pure and simple lie to win. Let's not treat him like a human being in this tournament. Seeing Zhou Meng's words, a group of fans immediately clammed up. It's really letting us guess. Broken Wound the kid really did get on the bus by the way. Dream brother at least also give the broken brush some. But do not brush too much. A 10-cent glow stick meaning on the line. After all, broken is also a personal well. Upstairs remember in your next life don't talk one way or the other. In this life forget it. The knife in my hand is already in. Seeing these pop-ups, Broken Wound's face instantly darkened. When did the fans of his own live broadcast become a bunch of hacks? I've never sung a koan song myself. This is not so much. A penny glow stick is not much fun. If you want to brush more, in addition to the glow stick, it is not impossible to brush a big sword. Zhou Meng was also amused, and directly opened his gift backpack, swiping out a glow stick and a large sword, totaling 20 cents. Of course, if the money gets to Broken Injury, the split is down to 4 points. Brother Dream, you can't do this. Broken Wound was in tears when he saw Dream making a scene with the live audience. Just be content with Broken Wound. When has Dream ever swiped this much in a single swipe? Ha. I can't, I'm pulling up laughing. Dream Team's weakest player, Broken Wound. Brothers, why don't we support the Wound Breaker wave as well? With a free bag of tiger food for each of us? Zhou Meng also interacted. Let's see after brushing so much before, it seems to have leveled up quite high. And Tiger Shark's side sent me quite a lot of free tiger food. Zhou Meng opened the gift backpack and looked at it. Well, there are over 1,000 of them. So let's send them all together. I have over 100. I'm a little less, but it's 70. I gave away all of yesterday's. Only the 10 that came out of today's brush. A group of Tiger Food can only send 66. With Joe Mang in the live broadcasting room to open brush. Several thousand viewers also follow the hilarious The Bag of Tiger Food all to brush out. For a moment, a rare stream of Tiger Food appeared directly on Broken Wound's public screen. Looking at the screen full of flowing Tiger Food, the corner of the eye of the Broken Wound unconsciously left clear tears. Tiger Food, this thing is a free gift. The platform will send some to different levels of visitors every day. And free gifts. Of course, the anchor cannot get a share. This stuff, mainly for anchors to increase their popularity. But it's useless for the Star Show zone, and only in the game zone. Something with more people. Do the anchors care more about this? Seeing that the Tiger Food gift in his live room was about to run into tens of thousands, Broken Wound was really a bit crying and laughing, but still could only open his mouth to give thanks. Joe Mang played along with the pop-ups for a while, and after emptying his bag of Tiger Food, he didn't continue messing around with it, but instead sent a private message over to Broken Wound to sign up for this daily activity on the Star Show public board. The Star Show bulletin board? After Broken Wound saw the message sent by Joe Mang, he also hurriedly used his cell phone to flip to the page of this event. Upon seeing that the current #1 item the Star Show public notice board was called, Wade Bailey Little Salty Fish, Broken Wounds instantly understood. This was the same meaning that Brother Dream had given him yesterday. It looked like Brother Dream was ready to strike now. Chapter 51, Who Stole My Tower? So it's Brother Meng. It's okay then, 3000 big chapter. Don't worry, Brother Dream. I'll go sign up right away. Broken Wounds in the sea activity deadline time left less than half an hour. Also did not dare to hesitate, and hastily gave Joe Mang back a sentence, began to fill out the information to go. 5 minutes later, in the upper right corner of the Broken Wound livestream, there was already a small signboard that had participated in the Star Show bulletin board event. Back on the air, Broken Wound also spoke with a very knowing smile. Guys, I just participated in a Star Show public board event. Do you want to help me punch it? The Star Show bulletin board? The crowd in the live broadcast room were stunned when they heard Broken Wound's words. This Star Show publicity column, in fact, is a small event in the Tiger Shark Star Show area. Every 3 days, is a fixed recommendation position. Each time the first place winner can be publicized in the upper right corner of the Star Show channel subpage for 3 days, until the next round of the first place to brush this position down the cutoff. Broken Wound explained. Just now I looked. The first place current list only totaled more than 50,000. If this recommended position to brush out for tomorrow's big event is also a boost. Hearing Broken Wound's words, Joe Mang couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Broken, this guy's emotional intelligence is really high. Obviously he asked for it, but when it came to his mouth, it became completely his own initiative. Completely took himself off. But Broken Wound, the June event is not counted on the list until tomorrow. Would it be too much of a waste if we swiped it today? A few of the old fans on the air spoke in a hurry. Joking aside, the fans, had prepared a portion of their money for this event for Broken Wound, just waiting for tomorrow to give Broken Wound a hit on the charts. If we brush it off today, what about tomorrow? Upstairs you're overthinking it. It's only $50,000. Is it even money with Brother Ming here? Broken Wound is also right. It's good to take down this list and push a lot of popularity over tomorrow. Come on, since everyone has said so, let's charge. Broken Wound had taken things to this level. Joe Mang also smiled, and then followed Broken Wound's words. But then he plays a little bigger. Let's do it this way. Anyway, tomorrow is the official event, so let's all just relax and unwind today. And I'm here to promise a word. Wherever there's currently a recommendation spot on the Tiger Shark platform, as long as Broken Wound takes it today, I'll give all of them a full hit. Of course, all these gifts I hit within today, excluding Tiger Shark's share, all the rest will be sent to the audience of the live broadcast as welfare. Right, as entertainment. Right, Broken Wounds? Ask the guild side. If they don't think it'll work, I'll just brush up more. Seeing Joe Meng's words, the many fans in the live broadcast room were first stunned, but then they all boiled over. It wasn't as if Dream hadn't handed out perks on Tiger Shark's side before this. When he was in EE's live broadcast last month, Meng swiped a set of 1,314 magic books as a benefit for the audience. A full 60,000 or so shares. And all of them were handed out to all the winning users on the same day. And today, is this coming back? Oh my god. Is that Mongo? A wave of entertainment before the event. Only Dream can be so atmospheric in the whole platform. Right? Looking forward to winning. In the live broadcast room, countless pop-ups were frantically swiping the screen. Whether they were old fans or newcomers, almost all of them were overwhelmed by this domineering declaration from Brother Meng. Even if Broken Injury only played such an event, it would be at least $50,000. Half. But that's $25,000. Big Brother swipes for the anchor. Maybe $1 million. and they just think it's a novelty. But when it actually involves themselves, it's not a lot of money, but it can be really exciting. The head of the Golden Wheel Guild had been peering at the screen from the side, and after seeing Dreams pop up, the head similarly didn't hesitate for a second. Straight up on your own admin account. I represent our Golden Wheel Guild to fully support Brother Dream. All the gift draws of today's Broken Wound live room are all issued as benefits, and I promise that no matter how much Brother Dream plays today, our Golden Wheel Guild will synchronize more than 10% to be sent to all the viewers of the live room in the form of red packets as well. Don't mind if we, Golden Wheel, only take 10%. It's really because Brother Dream is too strong and our guild strength is limited. When the person in charge said this, the broadcast room burst into laughter. 10% is quite a lot. Thank you, boss. Boss atmosphere. Thank you, Dream. Thank you, boss. The commitment of the Golden Wheel Guild was understandable to almost everyone. There weren't many people in this audience who didn't know about Dream's strength. If Dream got high and played $1 million straight out, even if it was 10%, that would be $100,000 in cash. After all, Golden Wheel was only a small guild. Even if they could take out some more, they still had to prepare to play tomorrow's Battle Team tournament. So how could they use it all today? Thank you, my Dream brother, for your support. Broken Wounds also bowed 90 degrees on the air, but then immediately afterward the conversation turned to the guild side. Boss, for the gift commission this time, you have to give me in advance. Otherwise I can't afford to give out awards with this small body. The head of the Golden Wheel was also full of smiles. The person who took 38 treasure maps from Brother Meng just last month is still crying poor. Get it, get it. The guild will help advance this money. Broken Wound saw that he had been poked out, and was not to be outdone. Everyone should know that the contract between me and the guild that's a 40/60th split. The big head is with the boss. So don't be fooled. You're just bullshitting me. Don't you have any B numbers in your heart about how many referral resources I've distributed to you this month? When those words came out, Broken Wound instantly shriveled up. The person in charge wasn't wrong about that. He did get a lot of recommended resources this month. Seeing the person in charge take the initiative to knife the Broken Wound, the atmosphere of the live broadcast is even more joyful. After waiting for a while and seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually smoothed out, Zhou Meng then spoke again. Just now I took a look at this Star Show public sign list. The first is only 55,000 just. The last 10 or so minutes left. Let's respect our opponents. First shallow brush $100,000, Zhou Meng said with a smile. And then there was no hesitation to just pick a big rocket gift. And then select the maximum number of 100 and click on send as you go. With a wow sound, a row of rocket launching pedestals lit up right in the center of the broadcast room. And then, one after another, large rockets manifested and flew in the direction of the sky, before bursting into a large cloud of fireworks at the very top of the broadcast. 666. The moment Dream opened his mouth, he directly subverted my perception of the term shallow brush a bit. A light swipe is $100,000. If it's a deep swipe it's not $300 million? Deep? How deep? Upstairs. Did you say 300 million is a unit of measurement for cells? Asterisk. Doubtful cars without evidence. With 100 big rockets gradually rising into the air. Broken Wounds weekly list also instantly rushed up to 100,000 plus. And the first place was instantly topped by Broken Wounds in the event section of the Star Show publicity column. Broken Wound also made a full show of getting up in a hurry. Thank you for Brother Dream's 100 consecutive big rockets. Brother Dream is powerful and atmospheric. On the other hand, the person in charge of the Golden Wheel was thrilled as he looked at the popularity that had skyrocketed under the gift of 100 large rockets. Speak your mind. 50% of the gifts rewarded by Brother Dream. $50,000. Plus 10% of $10,000 from the guild side. A total of $60,000 in cash. Divided into 100 portions. And give out the prizes directly on the spot. The person in charge of the Golden Wheel was very atmospheric. And directly took out $60,000 to hang in the upper TV of the Broken Wound live room. Brothers, everyone who sends a pop-up, Dream Brother atmosphere, or thanks Dream Brother can enter the raffle. Broken Wound saw that Up TV was already up and also rushed to introduce the process of the Up TV draw. Dream Brother atmosphere. Thank you Dream. Thank you Dream. The live feed instantly lit up with tens of thousands of thank you pop-ups. $60,000 divided into 100 shares. A share of that also has $600. Put in the hands of ordinary people. That is also a few days of wages. This who do not want. And the live feed is up to just over 10,000 people and 100 copies right now, which is still a good probability. Broken Wound's side is playing hot and heavy, but on the other side, Bailey Little Salty, who is waiting for the end of the public sign activity to get the recommended resources, is at this moment in a daze. He'd been working hard on the charts since the morning start, and over the past few days, he'd finally gotten it to a total of 55,000. Originally, several big brothers in the broadcast room were ready to fight, but he didn't let his big brothers fight anymore after seeing that the list had already rushed so high. I thought it was a sure thing, but how come it was stolen with minutes left in this deadline? 100 miles of small salty fish a little puzzled. Hastily followed the list a broken wound live room clicked over. Just happened to see the dream brother just swiped out of 100 rounds of Big Rocket his floating screen. Seeing this scene, Bailey Little Salty immediately lost any desire to compete. Let's not even talk about the fact that there are just a few minutes left on this list and whether or not his big brother can come over. Furthermore, even if his own big brother could give him another wave and rush to $100,000, the dream brother over there might have backhanded him with another rocket streak. How can he, a tiny news anchor, go to war with Dream? No chance at all. The audience of the live broadcast was likewise discovering that Time Little Salty had been stolen from the tower. One of the resident live-streaming Monarch brothers was instantly enraged. Who the hell is so classless as to steal the tower with only a few minutes left? Obviously before this, the second place list was just over 20,000, but they were twice as many. But then, you end up having your home gutted at the end of the day? Yeah, who the hell is so disgusting that they do this kind of thing? Too bad. I'm sure I won't be able to catch up with this wave. That's $100,000. Seeing that this person had aroused the ire of the crowd, Big Brother Monarch also opened his mouth. Everyone hold your horses. I'll go over and take a look. I have to scold this person today. Without the slightest hesitation, Big Brother Monarch directly clicked into the first place Broken Wounds live broadcast to see who was messing with him. But not 10 seconds later, Brother King snapped and came back. Bailey, why don't we pick a new list? There are so many lists in the Star Show district. I don't see the need to die to this one. And people hit 100,000 out of 100,000, which honestly doesn't count as stealing towers, which means that people are really powerful, right? Chapter 52, Stolen Tower again? 4,000 words big chapter. When Bailey heard his big brother's words, he brightened up and agreed. Right. I think Big Brother is right. Since others can play for $100,000, it's not shameful for us to lose. Where's your bloodlust, Bailey? That's holding back? Hearing Bailey Little Salty say this, the audience in the live broadcast room was not happy. Even though Bailey was just a news anchor, that was still a first tier. A small list of $100,000 has scared their own anchor into such a state that they don't even want the recommended position in the public column. The viewers of the live broadcast have started to verbally attack. It wasn't until a viewer called, "Acting with you," jumped back from Broken Wounds live broadcast that he looked at the viewers who were spraying all over the screen with a face full of depression and sent a pop-up out. That big guy. Are you guys sure you want to call back this recommended spot on the Star Show publicity board? Yeah, there's 4 or 5 minutes left. Why can't we call it back? What kind of bully is across the street? A tiny third-tier news anchor. What gives him the right to steal our family's recommended spot? Must fight back. The fans on the air spoke with righteous indignation. But the one across the street swiping the list for Broken Wound is Brother Dream, accompanying you in your act, said Weekly. What's wrong with Brother Dream? Can Brother Dream steal someone else's list like that? What did you say about God? It's really a dream brother. In fact, I think just Big Brother said quite right. A small recommendation only. The opposite side are playing $100,000. Let it. Everyone said right? Yes, it's still Big Brother who has the foresight. Anchor, let's just pick another recommendation spot. In the next moment, the words of all the fans in the live broadcast turned around. This scene is a crying shame to watch Acting with you. But he could understand that. After all, it was Mongo, a live broadcast of the platform's top divine hero who brushed $10 million, and even in the hearts of the various anchors, has already given Dream the name of the strongest divine hero, not to mention the little salty fish of Bailey, a first-tier news anchor. It's Hawaii's head anchor Rabbit, who is afraid that when he sees Brother Meng, he will have to retreat before he can do so. Seeing that the public screen of the live broadcast room had finally returned to normal, Bailey Little Salty's spirit was also shaken. Although this recommendation position on the public notice board is quite important to him, but things have come to this point, it is no longer possible to fight for it. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to go and make a good campaign again to rely on. Anyway, these big brothers in his live room have not been much out of it. June's activities will come. Basically all the big brothers of the platform can be out of a large amount of money filled in. The hands are definitely considered rich. Well then, we'll let this public signs recommended spot go to Broken Wound. And it'll be considered a good karma. It's not long until tomorrow's official kickoff, so we'd better take advantage of this time to get a recommended position. and add to the team's popularity then. Time Little Salty regained his morale and began to cheer the live audience. Then, after a little salty picking by time, he found another recommended spot on the secondary page of the Star Show. Brothers, everyone help me punch this recommendation position. Star Show secondary page, the same exposure recommendation that lasts for 3 days. If you get it, the popularity of the Battle Team tournament in the latter days is even stable. Big brothers, this recommendation really depends on you to step up. No problem. The current first place is only 15,000. Let's hit the 30 or 40,000 list first to test the waters. A couple of big brothers in the live room agreed painfully. A few of them are the lowest is the Ducal segment. Plus June was originally prepared to play a lot of money. 1 or 2 10,000. For them is not a big problem at all. After all, 7 or 8 people at 40,000 yuan of the list. One person to play a few $1,000s will be enough. 100 miles of Little Salty Fish saw that the big brother of the live broadcast agreed to go, and was also satisfied to run over to sign up for the event. See, that's the cohesion of a top-tier anchor. On the other hand, Broken Wound, who was in the middle of a universal celebration, was the one who had been OBing on his cell phone to see what was going on over at Bailey's. After seeing that Bailey had chosen the Star Show secondary page recommendation, Broken Wound's eyes also rolled. Coincidentally, at this time, Joe Mang was also typing in the live broadcast. How's it going, Broken Wound? Have you finalized the second recommendation? Okay, Dream. I'll go with this Star Show secondary page recommendation. This is kind of good exposure. Broken Wound laughed and pulled the Star Show's secondary page's hit list recommendation page to the center of the broadcast room, and purposely winked to indicate to Joe Mang that he had fully comprehended the intent. Joe Mang couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Broken Wound's juggling demeanor. Orange beside her was also shaken awake at this time by Joe Mang's movements. Dream, what are you doing? So happy. Orange opened her mouth slightly and yawned, and then naturally hugged Joe Mang, leaning lazily into her arms and pampering herself. It's nothing, it's just Qian Qian's business and playing around with Huaiyi's side. Joe Mang smiled and passed his cell phone in front of Orange. I have to say, big is really big. Joe Mang leaned his phone over, not even needing a phone holder at all, and from this angle, it's even more beautiful in an otherworldly way. Joe Mang unconsciously appreciated it for a little longer. Tangerine couldn't help but blush when she saw Joe Mang's actions. Still, she had the good sense to dutifully lean to the side. Only her eyes flicked over to the live page as well. Mongo, it's a Broken Wound in the morning. So is it my turn at night? Orange lit up before his eyes. 100-mile Little Salty Fish was just a head dish, and losing him was nothing at all to Huaiyi. But it would be a real injury to Huaiyi if he blocked all of Rabbit's pre-game recommendations. You want to fuck at night? Joe Mang froze. He was thinking of letting Qian Qian on. I dream. Let me play at night. Anyway, Qian Qian's sister she want to mention the matter of termination of contract tomorrow. If you brush tonight, is not Huaiyi can still share the money well. Let Qian Qian's sister finale on the line. Tangerine pouted. But her movements were very small because her cell phone was still sitting there, for fear of disturbing Joe Mang from watching the live broadcast. Aren't you afraid of offending Huaiyi? That's a first-tier guild. Joe Mang laughed and pinched Tangerine in the face. If you're not afraid, brother Dream, what am I afraid of? Orange hemmed and hawed. She really wasn't trying to fight with Qian Qian about anything, but she really wanted to play nice with Joe Mang. After all, if Qian Qian makes a move tonight, 80% of Huaiyi's side will understand what's going on. Only by having Qian Qian come out as the finale can he completely put Huaiyi out of his misery. It's cool to think about it. As for offending Huaiyi, she, Tangerine, was raised by Brother Mang. What does she have to do with Huaiyi and her own guild? Not to mention the management of the White Feather. A proper group of idle fish. If not no good next home. She was thinking of changing guilds or pulling herself out to go solo. Okay then, you're on for the night. Joe Mang agreed after some thought. Orange does have a point. Then Dream, I'll go make you luncho. Orange got up with gusto and placed her cell phone next to Joe Mang, and after giving him an extremely fast version of a good morning kiss, she ran over to the kitchen to cook with a smile on her face. That little ninny. Joe Mang shook his head and put his legs back under the covers, kindly turning his eyes back to the broken side of the wound. Straight off the air, Broken Wounds would have already filled out all the enrollment information and successfully passed the qualification process as well. Here it comes, Dream is starting again. The crowd on the air was excited to see Broken Injury get the formalities out of the way. It's a small list, but it's a very cool sensation to brush it like that. On the Star Show side, there were at least 40 or 50 smaller lists put out before the June event. More than that, it would be a big talking point if Dream could give Broken Injury 7 or 8 hits today. Looking forward to it so much? Joe Mang was also happy to see the screen full of pop-ups, and then directly typed on the public screen. Tell you what, you guys have the final say on how many swipes you'll get this round. Based on the most pop-ups swiped on the public screen, Joe Mang graciously handed the audience the amount of money for this list. Broken Wound was also stunned when he heard Dream's words. The audience watching the live broadcast can be the only chaos in the world of the Lord. If in that chaotic brush pop-ups, brush a million out, that Dream brother is a yes or no? When the time comes, we'll still have to roast Brother Mang on the fire? Therefore, Broken Wound hastily added as if he was joking. The pop-ups everyone sends out must be within a reasonable range. If they're too unreasonable, even if Brother Dream can afford to brush them, our guild can't afford to pad our awards. Right. Everyone let our guild pad a little less. And even if we only take 10%, it's still a bit hard to carry. The head of the Golden Wheel also spoke in tandem. It's all human. How could he not know what a broken wound means? Ha ha ha, broken wounds are real on Earth. Honestly, the Golden Wool Guild is really good and the person in charge is interesting. Hearing this from the two, the audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing again. But in contrast to that, some of the viewers who were planning to mess with the pop-ups got serious. This recommendation on the Star Show's secondary page would probably be less than 20,000 on the top list in the usual way. After all, it's only a small referral. So if you hit it too much and get a referral resource that's not as high as it costs, it's definitely not cost effective. As a result, many of the pop-ups on the live stream were swiping the words 40,000 to $50,000. In their opinion, more than twice as high is surely a sure thing. That's not right. Everyone, look at the current list of 100 miles of small salty fish. It's already brushed the list to more than 30,000. And it's still continuing to be brushed. Really? Well, in that case, $50,000 is certainly not insurance. Fans took to the public screen in a flurry of chatter. If you ask me, it's safer to do the same thing as the last round. $100,000. And it's more in line with Dream's style, so he doesn't get his tower stolen at the back. The proposal was instantly approved by the majority. At once, countless hundreds of thousands of words began to pop up on the public screen. Jo Mang also laughed when she saw the words 100,000 on the public screen. Okay, then this round will still be $100,000. Jo Mang clapped directly. He also had no intention of exchanging gifts, and directly delivered another set of 100 consecutive large rockets. *******. Dream is too decisive, isn't he? Another $100,000. Brother Dream has already spent $200,000 today. 200,000 is nothing. I was there when Dream swiped 10 million on the spot. Compared to that time, now it's really a small to small scene. Just like what Dream said before. It's just for fun. Thank you Dream for the reward. The person in charge of the Golden will also immediately type to thank you. And then without saying a word, directly took another $60,000 in cash out and divided it into $600 to start the lottery. Dream brother atmosphere. Thanks for the big rocket Dream. Wow. I drew twice in a row. 600 each time. And got 1200 straight. I also drew it. The probability is really quite high. I can win even with such a black face. The more than 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, all those who drew prizes were filled with joy. Who would dare to think that you could make money watching a live stream other than not having to swipe it? An ordinary person's salary is only $5,000 or $6,000 a month. If you draw one, it's like getting 3 days' salary for nothing. Broken Wound would be thanking for the gift while using his afterglow to OB the little salty fish over there. And he was laughing his ass off in his heart. This tactic of Brother Mang's is really damaging. And at the same time, is working hard to brush the list. Just brushed to 40,000 ready to stop the 100 miles of small salty fish. Is revealing a world to give up the air in the live broadcast of Blowing Awesome. If you ask me, the last round was an accident. And look at it, folks, didn't we take off in this round? $40,000 on the list, more than twice as much as second place. I don't believe there's anyone else who can overtake us. The last round was accidentally bottomed out by Mongo. But this round, it's not like he's still bottomed out, right? With so many referrals in the Star Show zone at the same time, one's luck couldn't have been just that bad to be slapped in the face this time. Therefore, the current Bailey Little Salty was very confident. The viewers of the live stream were also brushing off the fact that Big Brother was awesome, while a few of the top-ranked Big Brothers were happily accepting compliments from their fans. Bailey, a few of us just discussed this event since you participated. Then we definitely want to play for you. But the pre-tournament just so a recommended position seems to be a bit insufficient. Can't we play another one? Several people laughed and spoke on the public screen, their words full of triumph. If Brother Dream doesn't make a move, they are the real Big Brother. 7 or 8 people, in a matter of minutes, came up with $40,000 out of it. 100 miles of little salty fish saw the pop-ups of several big brothers, and his heart was moved. If he can really get another recommended position, after the official start of the tournament tomorrow, the popularity of his live broadcast room can at least go up to more than 20,000. And this card will not rub up? Big Brothers broke. It is still early. Since the Big Brothers have said so, then we will continue to make a. Suddenly, the words that Bailey Little Salty was saying were suddenly stuck. And the next moment, Bailey Little Salty's eyes instantly went round. Just glancing at the recommended ranking page on the Star Show's secondary page, he realized that the number 1 spot he had just gotten had been toppled again, and both the name on the list are exactly the same as the last bulletin board recommendation spot. Broken Wounds, $100,000. This heck, he outruns everyone else by more than twice, only to have Broken Wound outrun him by more than twice again to catch up. Chapter 53, Reservation of Luxury Cars, Bugatti and Cullinan. 4,000 words big chapter. Even if Bailey Little Salty was stupid, she would have reacted by now. Even a few of the big brothers on the air were speaking up. Bailey, are you having some kind of trouble with this broken wound? In their opinion, it was unlikely that Dream would actively target Bailey. They've been over to OB a bit before, and the last Star Show public sign event was the one that Broken Wound took the initiative to pick, and Dream just agreed to give Broken Wound the top spot. When Bailey saw this, he froze, and then he really did think seriously about it. But Bailey thought and couldn't figure out where he had offended Broken Wound. No, I'm the head anchor. Before the Broken Wound is only a third line. There is no crossover at all to Bailey was really puzzled now. He couldn't recall any at all. And even if there was some minor friction in certain areas that he hadn't noticed, that kind of minor friction wouldn't be directed at him like that, would it? Moreover, behind himself stood Hawaii. Broken Wound nothing to provoke their own why? Visitors to the live stream also spoke up. This time, Bailey became even more depressed. Let's put it this way, brothers. The first 2 times, it might really be a coincidence. After all, although there are many of these small recommendations in the Star Show district, there are only a few at the top of the rankings. And with Brother Dream supporting the opposite side of the world, it's not really that strange for us and Broken Wounds to coincide with each other's choices. Let's let the opposite side of the wave. And from now on, wait for Broken Wound to pick first, and then we'll pick again, so we don't repeat ourselves. Time Little Salty spoke up. Once this was said, the crowd in the broadcast room also agreed, and several big brothers also opened their mouths to agree. Don't worry, Bailey, I'll go to the group and shout, and find a few more brothers to give you a boost. Just do what you said, and I'll rush one up for you in a while as well. They'll be really wimpy this time too. They were just some dukes and monarchs. To go up against Brother Meng, it would be a pure search for death. It was still a reliable word from Bailey, and it was much safer to have Dream's side pick first, and then their side go on. And over here, after seeing the message Broken Wound sent to himself to watch the battle, Joe Meng almost burst out laughing as well. This Bailey Little Salty Fish was really a talent, and could think of such a way. But for Joe Meng, no matter what he did, the result would be exactly the same. He was determined to target Hawaii today, and in the face of absolute strength, any calculations were completely ineffective. Joe Meng gave Broken Wound a direct reply back, telling him to pick one out at random first. Okay, Dream, I'll just go ahead and pick a little recommendation spot. Broken Wounds also understand Joe Meng's meaning in seconds, stifling a smile and again on the spot in the live broadcast to find a small recommended position to participate in the event. This campaign has very few referral resources and a low list of just over $5,000. Joe Meng didn't hesitate and directly swiped 10 treasure maps for Broken Wounds to take this event down. On the other hand, after seeing that Broken Wound had indeed reselected the recommended position, Bailey also heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, the first 2 times may have been coincidental. In an instant, Bailey renewed his spirits. Come on, brothers, Broken Wound has selected the activity over there. It's our turn. Ha ha ha, I don't think it's going to roll over this time, is it? A few big brothers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but flirt when they saw Bailey's spirit. No, I'm absolutely solid with this backhanded pick. Guys, let's hit the Star Show rotation banner this wave. The current number 1 list is only 20,000. We're very hopeful. Bailey was confident. It was an accident that the recommendation on the public sign was gone, and it was an accident that the recommendation on the secondary page was stuck. But the recommendation for the rotating banner now, but he had deliberately backhandedly chosen it, and there was absolutely no way it could go wrong again. No problem. I'll put you on 50,000 votes first. This wave is a killer. On the live feed, a couple of big brothers who had just arrived graciously obliged. $50,000. It might be a bit difficult for them personally, but they just shouted in the group. And now there are already 10 or so big brothers in the live room. averaging out to less than one treasure map per person. But just as the people in the Bailey live room had just brushed enough $50,000 and were joyfully preparing to take the recommended position to celebrate, the first place item in the rotating banner's recommended list, again, instantly turned into a broken wound. Asterisk. Bailey was planning to blow his awesome in the live stream, but after seeing his ranking hanging in the upper right corner of the live stream was once again knocked down by broken wounds. The whole thing almost broke his defenses. 3 times in a row. Each time more than twice as many as he hit the charts. And each time $100,000 robbed him of chart 1. He'd take his head off and kick it in the balls if he said it wasn't directed at him again. And a couple of big brothers who were about to pretend on the public screen got stuck. Even if their reactions were no longer stupid. They knew that Broken Wound and Bailey were really up against each other today. I don't believe it. I'll pick another one. Bailey gritted his teeth and somewhat unconvincingly chose another list to come out. But as a result, before he could brush his side, the opposite side of the Broken Wound suddenly took the first place with another 100,000 votes. Unconvinced, he picked another one again, but it's still the same. And once again, Broken Wound's side signed up on the ballot at lightspeed to take first place. This time, Bailey was completely silent. The few big brothers in the Bailey live room also looked at each other. Why don't we forget about it, Bailey? Dream is on the opposite side of the room, and this is really a bad event. A few people would be really wimped out by this. Even if they were more powerful, they wouldn't dare to swipe 100,000 to 100,000 like this, in just over an hour. Opposite Dream had already swiped 5 sets of big rockets and 10 treasure maps, all totaling over 550,000. This isn't a PK game, it's a complete and total crushing game. Even if for the June event, these 10 or so big brothers of theirs were well stocked this time, but with all of them together, at most, they could only swipe a list of 400,000 or so. The audience in the live broadcast room also swiped their screens, saying that they would let Bailey admit defeat and forget about it. After all, Bailey was just a news anchor, and it was really normal that he couldn't win a fight against Dream, and no one would think he couldn't or anything. Looking at the screen full of discouraging pop-ups, Bailey gritted his teeth, still not quite willing in his heart. This time, for the mid-year Battle King event, although he wasn't able to team up with his guild's first sister, he still found 2 strong teammates, both of which were first-tier anchors. I was thinking of taking advantage of this event to boost my popularity, but now I'm stuck straight in the pre-game recommendation hit list. If he doesn't take a recommended position today, when the official competition starts tomorrow, the popularity of his live broadcast room will be naturally worse than others are. But now, even if he wanted to fight, he was stuck without any temper. Bailey could only sigh helplessly. Guys, that's all we have for today's broadcast. When tomorrow morning comes, I'll be online to give you a real-time commentary on this match. In his heart, he knew that if he went on like this, he would only be putting his face in front of the Broken Wound again to give the other party a hard whip. In the end, Bailey still chose to go off the air under a screen full of discouraging pop-ups. On this side, Broken Wounds also immediately reported the happy news to Joe Meng after seeing Bailey go offline. Okay, that's enough for now. Seeing the news of the Broken Wound, Joe Meng also stretched his back. Honestly, this 100,000 to 100,000 swipe is really kind of pointless. Better to wait for Orange to come online in the evening and then operate properly. After all, Bailey was just a news anchor. But Bunny, that was Hua Yi's explicit first sister. Whether it was the strength of the fans or the support of the guild, it was definitely much stronger than Bailey. The head of the Golden Wheel Guild, who was in charge of the Broken Wounds live broadcast, was also a bit confused at this time. A lot of the pop-ups on the public screen were certainly visible to him, which included a lot of fans from Bailey's little salty side running over to swipe the screen. It was only a few minutes before he realized what Broken Wound had done today. Asterisk. Broken Wounds, this kid to dig me a hole ah. Seeing these messages, the head of the Golden Wheel was completely dumbfounded. He also thought that this kid, Broken Wound, was out of his mind today, and specially asked Brother Meng to come over to brush up the list, and even took out his guild's funds to give out prizes in order to cooperate with Broken Wound. But as a result, he was set up by Broken Wound? If it was just Broken Wound personally, it wouldn't matter. But now that he was openly supporting Broken Wound in the live broadcast, the nature of this matter changed at once. The more he thought about it, the more aggravated the head of the Golden Wheel became. Although it wasn't so much that he was just afraid of Hua Yi, but after all, he had invited an enemy. Looking at Broken Wound's side of the beautiful downcast, not the slightest bit of worry, the person in charge of the Golden Wheel, who was sitting in the guild hall, was instantly angry, and immediately slammed the table. Broken Wound, you brat, come over here and take a beating. Meanwhile, At the Royal Dragon Bay Villa, Joe Mang was settling his consumption rebates while comfortably eating his meal. Congratulations to the host for spending $550,000 on the live broadcast platform. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, totaling 5 million yuan in real cash. All assets of the system have been rationalized, so please feel free to use them. The Gods Deluxe System. Host, Joe Mang. Level 1. Progress on upgrading, $12. 66 million/$1 billion. Realistic assets, $30. 5 million, rebate ratio 110. Not bad. According to this progress, 1 billion won't take long to get done. Joe Mang nodded in satisfaction. It was just a small hit this morning, and $550,000 is not much of a splurge at all. According to Joe Mang's prediction, after the official opening of the tournament tomorrow, a few days to make a 50 million hundreds of millions of dollars. It is absolutely easy, and then the cash in hand at once more. Instead, he could just find an anchor that looked good and swipe all 1 billion at once. But the problem is that would be so pointless. $1 billion of online consumption rebates, but it's a full $10 billion. With this $10 billion in, Joe Mang has no need to do any business. To put it bluntly, the interest alone would allow him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. So why bother trying? Therefore, Joe Mang had always been casual about the matter of swiping gifts, and after consuming 1 billion, the system will also upgrade and give him more consumption amount. At the same time, it will also circle his current consumption range again, then he can consume in more areas to get rebates. He is just an ordinary person, without too ambitious dreams. He can be happy in his own acre of land. That's a nice roast of ribs. It's not that I'm good with my hands, it's that the ingredients are good. Those meats and fruits and vegetables in front of the villa can be special. Orange smiled and gave Joe Mang a bowl of rice. In just coming over here, Orange was confused when she saw a few special little stores in front of the neighborhood. It was also from that time that she realized that the lives of the rich were not at all like theirs. Life is all about food, clothing, shelter and transportation, and rich people like to study these things. Joe Mang smiled and nodded. In the past, he pursued to fill his stomach, but now he is gradually changing his living habits. From running for his life to enjoying life now. From filling his stomach to pursuing food and pursuing health. Right, Xing Xue? In a while I will go out in the afternoon. You can stay in the villa or go back. The villa entry code you know. Joe Mang admonished. Okay, then I'll go back and get ready for the broadcast in a few minutes. Orange nodded repeatedly. After dinner, Orange drove back in her Beetle. Joe Mang, on the other hand, went out to find a gym. It's just a little less convenient without a car. Joe Mang walked out of the neighborhood and shook his head helplessly. He actually wants to buy a nice car, but for any luxury car that costs tens of millions of dollars, you have to make a reservation if you want to buy it, and you have to have access to it, otherwise it's hard to get a new car. Like that kind of supercar club on sale, can be put on the stage, mostly a few million Ferrari this kind, and then a little better, probably is 8 or 9 million level. This does not quite meet the requirements of Joe Mang. Therefore, Joe Mang took the initiative to contact a tycoon in the villa area who made supercars the day before yesterday and asked him to help book 2 cars for him. One is a white, high-end Bugatti Veyron priced at $30 million and one is an orange Rolls-Royce Cullinan priced at $8 million. Bugatti Veyron, car manufacturer, Cullinan, name, a supercar and an SUV that combines comfort and racy style. The Cullinan is relatively quick, probably transferred in a few days, but the Bugatti Veyron is a bit slower, almost a month. As for the more advanced, priced at several hundred million Bugatti Vision these and Koenigsegg these, Joe Mang is also to mention a mouth. But the problem is that these are basically limited edition models worldwide and hard to get. But the other party didn't refuse. In the super first-tier city of Magic City, nothing was completely impossible. To Joe Mang, the big patron, he also promised to get Joe Mang a few hundred million level supercars over whenever he had the chance. That's the beauty of living in a rich neighborhood. There are some relationships where even if you don't reach out, others will lean in. This is at the same time the importance of the circle. Joe Mang first navigated with her phone and found out about a nearest private gym that was 5 kilometers away and remote. Joe Mang didn't bother thinking about this first either, but planned to look around first. Having just moved here not long ago, Joe Mang hadn't skipped around much, and wasn't too familiar with this side of the business district. Plus the place does seem a bit big and it's a hot day, so I've been sweating myself out trying to find a gym instead. Until she was panting with exhaustion, Joe Mang amused herself. He felt unscientific if he didn't lose a pound himself tomorrow. Forget it, there's probably nothing next to this. Let's pick a time tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to go to one of the private gyms. Shaking his head helplessly, Joe Mang did not have the heart to look for it again, and casually hit a car on the side of the road to return. On the other hand, By 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the big anchors of the Tiger Shark platform's Star Show Zone were starting to come online. Today is the day before the official start of the event, and most of the anchors have already teamed up. And what many of them are doing right now is trying to get as many referrals as possible in their hands. This way, when the event officially starts tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the popularity of his own live room can completely explode. Chapter 54, Exposing Hawaii. Brother Mang just wants to abuse you today. Thanks for the rewards. Almost all of the anchors held this idea, and Rabbit on Hawaii's side was naturally no exception. She had also seen the complaints of Bailey's little salty fish in the group at noon, but she didn't take it seriously. Dream does occasionally swipe some for broken wounds, and most of the anchors on this platform are aware of it. Rabbit estimated that it was 80% likely that Bailey had offended Broken Wound at some point, and Broken Wound had taken the opportunity to retaliate back. Not only was she lazy, but even the guild side was lazy. A news anchor, whether or not there is a recommendation before the event, is just that. Her side is the most critical, as long as she could fight well on her side. This time, Hawaii's goal would be accomplished by a small half. Bunny, remember to try and pull some civilian votes today. The money on the guild side is mostly for the fight tomorrow and the day after. The head of Hawaii exhorted. Don't worry, I'll hit 2 recommendation spots today, and even if the civilian votes aren't enough, my big brother on my side can make up for it. Bunny agreed confidently. In previous years, the guild usually took out $7 or $8 million to play the list, and if the Tiger Shark is half, the investment is about $4 million. This time, the guild had purposely taken $10 million or so cash out for the Battle King tournament, which was a lot more than the total investment in the past. After all, the current live streaming industry has become more and more popular. The number of users is also increasing, and the guilds are also very willing to make additional investments in this area. That's $10 million in cash, all about the same as the yearly totals played by AO in previous years. Even if the money wasn't all for her, she could still take a big chunk of it anyways. $5 or $6 million was absolutely fine. But it's not like today's swipes count for the list, so of course that money will have to be hit tomorrow. And on the other side, Orange synchronized on the number. Joe Mang didn't drag his feet and went straight into Orange's live room. Welcome Dream to the live broadcast. Orange gave a sweet welcome. Wow, Dream is here today. I thought Dream wouldn't be on the number until tomorrow. Is Dream going to give Orange a pre-game recommendation today? I think so. Brother Dream just gave Broken Wound a beating this morning, but it looks like he went up against Hawaii's news anchor, Bailey Little Salty. I went over to take a look and Bailey's face went black. It almost didn't give me a good laugh. There was also a flurry of welcomes on the public screen. Orange's current live room has been properly the number of first-tier anchors online. It is the VIP seat is still slightly close, stuck in a threshold of 2,000 people, but the gap isn't that big anymore. And with a little more time and business, it's basically an official crossover. Today on the number, the main thing is to play a few recommendations for Orange. And secondly, there is also a little conflict ready to solve it. Joe Mang smiled and interacted with his water friends on the public screen. Minor conflict? When they saw Joe Mang's pop up, the crowd was also stunned. It's nothing really. Brother Dream is just going to take a small aim at Hawaii's anchor. Orange picked up the conversation with a slight smile. One reason why I didn't talk about it in the morning is that Broken Wound doesn't have enough curiosity, and it's less effective to talk about it on Broken Wound Live. And the other reason is that none of the main anchors of Hawaii are online. If Hawaii knows about it and avoids the battle and doesn't fight, or sneaks off to the top of the list to get recommendations while he's online at noon, it won't be much fun. But this will be. Hawaii's first-tier anchors are basically all online, and they all clearly announced in the live broadcast that they are going to fight the pre-match recommendation list. Now even if they don't want to match up, in that case, there was no need to be polite with them. As soon as they heard Orange's words, the tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room became excited. What's the situation? When did Hawaii offend Brother Mang? Brother Dream is very nice, and often gives us benefits. The platform's so many big brothers. I believe in Brother Dream. I don't know what the reason is, but I believe that Brother Dream is right. No words, Brother Dream. You say how to get it done. I will support it. The two people, Bright Nine Keys and Ancient City Huhan San, even acted as cheerleader captains and did not hesitate at all, directly expressing their support on the public screen. Hawaii didn't offend me. It's just that he's not doing things properly and I don't like what I see. Joe Mang spoke directly on the public screen, not giving Hawaii any face at all. And Orange, in due course, picked up the conversation and brought the matter between Hawaii and Chen Chen directly to light. Of course, there is a portion of artistic manipulation and exaggeration. If Chen Chen herself were to say this, the crowd might not really believe it. But now, Orange, an outsider in the live broadcast, originally restored what happened. and there is also Dream sitting in the VIP seat to prove it. There is no longer any need to doubt the true extent of this matter, even if Orange would lie at the risk of offending Wei. Dream, a big brother with a fortune of at least a few $1 billion, wouldn't be able to talk nonsense, would he? People with high status and position, even if they don't say anything, as long as they give a slight nod, they can easily be recognized by ordinary people. That's human nature. Besides, the fact that what Orange said about this was supposed to be true, and that he couldn't logically find anything wrong with it, made it even less necessary for the audience to disbelieve it. And hearing Orange finish, everyone couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. But what immediately followed was a wave of righteous indignation. It's also the first time they've heard this insider's view of the live streaming industry. An owner who, just to make money, ends up pushing his head anchor hard into the fire? And the most crucial thing is that this anchor has been making a lot of money for the guild for more than 2 years in a row, completely feeding the guild with his fame. Most of the viewers are ordinary people, all at the bottom of the food chain. And this Qian thing has definitely triggered empathy in all of them. There were even a number of girls with the same experience who had the sad feeling of a rabbit dying when they heard Orange say what had happened. I told you how Qian hasn't been seen much since this year, so it's Huai's fault. Nothing to say. A disgusting guild like Huai shouldn't exist. Support Brother Dream. Seeing the screen full of pop-ups, Orange was also amused. That's the way it is with live streaming platforms. If you want to target an anchor, you have to take advantage of the word first. If we don't publicize these things, even if Brother Dream is crazy enough to snipe at Huai's anchors tonight, in the hearts of the people, 80% of them are going to end up with the impression that they're being unreasonable. But now that this was out in the open, no one would say anything even if Dream took it more personally tonight, and most people would even think that Dream did the right thing. On top of that, it would also put Huai in the middle of a huge fishing debate. If Huai doesn't do a good job in this area, it's likely that he'll be struck down to the ground from here on out. There's a lot more to this whole wall-to-wall thing than just talking about it. So, Dream Brother told me yesterday that Huai is not like to block their own anchor. They do the first day, then we do the 15th. He first-hand blocked their own first-line anchor Chen, then we will do them a favor. Backhandedly more than blocked a few of their head anchors to make them more happy. This time before the June event of the list, all the Huai first-line anchors and above. Do not think about getting it. Orange hemmed and hawed. When these words came out, the many viewers in the live broadcast room were also shaken in spirit. Too domineering, worthy of being my Dream Brother, directly manually blocking all the anchors of Huai top stream. Who dares to believe this? Wait for me. I'll go charge up some money. I'm going to support a wave no matter what Brother Dream does today. What era is this? There can still be this kind of thing. No wonder the captain of the Dream Team is Qian this time. I guess it's because Brother Mang is really not happy with what Huai is doing. It would have been just after dinner in the afternoon, and many people would have just gotten off work full of fatigue. And coming across something like this certainly made everyone hyper. The fact that Dream was going to open the brush had already made many people secretly excited. But now that there was an additional justice being served, it made everyone look forward to this fight list confrontation. But at the same time, everyone's heart is inevitably a little worried. Dream Brothers Online's exposure of Huai will surely lead to a frantic backlash from Huai. Huai wasn't a small guild like White Feather or Golden Wheel. Before Dashang did not enter the Tiger Shark. Huai that can definitely be a first-class large-scale guild. Whether it is the strength of the guild, or in the guild to play the big brother, are definitely not the average person can mess up. In normal times it would not be too conspicuous, but now it is the note of the King of Battle tournament in June, and the money prepared by the big brother on the Huai side will never be small. Could just one divine big brother, Brother Dream, really hold back the energy of the entire guild of Huai? Chapter 55, Swipe a Million First, Let the Opposite Side Chase for a While? 9,000 words in total today. Orange, let's get started. Let's test the waters with a list first. Zhou Meng didn't have much of a reaction. Went to the refrigerator and took a bottle of milk out, and saw that Orange's side had pretty much talked things out, and directly typed on the public screen, "Okay Mongo." Orange hemmed and hawed and agreed, and then went straight to the Airplane Star of the Week option. Good lord, this starts with a weekly star list? Seeing that Orange directly chose Airplane Star of the Week, the crowd in the live broadcast room could not help but stare. You know, the Airplane Star of the Week is a Star of the Week gift chosen by Rabbit, the first sister over at Huai. In that case, wouldn't it be a direct confrontation with Bunny? They were still thinking that Orange might take a gradual approach and fight the other top-tier anchors in Huai first. Dream, should we consider a steady point on it? Yeah Dream, it's not a good idea to go up against Bunny right off the bat. The crowd on the air spoke up and advised. Although the Dream Brother today is to start a war with Huai, but this first battle, how to say should also pick a soft pinch well, directly up to dislike people's first sister. This risk is a little too big. Joe Meng couldn't help but be amused when he saw the comments. The weekly star thing was something that Joe Meng had just played for EE once when he got the system. However, EE at that time played just a small gift. That is, Glow Stick Star of the Week. The whole time also played $100,000. The corresponding win after getting the recommended resources will be less. But today Rabbit chose the Airplane Star of the Week, which was a $100 gift, and one of the most expensive gifts in Tiger Shark. The first place of the Airplane Star of the Week. Get the recommended resources can definitely not be comparable to the ones that gave broken wounds to fight in the morning. Joe Meng glanced at the current first place Rabbit of the Airplane Weekly Star. The current total list totaled 350,000, most of which were loose votes in nature. Joe Meng naturally took a sip of milk while holding her cell phone in one hand and charging some money into it. Not yet. Joe Meng typed lines in the live broadcast, and because it was a one-handed operation, the typing speed was a bit slow. As such, the public screen just bristled with those 4 words first. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Joe Meng typing out these 4 words, they thought that Joe Meng was planning to tell Orange to be a little more stable first, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, the crowd saw another Imperial pop up on the public screen. Again a message from Brother Dream. The current list is a bit low. Let's do this. Let's brush up 1 million and let the opposite side chase for a while. Joe Meng finished the rest of the milk in one gulp and smiled back. The live broadcast was in an uproar when these words came out. Bright 9 Keys and a few other old fans were also instantly dumbfounded. Here, what kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Swipe 1 million and let the other side chase for a while first? How much confidence does Mongo have here? Even Orange couldn't stop her mouth from opening slightly in shock. Dream Brother gave her an explanation in advance to target the rabbit is not true. But Dream Brother also never said that once online to brush the million list off. To know, Brother Dream played so long in the morning in the Broken Wound live room, and only swiped 550,000 only. She had thought that Brother Dream was going to play slowly in the evening as well. Brother Dream is a god big brother who brushes $10 million in a single time. $1 million is just a sprinkle for Brother Dream, so you don't have to be too surprised. Although Gochung Hu Han San was equally shocked in his heart, he still pretended to speak in the live broadcast with a bashful look. When these words came out, they instantly pulled the hearts of everyone in the broadcast room back at once. Yes, Brother Dream is the Imperial Big Brother who swiped 10 million on the platform in May and was called the strongest divine hero. So swiping 1 million doesn't seem to be a big deal? Really? Brother Dream hasn't made a move in over 10 days, and it seems that they've all forgotten about Brother Dream's strength. The tourists couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. It seems like 1 million hoops to swipe, and that's what Dream is really good at. Still, it's been so quiet for a while now that many people have forgotten about Dream's crazy swipes on Orange Live last month. Joe Meng, who was on the other side, didn't hesitate and directly opened the gift bar after charging his money into golden beans, the maximum number of airplanes, like magic books, per gift after the revamp, has likewise become 314, or 131, $400 for a single gift. The next moment, the gift special effects instantly lit up at the public screen of the live broadcast room. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, Airplane, 1314-1. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, Airplane, 1314-2. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, Airplane, 1314-8. Joe Meng directly swiped 8 groups in a row. One group is over 130, 000, and the total is 1,050, 000 for 8 groups. In an instant, Orange, who had just participated in the Airplane Star of the Week event and was still at the bottom of the rankings, directly jumped over countless anchors and rushed straight to the number 1 spot on the list. Dream is awesome. 8 sets of 1314 airplanes, and it only took a total of 30 seconds to swipe them? I think if it weren't for the fact that the special effects of this kind of super gift would jam the gift bar, would Dream have swiped them in 2 seconds? Right in the middle of the broadcast room, plane after plane flew by in a herringbone formation from left to right, leaving countless colorful salutes in their wake. Orange's entire live broadcast room was instantly rendered in 7 colors by the gift effects. Numerous visitors have even swiped the word awesome. A set of gifts is $130,000. The entire Tiger Shark platform. There are simply not many people who can afford to brush. It was only in this kind of playing activity, or following around a super godly man like Dream Brother AO, that you could see this kind of gorgeous scene. You know, with 8 sets of gifts, the animation special effects of the live broadcast alone must last for 4 minutes. Thank you Dream for the 8 sets of airplanes, Orange exclaimed in return, rising to her feet in thanks. The eyes, on the other hand, blinked playfully, and after sitting down, they flipped up the chat interface on the computer proper again and sent a private message over to Joe Meng. The entire expression was natural. and the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast did not see what Orange had actually done in the slightest. But only Zhou Meng knew what Orange meant by this. This woman, 80% is trying to do something again. Seeing her like this, Zhou Meng burst out laughing. Opening the private message interface and seeing the words about gift airplanes in Tangerine's private message, Zhou Meng directly sent Tangerine back an emoticon of fuck off and blank stare. He had long ago subconsciously evolved into an automatic, and a manual gearbox is simply too much to drive now. Okay? Chapter 56, come on, fight if you want to. 4,000 words big chapter. At the same time, the head of Hawaii received a report from the guild management at the same time. Boss, Tangerine exposed what's going on between us and Qian Qian during the live broadcast, and Brother Dream. Bah! Broken Dream is also supportive and has promised to manually block all of our first-tier anchors in Hawaii. The guild management reports back quickly. Having worked at YE for a few years, he knew this process of the guild inside and out. Because it was so, he realized how important the fishing theory really was to the guild. Once the fishing wheels crashed, for them, they faced a traffic crash. The person in charge of Hawaii hurriedly went up to Orange's live broadcast to take a look, but it was only less than 30 seconds before his entire body came back with a black face. And we didn't mess with this Orange and Broken Dream, did we? I even went over and swiped the entourage when Orange first came to power. And this is how I'm rewarded? Can it be that it's just because one of Qian Qian's monarch brothers mentioned it in the live broadcast at that time? Is this person sick? The head of Hawaii cursed angrily. The ashtray on the table was pushed to the floor by him. The ashtray snapped and crashed on the floor, directly breaking into several pieces. Boss, take it easy and calm down. The most important thing now is how to save the fishing vessel. Next to him, the guild management cringed, but rushed to warn. When these words came out, the head of Hawaii instantly woke up. Yes, 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 yes. You go contact the water army right now, no matter how much it costs. Tell them I want at least 50,000 of it. The head of Hawaii paced back and forth in place anxiously, his left hand constantly slapping the back of his right hand, his face full of anxiety as he barked at the guild management. Okay, I'll be in touch right away. Also, give a word to all the first-tier anchors in our family who are live streaming, all those who can find a reason to go off the air, so that they can try to avoid the battle as much as possible. Horse, really bad luck. Good money-making thing was made like this. The head of Hawaii slapped the table in indignation. Get on with it. I'm going over to Bunny's now, no matter what it takes. She must never go down tonight. To them, Rabbit is a rookie anchor who was just supported after Chen Chen. From January to May, the guild and the Rabbit on the investment of 8 or 9 million, just waiting for these months to begin to return to the capital. If the Rabbit now fell, not only the 8 or 9 million will have to go down the drain, the guild will also be completely no to carry the anchor. Has been snowed Qian Qian 6 months, until the first 2 months of the Rabbit up this period of time. The guild 3 or 4 months are not much big income. This time to come again so much, fear is not to directly explode. On the other hand, the Rabbit on the other side, after seeing his airplane's weekly star list instantly snatched, his gaze couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Looking at the data on the first list, Bunny also carefully counted how many zeros there were at the end. Oh my god, what's going on? Tomorrow is only the first day of the event, right? Bunny was still a bit confused at this point. Not knowing what was happening, she looked blankly at Orange, who had just rushed up to the top of the list with a depressed expression. She had thought that today's star of the week would basically be stable as long as she could hit 400,000 or 500,000. But now that an Orange had come out halfway and swiped 1 million at the start, how could this still be played? She could have gotten it together if she had shouted it out on the air. But the problem was that today's list didn't count as a list for the King of Battle tournament. If you brush it now, you won't be able to brush it tomorrow. After much thought, Bunny decided to avoid the battle. The star of the week is important, but tomorrow's game is much more important. But just as she was about to find a reason to push off this star of the week list, the pop-ups on the public screen of the live broadcast instantly exploded. You guys know what? Orange's side just told us what happened between Hawaii and Qian Qian straight away. I was really not expecting this. It's so explosive. Yeah, if what Orange said is true, then I really powdered the wrong Hawaii. I thought I was still Qian Qian's fan at first. Now it doesn't matter if this is true or not. But it's true that Brother Meng is going to manually block all the first-tier anchors on Hawaii's side. Look at Rabbit's refighting Zhou Xing. It's already been intercepted by Brother Meng. With 50,000 to 60,000 people in the live broadcast room, all of a sudden the entire public screen was in chaos. Although the pop-ups were so chaotic that Bunny didn't see too clearly for a while, she who had only slightly glanced at a few keywords still deduced what was going on in the first place. Most of the old anchors on Hawaii's side know about what's going on between Qian Qian and the guild, but the guild has long since placed a gag order and no one has ever said anything about it this year. So how do these viewers know about it? Bunny looked more carefully, and only then did she see the words tangerine and mango again, and was shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This couldn't be something that Brother Dream authorized to be exposed, could it? Rabbit is aware of the fact that Dream has been to Qian Qian's live broadcast last month, when Qian Qian sang a song, directly to the audience of the live broadcast to tears. Dream is a luxury brush of 100 treasure map. This matter has also been said by a number of news anchors. Thinking of this, and seeing the pop-up screen frantically rebrushing Brother Meng's intention to manually block all of Huai's first-tier anchors, Bunny instantly realized that this was going to be a big deal today. Just then, Rabbit's cell phone ding-donged, and the Huai head anchor group suddenly lit up with a message. All first-tier anchors who are on tonight, except for Bunny, who can find a reasonable reason to go off the air as soon as possible, receive a reply. Seeing this message, Bunny couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Has the deterrent power of Broken Dreams reached this level? Just an announcement that would make all the first-tier anchors of a first-tier guild avoid the battle? But after seeing that he was singled out, Bunny also roughly understood what the guild meant. Other anchors can avoid the battle, but she can't, because she was Huai's current carrying anchor and the only super popular anchor. If she wimped out, it would really mean that Huai wimped out, and in contrast to that, it's her live room. 80% is the battleground tonight. Ha! The next moment, Bunny's phone lit up with another new message. Bunny hurriedly looked over. This message was sent by the head of Huai himself. The message was brief. Just a short sentence. No wimps. Almost at the same time as this message was sent, the imperial trumpet, floating light, of the head of Huai went up on Rabbit Live. Bunny froze, but rushed to open his mouth in welcome. Welcome Brother Floatlight to the live broadcast. As soon as Floating Light came online, he was looking at the current pop-ups on the live stream. It's a tacit agreement between the guilds to use a small number to open the brush. It's like AO and Wave, both of whom are clearly guild numbers, but in the viewer's eyes, all of them are godly big brothers of the platform. Giving the audience this impression can only do them good, no harm. Of course, as the person in charge plus the boss of Huai, who is supposed to be the godly big brother, his normal spending on the platform is not that little, and it's not considered malicious deception. What's going on? Why is it so noisy in the live room today? Floatlight asked, pretending to know nothing. Brother Fuguang is here. The crowd in the live broadcast room were all in high spirits when they saw the resident emperor Floating Light on the line, and they hurriedly told the story in a nutshell. You guys are talking about this. This is something I know. The orange side of the story is complete nonsense. At the beginning, Huai did want to transfer Qian Qian to Dashang, but as far as I know, the reason why Dashang wants Qian Qian, because at that time, Dashang's head anchor is not much, to Qian Qian passed, also for the purpose of cultivation, but the result of Qian Qian nonetheless do not agree, but also spread around the guild to turn her over is in order for her to accompany a perverted old man. AI. The hearts of the people can be afraid of people's words. Ah. Floating Light shook his head in feigned helplessness, instantly taking things in another direction. As you all know, I used to brush Qian Qian often before, but after this happened, I kind of completely recognized Qian Qian's character and never went there again. Seeing his own boss's statement on the public screen, Rabbit admired Floating Light's shamelessness in his heart, but on the other hand, he nodded his head in cooperation. Originally, after this happened, everyone was reluctant to talk about it, but since it's gotten to this point today, I have to say something for my own guild. And Brother Floating Light said that it was basically fine, and that's really what happened at the time. We all know that the transfer between the guilds to the anchors is part of the normal business behavior. Even if Qian Qian is not willing to, refusal is just that. But going around saying bad things about Huai, the intention is obviously bad. No boss would dare to use such a person. When Rabbit and Floating Light said this, the visitors in the live broadcast room who were originally quite sympathetic to Qian Qian instantly didn't know who to believe. It's nice that Brother Dream is a godly big brother, but Brother Floating Light that's also a godly big brother. And all things considered, it seems like it's still a bit more reliable if you're on the Floating Light side. After all, Qian Qian at that time was already on the verge of being a super tier 1 anchor. If they were the boss of Dashang, they wouldn't have snowed Qian Qian for no reason. At the same time, the water army found by the guild management side also started to power up the live broadcast, frantically bringing up Qian Qian's rhythm. I also often watch the live broadcast. I basically know all about Qian Qian before and after this. I can responsibly say that what Brother Floating Light said is not a problem. Yeah, I guess Brother Meng was also cheated by Qian Qian. People can't trust the anchor. Can't they still trust Brother Fuguang? Once the thousands of pop-ups came out, the viewers in the live broadcast room who were still hesitating at both ends of the spectrum also instantly fell on Huai's side. Seeing that the pop-up win reviews gradually stabilized, Floating Light was also secretly relieved. Fortunately, His side reacted in time. If he was a little slower, this fishing boat would really be completely blown up today. And the news over here was transmitted back to Orange live at light speed by the water friends. Orange almost laughed in anger when he saw the message from his water friend. Although she doesn't treat Xian too well. But then again, she and Xian that is between her own family. They could pinch each other all they wanted. But in front of outsiders, it was necessary to be united. Not to mention that the two were supposed to be on a battle team now. Zhou Meng saw the pop-up and shook his head hopelessly. Some people's cheeks are really thick to an unimaginable degree. Ah, they've been poked and prodded. And they're still here to argue sophistically. Orange, on the picture. Since Zhou Meng dared to play like this, he was naturally prepared. As a matter of fact, the text version of Xian's chat with Hua Yi's boss, Xian purposely took screenshots and saved them after she was snowed in. In this, there's the conversation where Xian went to ask boss Hua Yi after she found out what happened at the guild management the first time. And also at the same time, there's the conversation where Xian went to ask boss Hua Yi why after she was snowed in. These can't be considered ironclad evidence, but it's enough to prove that Xian is the injured party. Plus, on a live platform, do you need hard evidence? It's not like we're solving a case. As long as the audience can see it and have a scale in their mind, that's all that matters. Okay, Le Dream Brother. I also really didn't think that Hua Yi's side would be such a mouth. Orange grinned. She didn't mention floating light, but brought Hua Yi directly with her. On the live broadcast platform, both Super Tier 1 anchors and ordinary anchors are not allowed to talk about Big Brother. Otherwise they will be banned by the super management. But talking about other anchors or guilds is a non-issue. Orange directly posted a screenshot of Xian's chat right in the middle of the broadcast room. Now, the entire audience of the live broadcast room was considered to be from completely blown up. Once these pictures came out, it proves that what Bunny just said was a complete fart. My god, I just actually believed Hua Yi. I didn't expect these guys to be so shameless. To this extent they're still backpedaling. These few screenshots instantly provoked the righteous indignation of all the viewers in the live broadcast. There's no direct evidence of this, but no one's eyes are blind. Okay, you guys said Xian took the initiative to spread rumors to frame Hua Yi. But now, how do you explain the screenshots of such an inquisitive and almost pleading chat between Xian and Hua Yi's boss? All these screenshots in and out of words are complete proof that Xian is the one who is really vulnerable. And when the screenshot reached Floating Light's entire body was dumbfounded. He then remembered that Xian did contact him several times in January, only that he had forgotten about it after too much time had passed. It was Rabbit who reacted faster and spoke directly on air. What's a screenshot? Who would look at a screenshot? That thing can fake 100 of them in minutes. Floating Light was also quick to speak. I can kind of see that saying about Xian is fake and wanting to fight is real, right? In that case, I'll put my word down here first. If you want to fight, come on, anytime. He hastily changed the subject to the punch list. If we let the opposite side just go on like this, I'm afraid that this lie won't be able to go on today. And the viewers of the live stream are clearly good for it. And several of Bunny's other big brothers spoke up to match. Fighting just to fight. Threatening to block all of our first-tier anchors. I just want to ask him on what grounds. An Imperial big brother called Daylight Pouring Into the City posted a pop-up out of annoyance. He doesn't care about Xian. The rabbit offline has not been less accompanied by him, and he can still watch the rabbit being bullied? As soon as Daylight Pouring spoke, quite a few Monarch big brothers in the live broadcast room also chimed in. At the end of May, the reason why AO lost to Broken Dreams. Broken Dreams' strength is on the one hand, but on the other hand is the Tiger Shark's activities out of too much haste. The end of the month in the hands of everyone is not much money, which allows Broken Dreams to drill a hole. Coupled with today's incident, they were thoroughly displeased with the way Broken Dreams acted. You're going to block all the top-tier anchors at the drop of a hat? Those first-tier anchors? Most of them gave open guardianship, and most of them slept offline. So you say blocked. On what grounds? Just blatantly punch them in the face? One person can't defeat you. They don't believe it. Dozens of monarchs, plus 2 emperors still can't defeat you? Floating Light would not care about tomorrow's King of Battle tournament this time. Prepare a shitload of money for tomorrow. If you lose today, what's the point of winning tomorrow's race? He didn't believe that with so many big brothers in the live room in his finale, where could a Broken Dream go wild? Floating Light directly and domineeringly declared war in the live broadcast. Come on, fight if you want to. Chapter 57, charge the list with all your might. Thanks to everyone's rewards plus more. Zhou Meng could not help but laugh when she saw the live broadcast room on Rabbit's side. These guys, they do have a bit of confidence. But for him, the purpose had been served. Hua Yi's side has clearly lost ground and is now just holding on by talking tough. If they beat the list can win their own, then naturally needless to say, this fishing will crisis 80% can be carried through. Find more water army brush screen is just But if you lose the fight list, even if you find more water army is useless. Should be blasting, still blasting. And the words of blocking all of Hawaii's first-tier anchors, the opposite side thought Joe Mang was being funny. But only Orange, who had seen how magnificent Joe Mang really was, realized that Joe Mang really had this strength. On the other hand, on the Orange side of the live broadcast, a few old fans of the Bright Nine Keys were secretly worried. Most of the reason why Dream took it so easily last month was still due to the suddenness and lag of the event. But this time is different. Almost all the guilds, in order to this competition in June, are riveted strength in the sprint, the various big brothers, also early in the preparation of money to help the anchor playing activities. And this time, it was still Dream who took on the whole of Hawaii by himself. They wanted to help, but they couldn't help it. Compared to Brother Meng, they were so far behind that they couldn't even be considered minions. It's really a matter of having a heart. And Dream Brother came to the platform is also short, and did not recognize what has the strength of the other god Big Brother, is truly a lone battle. In May, Brother Dream won a one-man battle against the combined forces of Brother Ao and 50 Big Brothers of the Monarchs. But today, Rabbit lives 50 to 60 Monarch Big Brothers, 2 to 300 Dukes, and a few Emperors in the finale. All of them were fully armed. This strength is countless times stronger than Ao at the end of last month. The battle between Meng and Hawaii swept across the entire Star Show platform almost within half an hour. It was supposed to be the pre-event of the big event, and the passion of the visitors itself was sufficient. But today was after all the day of canvassing and playing the pre-event recommendations, and everyone didn't play too much, belonging to the kind of passionate, very exciting but can't play the critical stage. But just at this time, such a big melon suddenly burst out on the platform, attracting the attention of the vast majority of people almost instantly. These viewers, in turn, were flying towards the live rooms of both Orange and Rabbit. Even a number of anchors couldn't help but be curious about the broadcast. Many news anchors, even more full of excitement, picked up the mouse and began to record the screen. It's classic material for them. Rabbit's side was also out in full force, even changing the name of the title of the live broadcast. Many visitors who had just found the Rabbit's live broadcast room instantly saw that the title of the Rabbit's live broadcast room had changed to the words Hawaii Honor Battle. Brothers, we've been established for so long in Hawaii, but we've never been bullied by other anchors like this. Just now I received a notice from the guild management. All the first-tier anchors who are broadcasting live tonight have all gone offline except for a few who have to go through the task. And all the big brothers on the guild side have already come over. Bunny played a battle song and shouted loudly in the broadcast room. And in the process, he opened the VIP seat in the public screen area. The VIP seats can light up directly to 50 at a time on the display. Ranked first, Emperor, Floating Light. Ranked second, Emperor, Daylight Pouring. Ranked third, Emperor, Woodstone. Ranked fourth, Monarch. All the way up to the 50th rank. The same purple mark of the Monarch. I just want to ask, Tangerine wants to step on our Hawaii. She, worthy? Bunny stood up with a crash. And Bunny also shook violently, thumped the table, and shouted with passion. This sentence, said the many fans in the live broadcast room, was boiling blood. 3 Imperial Big Brothers, over 40 Monarch Big Brothers, and over 300 Dukes. The VIP seats are even more straight up 8,000. All of this was told to everyone on the air without fail. Everyone is just having a little fun at the end of May. Come June's event, it's still up to them, the veteran guilds. That's the bottom line. That's the strength. Seeing this, not only was the confidence of the fans in the live broadcast room insanely inflated, but even the big brother in the front row couldn't help but swell up. Daylight dumping aired out mushy. Old wood, how much is prepared this time? Hey, it's only 100 Ws. I was planning on playing tomorrow, but with all this going on today, it's just a straight shot. No pun intended. Mushy laughed. By the way, how about you? How much are you prepared? Almost. I'm 100 too. Daylight Dump smiled back. It's still Big Brother Ching Ching and Big Brother Mushy who are bulls ***. I can't do it. I've only prepared 5 of them. A monarch sent a thumbs up emoji. The spending power of emperors and kings is indeed intergenerational, and there is simply no comparison between the two. I just don't know how much Brother Fuguan has prepared. Floating Light laughed out loud at the sight of these pop-ups as well. 2 emperors, that's 2 million. Plus these 40 or so monarchs. It's estimated to be another 2 million or so. And there are so many dukes. It must be 1 million at the bottom as well. This adds up to $5 million. And all of this money can be taken as a share. The guild this has earned a large sum of money. Me, it's not much. 800 for the bottom. Or more if I can't. Floating Light laughed and replied lightly. If they counted the civilian votes, they could hit at least 15 or 16 million on the list this time. And he just couldn't believe how much this broken dream could brush it off. Seeing a few big brothers in the live broadcast talking lightly about millions of gifts, the tens of thousands of people who just entered the live broadcast room even more frantically brushed up 666. At this moment, what Qian, what fishing wheels, all were left behind. Just be cool and be done with it. Let's not discuss it. The list is still hanging there. We can't let others laugh at it, can we? Floating Light laughed and typed the line, while the first hand began to brush up on the live broadcast. Rabbit's previous airplane star of the week list was 350,000, while Orange, currently number 1, is 105 million. Didn't Broken Dreams say to let them catch up first? Then he'll catch up first. Floating Light did not hesitate, directly clicked on the airplane gift, and then directly checked 1314 as a group. The next moment, the public screen of the live broadcast instantly lit up. Emperor, Floating Light, sent, airplane, star 1314 star 1 group. Emperor, Floating Light, sent, airplanes, star 1314 star 2 groups. Emperor, Floating Light, sent, airplanes, star 1314 star 6 groups. Floating Light swiped 6 sets of 1314 airplanes directly, instantly giving Bunny a boost to 134 million on the weekly star list. After swiping 6 sets of gifts, Floating Light also laughed. Didn't the opposite side put the word out for me to catch up? Which I have. And then what? 666. Brother Floatlight is awesome. I think the opposite side is hanging on. All of our big brothers in Hawaii are enraged. Tomorrow's activities are not playing. Today is to do it. The old fans of Hawaii's live broadcast were even more pained, frantically swiping Floating Light's last sentence on the public screen. Even some of the more impulsive fans have deliberately run to the Orange live room, frantically swiping, and then what? This pop-up screen. And Orange lives Joe Meng. After seeing the scattered then tweet pop-ups on the public screen, didn't hesitate and also returned a sentence in the live broadcast. And then, of course, it's a brush off. Joe Meng directly punched these Hawaii fans running over in the face with a set of 1314 airplanes. At times like this, any words were ineffective, and only true strength could shut the other party up. Whether it was Joe Meng, or Floating Light and Ching Chung, this thought was now in their minds. If you have anything to say, win. Brothers, let's all support Tangerine and Dream. We can't let Dream fight alone. A few people from the Bright Nine Keys also gave generously and took the lead in swiping 1 or 2 dozen airplanes out. Orange had been on the verge of rushing to the first line anchor. More than 2,000 VIPs in the live room. Or a little strength, coupled with the fact that another 70,000 to 80,000 people had just come to watch the fun. There were quite a few of these people who intended to join in the fun. And for a while Orange's list went up very quickly. When Joe Meng again brushed to the 6th group of 1314 aircraft, Orange's list broke 2 million. Civilian votes accounted for a full 200,000. Some of the knighthood of the live room of the Big Brother brushed away. The real ordinary votes also have more than 100,000. Counted down to the live room of each VIP. Consumption is more than 50. This cohesion is definitely not bad on the Tiger Shark platform. While Orange was a little worried about Mongo, she was equally elated in her heart. The civilian vote is undoubtedly the most important thing that can show the popularity of an anchor. And the fact that the per capita consumption of the live broadcast can be so high shows that her talent and live broadcast are recognized by many fans. On the other hand, at the sight of Joe Meng opening his brush once again, a group of big brothers such as Floating Light and Leaning City also stepped in. Guys, don't save your tickets for tomorrow's game. We're just going to punch each other in the face today. And whoever taunts us, we'll taunt them back. Bunny shouted loudly on the air. With so many big brothers out there, the gift pop-ups alone completely flooded the public screen. And under Rabbit's call, the nearly 8,000 VIPs in the live broadcast room also swiped their votes. Brothers, I have this 1,000 originally reserved for tomorrow, but looking at today's situation, it is necessary to screw. Should not say 10 airplanes to send. Yards, Bunny's right, people are in the face. What do you care about tomorrow's game? A handful of arms around the brothers. Countless ordinary fans, too, began to give their full support. For a while, the gift bar in the live broadcast room began to jump wildly. It didn't take long, and by 8 o'clock, Bunny's weekly star list had shot up from 350,000 to 4 million. On Joe Meng's side, although one person was slightly slower to swipe, he was still confidently swiping gifts one after another. It's only 8 o'clock anyway, so the big deal is to fight until 12 o'clock at night. He could brush every 15 seconds from now until now, for a total of 4 hours, but could he do it on Hawaii's side? When the many old fans in the live broadcast saw Joe Meng's movements, they were instantly reminded of Meng's aloofness when he faced Ao in May. In a flash, a thought popped into the minds of almost all of the fans who had been a little worried during the broadcast. It can't be that Brother Dream, alone, can really brush past the hundreds of big brothers on the opposite side combined, right? Chapter 58, 20 million deluxe stars of the week. I'll tell you on what grounds. More 12,000 today. Floating Light is also being ruthless today. What with the June Battle King tournament? It wasn't even on his mind right now. He only had one thought in his head right now, and that was to win this P-Today. If you lose the PK, the pressure on the fish theory side would be just too much. As for the fans of Hawaii Guild, this would be stimulated by Rabbit's words and the battle song. And each of them were also killing red eyes. Emperor, Mushy, delivers an airplane *100 *29 combo. Emperor, Mushy, delivers an airplane *100 30 combo. The gift from Mushy was a set of 100, totaling 10,000 pieces. And at this point, it had been delivered to 30 consecutive strikes. He alone had swiped more than $300,000 on the air. On the other hand, the same was true for Daylight Pouring. He had even brushed a little more than Musher, and had already brushed up to the 40th group, and had brushed a full 400,000 out. As for Floating Light, not to mention the fact that in order to level the playing field of Broken Dreams, he is giving away the same set of 13-14 airplanes, which is 130,000 per set. When he saw that Rabbit's list had already rushed up to 8 million, but Orange's list on the opposite side had only just reached 6 million, Floating Light couldn't help but hum. Even if Broken Dreams can still swipe 10 million out this time, what's the point? For this event, he had $10 million specially prepared in his hand. Originally, he had prepared a large portion for Rabbit's side, and the remaining portion was to be swiped separately for other first-tier anchors, but now that he was being pushed to this point, he wasn't going to hold back. On the Orange side, it was equally hot. The two of them, Bright Nine Keys and Ancient City Huhan-san, were constantly pulling votes on the air. There weren't a lot of civilian votes, but this would have hit over 200,000 by now. Dream is awesome. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups of many visitors were already going crazy. Mang alone, so a while are almost brushing 6 million. Could it be that Brother Dream is going to rush the 10 million list again today? But tomorrow is the official event. It's come to this. Who cares about tomorrow's event? Just punch it and be done with it. Any visitor who saw Dream swiping a gift, no matter who it was, this would have to say something awesome. Although Rabbit's side brushed 8 million, but we all know that it was a large group of emperors, monarchs and dukes brushing, although it reached 8 million. But in fact, Floating Light, as the first big brother, brushing the speed of the gift is obviously much slower than Mang. At this time, also only brushed about 4.5 million. And it seems to be insufficient after the strength of the brush. The rate of brushing the gift has become a lot slower. But what about Mongo? Stabilized and anti-shake Quinjet had the same 15 seconds group, are not with the difference of seconds. As for Orange's side, other than the 200,000 to 300,000 civilian votes from the livestream, the rest can be attributed to Dream's fight. $6 million, of which Dream swiped a full 7 million. In terms of the speed of brushing gifts, Brother Dream was more than $1 million faster. The fans of Tangerine Live had reason to believe that if Dream and Floating Light were taken out individually, then it went without saying that Dream would definitely be able to hang on to Floating Light. And when Rabbit's live broadcast list completely rushed up to 10 million, the ordinary fans and Duke Monarch, these big brothers, were considered to have completely brushed and pulled, even though they'd been deliberately pulling their weight, uploading tickets one airplane at a time. By this point, there's basically no money left in their hands, and with the field still bristling, all of a sudden there were 3 left. One is the floater who swipes a set of 1,314 planes in almost 20 seconds, and the other is the 2 who follow the floater's rhythm in going along, swiping 100 planes at a time, Woodstone and Daylight Pouring. And after the civilian votes were up, the Rabbit's lead in the list stopped for a moment, even though the trio was still there steadily swiping the charts. On the other side, Orange was still catching up with the charts at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, until the 3 of them completely brushed the list up to 12 million. Joe Mang's side of the list also followed suit and broke 11 million, leaving a gap of the last million. And by now the 3 people in the Rabbit live room were sweating profusely. It's not so much the tiredness of swiping gifts as it is the result of too much psychological stress. What kind of monster is this? Swiping $11 million a person? The little civilian vote for Orange Live is basically negligible compared to Rabbit Live. The $11 million could well be seen as swiped by Broken Dreams alone. Although Mushy knew that Broken Dreams had swiped $10 million out last month, it was really when he went up against Broken Dreams that he felt how much pressure there really was. This man, is he a perpetual motion machine? There were over 8,000 VIPs in their live room, 40 to 50 monarchs, and a group of 300 to 400 dukes, plus 3 emperors. You can't brush off one person with such a luxurious lineup? He now suddenly felt that it seemed that before the fight started, Floating Light's line of asking the opposite side what his credentials were was slightly pompous. Daylight Dump had the same reaction at this point. The $1 million in his hand had been swiped down to less than 300,000, but the broken dream across the street still hasn't stopped a bit. As for Floating Light, he was the one under the most pressure at this point. Daylight Dump and Woodstone swiped as much as they could, and they only had $1 million in their hands. But the total amount of money in his hand could total $10 million. After renewing the Emperor in advance and taking the rebate, the total is only 11 million gold beans. But now, 6.5 million had already been swiped out, and the list had rushed to 12 million. But surprisingly, it still hadn't closed the gap with the opposite side. You know, he's now left with 4.5 million golden beans in his hand. Just counting the balances in the hands of Daylight Pouring and Woodstone, the most he could do was to hit the list at 17 million or so. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw the two sides of the list is getting closer and closer. There is no gold beans can play the list of them, but also can only be in the live broadcast room crazy screen with the word cheer. But only Floating Light himself knew that he really didn't have much gas left in his hands. However, when he saw the two lists constantly approaching, Floating Light could only change his strategy of swiping once every 20 seconds, bringing his speed up to once every 15 seconds like Joe Mang's, to avoid the lists being caught up. Moncler Outlet Store, Brother Dream, Broken Father, I beg you, stop it, stop it, stop it. Floating Light in his heart constantly begged. If he could kneel down and beg Joe Mang to stop, he would definitely have already knelt down by now. At this time he could not care less about what godly magnificent big brothers row. If Broken Dreams really did swipe super, he couldn't imagine what kind of fishing will attack their guild would actually have to face. You know, the real cauldron for Qian Qian's affair is indeed with him. After it's really exposed across all platforms, what will the audience think of them Wei in the future? And would those anchors, after knowing what they did at Hawaii, still choose to sign up with their guild? Hawaii is the heart and soul of his development. And just as Floating Light's 84th set of gifts, he was completely out of money in his hand. At the same time, Woodstone and Daylight Pouring swiped the last set of gifts in their hands. The 3 consecutive pop-ups stopped dead in their tracks as Rabbit went live. Emperor, Mushy, delivers a, airplane, 100-110 combo. Emperor, Daylight Pouring, sends, airplane, *100 *110 in a row. Emperor, Floating Light, sends, airplane, *1314 *84 consecutive hits. 3 pop-ups in a row. Woodstone and Daylight Pouring City are the same. 1 million cash. Emperor Recharge send 10%. A total of 1,100,000 golden bean coupons all swiped. A total of 84 groups of 1314 airplanes from Floating Light were similarly swiped, totaling $11,114,000. And Rabbit Lives leaderboard 2 rested solidly on 17.2 million. But with such a high list, not a single person in the broadcast room was cheering. Instead, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the airplane star of the week list right in the middle of Bunny's livestream. On that top side, the gap in the standings didn't widen because of Floating Light's final boost, and it even widened a bit because the other 2 big brothers were brushing up as well. Orange is currently second on the list at 15.7 million. The total difference with Rabbit is 1.5 million. At the same time, the audience in Orange's live room, which had already exceeded 150,000, were not saying a word at this time, all of them holding their breaths as they watched the only gift pop-up that was bouncing on the public screen. Bunny's side is hoping that the number stops, but they keep hoping that the number will keep bouncing around. One must know that this was a feat of picking over a first-tier guild with one's own strength, and it was still under the premise of something like the Tiger Sharks mid-year event. If he could really win, then Dream's name as the strongest godly man could really be stabilized. On both sides of the live broadcasts, Rabbit's live broadcast had broken 200,000 people, and Orange's live broadcast had broken 150,000 people, adding up to a total of 350,000 people, all of whom were currently anticipating the gift pop-ups on the public screen. On Joe Meng's side, she was sipping milk while listening to the ticking of the clock on the wall and leisurely tapping the send button. The next moment, the public screen of Orange's live broadcast flashed again. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplanes, *1314 111 sets. Meanwhile, Orange Lives overall leaderboard jumped another 130,000 upwards. Wow, Dream is awesome. Countless visitors who were staring intently at Orange's live broadcast gave an involuntary cheer. The visitors who were staring at the list of Rabbit's live broadcasts, on the other hand, had their hearts tugged hard again. Floating Light was even more wide-eyed, and a cold sweat was already dwarfing his forehead. 15 seconds later, Joe Meng again clicked down to deliver. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplanes, *1314 115 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sent, airplanes, *1314 116 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Airplanes, star 1314 star 117 groups. Every time Joe Meng gave out a set of gifts, it would make countless people cheer once, and it would also make countless people's hearts clench violently once. It wasn't until Joe Meng was sent to the 120th group that Orange Live's leaderboard had jumped to 17,074, 500. The difference is just $130,000. That means that by giving away another set, Orange can win this PK. And at that moment, the audience of Orange Live had begun to cheer. The floating light on the opposite side, on the other hand, was completely paralyzed. He knew in his heart that he didn't stand a chance anymore. It's been 120 sets of swipes and says the last set is gone. Is that possible? Even if he could still squeeze a little money out of somewhere else, squeeze out $100,000 or $200,000, it was no longer relevant. He can squeeze out the money. Can't the Broken Dreams across the street? The 15 seconds arrived once again as he stared at him listlessly. Sure enough, with a total of 350,000 people annotating the two broadcasts, the 121st set of 1,314 planes was successfully delivered. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Airplanes, star 1314 star 121 sets. Meanwhile, Orange Live managed to jump to 17,205, 800 on the charts, making it to the number 1 spot on the Airplane Weekly Star Chart by outpacing Bunny's chart by $5,800. Orange Live. At the moment of seeing the list completely crossed that can, all of them all cheered. Mongo's awesome. Hissing, Mongo, Mongo, Mongo. In the live broadcast room, countless people frantically swiped their screens. A PK, just 30 minutes, both sides combined. A total of almost $35 million. Dream, on the other hand, was sending out a set of 1,314s every 15 seconds during those 30 minutes. If you count the 8 sets of 1314 airplanes that just came to Orange Live and provoked the other side without counting the streak, then tonight's Dream, a total of 129 sets of swipes. That's 131, 400 per group, for a total of 16.95 million. But just as the crowd was going wild, the next moment, the public screen of Orange's live broadcast lit up again. And this time, compared to the last streak, it was 10 seconds faster. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Airplanes, star 1314 star 122 groups. And right after that, almost every 5 seconds, the broadcast would light up again with a set of airplane streaks. Asterisk 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 Dream is still brushing. Dream is still brushing. It's gotten so much faster. But why did it become once every 5 seconds? Upstairs you are not stupid. This kind of large-scale gift delivery will be card gift bar. Card gift bar when the time is not able to point to send. This card time, exactly 5 seconds. That is to say, Dream Brother is now in the full-speed brush gift. In an instant, the live broadcast was abuzz once again. From before, when Dream didn't swipe a set, he looked forward to defeating Bunny for a bit, to now, when everyone mentally recounted the number for every set that Dream swiped. A minute and a half later, Joe Meng had brushed up to the 140th group, but Joe Meng still didn't stop. The gift pop-ups on the public screen were still going crazy at a rate of once every 5 seconds. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Airplanes, star 1314 star 142 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Airplanes, star 1314 star 143 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, Sent, Airplanes, star 1314 star 144 groups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends, airplane, asterisk 272. It's the 144th group. Bright 9 Keys sent a direct voice pop-up, shouting at the top of his lungs. It went on until 10 seconds had passed and there was no longer any gift pop-up updates on the live stream page. There was a moment of silence from the crowd on the air. Another 20 seconds passed and still no update on the gift pop-up. It was only then that all of them reacted to the fact that Dream had really stopped this time. In the next moment, countless pop-ups instantly completely flooded the public screen of Orange's live broadcast. It wasn't until this time that anyone reacted and looked at the weekly tribute list at the top of the broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. $20 million whole dollars. I told you how I just saw a 272 airplane combo flashed at the end. I thought I was wrong. The crowd in the live broadcast room looked at the 7 zeros after a 2 on the weekly tribute list, and the public screen was completely swiped until it exploded. 144 consecutive hits, plus the 8 sets that didn't connect before, makes 152 sets. One group is 131, 400, for a total of 199, 728, 000. Add to that a set of 272 airplanes, which is $27, 200, 000, and it adds up to exactly $20, 000, 000, not a penny more. And just then, At the very top of Orange's livestream, an oversized, super thick golden pop-up with the house and blue tube logos lit up. Didn't the opposite side ask me before we started the fight what I was basing it on? I'll tell you now. On this, is that okay? Chapter 59, taking all the recommendation spots in the Star Show district. Extra for thanking everyone for their rewards. Yes. This is too good to be true. Ha ha ha. It feels like Bunny's face across the room has completely swollen. And the slap. It's crunchy and loud. The visitors to Orange Live instantly burst into laughter. This temperament of Brother Mang was too much to their liking. It's like the pop-up that Dream posted when he beat up Pigeon when he first came to the platform. Dream just admits he's got a violent temper. So what can you do about it? Just don't spoil you guys. Why should we be generous and forgive after winning a fight when we have the upper hand? It's just the right thing to mock hard. And didn't YI let Dream try it first? Now Dream did try it. How about you guys? Give Dream a try instead? And across the room, Bunny's face was turning red this time. Their guild this time is fully prepared for 10 million. Plus so many big brothers in the live broadcast and civilian votes. A total of 17 million list. So much money. Tomorrow's event already doesn't care. Just to get out of this today. But the PK, which seems to be foolproof to her, is just gone? And is the opposite side is not sick? An airplane star of the week can play 20 million out of it? In normal times, it would be hard enough to get a million for such a weekly star. It's only before a big event like this that the star of the week could be in the millions. And it would have to be a premium gift star of the week. Even if you want to target yourself, there's no need to be so desperate, right? $20 million for a road closure. How rich is that? In the office of the Hawaii Guild. Upon seeing this message sent out by Zhou Meng, Floating Light's entire face turned green. It's not just about killing, it's about pigging him. But for him now, it seemed that he couldn't care less about the taunts of the broken dreams across the street. The pop-ups in Rabbit's live room had gotten a little stale at this point. Seeing that someone had once again questioned about Qian Qian, Floating Light instantly revealed a lifeless expression. What else could he do now? Bite back. People can take screenshots. Brushing the list and hitting the face, in turn, was slapped in the face by others. All the money he prepared for this event was brushed out, but as a result, Broken Dreams not only caught up by the power of one person, but also brushed an additional 3 million out. That $20 million list was lit up at the top of the weekly star list, and he felt bright and solid just by looking over at it. He was really trying not to understand. How can one man be so magnificent? The guild management that had just finished arranging for the Water Army to go to Rabbit's live room to bring the rhythm walked in at this time. Seeing Floating Light sitting in the boss chair with a lifeless face clutching his cell phone, the guild management couldn't help but get brave. Boss, if you ask me, we haven't exactly lost yet. Didn't Broken Dreams say that they want to block all of our first-tier anchors in Hawaii? You know, there are at least 1 or 2 dozen first-tier anchors in our guild. And even if we remove the anchors in the morning and lunchtime slots, there are more than 10 first-tier anchors that are live at night. Broken Dreams is rich, but he's only one person. He can seal Rabbit's one live room. But what about our other 10 anchors together? Can he seal it over? As long as Broken Dreams' boasts don't materialize, we can totally let the Water Army cut through this aspect. Defeating him is not something we dare to say, but at least we can get some of our guild's reputation back. When these words came out, a light immediately lit up in Floating Light's eyes. He scuffed up and sat up. Yeah, that's the truth. There are so many first-tier anchors in our guild. If Broken Dreams wants to block them, I'll let him do it. As long as there's one he can't block, we're not a total loser. And when we let the newscasters shuffle around a bit tomorrow, there might actually be a chance to get this one out of the way for good. The cause of this incident was because Orange exposed what happened between their guild and Qian Qian. It would have been if this PK had been won. They could have been magnanimous enough to carry the incident with a victor's perspective. But now that it's lost, Broken Dreams' side holds the power of speech. And with the slightest mention from Orange's side, the guild is going to have to face this fish theory head-on. But what was good for them was that the words put out by Broken Dreams were just too big to block all the first-tier anchors of their guild. In this, as long as one of the Broken Dreams is not sealed, then tomorrow their newscasters can bring the topic towards this, confuse the audience, and when the official match starts, after everyone's attention is diverted, won't this be over? Although the guild will definitely still end up hurting. It's better than going cold turkey on this, right? Floating Light didn't hesitate and hurriedly took out his cell phone and started contacting, arranging for all of the first-tier anchors in the evening slot to come online. He also made a point of arranging it in the group. There are quite a few autonomous recommendation lists given before this tournament in total, and excluding some that have already closed, there are about 25 or so slightly larger lists left. And with 10 people, each person picks at least 2 to 3 lists to hit. As for those small lists, there are still hundreds of them, so you guys just pick them at will. I just don't believe that with so many lists and so many people, the broken dreams still have time to all snipe away. Floating Light's requirements are clear. Whether it's using his own personal money or pulling popularity votes, even if he's sold himself to Big Brother, all the first-tier anchors have to be on this time. As for the expenses of the anchors, he also promised to make it up to them as soon as the guild's funds returned next month. And with Floating Light's arrangement, in less than 10 minutes, the anchors of the evening slot who had been watching the battle reconnected. However, compared to the ease and casualness when they went online an hour ago, almost all of the anchors who were online now wore a bitter face. They certainly know that this is a thankless task, their own fans and anchors, but also most of those who have just brushed the rabbit live poll. This list, either exclusive Big Brother to give on one, exclusive Big Brother less, you can only go to the punch themselves. Although all of them didn't want to do it, they also knew in their hearts that if the guild fell, they themselves wouldn't be far from falling. The monthly income of a top-tier anchor is not a small amount. As a result, almost everyone started frantically signing up to play in the various recommended events as soon as they went online. On Zhou Meng's side, he was also quick to see the interactive pop-ups from his water friends on the public screen. It's not good. Huai's side has arranged for more than a dozen of their own first-tier evening slot anchors to all come online. And now all of them are hitting the airwaves to break Brother Meng's manual ban. Huai's side is too shameless, isn't it? More than 10 anchors grabbing recommendations at the same time? What's this called? It's called the Sea of Men tactic. Huai's side can't beat them head-on. They're starting to go rogue in this area. The water friends in Orange's live room were not much outraged, but rather they were in a joyful mood. By doing so, didn't the opposite side concede to Dream in a sense? So what if Dream's words didn't end up coming true? They'd already won the hemp anyway. But Orange, who was the anchor, had some worry on his face at the moment. She didn't think about things from the same perspective as the viewers of the broadcast. The viewer just saw the no-win solution that Huai elected to do under his admission of weakness, but she saw the reason why Huai did it. With so many people together, all it takes is for Dream to have one that he didn't take care of, or for one of the anchors on the opposite side of the room to sneak in a list, and Dream's previous promise will be broken. At that time, the opposite side will not take advantage of this to bring a crazy rhythm? But how can you keep an eye on 10 anchors, who randomly go and pick over 100 small and large list events to hit the charts? Brother Dream. This, Tangerine really couldn't think of anything good to do, and without holding back, she looked at the VIP seats ID for last week's stream. This one's easy. Zhou Meng laughed and sent a hand-waving emoji. After $20 million to take the Airplane Weekly star list, there was no longer any doubt about winning or losing. What Huai is doing over there now is just a dying struggle. It was something that might have been difficult for anyone else, but it was nothing to him. Zhou Meng typed his statement on the air. It's true that I don't have the means to target so many anchors at the same time, but correspondingly, I don't have to block so many anchors. When Zhou Meng's words came out, the crowd in the live broadcast room also froze, somewhat not understanding what Brother Meng meant by this. Does Brother Dream mean to spare Huai's side? It's fine to let it go. We've already won rabbit anyway. And Huai's side has conceded defeat. It doesn't matter. Many people saw Zhou Meng's pop-up and thought that Zhou Meng was planning to give up. And in fact, many people really can't think of a solution to this. It's like an ordinary person who wants to give a gift to all the anchors in the whole station. Not to mention the matter of more or less money. The exhaustion is going to kill the person. Same thing when you put it in Mongo. Seeing a Huai first-tier anchor hitting the list, Meng went to counterbrush the seal. But at the same time, another anchor is hitting another recommended position list. What to do? Is it hard to split? This is clearly unrealistic. But viewers didn't have to wait long before they saw Zhou Meng's next pop-up. This is a simple matter. If their top-tier anchors want to hit the charts, then they have to have the charts, don't they? Zhou Meng laughed. Orange, count the total number of recommended position lists that are still in progress in the Star Show district right now and get a list out. I'll take all of today's top one for all the recommended spots. I'd like to see how they're going to hit the charts after not a single recommendation spot is left in the Star Show district. Chapter 60, 40 million Super Deluxe List. Big chapter. Brush up all the charts in the Star Show district? Numerous fans were even more shocked that their jaws dropped after seeing the pop-ups. For this event, there were about 70 or 80 lists on the medium-high list, which is the list that the big anchors hit. And the number of lists designed to chart the platform's small and medium-sized anchors is around 105. Even if you remove some of the ones that have already beaten the sealed lists, then there are at least 100 more. So many lists. Dream wants to beat them all by himself? Although there's not much money left on Huai's side, it shouldn't be hard to make a list of 100,000 or so for each first-tier anchor, right? How much did it really cost Dream to take down all these lists while beating Ye? Even Orange would be stunned by this. One person blocking the entire channel's list. This is not at all smaller than the previous words of blocking Hawaii by virtue of his own power. Orange was about to open his mouth to advise, but thought better of it. Having spent quite a few days together, Orange probably had a bit of an idea of Dream's temperament. Normally Dream wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Since he chose to do it, then Dream must have already calculated it. And just then, Orange saw Dream speaking on the public screen again. Orange was quick to reply back, and went to the Anchor event page to find the list. Brother Dream, there are still 25 upper middle level recommendations, and 102 minor recommendations that haven't been sealed. Okay, let's start small then. Joe Meng nodded. Holy shit, is Dream really going on? That's 127 referrals according to Orange. I can't imagine how many swipes it would really take to take down all those lists. Generally speaking, a small recommendation list is around a little over 20. 000. A medium level would probably have to be over 100. 000. And an upper level, similar to something like Airplane Star of the Week, would have to be at least 400. 000 to 500. 000. However, considering that the opposite anchor will steal towers, if Dream wants to defend alone, the small list will have to hit at least 70. 000 or 80. 000 to be more secure. Bright 9 Keys rationalized a wave of analysis. Then all of them did a silent mental math according to that number. Doesn't that mean that Dream will still have to hit about $10 million before he can do it? That's the least of it. The 9 Keys of Light nodded in agreement. In an instant, the audience in the live broadcast room were all confused. They did think that the cost of getting all these lists would be huge, but they didn't expect it to be this big. If we hit another $10 million out of it, wouldn't Dream swipe $30 million tonight? If we count the 10 million or so that we hit last month, then it seems that Dream's total spending on the platform is not even close to that of Waves, right? And the next moment, right under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Orange managed to sign up for a small recommendation, and then clicked on the recommendation page to start hitting the list. This is to avoid the bug that allows an anchor to sign up for dozens of lists at the same time and swipe down dozens of lists with just one payment. It's also to prevent the big anchors from going and grabbing these little recommendations from the little ones. Therefore, the amount of gifts swiped on the live stream will only be synchronized to this list once the start is clicked. Joe Meng didn't hesitate, and backhanded a 314 magic book package, instantly squeezing the original number 1 on the 500 list. And then, Orange simply exited the recommendation page and began clicking on the second recommendation to sign up for the start. Just after the operation, the live broadcast was lit up with another set of magic book packages, and it instantly rushed up to the first position on the list again, followed by a third, the fourth, the fifth, and the public screen area, 2, was jumping up and down with Grimoire's gift streak pop-ups. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast saw that one list was filled up by all of Brother Meng's 1314 magic books, and they instantly realized that something wasn't quite right. Dream Brother, this shouldn't be taking these lists and swiping a 1314 magic book for each of them, right? The crowd felt a little unable to imagine it at once. Just now in the discussion, a small list, the cost is about $60,000 or $70,000. But this handful of 1,314 magic books from Brother Meng, that's over 130,000, which is more than double what they had predicted. But Joe Meng had no intention of answering their questions at this time. He took out a couple oranges from the fruit basket and peeled them leisurely while his eyes occasionally skimmed the live streaming interface. As soon as Orange signed up, he dumped a set of 1314 grimoires right out on the gift bar. It takes about a minute or so to sign up for a list. Joe Meng wasn't in a hurry, so he followed Orange's speed in slowly brushing. From 8 o'clock or so until almost 10 o'clock, Joe Meng had already taken all 102 minor recommendations. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more excited to watch. 102 minor recommendations all swiped. 102 groups in total. Dream swiped another 13. $4 million. The number behind the weekly leaderboard number 1 that Joe Meng played down in the live broadcast room had changed from 20 million to 33. 402. 800 whole. That's 33. $4 million. From the inception of Tiger Shark to the present day, no godly big brother had ever hit such a high list in a live broadcast. Even Dashang, when it comes to hitting the annual, it's only the anchor's total list that reaches that number, not which big brother hits it individually. And just to be clear, Dream isn't done painting yet. The crowd also stopped speaking and stared at the screen, looking forward to how much Dream could actually hit today. And this would be a much more skillful move for the Orange enrollment. The minor recommendations had been played out and Orange started signing up for the medium ones. Joe Meng similarly saw the recommendation position change, but his gift didn't change. It was still a magic book. The next moment, the public screen of Orange's live broadcast lit up again. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Grimoire 13-14-103 combo. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Grimoire 13-14-104 combo. 2 gift pop-ups in direct succession instantly sent Orange to number 1 on the list with a total of 260,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The front of the list one is only less than 120. 000. Dream brother has to be so fierce? This is Mongo. No explanation. Dream is really good. I really can't figure out how much Dream can actually brush tonight. Even Orange's heart couldn't help but flutter. And he hurriedly opened his mouth in the live broadcast. Thank you Dream for the reward. Thank you Dream. It's okay, keep signing up. Joe Mang smiled and shook his head. Looks like we'll be getting a lot of rebates tonight. Orange didn't hesitate and proceeded to click on the event's registration screen. 20 minutes later, it was soon Group 24. Orange had just signed up when the broadcast lit up again with 2 back-to-back pop-ups. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Spellbook 13-14-149 combo. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Grimoire Star 1314 Star 150 combo. 71 million now. Brother Dream is really killing crazy this time. After the last list is brushed, 100% broken 20 million. This total list won't add up to 40 million? A single swipe of $40 million. Brother Mang is invincible. The audience was all but anticipating the last recommended spot on the hit list at this point. But when the orange point to the last recommended page, at this time the live broadcast room before and after nearly 250,000 viewers are all crying and laughing. Asterisk 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 this last list. How is it a Grimoire Star of the Week? Everyone in the live room was dumbfounded at once. For the weekly star list, an anchor can only be selected once during the week. Orange had already picked the Airplane weekly star list before. So now, this Grimoire weekly star list was definitely out of the question. Orange looked at his list was about to break 40 million. Was quite excited. But at the time of seeing this last recommendation, Den was also dumbfounded. The event page was there, but she couldn't sign up. Joe Mang couldn't help but be amused as well. He didn't hesitate, though, and swiped 2 more sets of spellbooks and a set of loose tickets. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Grimoire Star 1314 Star 151 combo. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Grimoire 13-14-152 combo. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Spellbook Asterisk 272. Once the 3 groups of gifts, Orange Live's list once again put together a whole 20 million up. The first Joe Mang's weekly tribute list instantly jumped to 40 million whole. Wow, it's really $40 million. Universal. Seeing Joe Mang make a direct move to complete the list, the crowd in the live broadcast room all cheered. But Joe Mang didn't forget that there was one last list to go. Is there an anchor on the air? Come out and say something. Randomly pick one to hit the charts. Joe Mang domineeringly typed lines out on the public screen. In an instant, many of the anchors who were peering at the screen directly exploded. It's the Grimoire Star of the Week, currently ranked number 1. The list has shot up to 400,000. This means that Dream is going to take this list and swipe at least 400,000 or more. What is this? A hit list? Bullshit. It's a chance for sacks of money. Do you really think that live broadcasting is just chatting and gossiping? Live play. That's full of people. For a while, the anchors who were peeking at the screen didn't dare to peek at the screen anymore, and they frantically swiped on the pop-up screen. There were even a few anchors who were afraid that their pop-ups weren't obvious enough, and they bit the bullet and directly paid for a second to open a Monarch. The audience had a smile on their faces when they saw this scene. Today's all kinds of scenes. Watching the live broadcast for several years has never seen once, but today in the Dream Brother here, a few hours to see all. On the other hand, Fee, who was peering at the screen at the same time, had his heart flip-flopped. Ever since the last time she talked to Sister Bibi, the thoughts in her mind had slowly begun to change. It wasn't until today when he saw that Dream had wildly swiped $40 million in the Orange Live room that EE was really a bit stunned. With this strength, Brother Dream was definitely the strongest godly big brother she had ever seen. And at the sight of the pop-up screen where Brother Meng randomly chose an anchor to swipe the list, EE's already not so peaceful heart suddenly shot up. Ghostly, she clicked on the page of the Orange Live room, also followed the mini brush screen anchor typed lines out. And just as EE reacted and was getting apprehensive, suddenly, her own live broadcast instantly lit up with a huge golden dragon animation. Chapter 61, Hua Yi avoids battle and admits defeat. 9,000 words total today. And the next moment, almost visible to the naked eye, the popularity of her live broadcast room, which was originally only 5,000 or so, began to jump wildly. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In less than a minute, the popularity of EE's live broadcast jumped straight to over 100,000. At the same time, The pop-ups in the public screen area of the live broadcast room were bouncing like crazy. Iggy took a look at the backstage and the number of pop-ups was just over 50 per second almost. It was important to realize that when Joe Meng swiped 20 million to hit Zhou Xing, the popularity of Orange's live broadcast had jumped to over 150,000 people. After beating Airplane Star of the Week, the popularity of Orange's live broadcast even soared, coming to more than 200,000. The just swiped the list, but also attracted the attention of many visitors. The popularity of the live room have rushed to 300,000 run. Star show area this side of the peak time. In fact, also at the same time online 500,000 or so viewers. The past few days to play activities will be a little more, but also more than 600,000 killed. 300,000 people gathered over, which meant that half of the entire channel at the same time had been pulled over. The popularity of this could not be described as horrifying. And just one link jump from Joe Meng instantly brought a 100,000 plus popularity increase to EE's live room. Welcome Brother Dream. EE was really surprised that he just typed a line on the public screen to try to wrestle with the probability, and Brother Meng really came over. But she had at least had experience before, and hastened to open her mouth in welcome, just slightly nervous as she spoke. After so many days, it's time to come back to Thee's livestream. It looks like Brother Dream still remembers Itchy. In the live broadcast room, a few old fans of Bright Nine Keys in ancient city Huhan-san couldn't help but sigh. Bright Nine Keys was, from the beginning, a fan of Thee. But after becoming the captain of Mongo's cheerleading squad, he was based on the orange side. In May, they thought that Dream was EE's exclusive big brother, but in the end, they didn't expect Dream to run over to Orange to swipe gifts. Returning again after more than 10 days, the Bright Nine Keys in the ancient city Huhan-san several people had a peculiar feeling. When Dream first came to EE's live room, he was still just an ordinary visitor who had never swiped a gift. But this time, when he came back again, Meng had become a single live broadcast wildly swiping 40 million, almost literally the strongest god of Tiger Shark. Thee, hurry up and sign up. Seeing EE stay there, Joe Meng also couldn't help but let out a laugh and typed a reminder in the livestream. Oh, okay Dream, I'm on my way. EE, who had just been stunned by the skyrocketing popularity, only then sort of reacted completely and hurriedly went to the event page to click on the registration to go. And the moment EE signed up successfully, her live broadcast lit up with a bright witch special effect. The lovely witch riding a magic broom has once again descended on Thee's live broadcast after more than 10 days. The moment she saw the gift special effect, Yang felt her heart skip a beat. To her, the special effect was really both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Spellbook 13-14-1 combo. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Grimoire star 1314 star 2 strike. Emperor, Broken Dreams, sends out a Spellbook star 1314 star 8 strike. These groups of gifts Joe Meng did not how to card time and rhythm. Brush more casual. Less than a minute. 8 groups of gifts were all brushed out by him. However, for EE and the audience of the live broadcast, these sets of gifts were not random at all. Oh my god. Another 8 sets of spellbooks. This is going to be another million, isn't it? 1.05 million to be exact. Right in EE's live broadcast room. The crowd began to calculate how many groups of gifts Brother Meng had swiped today. First up is the 20 million airplane weekly stars that started for Orange just after the launch. A total of 152 sets of 314 airplanes, plus a fraction of 272 airplanes. What followed was another 20 million spellbook hit list. Again 152 groups plus 272 zeros. Then after that, there were the 8 sets of spellbooks on Itchy's side. Soon, the ancient city of Huhan-san summarized it. Speaking with the number of the Lord he had just opened, Dream swiped a total of 314 sets of gifts tonight, 2 of which weren't filled, and the other 312 sets, all of which were Tiger Shark's top gifts. The amount, a total of $41,500,000. On the other hand, Orange was happy for Itchy. She was probably the only one who noticed the change before and after Thee. When she first met EE, the EE of that time was very simple, and could even be said to be out of touch with the world. It would be absolutely impossible to make her take the initiative to send such a pop-up screen begging for gifts in someone else's live room. There's nothing wrong with simplicity. There's nothing wrong with being a maverick. It's what makes a person good. And there's nothing wrong with being a live entrant. Again, the only people who are wrong are the ones who embrace simplicity and come on air with an attitude of being out of touch with the world. It doesn't matter if people are good or bad. If you want to be noble, then be noble to the end. But also can mix a realm. Other people, even if they do not think so, but in talking about you, but also will admire one or two. But if it's a desire to enter the world, then drop the act and enter the world completely. The fear is to lose the good guy's strengths and learn the bad guy's weaknesses. Giving yourself a whole 4. That's what happened to Thea before. Both want to do a live feed into the world, but refuse to put down their puritanical pedestals to lick Big Brother. In the end, Dream's departure was a natural one. Even for this mid-year Battle King tournament, EE didn't even have a spot on the battle team. I guess in Thea's mind, even though she didn't try to fight for it, she had long thought in her heart that there would be a share for her here. Right? Why did the Broken Wound make it to the top? To say that Dream likes men is hilarious. It's just that Broken Wound is willing to pull his punches to stand up for himself. A dare to undertake for the Big Brother. Dare not hesitate to offend other people's anchor. Big Brother that cannot give brush point? For Brother Meng, a few $100,000 is nothing. And now, Thea's kind of figured it out and taken that step. To put it bluntly, she and Chen Chen, who is not a top student, graduated from a famous music academy. Both of them, none of them are worse than Thea. Thea also opened his mouth to thank him on the air in a row. $1 million gift. This was the most Dream had ever swiped on her livestream. Jo Mang also laughed out loud. After this wave of gifts was swiped, it was considered to be a truly great pleasure for the body and mind. Didn't YE want to break the game? He's blocking all the paths for him now. Let's see how he's going to break it. On the other hand, the many first-tier anchors of Hawaii couldn't help but all fall into silence as they looked at the minimum amount of 131,400 on the various leaderboards. The guild had originally prepared $3 to $4 million for them to hit the charts, but with this being stirred up so much today, all the money was swiped to the rabbit's side. Here they are, left to make up the list on their own, or with a handful of big brothers who haven't consumed it yet. Honestly, a guy who can swipe a list of 300, 000 or 400, 000 is considered good. They could have made a minor recommendation and used 300, 000 or 400, 000 to pile a number 1 out. After all, Broken Dreams hit the minor recommendation list at just over 130, 000 just. But the problem was that the 10 of them could only hit 10 or so lists at most if they messed around like that. 100 lists of Broken Dreams to stare at. 10 lists of Broken Dreams to stare at? This bottom line of 130, 000 is simply an unbridgeable rift for them. Of all the first-tier anchors, it was Rabbit who couldn't carry it off first and took out his cell phone to post in the guild group. Boss, give up. We really don't have a chance. This person is too terrifying. Bunny gave a bitter laugh. At $20 million, the crowd felt that there was little hope, but they were not so desperate. But when Broken Dreams hit 40 million, everyone's heart went numb. The highest list on their side was only 17 million, and the others hit 41 million. That's more than twice the difference. I'm afraid that even if I pull Dishang over today, I won't be able to escape this fate of theirs. They really didn't lose this PK. Yeah boss, forget about it today. Wait for tomorrow and see if we can save the field. It's better to avoid the storm now. Boss, the most I can get out of my side is $300,000. But even if I swipe it now, it's still a waste of money. Numerous top-tier anchors have also spoken, but the words undoubtedly mean the same thing. Avoid the war. People have brushed up to 41 million, and if you keep fighting, there's only endless disgrace. Floating Light looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. How could he not know this truth? But Chen Qian's matter is right here. What can we do if we don't take it? After 2 consecutive battles, the first one was lost by a margin of $3 million. And the second one, it was over before it even started. Truly crushed. But when it came down to it, reason told him that there was simply no way to fight any longer. Like Bunny said, this Broken Dream is just horrible. He had been mixing in the live broadcast platform for at least 3 or 4 years, and had seen the 2 heavenly pride of Wave Jia and Ao Ran, but even the 2 of them, in the current Floating Light's heart, there was absolutely no way to compare them to Broken Dreams. After much hesitation, Floating Light sent out the words he least expected in the group. All off the air. We admit defeat. P.S. 9,000 words in a shallow shift today. Thanks again for all the gift rewards. You guys are so helpful. Love you. Chapter 62, AO. First place is secure. Thanks to Kurosaki Leaf Wind for the reward. 3 minutes later, quite a few fans who had seen the first-tier anchors over at Hawaii came in to report the news with gusto. Hawaii has voted. All the first-tier anchors have gone offline. Even some of the second-tier anchors have chosen to go offline in order to avoid the war. Yeah, even Rabbit went offline. Hawaii really conceded this time. Countless Jo Meng's godly fans had spoken at EE's live broadcast, and correspondingly, the amount of fans on Jo Meng's account was going crazy upwards. After the May event, the number of subscriptions to Jo Meng's account had risen to 200,000. It's gone up some more in the meantime, probably totaling 250,000. But in just this moment alone, the fans of Jo Meng's account jumped from 250,000 to 400,000, and it was still growing at a rate visible to the naked eye every minute. You know, live streaming platforms are not like short video platforms. On the live broadcasting platform, anchors who break 10 million followers are already Super Tier 1 anchors among Super Tier 1 anchors. And that's talking about the gaming channel. If you put it on the Star Show channel, if you have more than 1 million followers, it's a proper first tier. And if you have more than 2 million, it's even a top tier top stream. Those who can reach 3 million followers, or even 4 or 5 million, are absolutely Super Tier 1, or even phenomenal. The same goes for Big Brother. On Tygus Hark's side, AO, as he was known, had about 1 million followers. And Floating Light is much closer, but it's over $700,000. The largest number of followers was Wave, with twice as many followers as AO, totaling 2 million. Though these fan counts don't mean much to the godly Big Brother, they do prove another aspect of a Big Brother's popularity on the platform. And for Meng, who had just joined the network for less than a month, to have more than 400,000 followers could already be called a sentence of terror. Seeing the pop-ups, EE also hurriedly opened his mouth in the live broadcast. Congratulations, Brother Dream. This time, Brother Dream is considered to have completely realized the name of the strongest divine hero. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Alright, it's getting late today. You guys play, I'm off. Zhou Meng smiled and waved his hand. To be honest, this 40 million swipes were really quite enjoyable for him. But correspondingly, the tiredness was also really tiring. From almost 8 o'clock in the afternoon until 10:30 now, his hands basically didn't stop for 2.5 hours of swiping gifts. Of course, there were 2 bottles of milk and a pound of oranges along with it. Although I didn't eat a lot, neither of these things topped off the satiety, and by this point I was getting a little hungry. Good night, Dream. When the crowd saw Zhou Meng's message, they also typed their farewells. Right, Brother Dream hit 40 million today, so will he still participate in tomorrow's event? You know, today's list doesn't count the total list for June. Just as the crowd was saying their goodbyes, there was still a portion of the fans who couldn't hold back their questions. Originally, the biggest attraction of this King of Battle tournament was the PK between the Dream Team and the Deer Team from Murant's side. But now that Dream, who supports the Dream Team, swiped 40 million out the day before, will that still be in attendance? Or capable of playing tomorrow's game? What are you thinking? Dream has swiped so much today. If he enters again tomorrow, how much would Dream have to swipe in total? $100 million? Are you kidding? Yeah, I guess there's a high probability that Dream won't be participating in tomorrow's match, so we'll let Desheng's side come out on top this time. The crowd on the air was also saying it was a shame. This King of War tournament can be different from the one in May. May contest. One is time at the end of the month. The Guild and Big Brother, that time are in the return of funds. The hand is not much cash at all. The second one came out in a hurry and no one was prepared. That's why AO played $2 million out at that time. But in the past, where there are some big events, AO hit the list is basically about 5 million, or even more than 5 million. Counting Desheng's other godly Big Brothers, it wasn't difficult to swipe 10 million or even 20 million a game. And Dream has already swiped 40 million today. And with the May list, the total spending has reached 50 million. If we fight Desheng again, how much will Dream actually brush out? Numerous fans took to the public screen to discuss the possibilities, but these pop-ups were not seen by Zhou Meng, who was already offline. Knowing that he had already promised Qian Shen long ago that he would take the first place in this Battle King tournament, then he would definitely take part in the tournaments in these latter days. After Zhou Meng left, EE also broadcasted a little more. With such huge popularity, it does seem a bit of a shame to go off the air without digesting it. Orange wasn't in a hurry, again digesting the popularity that this live broadcast had brought, and was prepared to wait a little before going back to Dream. She had a clear idea in her heart. Her own Dream Brother, a night owl property that tossed and turned until 1 or 2 o'clock in the evening every day, that could go to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening? Saying you're tired is really a cop-out. The emotionally intelligent ones say they are tired. If one is low-spirited enough to understand it, it probably means, get out of here. I don't want to hang out with you youngsters. And on Zhou Meng's side, of course, he didn't sleep. These days, who goes to bed at 10 o'clock at night? That's not purely toxic. How can you call yourself a young man with hemorrhoids if you don't stay up until 1 or 2 in the morning? At this moment, he was happily slicing a cucumber in preparation for mixing a gazpacho to eat while settling the system's rewards. Congratulations to the host for spending $41,051,200 on the live platform. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, totaling 410 million yuan in real cash. All assets of the system have been rationalized, so please feel free to use them. The Gods Deluxe System. Host, Zhou Meng. Level 1. Progress on upgrades, $53. 71 million/$1 billion. Realistic assets, $440 million, rebate ratio 110. With 1 PK, not only did the upgrade progress go a long way forward, but the real assets also saw a surge. A full $440 million in real assets. Young. I think I shouldn't have bought this villa in the first place. I should have saved up some more money to buy a manor now. Zhou Meng sked. We haven't even spent the previous $100 million. And here comes another $400 million. To be honest, as a 5 good young man, he really didn't know how to spend such a large amount of money. Business, he doesn't want to do. Women, he has no shortage of. The place to stay, with a nice location and plenty of space, was barely perfect. And he is equally uninterested in hoarding. As for going to get a yacht, Zhou Meng has no plans in the near future. Maybe in the future. Thinking about it, it seems that the only hobby left is buying cars. The garage on the first floor is enough to park more than a dozen cars, which does slightly satisfy this hobby of collecting luxury cars. Hey, is really good car is not good to get slightly better want to get, at least 10 days and a half months, the kind of tens of millions of dollars, a month or two are normal. As for hundreds of millions of dollars, within a year can get her considered awesome. Thinking of this, Zhou Meng was helpless again for a moment. He still didn't know when his Bugatti and Cullinan would arrive. Compared to Zhou Meng's idle fish life at this time, on the other side, at the Tiger Shark platform headquarters located in the deep city, Mr. Gu was full of excitement at this time, talking to the operation director. One day today, close to $70 million in revenue. Mr. Gu looked at the statement that had just come out and couldn't help but slam the table. The $70 million, the bulk of which was swiped by Broken Dreams, amounted to $41 million. As for the rest of this, Huayi's side swiped $17 million, Desheng swiped more than $6 million, and the other scattered anchors added up to a total of $5 or so million. This brother Meng, truly a blessing for our platform. One person hoovering up so much. But, Mr. Gu, didn't you analyze it before and say that it was all Meng's impulsive spending? The director of operations whispered beat with his head down. When Dream just went live on EE's live broadcast, he could see that Dream had a lot of potential, and was at least a godly hero with tens of millions of spending power. But at that time, Mr. Gu had to use what psychology and impulsive consumption to say things. Froze initially put the Dream brothers' consumption positioning on the million level, but also fooled him. Now, it seems that those words Gu had analyzed with psychology at first were just farts. Brother Meng was clearly just as he thought. A super godly man of extreme strength. What did you say? The operations director spoke in a small voice, but it would be more than 10 o'clock at night. The company would not have many people left. The surroundings were very quiet. He still listened to her roughly, and when he heard this, he was instantly furious. Nothing. Mr. Gu, you continue. The director of operations smiled sarcastically. The corners of Mr. Gu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. For some reason, he just couldn't listen to that kind of talk. If you don't like it, you don't like it. What's the point of acting like everyone can see it? I admit that the first judgment was indeed my mistake. But after Dream swiped $10 million at the end of May, didn't I raise Dream's level to the highest? You have to know that there must be some mistakes in human analysis. You have to pay attention to. Gu always chattered a lot of explanations, meaning that saints have errors of judgment, let alone him, although a lapse in judgment, but this does not mean that his psychological attainments are false. A few words, said Gu as always dry mouth, cannot help but pick up the cup of water to take a big mouthful. Yes, you're right, Mr. Gu. The director of operations rushed back, listening to this perfunctory to the extreme reply. Mr. Gu suddenly felt as if there were countless ants crawling on his body. That being said, it seems like the director of operations just suddenly became a saint who doesn't debate Ruiji, and he became that Ruiji. Originally, he had the intention to explain a few more sentences, but seeing the expression on the operations director's face, Mr. Gu ultimately did not say anything, and after holding his tongue until the end, he just waved his hand helplessly. Okay, get your ass to work. Seeing that the operations director fled as if out the door, Mr. Gu couldn't feel bad and held up the report again with excitement. However, it didn't take long for Chief Gu's face to reveal another look of sadness. I wanted to see Dream go up against Desheng's side, but with Dream swiping like that today, won't Desheng be all alone tomorrow? As the vice president of the platform, there are all kinds of things he has to put in the overall picture. In this case, he was of the same opinion as most of the tourists. Monk swiped so much today, so what should we do tomorrow? Definitely the odds are that it won't be brushed again. You know, Dream swiped so much today, but Dasheng's side, but basically did not move much, and so on tomorrow. Once the game starts, This first does not properly become dashing's. Even a little suspense? But he thought and thought. It seems that this is really not a little way. The strength of the platform dashing is really too strong. At present Can and dashing slightly counterbalance. In addition to the Dream Brother, there are only a few first-tier guilds are still able to top a moment, but also just top a moment. To win dashing, really have to Dream Brother out of the way. The news anchor was on the line early on the 17th. The most excited, and most directly related to this event, is undoubtedly the Broken Wound. Less than 8 o'clock in the morning, the Broken Wound opened the live broadcast, began to speak with a face full of excitement about the beginning and end of yesterday's events, but also incidentally brought their own things into it, and gave themselves a rise to the powder. Compared to the Broken Wound, Hawaii's side of the 100 miles of small salty fish is under a lot of pressure. Sitting in front of the computer has been hesitant to open the live broadcast how to go to say. On the other side, just as relaxed as Broken Wound, was Osamu. Osamu's news anchor. Yesterday's incident between Mang and Hawaii was so big, not to mention professional news anchors like him, even ordinary anchors were basically watching the whole battle. Brother Mang swiped $40 million on the spot, and this had already caused a stir throughout the platform. But the counterpoint to that is that Oki is in a very good mood indeed. Originally, this time, Dashing's side viewed Dream as the only strong competitor. But yesterday, when Dream swiped like this, the $40 million directly did not count in the event list, which is the same as directly losing the qualification for the competition. With their only rival gone, wouldn't they, does Shang, securely win this event again? He doesn't even have to deal with the fish theory. How easy it is. Just as he was blowing off steam about being awesome on the live stream, the center of the interface suddenly lit up with a flash of gold. Oki also showed a look of surprise after seeing it. Welcome Brother AO. Why is Brother AO here so early today? You know, usually at this time of the day, AO is sleeping with his arm around a girl. Many of the viewers in the live stream were also swiping words of welcome. Oh, I've got some things to do in the morning, so I'll watch the live stream in the meantime. AO smiled and raised his hand and directly swiped a 100 consecutive large rocket out. On the guild side, you say, don't take the draw achievements, give the audience benefits. After saying this, AO's heart burst with darkness. It was a trope he'd learned a while back when he'd peered into the screen of Broken Dreams. I have to say, this pretending technique is really cool. It doesn't cost much, but the face is all there. And I don't know how Broken Dreams came up with it. Thanks to AO for the barrage of rockets. Oki let out a gasp of surprise and thanked him, but he couldn't help but give a belly laugh. You damn yourself as the guild leader. He also gave the guild to say a hair ah, and so messed up. Could have hoard a bounty money, but now is not a penny not to mention. But also have to he first pad a 50,000 yuan to send welfare. Straight up loss. But on his face, Oki still had to put on a look of excitement. There was also a flurry of excitement from the live audience. They also didn't expect to get benefits for being online so early. AO is AO, the pattern. Thank you AO for the gift. Whether Oki was happy or not they didn't know, but they would be very happy indeed. In the morning, there were not many people in the live room, and Dejai divided this share of 50,000 into a number of shares. The probability of them grabbing it is still very big. The smile on AO's face never disappeared during this time of interaction with the audience. AO, what are you going to do for this tournament? An audience member asked curiously. Seeing this pop up, AO was also a lot more serious. He came over here today, originally to announce this. Dejai knows that Broken Dreams swiped so much yesterday. In his opinion, the biggest competitor of this event had already brushed and pulled. So who else was there to Shang's rival? Therefore, AO came directly with a pretense of depth. This event, no kidding. I'll take the first place. Chapter 63, Jin Xian's termination of contract. A hard punch in the face. 5,000 words big chapter. Just as Oki's side was buzzing with excitement, Joe Mang got up equally early in the morning. Seeing the 8:30 displayed on the cell phone beside him, Joe Mang couldn't help but yawn again. Really? And you had to make me come over to see it? Don't you know that yesterday I fought until 2:30 in the morning before I went to sleep? This is going to be really cool and ah. Joe Mang spat out, but still used the quilt to cover Orange's pale shoulders next to her, after which she went out of the room herself. He found a comfortable position on the sofa to lie down, then opened the live broadcast platform and clicked into Qian Xian's live broadcast room. Wow! Welcome Dream to the airwaves. In the live broadcast room, Qian Xian was broadcasting outdoors, and after seeing Joe Mang's Emperor special effect light up, she also smiled and greeted him. Joe Mang couldn't help but give a blank stare. If she didn't have to, could she have come here so early? Wow! Dream is even here? Good morning, Brother Dream. In the live broadcast room, many visitors were also excited when they saw Joe Mang come in. Good morning, everyone. Joe Mang smiled back. After yesterday's incident, the popularity of Qian Qian's live broadcast is still quite a lot now. Even though it was started in the morning, and also opened an outdoor live broadcast, there are still more than 5,000 people in the live broadcast room. And at that moment, Qian Qian in the live broadcast also spoke. People are wondering why I chose to start the show today, especially since I also chose to start this outdoor broadcast this morning. Yeah, shouldn't it be a night before you go back online to play an event? The visitors to the live stream were indeed quite curious. In the morning this will be basically all about news anchors, and live outdoor broadcasts are a definite no-no. When Qian Qian saw the screen full of questions, she also raised the bag in her hand in a smooth manner and smiled as she ran her hair. Anyone who watched yesterday's Orange live broadcast between Hua Yi and I basically got the general idea, and I'm sure you all know how Hua Yi has been treating me these past few months. And this document in my hand is the contract I signed with Hua Yi in the first place. And the reason why I started the outdoor live broadcast today is that I intend to bring everyone along to witness the process of my termination of contract. Qian Qian spoke shockingly, and in just a few words, the atmosphere of the live broadcast room was instantly brought to an explosion. Qian Qian is terminating her contract with Hua Yi? That's not right. I heard Qian Qian say a few months ago that the contract is at the end of this year. So if we go over there now, are we going to have to pay for breach of contract? Qian Qian was the hottest first-tier anchor in the channel last year. The default payment should be quite a lot, right? The crowd was talking. Seeing these pop-ups, Qian Qian also smiled and nodded, and purposely took out the contract in her hand and flipped to the page of liquidated damages. To be honest, $10 million in breach of contract can definitely not be a small amount of money. If Brother Meng hadn't helped me yesterday, I wouldn't have had the backbone to do this today. But through recent events I've also figured out that a trash guild like Hawaii, no matter how much the liquidated damages are, as long as I can afford it, I have to go. After yesterday, she was now going but confident, and she didn't need to tell her what this money represented when she took it out. The viewers don't know, but there's no way Yi's side can't figure it out. This $10 million, that's the attitude of Mongo. Even if she gave it, would Hua Yi dare to take it? But no matter what, Qian Qian's termination is still very firm. This time, it greatly drove the passion of the fans in the live broadcast. The crowd was even frantically swiping their support on the public screen. Yesterday it was a $40 million super chart topper and today it's a $10 million default super deal? That's exciting to think about. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was good, Zhou Mang also brushed 100 treasure maps in a row to pull down the popularity for Qian Qian. Qian Qian took a taxi directly and arrived at an office building in less than 20 minutes. Looking from below, the top 3 floors of the office building had the 4 big words Huawei Media reflected brightly on them. Until this time, the popularity brought by 100 treasure maps had been completely released, and the number of people in the live room, which was originally less than 5,000, instantly jumped to more than 80,000. Qian Qian adjusted the angle of her cell phone shot and similarly captured the 4 big words into the live broadcast. Punch punch punch. I'm afraid of a hammer with Brother Meng. Brother Dream tore up Hawaii online yesterday. Is it hard to tear it up offline today? Ha ha ha. Don't talk nonsense. We're all good citizens. We don't do things like tearing up beats. Today is just pure theater. Zhou Meng couldn't help but send a blank emoji when she saw the public screen talking about it. When this came out, the live audience burst out laughing again. Yeah, Dream's right, we won't do the ripping. Yeah, we didn't swipe $40 million yesterday either, much less hand tier a first-tier anchor from Hawaii. We're good people. Zhou Meng's head was full of black lines and he posted a 3 ellipses on the public screen. Can't the audience just play nice? But he did mean what he said. What needs to be done he already did yesterday. Today is already Qian Qian's home turf. He came over to watch the battle very purely indeed. Seeing these pop-ups, Qian Qian also covered her mouth and snickered. Ever since Hua Yi had snowed her, she had been live streaming at home and basically never came over to the guild side again. After half a year, revisiting her hometown once again, Qian Qian is still quite emotional in her heart. Qian Qian slightly adjusted her mind and without hesitation, she directly took the elevator to the top floor. As soon as she entered the door of Hawaii, Qian Qian saw a row of anchors sitting over the sofa, playing with their cell phones over there. Yo, isn't this bunny? Yesterday's PK hit $17 million. Pretty cool. Ha! Qian Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the sister sitting in the very center. Bunny was also stunned when he heard himself mentioned, but then he just looked up and turned green. Why is Qian Qian here? She hasn't been here for 6 months. Why is she suddenly here? Bunny was going to say a few words, but when he saw the cell phone held up in Qian Qian's hand, he had the good sense to keep his words to himself. Yesterday was bad enough. If she argued with Qian Qian again today and was seen by so many people, when she went live at night her live room had to explode instantly. Sister Qian Qian, what brings you here? Bunny smiled sarcastically and stood up in a hurry. The first-tier anchors sitting next to each other's faces changed slightly when they saw Qian Qian, and they likewise got up to give Qian Qian a seat. Seeing this scene, the more than 80,000 viewers in the live broadcast room even brushed 666. Qian Qian's aura is really nothing to sneeze at. Nonsense. Even if Qian Qian was hidden for half a year, then the first 2 years is also the first sister of Huai. Whether it's looks, talent, or popularity curiosity, are not rabbit this rookie can be comparable to. And yesterday, Brother Meng also stood up for Qian Qian. These people cannot be false? An active third-tier anchor overpowering a guild by himself? Come on. You guys get some rest. I'm not sitting. When Qian Qian saw the crowd's reaction, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but bring up a smile. Walked over to Bunny and gave her a serious pat on the shoulder. Do a good job, Bunny. I look forward to your next swipe of 17 million out. You. Hearing Qian Qian's words, Rabbit's heart was instantly furious. Me? What am I? Me? Why don't you try staring at me again? Do you want me to expose your insides? Qian Qian grunted lightly. The reason she cooled off so quickly had something to do with Bunny. Most of the big brothers on her side of the family have been pulled over by Bunny, and all the things Bunny did, buying powder, buying sailors, multiple people eating koan offline. These things are not known by many people, but as it happens, she is one of them. When Bunny heard this, a flash of horror appeared in his eyes, and then he directly sat aside to play with his cell phone. All this shit she's been up to, if it really comes out, it's going to be a real big deal. Qian Qian was instantly satisfied when she saw that the rabbit was convinced. Looking around, none of the 7 or 8 first-tier anchors dared to lock eyes with her. As long as their gazes swept past, everyone's eyes were dodging in droves. I thief. Female war god Qian Qian? Good guy. This is almost 10 first-line anchors. Even Qian Qian's eyes don't dare to look at it. Qian Qian used to be in Hawaii in the end. How powerful? But I'm rather looking forward to the inside of the rabbit, evil grinning face. Seeing Qian Qian's aura, even Zhou Meng couldn't help but look happy. Goodness, Qian Qian is so good at all this side of Hawaii company? On this side, Qian Qian, after seeing a few people also did not speak, suddenly felt bored, turned his head and ran to the other side of the live area. Anyone who was on the air, Qian Qian all pull open each other's door to go in and say hello. Yo, Bailey, you're here to start a rumor? Qian Qian sees that Bailey is hacking himself in the live broadcast to whitewash Hawaii, and curiously pokes his head from the back and leans in front of Bailey's live camera. Bailey was meditating and exhausting his vocabulary in this life to blacken Qian Qian, but in the next moment, he suddenly saw a head bobbing in front of him, which didn't give him a myocardial infarction, and upon seeing that the visitor was Qian Qian, Bailey Xiao Xianyu even had an expression like she had seen a ghost. At the same time, both sides of the live broadcast room, whether Qian Qian's side in the drama, or Bailey's side is for Qian Qian ask her right and wrong visitors, all laugh silly. Hacking someone live and getting caught offline? And looking at Bailey's expression, it was obvious that he had done something wrong and was caught by the person in question. This time, no matter how much more Bailey explained, everyone's heart was in the right place. Bailey, Bailey, you are also my hand to bring up. Don't always do this kind of loss of conscience. Anyway, your breach of contract is only $1 million. Really can't pay some money to leave. Qian Qian hemmed and hawed. De Sheng divorces himself from Huai and Huai's boss doesn't need him because of this. Then now, she also gave Huai such a set of dissociation. She wanted to see if floating light would snowball Bailey's little salty fish because of this. These people are no good anyway. What exactly was the situation in the first place? Could Bailey Little Salty not know? When she was a first sister, which event didn't she bring along Bailey? But as it turned out, that's how this guy returned the favor. After saying this, Qian Qian was in a wonderful mood and didn't wait for Bailey to speak. Humming a song, she went out of his live room. If you don't know this, you'd think you're the boss of Hawaii. Zhou Meng also looked happy. Brother Meng, I'm just taking revenge, and if I don't do this, it's still a toss-up whether or not I'll be able to meet Hawaii's boss today. When Qian Qian saw Meng talking about herself like that, she immediately pouted and stomped her foot to show her defiance. This adorable look, all of a sudden, nearly tickled the hearts of many people in the live broadcast room. But Qian Qian is right about that. After Qian Qian made a scene for a while, Floating Light also knew that it was not a good idea to make it go on like this, so he could only let his assistant call Qian Qian in. Looking at Qian Qian as soon as she entered the office, she took her cell phone holder and set it up next to her, with a big look of a full live broadcast, and Floating Light couldn't help but pat her head. He was, now, truly regretting the decision he had made. He really shouldn't have discarded Qian Qian because of a little suspicion, but it's completely useless to talk about it now. Some things are already a fact of life, and it's not really realistic to try to undo them anymore. and Xian has long since stopped seeing himself as Huai's anchor, so he couldn't even manage to say anything even if he wanted to. Xian, what do you want to do here today? The termination of the contract. Boss, you look at the lawyer. I asked to draw up the terms of the termination of the contract. If there is no problem to sign, $10 million of liquidated damages. I will be in 2 days to your public account. Xian went straight to the sofa and sat down, not being polite to Fu Guang at all, and threw the contract in her hand onto the desk in a smooth manner. Floating Light's face changed slightly. How much money Xian has earned in the guild all these years? Ordinary tourists don't know, but can he, the head of Huai, still not know? Every month's paycheck, including the previous flow, could be issued only after the guild's finances were verified. Even the $4 to $5 million saved up in the previous 2 years in hand had long since been played out in the previous month's activities. Not to mention $10 million, now in Xian's hand. It's considered good to have $500,000. But Xian, now she's telling herself that she has to pay $10 million for breach of contract and leave? How can this be normal? Almost instantly, Floating Light figured out who took out the $10 million. The Floating Light's mind was spinning in 1,000 directions. $10 million? To be honest, he did want it. If they took that $10 million, they would still have a fighting chance in this event. They could even use that amount of money to pull the current fishing wheels back a bit. But on the other hand, it's $10 million he doesn't quite dare to take. Some money that isn't handed to you is really given to you. He understands this very well. And even more so, he understands that the $10 million is actually a test for him by the broken dream. If he took this money, I'm sure that the next thing that the anchors on their side of Hawaii would face would be the endless blocking of broken dreams. Almost in the next second, Floating Light had an idea in his head. A smile that could put a person to death appeared on Floating Light's face. He first took out the treasured tea from the tea box and brewed it for Xian, and then directly opened the contract and termination letter Xian brought. Xian, you have indeed been aggrieved these past few months. I admit that the guild side has indeed wronged you. Tell you what, since you want to leave now, let's not talk about all this. I only have one request, and that is to change one line in this termination letter. Floating Light said with a grin. Hearing Floating Light say that, the visitors of Xian's live broadcast were all curious at once. But the next moment, right in front of the crowd's incredulous eyes, Floating Light directly moved his pen and drew a big horizontal line in the column of the default payment. This matter is the guild's fault in the first place. Let's do it this way. On behalf of the guild, I agree to terminate the contract with you, but this $10 million of liquidated damages, the guild won't receive it, and if you want to come back in the future, Huai will likewise accept you, and will cultivate you according to the previous specifications. Assistant, come in here for a second. Scan a copy of this contract, remove the one I underlined and reprint 4 copies out. In this instant, the crowd in the live broadcast room exploded all of a sudden. Asterisk, that's $10 million. And that's not wanted? Originally, I still kinda hated Hawaii, but now looking at this boss's attitude, how come I suddenly feel a lot better about the other party's senses? Livestream visitors have spoken. On the other side, a smile appeared at the corner of Floating Light's mouth. That's what he's all about. Hawaii is currently in the black, and trying to clear his name is definitely not something that can be explained in a few words. But now, he directly let Xian leave, and exempted Xian's $10 million as compensation for Xian. He did not pay anything, but succeeded in creating such an impression to the crowd. When this is done, no matter how Xian's side is, but the guild side is surely a big part of the whitewash. When we get the water boys to brush it up later, this will be 80% over. What did he pay? He paid nothing the entire time. Just ripped up a snow anchor's contract. And Zhou Meng couldn't help but be amused when he saw the Floating Light operating. But he wasn't about to let Float Light get that comfortable. Zhou Meng spoke directly on the public screen. Huai, this public relations ability is good. Not a penny out of the whitewash themselves. Make it seem as if he himself has become a generous forgiveness of others party. If you ask me, you can't be too thick-skinned. If you're too thick, you can take other people's money and be a good person. Zhou Meng snickered. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, many of the 80,000 to 90,000 viewers in the live broadcast room instantly woke up. Right. This $10 million was taken out by Xian to terminate her contract. How come everyone suddenly thought that the money became Huai's? And if it wasn't for Huai snowing Xian, could this have happened today? Brother Meng is right. Huai is just too thick-skinned. That's right. This liquidated damages must be paid, or else we'll let Huai have his way. The crowd was even more vocal, criticizing Huai once again. And upon seeing the last pop up, Zhou Meng's face darkened. This person is not stupid. People do not want to liquidated damages. You are still Baba to come up to give? But this man is stupid. Xian is not stupid at all. although he knew full well that Hua Yi was whitewashing. With those 2 words from Brother Meng just now, everyone's impression of Hua Yi would only turn slightly better. And it's not like she's sick, so it's not like she's going to balk at giving people money, right? Therefore, Chen Chen accepted Floating Light's changes to the contract with alacrity. Within 5 minutes, the assistant re-entered with 4 contracts. Xian took a look at it and indeed, only the paragraph on liquidated damages was removed and replaced with the wording that Huawei Media Corporation has agreed to settle the matter and has promised not to recover the liquidated damages, $10 million. Seeing that there was no problem, Xian signed her big name painfully. Floating Light, on the other hand, also signed his real name and stamped it with a jockey seal. In quadruplicate, he kept 2 copies on his side and gave 2 copies to Qian. Congratulations Qian. From now on you are a free man. Floating Light stood up and extended his hand at Qian. Thanks, but I'm not in the habit of shaking hands with my enemies. Qian raised the contract in her hand, then tore the contract she had previously signed with Hua Yi to shreds in public. Under the slightly somber face of Floating Light, he walked out of the office humming across his brisk steps. P.S. 2 chapters today, but both with more words. 10,000 total. A word of caution, I'm really not a little black guy. Chapter 64, Lu Qian is coming? By the time Qian turned off the outdoor live broadcast, Orange was also awake. Brother Meng, has Sister Qian terminated her contract? Tangerine walked out of the room and saw that Zhou Meng was still on Qian's live page without quitting, and curiously poked her head over to have a look. It worked, and she's a free agent from now on. Zhou Meng nodded and smoothly wrapped the Orange in her arms. Orange leaned over obediently, letting Zhou Meng's ongoing ministrations run their course as she smiled and opened her mouth. Dreamy, how about a surprise? Orange looked up mysteriously at Zhou Meng. What's the surprise? Zhou Meng smiled and squeezed. Hold on Dream, I'll get my cell phone. Tangerine got up from Zhou Meng's arms with great gusto and ran to the room to get her cell phone, then opened the chat between herself and the head of the White Feather Guild. Look Brother Dream, all that money you rewarded me with, the guild side didn't take a single penny of commission. It was all returned. Orange gave a cheeky grin. Yesterday, before Zhou Meng brushed the gift, she also thought of this as Qian. By the way, and the guild side mentioned a mouth, meaning that in addition to the Tiger Shark platform draw, the rest of the money, all the money to the Dream Brother returned. Did not expect the boss did not even think about it to agree. That is to say, the $40 million that Zhou Meng rewarded her with yesterday, the guild side is not taking a penny from the pump, and the guild side also promises that in the future, Orange Live Room draw all don't. The only requirement is to let Orange and the popularity of the Fire can try to support their own guild anchors. Well, this White Feather is indeed a smart man. Zhou Meng also nodded. It takes more than a little gumption to be able to give up tens of millions of dollars of cash in hand, but that's a good way to think about it. After all, the contract between Orange and White Feather's side is just a third-tier anchor contract, and the liquidated damages are only a few tens of thousands of dollars. If White Feather didn't agree, Orange would inevitably jump away even if this time was over. Instead of giving up such a big anchor to jump away for nothing, it would have been better to give Orange enough sincerity from the start. With Orange helping to drive traffic to the guild's other anchors, the earnings gained in the long run would definitely not be less than this amount. And here's the kicker. Orange, the brand name anchor, is still here to stay. For White Feather, this isn't a pet peeve anymore. Then, Brother Dream, after I get paid at the beginning of next month, I'll get the $20 million back for you. Oh, Orange narrowed his eyes and hemmed and hawed. Come on, I rewarded you. Since you don't want it on the guild side, you can keep it for yourself. Zhou Meng shook his head. It's only $20 million, which really isn't much money to him. And taking back the money that had been rewarded out, this was something Zhou Meng couldn't do. After all, he wasn't a guild number. After the 100-fold rebate, 1 billion swipes out, there is still 10 billion in cash to be had. And after spending the billion, the system would give targeted spending money again. So it was simply impossible to spend it all. But when Orange heard Zhou Meng say that he would give this $20 million to himself, he also couldn't help but open his mouth, not knowing what to say. That's not $2 million from last month. That's a huge asset that's been doubled tenfold. Okay, take what's given to you. You're hungry. Get cooking. Zhou Meng held the donut for a moment, slapped the orange, laughed and went into her room to wash up. And not long after, just as Zhou Meng had just finished washing up, Xian's side of the phone called again. Brother Dream, I didn't use the $10 million you gave me. I'll go to the bank in a moment and transfer it back to you. Xian's tone was light, and it was obvious that this would indeed be a happy occasion. And unlike Zhou Meng, whose account was automatically upgraded by the system with large transfer privileges, Xian's own bank card was not. For such super large non-corporate transfers, she had to go over to the bank in advance and make an appointment before she could make the call. Okay, so I can just sit back and wait for the money to be collected? Jo Meng smiled and agreed. Unlike Orange's $40 million, this $10 million, although the money is not much, is considered to be borrowed by Qian Qian. Swiping a gift is a gift. Borrowing money is a loan. Jo Meng naturally understands this reasoning. Even if he wants to give this money to Qian Qian directly, Qian Qian will not want it. Brother Dream, when this event is over, I'll come to Magic City to find you to play. Oh, my room must be reserved for me. I can't let anyone else take it. Oh, no problem. Come by anytime. We'll go to the mall together this time. Jo Meng smiled and hung up the phone. Before Qian Qian left last time, she had planned to go to the mall, but the girl was too clingy and didn't go out of the door for 2 days in a row, so she could only give up in the end. After chatting with Jo Meng, Qian Qian also held her cell phone beautifully and kissed it before running over to the bank to make an appointment for remittance. After getting this done, Qian Qian went back to her rented house to start preparing for the live broadcast in the evening, and she had long thought in her heart that after this event, she would go over to the Magic City to develop. There was nothing left for her in this part of Deep City, and there are just 3 final days left before this event ends. 2.5 days to be exact. It started this afternoon and lasted until the evening of the 19th when it was all over. But Dream had given her the word before that this event wasn't going to be dragged out. Start and finish. That means that today, on the evening of the 17th, Dream will give her a straight shot at the #1 hit list. Thinking of this, Qian Qian directly bought another airplane ticket to fly directly to Magic City in the early morning of the 18th. In that case, she would be able to see Dream again tomorrow morning at 7 or 8 o'clock. And the things in the room, except for some clothes and cosmetics, Qian Qian is not going to want any of them. With that thought, another call was made to Orange. Orange, I have some clothes and stuff here. Why don't I send them to your house first? Seeing the phone connected, Qian Qian said with a smile, Miss Willow, are you really coming? Tangerine would have returned to her house by now, and after hearing that Qian Qian was going to send the stuff over, she was also shocked with her mouth wide open. Lu Qian was having a good time in the Deep City. How come she suddenly had to run to the unfamiliar Magic City? You know, the circle of those of them who do live streaming is already small, and there are probably only a few of them who can serve as friends, mostly locally. If Qian wants to leave like this, on the side of Magic City, besides Brother Meng, there will really be no one to rely on. Although the two of them often fought, seeing Qian so determined, Orange still had the heart to persuade her a few more times. If you want to find Brother Meng, you can just fly here often. There's no need to make such a big fuss, right? I've thought it all out. I'll settle down on this side of Mordor from now on. Orange, you don't want it all to yourself, do you? Qian said jokingly. How can that be? I have to be able to do that too. Hearing Qian's words, Orange subconsciously retorted. But immediately afterward, Orange spoke up again and asked, Then Qian, what will you do in case you get older in the back and Brother Meng doesn't like it anymore? She went to school on this side of Mordor, and her friends are here, so how can she mix it up? But Qian, if Mongo abandoned her, she'd really be all alone. What's wrong with that? So much money from Brother Dream's reward isn't enough to spend. Besides, if it's not possible, I'll just go back to my hometown. Anyway, I don't think Brother Dream should not want me. Qian didn't really feel anything about it. From the moment Dream was willing to pay to get her out of her contract, her heart was long gone. As for friends, aren't you my friend now that I'm here? And you're not going to stop accepting me just because we've had a few fights, are you? Qian laughed. Hearing Qian's words, Orange was also completely convinced. She had to admit now that Qian was indeed in a much deeper hole than her in this regard. She will still often think about her future. But Qian, it seems that only Meng is left in her heart now. Okay, then mail the stuff over. And call me when you get to Mordor. I'll pick you up. Tangerine hemmed and hawed and showed off her cute yellow beetle to Qian again. Beautiful. First of all, in advance, tomorrow night you spend the night at your house by yourself. Qian gave Orange a big blank stare. Okay, I know. Miss Lu, my stomach is already starting to hurt. I definitely can't bother you for the next few days. So don't worry,